Suddenly, the sound of hurried high heels came from the classroom door, drawing the attention of all the students. Then, a tall, beautiful woman walked into the classroom. Her long, straight legs were encased in sheer black stockings, and she possessed a cool and aloof beauty that was beyond compare. She was none other than Lin Ruoxue, the universally acknowledged goddess of the entire school. Lin Ruoxue looked around the room, her gaze finally settling on the man sitting quietly in the corner of the classroom. She walked up to Jiang Yi, arms crossed, and said dismissively, "You're Jiang Yi? The marriage arranged between your father and my family when you were little. I know this is abrupt, but I still hope you." Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Yi raised his head and looked at her calmly. He said softly, "You're Lin Ruoxue? I have no interest in you, this so-called school beauty, and I have no desire to marry you. So, I'm announcing the engagement." The sound wasn't loud, but it was enough to shake the entire classroom. The previously noisy scene instantly fell silent. The surrounding students stared in disbelief, frozen in place as if they had heard something unbelievable. Lin Ruoxue stared at Jiang Yi's unusually calm face, a nameless rage rising within her. She had never imagined that one day she would be looked down upon by an ordinary, poor student. Despite her anger, she had achieved her goal, so she snorted and said, "You said it yourself, don't regret it." Then she turned and left angrily. But Jiang Yi didn't look at her again. His mind was already occupied by something far more shocking. The moment he uttered, "Annul the engagement," a clear, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully annulled the engagement. The Super Treasure Map system has been activated. One random quality treasure map, bronze to ancient god grade, can be produced daily. 5 treasure maps of the same grade can be combined to create a higher grade treasure map. Upon reaching the treasure location, using the treasure map will grant you a divine talent, an evolved spirit pet, growth accelerating items, or special items." Jiang Yi was stunned. He clearly realized this was no illusion. He was transported to another world by accident. This world had undergone a dramatic change 5,000 years ago, and a mysterious power called spiritual energy suddenly emerged across the entire planet. Spiritual energy grants all life, and even non-living matter, the potential to evolve. Ordinary animals become powerful, plants develop spirituality, and even lakes, mountains, storms, and volcanoes transform into intelligent life. However, weak humans have also awakened their spiritual power over a long period of time. On the day they turn 18, everyone has the opportunity to awaken their soul talent and become a spirit master, to gain powerful strength through contracting spirit pets. Jiang Yi, a former lazy and complacent youth who spent his days on Earth, still lacked ambition after transmigrating. But unexpectedly, his single act of annulling an engagement awakened his system. Perhaps this was a turning point in his destiny. At this moment, Jiang Yi's mindset completely changed. He wanted to stand at the pinnacle of this world, looking down upon all living beings. Tomorrow is the day he awakens his talent. He will surpass his awakened talent and use the system to cultivate invincible spirit pets that can destroy heaven and earth and sweep across the world. School was over soon. Jiang Yi ignored the gossipy classmates, picked up his shoulder bag, and quietly walked home. After arriving home, he cooked some rice to fill his stomach, then washed up and rested early to prepare for tomorrow. Before dawn the next day, Jiang Yi opened his eyes and immediately got up to wash and dress. Today was the crucial day for him to awaken his spirit control talent. The usually quiet route to school is now packed with people, the air thick with a mixture of anxiety and excitement. Countless parents are sending their children to school with high hopes. Emotions are contagious, and Jiang Yi felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. He secretly wondered, would his guardian spirit pet be a beautiful woman? As he walked to the school gate, he looked at the parents beside the other students, but didn't feel much emotional fluctuation. After all, he had been living alone for 3 years. Upon entering the campus, a 6-pointed star array has already been set up in the center of the playground, with 7 3-meter-high obsidian pillars standing majestically. Several middle-aged men dressed in dark green robes shouted, "Ready!" This was the Beast Soul Hall, the largest and strongest international spirit master organization on Red Moon Star. Hundreds of students were already lined up neatly, waiting for the test to begin. At this moment, a burly middle-aged man shouted sternly, "Silence!" He was Long Sheng, a steward of the Wind and Thunder City Division of the Beast Soul Hall. At this command, the students on the playground immediately fell silent, especially the handsome men and beautiful women in the front row, who even breathed very softly, for fear of angering this powerful figure. You're all just making a fuss. Do you think my time is as cheap as yours, the poor? The principal of number 5 middle school smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Deacon Long, please don't take it to heart with the children. Long Sheng snorted and announced, the test begins. A staff member took out a tablet, stepped forward and called out names. Those whose names are called, come up quickly, don't waste everyone's time. First one, Yi Hao. The words had barely left his lips when a black-haired youth leaped onto the magic circle. The 6-pointed star magic circle flashed a faint light before extinguishing. Long Sheng coldly said, no talent, next one. Without the spirit control talent, one cannot summon a guardian spirit pet. Wang Hu. A dazzling yellow light flashed from the magic array, and 3 stars lit up on the central stone pillar. A golden ray descended from the sky, and a spirit pet egg appeared in Wang Hu's hand. Not long after, the eggshell shattered, and a spirit pet hatched. Long Sheng slightly raised his eyes. 3-star talent, metal attribute, mid-level elite, scythe. The pet ranks from low to high are common, rare, general, lord, emperor, epic, legendary, mythical, and holy. Each rank is further divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. Metal attribute, one of the strongest physical attack attributes, and a relatively rare spirit pet at that. The surrounding students were filled with envy. Wang Hu, upon hearing this, smiled broadly and stepped off the stage, carrying his scythe, beaming with pride. Tang Fei. A dazzling white light flashed from the 6-pointed star array. 5 stars. The spirit pet egg instantly cracked open, and a roll of bandage floated in front of the girl. Long Sheng's expression softened. 5-star talent, light attribute, superior rare grade, healing bandage. A healing type of light attribute, Tang Fei will be a goddess-level figure adored by countless people in the future. Tang Fei happily skipped off the stage, her face full of pride. Those who followed were mostly ordinary spirit pets with mediocre talents. No one above 7 stars appeared for a long time. Long Sheng's face darkened completely, and he coldly cursed. Each generation is worse than the last. The principal looked embarrassed. Deacon Long, our Fenglei city is just a small place, please. Before he could finish speaking, the 6-pointed star formation suddenly burst out with an extremely dazzling golden light. The principal's expression immediately softened considerably. 6-star talent, light attribute, superior general level, radiant twin-winged leopard. Long Sheng was still dissatisfied. Is this all Fenglei city can offer? Just as he was about to step down to rest, an arrogant voice rang out from below the stage. Long Sheng, how is the ceremony going? The entire audience was astonished. Even the principal was stunned. Who dared to address a Beast Soul Hall deacon by his name? An elderly man in black robes strode onto the stage with a young man in casual clothes. Even the proud Long Sheng immediately knelt on one knee. District Steward greets Young Master Song. Reporting to Young Master, our strongest talent is currently 6 stars, and our spirit pet is a superior general-level blazing werewolf. Song Qing threw his head back and laughed wildly. As expected, I am still the strongest. I am an 8-star genius with unparalleled talent, and my guardian spirit is a superior lord-level 3-eyed netherworld tiger. The crowd below the stage was shocked. 8 stars? Really? That's a dark attribute with an armor-piercing curse effect. Long Sheng hurriedly flattered. Young Master Song is the son of Elder Long Yi of the Beast Soul Hall, so naturally he cannot be compared with these mortals. The old man in black robes behind Song Qing whispered, Young Master, why don't you hurry back to the capital? The third elder is getting impatient. Song Qing calmly took out a small stool from his spatial ring and sat down in front of the platform. I have my own arrangements. You keep quiet. Yes, sir. Jiang Yi frowned slightly. The third elder of Dragon Wing was indeed a very important figure. The Beast Soul Hall was divided into 3 major departments: Dragon Wing, Cheetah, and Angry Shark. Dragon Wing is the core gathering place for high-ranking officials, and the elders enshrined there are all powerful figures who command respect in their respective regions. No wonder Song Qing is so arrogant. He has powerful backers. Young Master Song is exceptionally handsome and possesses such amazing talent. He is a once-in-a-century talent. Many female students couldn't help but gather in Song Qing's direction. The staff continued calling out names. Lin Ruoxua. Lin Ruoxua walked calmly into the center of the magic array. Song Qing's eyes were immediately drawn to her beautiful face, a burning desire flashing in them. The next moment, a beam of emerald green light shot straight into the sky. The 6-pointed star array trembled slightly, and 9 stars flashed from the central obsidian pillar. The entire arena fell silent. Even Long Shen couldn't help but gasp. This woman's talent was simply too extraordinary. Song Qing stared greedily at the center of the green storm and muttered to himself, "She's not even as good as my pet beast. I'm going to have this woman." As the storm subsided, a 3-meter-tall, 4-winged iron-clawed mantis appeared before Lin Ruoxue. Long Sheng's voice trembled slightly. 9-star talent, wind attribute, lower-level emperor rank, 4-winged steel-clawed mantis. 9-star talent, lower-level emperor rank. Such an achievement even surpasses most scions of aristocratic families. Long Sheng's strongest spirit pet is only a level 38 golden flame centipede, which has just been promoted to upper general. Meanwhile, the 4-winged steel claw mantis is born at the emperor level, a full 2 major ranks higher. Lin Ruoxue appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, she was overjoyed. She knew her future was no longer confined to Fenglei City. She glanced at Jiang Yi, who stood out from the crowd below the stage, her expression full of mockery. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, she thought, "He's probably regretting it terribly right now, isn't he?" Suddenly, Song Qing took out a delicate little box from his bosom, knelt on one knee, and said with deep affection, "Ruoxue, this is a general-level wind-type spirit seal. I'm giving it to you. You've always been my goddess. I really like you. Would you like to be my girlfriend?" Lin Ruoxue is so lucky. If it were me, I would agree to any of young Master Song's conditions immediately. Quickly agree to him. The crowd below the stage immediately cheered, and the atmosphere was lively. Spirit seals, also known as the sealing power of magical beasts, are said to drop with a very small probability after a magical beast dies. A spirit master needs to absorb a spirit seal to break through to the next stage every 10 levels. Because the spirit seal contains the essence of the magical beast's power in its previous life, a successful fusion not only gives the chance to awaken a combat skill, but also greatly enhances the spirit master's physique and lifespan. Lin Ruoxue looked down at Song Qing kneeling before her, a hint of mockery rising in her heart. "Even if you are the son of Elder Long Yi, in the end you still have to kneel at my feet and become my lapdog, right?" She gave a charming smile, her tone gentle yet distant. "I'm sorry, Mr. Song. I don't plan to date right now, but if you'd like to be friends, I can accept that." "Ruoxue, I can wait for you." Song Qing suppressed his excitement and strode back to his seat with a joyful expression. Being able to be friends meant there was still a chance, and his heart was filled with hope. At this moment, Long Sheng coughed lightly, interrupting everyone with an unhappy expression. "The farce is over. Next one." The staff member quickly snapped back to reality and continued reading. Jiang Yi. All eyes immediately focused on Jiang Yi. Many people had heard the rumors between Jiang Yi and Lin Ruoxue, so they were naturally paying extra attention at this moment. Jiang Yi yawned lazily, stretched, and said casually, "Finally, it's my turn." A commotion arose from the audience. "This is Jiang Yi. He's nowhere near as good as young Master Song, isn't he?" Jiang Yi paid no attention to the surrounding chatter. In his eyes, Lin Ruoxue and Song Qing were no different from any other passersby. Song Qing said sarcastically, "Jiang Yi, I advise you to wait until we're all gone before you take the test. If you're compared to a peerless genius like Ruoxue, how embarrassing would that be?" Jiang Yi replied calmly, "Embarrassing? Then I suggest you take a taxi and leave right now. I'm afraid your Dao heart will collapse, and you'll be completely ruined." Long Sheng angrily pointed at Jiang Yi and shouted, "Jiang Yi, young Master Song is a peerless genius with 8-star talent. How dare you, a poor boy from the mountains, speak so rudely?" "Is that so?" Jiang Yi said with a contemptuous expression. "Then open your dog eyes and take a good look." Before the words were even finished, the 6-pointed star formation suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All 7 obsidian stones simultaneously released golden radiance. In just a moment, 5 golden stars instantly lit up on the central obsidian. The principal excitedly grabbed the microphone. Another 5-star talent. Although he can't compare to geniuses like Song Qing and Lin Ruoxue, he's already considered one of the best in Fenglei City. "Wait, look. The light hasn't stopped yet," someone shouted. Everyone looked up and saw all the stars lighting up one by one. Long Sheng's face was ashen, staring at the center of the magic circle in utter shock. 10-star talent? This is impossible. There's definitely something wrong. The next moment, 7 golden beams shot straight into the sky. The once cloudless sky instantly became overcast with dark clouds, and thunder rumbled. A chorus of exclamations erupted on the playground. Just who is Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi looked up at the rolling dark clouds, his tone calm. 10-star talent, and this is all the commotion? I thought it would be a bigger surprise. Long Sheng nearly vomited blood upon hearing this, barely suppressing his rage. This was considered a small disturbance? While 9-star talents were rare, some could still be found throughout the Dragon Kingdom. But 10-star talents were practically as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Lin Ruoxue stared at the soaring golden light, feeling as if struck by lightning. She bit her tongue hard. It hurt. It wasn't a dream. Jiang Yi, who was good for nothing except his handsome face, had actually awakened a 10-star talent? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have awakened a 10-star spirit mastery talent, demon. Just as the system notification sounded, an indescribable surge of violent power rushed into Jiang Yi's body. Dark clouds loomed over the city, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The originally dimly lit playground was suddenly filled with a fierce wind, and the sky and earth changed color. Crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, hitting Jiang Yi's body directly. The students around the magic array were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated more than 10 meters. The principal slammed his hand on the table, his face filled with horror. Oh no! Jiang Yi has been struck by lightning. Quick! Save him! Fenglei City only produces one peerless genius with 10-star talent every few years. It would be such a pity if he were struck by lightning and died during his awakening. A sinister smile crept across Songqing's lips as he secretly rejoiced. Ha ha! So what if you're a 10-star expert? You actually attracted a tribulation lightning strike. You're just asking for death. Jiang Yi died. Jiang Yi's clothes were torn, and blood stained his handsome face, but a resolute light shone in his untamed eyes. Is this all the lightning tribulation? Black spiritual energy surged within him, rapidly repairing his mangled body. Bang! The central obsidian pillar shattered completely under the lightning strike. Crack! A beam of holy light tore through the dark clouds, pierced through the black mist, and descended from the sky. Everyone on the playground was temporarily blinded by this divine light. As the blinding light faded, a jet-black spirit pet egg lay silently in the center of the shattered stone pillar. A damaged mythical-grade spirit pet egg, Jiang Yi's exclusive. Due to absorbing too much damage for its master during the tribulation, its incubation time was extended to 3,650 days. Good heavens! Chapter 6 Dead Egg? Peach Blossom Pavilion Master's attention. At the very moment Jiang Yi awakened, the most mysterious, uninhabited forbidden zone of the eastern continent also trembled. All the magical beasts here, regardless of their cultivation level, turned to look eastward in unison. That dazzling golden light was far too unusual. In the center of the forbidden area, 7 mythical-level magical beasts sat in a circle, the atmosphere more solemn than ever before. One of the beasts exclaimed, "Big brother, look to the east. A golden light is shooting into the sky." Another squinted and said, "It's probably just some big commotion caused by humans again. Ignore it." However, some mythical creatures playfully remarked, "That golden light. It's like a savior has been born. Bye-bye, I want to join in the fun." "Little sister, don't go. Humans are wicked." Before the words were even finished, a dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the entire forbidden area felt an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Even the ferocious beasts were terrified. Oh no, Mom's awake. This time, something really terrible is going to happen. The last time was the upheaval 18 years ago. At this moment, a calm yet terrifying command came from the depths of the forbidden area. No matter the cost, find that person, break his limbs, and bring him back. The 6 ferocious beasts that could sweep across human kingdoms were filled with fear upon hearing this, and bowed their heads in response. Your subject obeys. Meanwhile, in the northwest of Red Moon Star, the Archbishop of the Celestial Church awoke from his slumber. He raised his hand to the heavens and cried out, "The prophecy of the Holy Court has been fulfilled. Sin has been reborn, and its source must be found immediately." Countless angelic spirits immediately knelt in response. We obey the holy command. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's capital, the golden-clawed azure dragon, nearing the end of its life, gazed at the beam of golden light and sighed. The world is about to descend into chaos. Emperor Qin's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly asked the old man beside him, "Master, what should your disciple do?" The golden-clawed azure dragon calmly replied, "I laid out a plan 18 years ago. This time, our dragon race will be able to remain stable." Emperor Qin nodded, turned and left the beast taming space, ordering his men to closely monitor the movements around the world. He succinctly stated, "Whoever finds the strange dragon will be richly rewarded." "Yes, your majesty." Meanwhile, powerful families in Lighthouse, Curry, and Ghost Kingdom also sensed this anomaly and issued orders to search for the source of the golden light. In a small alley in Fenglei City, a Taoist priest wearing a tattered robe and carrying a flag was awakened by a thunderbolt. He looked up at the thunderclouds and exclaimed, "Which fellow Taoist is undergoing tribulation? How dangerous!" Without saying a word, the Taoist priest packed up his stall, drew his sword, and headed straight for the direction where the lightning had struck. 1,000 miles away from Wind and Thunder City, a stunningly beautiful woman with black hair, whose beauty surpassed all others, was riding a blazing vermilion bird, battling a colossal demonic beast. The moment golden light appeared, her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. A tribulation of lightning? Another genius has been born into this world? Interesting. In an extremely dark and mysterious space, the inscription on the chest of a mysterious woman suddenly heated up. She murmured, "Demon Lord, save me. I hope you can hear me." Back at Fenglei City No. 5 Middle School, everyone's eyes were fixed on the spirit pet egg in the center of the rubble, and no one could utter a word. Jiang Yi really survived the lightning tribulation? This is too unbelievable. Didn't he just awaken? How could he withstand that kind of heavenly lightning? Where's the spirit pet egg? Could it have been damaged by lightning? A 10-star talent attracts a dead egg? That's too ironic. Long Sheng's face was ashen as he looked at the egg covered in cracks and said in a low voice, 10-star talent, dead egg. But when he looked at Jiang Yi, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. A sarcastic voice came from below the stage. Song Qing mocked in front of everyone. Huh, a 10-star talent, and he's turned out like this? Maybe he committed some serious crime to fail his awakening. Long Sheng, you'd better watch out. Falsely reporting your talent is a capital offense. He pointed to the shattered obsidian. The starlight has all gone out. Doesn't it look like scattered stars? I said he doesn't even deserve to enter the threshold of a spirit master. Long Sheng's face was ugly, and he was struggling internally. On one hand, he didn't want to offend Jiang Yi, but on the other hand, he had to consider Song Qing's status. At this moment, the principal of No. 5 Middle School seized the opportunity and quickly smoothed things over. Young Master Song is right, but Jiang Yi did indeed awaken a 10-star spirit pet, as everyone saw. Jiang Yi looked down at the cracked spirit pet egg in his hand and said calmly, "As long as the egg can hatch, that will be my best proof." Song Qing sneered. "This egg is practically charcoal. How can it hatch? By the time it hatches, it'll be too late." Jiang Yi's expression remained unchanged. "Didn't Deacon Long say at the beginning that I couldn't awaken? Are you sure this egg is dead?" At this moment, the old man behind Song Qing stood up and said in an icy tone, "I have followed the third elder for many years and have seen countless geniuses. Your egg has been destroyed by the lightning tribulation, so it is indeed a dead egg." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. This unassuming old man was actually a close follower of Elder Longi. Everyone knew that a figure of such stature rarely spoke falsehoods. Jiang Yi merely chuckled. "Are you sure? That's a pity. My pet is a mythical level spirit pet." Boom! These words shook the entire audience. Mythical level? Jiang Yi must have been struck by lightning. There are indeed legendary cases of 10-star talent paired with mythical level spirit pets, but they are extremely rare. But before anyone could say anything more, a powerful aura descended from the sky, and a cold voice said, "Oh, you dare to assert that it is a mythical level?" As the phoenix cry rang out, the temperature soared, and a woman's voice descended upon the entire arena. Everyone involuntarily looked up, their bodies stiffening. The newcomer's imposing aura was overwhelming, making it hard for them to breathe. Jiang Yi also subconsciously looked up, and in that one glance, his eyes widened. She was too beautiful. The woman standing on the back of the fiery phoenix had skin as white as snow, a face as beautiful as a painting, a graceful figure, and a powerful presence. Aside from Jiang's mother, she was the most beautiful woman Jiang Yi had ever seen. She wore a crimson-trimmed silk dress, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, her phoenix eyes radiating majesty, like a celestial maiden from mythology. Upon seeing her, Long Sheng and the old man immediately knelt on one knee, utterly respectful. "Peach Blossom Pavilion Master. Oh, someone actually recognizes me." Both men were drenched in cold sweat. Although the Beast Soul Hall wielded immense power, this woman was a true reclusive tycoon. Her name resounded throughout the continent. Yun Wanjiang, the master of Peach Blossom Pavilion. A saying circulated, 3,000 peach blossoms hide in seclusion, the Dragon Emperor bows his head, and all know of her. The principal quickly stepped forward. "I was fortunate enough to have read Master Yun's poems and essays in the Qing King's palace." A hint of displeasure flashed in Yun Wanjiang's phoenix eyes as she scanned the entire room, her gaze settling on Jiang Yi, who was not kneeling. She said coldly, "This spirit pet egg was damaged in its essence by the lightning tribulation, and even if it hatches, it will have already dropped in rank. No divine pet has appeared in the world for more than 10 years, and this pavilion does not believe that this egg can hatch into a mythical spirit pet." Jiang Yi smiled slightly, his tone calm but sharp. That only shows that the pavilion master's vision is too short. Chapter 7. The entire audience was shocked, my angelic maid. Just as Jiang Yi uttered the words, "You are short-sighted," Long Sheng was so anxious he almost cried, hurriedly grabbing Jiang Yi's trouser leg and begging for mercy. "Jiang Yi, are you crazy? How dare you talk back to Pavilion Master Yin?" The principal quickly grabbed Jiang Yi's trouser leg and whispered to him to calm down. "Don't talk nonsense. This Pavilion Master Yun is not someone we can afford to offend. After all, she is no ordinary powerful figure. She is connected to the pinnacle of power in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Even the Qin Emperor wouldn't dare offend the Cloud Pavilion Master's status, let alone local officials like them. Moreover, she herself is ridiculously powerful. A single spirit pet she releases could wipe out Wind and Thunder City in an instant. Therefore, Jiang Yi's words were practically dancing on a landmine. Song Qing, who was standing to the side, immediately nodded and bowed and knelt down. Sect Master Yun is absolutely right. Jiang Yi, you'd better shut up. Your egg is dead. If it really hatches into a divine pet, I'll swallow this table right now. Jiang Yi simply shrugged after hearing this, placed the spirit pet egg back on the ground, and spoke as casually as if he were telling a joke. Today I'll show you what a miracle is. Yun Wanjiang raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but ask, are you really that confident? Jiang Yi shrugged. My dad said a man should have confidence. Yun Pavilion Master snorted. Aren't you afraid of me? Why should I be afraid of you? I don't owe you any money. These words startled Yun Wanjiang slightly. She had been powerful for many years, and countless people had bowed down to her. But Jiang Yi seemed unfazed by her aura and dared to talk back. She stared at Jiang Yi's handsome face, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. Song Qing, listening nearby, felt her hair stand on end and her heart tremble. Jiang Yi was too audacious. He dared to disrespect even the Qin Emperor? Calling him courageous was an understatement. Calling him brain dead was an understatement. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Pavilion Master Yun suddenly laughed. Since you're so bold, how about we make a bet? Jiang Yi replied casually. What are we betting on? As he spoke, he rummaged through his pockets for his phone, feeling that the name, Yun Wanjiang, seemed familiar. Yun Wanjiang glanced at the spirit pet egg. Let's bet on whether this egg is a mythical level spirit pet. Okay, come on, she said coldly. If you lose, you have to go back to Peach Blossom Mountain and become my disciple, cultivating with me every day. If you win, I'll consider the price. Jiang Yi finally found a list in his phone's photo album, and his expression turned subtle. It was a list of fiancés compiled by his father, which prominently displayed Yun Wanjiang, 14 years old. The dowry section noted, a sealed spirit seal of a 1,000-year-old peach blossom, top-grade imperial level. A photo of the girl was also attached. A playful smile appeared on Jiang Yi's face. If I win, just return the betrothal gifts my father gave me. That request shouldn't be too much, right? Yun Wanjiang's eyes widened. Her thoughts instantly pulled back 18 years. Betrothal gifts? He was, what's your name? Jiang Yi. Yun Wanjiang's expression froze instantly, his voice turning cold. Fine. The brief exchange was followed by a deathly silence. Everyone was nearly going crazy. An ordinary young man was actually saying he wanted to announce the engagement, and he said it with such confidence? Long Sheng was completely petrified, his mind filled with question marks. Wait, what dowry? Jiang Yi and Pavilion Master Yun are engaged? Wasn't Yun Wanjiang supposed to be aloof from men, and that Peach Blossom Pavilion was all female disciples? How could a woman, even the mighty Qin Emperor, couldn't win over be related to Jiang Yi? Song Qing was also trembling with fear. This script was completely out of control. Wasn't Jiang Yi supposed to be a commoner? How come he's even more formidable than the Qin Emperor? Longsheng felt like banging his head against a wall. He glanced down and caught a glimpse of the white silk stockings trembling beneath the vibrant red of the Cloud Pavilion Master's dress, and a chill ran down his spine. Song Qing pinched his thigh, the pain contorting his face. This wasn't a dream. Someone actually dared to break up with him and demand a dowry? Lin Ruoshue's jaw dropped. She was completely stunned. Meanwhile, Yun Wanjiang's slight nod in response left the onlookers utterly bewildered. Call an ambulance. Someone's fainted. I witnessed history. Jiang Yi is awesome. Brother Jiang, take me with you. Jiang Yi completely ignored these voices, coldly saying only, stop talking nonsense. It's time to announce the results. Long Sheng was almost going crazy, shouting at the top of his lungs, admit defeat. All the geniuses in the world are begging to become her disciples. Suddenly, a notification sounded in Jiang Yi's mind. Use the spirit pet egg hatching acceleration card? Yes. The next second, the spirit pet egg burst forth with a dazzling golden light. The entire audience instantly clutched their heads and wailed, their eyes blinded by the light. Even Yun Wanjiang frowned deeply. That aura. This was truly a mythical-level spirit pet. Amidst the golden light, Jiang Yi's mind was once again filled with the system notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully formed a contract with your first spirit master. As all the light faded, an exquisitely beautiful scene appeared before Jiang Yi's eyes. A white-haired angel, hands clasped together as if in prayer, stood there. Her white-maid outfit accentuated her graceful curves, and she wore a black maid's headdress. Her beauty was flawless. Her aura, a blend of innocence and sensuality, was almost breathtaking. A pure black choker adorned her jade-like neck, and a mysterious golden ring floated above her head. Jiang Yi instinctively looked down, his eyes widening in shock at her ample bosom. In an instant, his heart raced. The angel's arms were clad in sheer gloves, and her long, slender legs were encased in exquisite white stockings. The wide skirt couldn't conceal her slender waist and alluring curves. Was this the entertainment-made spirit pet Mom had mentioned? She was simply too pleasing to the eye. A black chain flashed from Jiang Yi's chest, slowly connecting to her heart. Name, 8th Angel rank. Mid-level mythical description. She can do anything as long as her master is happy. Combat techniques, annihilation, lightning, flowing light, service. Perfect maid, shares 50% of damage for master. Master's pride, reduces damage taken by all pets by 30%. Demon nemesis, deals extra holy flame damage to demons. Fallen demon, requires level 8 to unlock. 5 active skills and 3 passive skills. The most luxurious skill panel in the entire arena. Jiang Yi was still reeling from this when a gentle voice sounded in his ear. Entertainment dedicated angel, greetings, master. I hope I can bring you joy. Chapter 9 Song Qing's resentment. Time flew by, and after the awakening ceremony, Jiang Yi returned to the classroom with the others. The moment his bottom touched the bench, a large group of classmates surrounded him, interrogating him like reporters. My desk mate, his face full of admiration mixed with a hint of envy, said, Old Jiang, you're amazing. I heard the line of women pursuing Pavilion Master Yin stretches from the capital to Fenglei City. Such a beautiful woman. Aren't you even a little bit tempted? Jiang Yi waved his hand casually, his tone indifferent. I have too many marriage proposals. I need to pick one with a good figure and who can have a few children. Upon hearing this, the whole class immediately erupted in an uproar. I heard that Song Qing, that three-eyed tiger, ate stones like they were food and ended up in the ICU. He was so arrogant when he stole my girlfriend. Now he's getting his just desserts. Jiang Yi shui is one thing, but he even managed to tame the nouveau riche Song Qing. So satisfying. A group of girls whispered among themselves, discussing Jiang Yi's unique charm. He may be dressed casually, but his aura is just so different. Yeah, if he changed his clothes and styled his hair properly, he would definitely be a star. Jiang Yi's composure is on a completely different level from Song Qing, who reeks of money. Even the class beauty looked at Jiang Yi with shining eyes. Brother Jiang, please protect me. The secret realm exam is coming up soon. Can you help me out? Jiang Yi was completely bewildered. What noble air? What unique temperament? I'm just a nobody. He silently thought to himself. So what if I awakened a 10-star talent? Why are they looking at me like I've mutated? Old Jiang, you even refused the pavilion master of Lianyan Pavilion. Could it be that your family has a throne? Jiang Yi was quite frank. The main problem is that her identity is too troublesome, and she's involved with the Qin Emperor. I don't even know her, so I might as well just break off the engagement. Upon hearing the words, Qin Emperor, the classroom instantly fell silent. The students who had been gathering to watch immediately dispersed, each one running away faster than anyone else, like mice seeing a cat. Old Jiang, take care. Those who had been fawning over Jiang Yi just moments before now wore expressions of fear, lest they get involved in trouble. They realized then that Jiang Yi wasn't just talented, the waters behind him ran deep. A 10-star talent was certainly impressive, but life was more important. Who would dare touch a woman the Qin Emperor had taken a liking to? Unless they wanted to die, they'd rather believe Jiang Yi was insane than get involved with him. Jiang Yi, however, remained unconcerned, continuing to rest with his eyes closed on the table, awaiting further notification. The familiar system panel echoed in his mind. Host, Jiang Yi level, 0 beast taming. 8th angel talents, Eye of insight, demon. Demon arises from the heart, inexhaustible. Jiang Yi pondered this. It seemed his ability to withstand the 9 tribulations of lightning was related to this inexhaustible source. The homeroom teacher suddenly burst through the door, her voice excited. Students, look at me. Look at me. I have an announcement to make. Jiang Yi's eyelids twitched. He almost fell asleep again. First of all, congratulations on your graduation. Those of you who haven't successfully awakened, please come with me to the office. Most of them had left, leaving only 15 in the classroom. Jiang Yi glanced at the empty seats and thought to himself, I hope they can all live the lives they want. The homeroom teacher cleared his throat. Becoming a spirit master is just the beginning. The citywide entrance exam will be held the day after tomorrow. Everyone get ready. Hearing another exam, Jiang Yi was just about to get up and leave. The first place winner gets a 5 million yuan scholarship. Jiang Yi silently sat back down on his stool, thinking, going to school isn't so bad after all. 5 million yuan is enough to buy lots of jelly. Just then, the female homeroom teacher called out, Jiang Yi, come out with me for a moment. The rest of you can go home and prepare for your exams. Goodbye, teacher. Jiang Yi followed her out of the classroom. The female homeroom teacher smiled, her tone now tinged with concern. Jiang Yi, your awakened talent is exceptional. Congratulations. Jiang Yi smiled and nodded. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. The teacher paused for a moment, then suddenly spoke solemnly. That three-eyed tiger, Song Qing, is in the emergency room. He's vindictive. You need to be extra careful. You're a promising talent. I really don't want anything to happen to you. Jiang Yi smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, teacher. I'm not someone to be trifled with. The female teacher couldn't help but secretly wipe her eyes, trying to remain calm. Cultivate diligently, and you'll definitely have a bright future. Goodbye, teacher. Jiang Yi strode away from the campus that had been his home for 3 years. He felt no fear whatsoever. After all, he had a 10-star talent, a mythical spirit pet, and the daily bonus of free treasure maps. As for that piece of trash Song Qing, if he dared to provoke him, Jiang Yi wouldn't mind pulling out his height-increasing insoles on the spot to see if he was even 1.6 meters tall. Meanwhile, the three-eyed nether tiger was on the verge of death in the intensive care unit. The staff had gone to great lengths to remove all the marble from its stomach. However, this came at a price. Most of its spiritual energy was lost, making future cultivation even more difficult. Song Qing's face was ashen as he looked at his pet's pitiful state. Jiang Yi, you bastard, I will never let you get away with this. But the more he investigated Jiang Yi's background, the more alarmed he became. Jiang Yi's parents' information was completely blank, and there was no trace of his life before the age of 15. It was as if this person had suddenly appeared in the world. Even more outrageous was that not only was Lin Ruoxue interested in Jiang Yi, but even someone like the Peach Blossom Pavilion Master was engaged to him. The old man in black robes beside him spoke up. Young master, let's hurry back to the capital. The third elder is getting impatient. Song Qing gritted his teeth. Going back now would be admitting defeat, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be telling the world that I'm inferior to Jiang Yi? I refuse to accept this. I must get my revenge. The old man bowed deeply. But as long as Jiang Yi is still in Fenglei City, we dare not make a move. If he really dies, and Emperor Qin investigates the true culprit, the Song family will be in big trouble. A sinister glint flashed in Song Qing's eyes. Umph. Emperor Qin is a man. He must also wish Jiang Yi would die sooner. I understand that feeling all too well. The old man in black robes bowed his head. Understood, young master. Thus, a conspiracy against Jiang Yi quietly unfolded in the shadows. Chapter 10 The Angelic Maid Who Loves to Feed. Jiang Yi hummed a little tune as he returned to his rented apartment, looking as if he wasn't afraid of anything. Even if Song Qing had a powerful background, she wouldn't dare attack him, a legal resident, in broad daylight. From today onwards, he was considered an adult, a man with an ID card, and could finally be himself openly and honestly. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered his supermodel-level maid spirit pet. We haven't even figured out her personality yet. Jiang Yi's thoughts stirred, and a pure white halo slowly appeared in the room. Uxin, her wings lightly spread, stepped out and bowed with a smile. Master, Uxin is at your service at any time. Jiang Yi then took a good look at the angelic maid before him. Her appearance was truly astonishing. Despite being an angel, she wore a standard maid outfit, her figure exquisitely proportioned and curvaceous, so perfect that it was impossible to look away. Her impressive 36E bust alone was enough to put Lin Ruoxue in leagues. They were simply not in the same league. Combined with her long, slender legs and snow-white over-the-knee stockings, it was a visual feast. Noticing her master's gaze, Uxin wasn't angry at all. Instead, she took the initiative to approach and whispered, Master, would you like to touch me? Uxin won't mind. Jiang Yi froze on the spot. This angel understood men's hearts too well. That figure, that expression, that tone, it was simply explosive. He quickly coughed twice and patted his face. Calm down. It's not like I've never seen a woman before. But then he thought about it again. He hadn't touched a single woman since he transmigrated. He'd lived like a monk for 20 years. Jiang Yi looked up at Uxin, who was still smiling, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Was her setting really unlimited obedience? At that moment, the room shook slightly, and he asked curiously, So, now you only know how to obey orders? Uxin remained calm and earnestly replied, Uxin's mission is to please her master. Then squat down. Meow. Pour a glass of water. Stand up. Uxin did as instructed without hesitation, just like a perfectly trained obedient doll. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, felt a little uncomfortable. This angel was too obedient, so obedient that it made him uneasy. Sit down. Uxin obediently sat down on the sofa with her legs together, gently exuding a faint fragrance. This sin is too good, it's almost unfair. Jiang Yi suppressed the restlessness in his heart and asked, Where are you from? Paradise. Paradise? Where's that? Uxin pointed to the ceiling, answering with a serious expression. Jiang Yi asked again, Who created you? Do you have any other masters? The creator is unknown. There are no other masters. Uxin was just born. These words made Jiang Yi's heart skip a beat. He remembered that the angels of the celestial god cult didn't acknowledge any masters, yet Yuxian willingly called him her master. Something was very wrong. Jiang Yi lightly lifted her chin. Then why do you want to make me happy? It's a mindset setting. Yuxian's existence is to make the master happy. Who said it? I don't know. Jiang Yi comforted himself. She's just a maid spirit pet. Don't overthink it. Yuxian. Master, please give your orders. Can you cook? I'm too lazy to cook. Yuxian smiled slightly and flapped her wings gently. Yes. Okay, go ahead and give it a try. 10 minutes later, Yuxian had already laid out 4 dishes and a soup, steaming hot, on the table. The dishes were exquisite, and the aroma was enticing. They looked even better than what you'd find in restaurants. Master, dinner is ready. Jiang Yi walked into the kitchen, and upon seeing her elegant figure and round, shapely buttocks, his appetite instantly surged. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, Yuxian stepped forward and said considerately, Master, please open your mouth. She wrapped a napkin around Jiang Yi's neck, gently blowing on the hot soup as she handed him the chopsticks. Jiang Yi felt as if he had returned to infancy, enveloped in tenderness. The soup entered his mouth, its fresh and fragrant aroma filling the air, and the taste was surprisingly good. Which master chef taught you this skill? Master, are you satisfied? Jiang Yi was a little breathless, but he managed to maintain his composure and said, so. Yuxian lowered her eyes somewhat dejectedly. It's Yuxian's fault for not being able to completely satisfy Master. Yuxian will try her best to do better. Her cherry-like lips curled slightly, and a dangerous thought flashed through Jiang Yi's mind. Yuxian, I want you to use. Before he could finish speaking, a deafening knocking sounded at the door. Hey Jiang, rent's due. I know you're home. Open the door now. Jiang Yi jumped up, shouting, coming. Stop knocking. Chapter 11 Bunny Girl Maid. Jiang Yi had just opened the door when a short-legged middle-aged woman with an afro and wearing slippers rushed in. Jiang Yi, you haven't paid last month's rent yet. Are you going to pay it today? He could only force a smile. Sister Wang, could you give me a 2-day grace period? I just graduated and haven't earned any money yet. No, it has to be paid today. I'm a spirit master now. I can earn money. Upon hearing the words spirit master, Sister Wang's imposing manner instantly diminished. All right, you must pay 2,000 by the day after tomorrow, or you're fired. Tonight is the earliest, tomorrow night is the latest. Jiang Yi nodded seriously. Sister Wang sighed. While you're at it, clean up your shabby place. It's like a doghouse. Bang! The door slammed shut with a deafening roar. Jiang Yi let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if his soul had lightened several pounds. These days, even a hero can be brought down by a penny. His father had suddenly run out of food, and he had absolutely no savings. He was dirt poor. Yuxian came out of the kitchen, wearing an apron, and tilted her head to ask, Master, aren't you eating? Jiang Yi shrugged and sighed. Just hearing about the rent makes me lose my appetite. Yuxian's expression immediately tightened, as if she had made a grave mistake. Are you unhappy? Not really. It's just that the pressure of life is too great, and I urgently need some money. Yuxian's eyes flashed slightly, her tone firm. As long as there is enough money, Master will be happy? Of course, who wouldn't be happy with money? Jiang Yi casually replied, but the next second Yuxian made a surprising move. She suddenly pulled a silver-white short sword from under her skirt, her gaze terrifyingly serious. Yuxian understands. Jiang Yi was startled. Wait, what do you want to do? Yuxian looked serious. The fastest way to get money is to rob. As long as Master is happy, Yuxian will do anything. Jiang Yi stared at her in shock. This maid was actually planning something big to please him? He quickly grabbed Yuxian's hand. You misunderstood. It's not your fault, but from now on, you'll follow my orders, understand? Yuxian nodded and lowered her head. Yuxian understands. Jiang Yi gently rubbed her soft little face. Just be good. I'm going to the restroom first. Back in the living room, Jiang Yi stared thoughtfully at the golden halo above Yuxian's head. Yuxian, could you please fold your wings? They're too conspicuous. Yuxian nodded, snapped her fingers lightly, and a flash of golden light appeared. A dramatic transformation occurred to her. Jiang Yi nearly vomited blood. Steam practically rose from his nose. The silver-haired bunny-eared girl, dressed in a black high-slit bodysuit, her white silk stockings and black high heels exuding nothing but allure. Where did you learn to dress like that? According to the contents of the books in the drawer under the bed, this kind of clothing is the master's preferred style. Jiang Yi blushed and coughed twice. I do like bunny girls, but I don't want others to see me. Understood. Yuxian transformed again, reverting to her pure white maid appearance. Except for the golden halo above her head, she was almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Jiang Yi casually draped a trench coat over his shoulders and pointed to the halo above Yuxian's head, asking, What's that? A spirit core, the energy core of the angel race. The spirit core is the source of a spirit pet's power. After death, there's a chance it will transform into a spirit seal, which can be absorbed by humans and is crucial for breakthroughs. However, if the spirit core isn't damaged, it will 100% drop upon death. In other words, a spirit pet needs to climb over the corpses of its own kind to level up. Especially above level 10, it must consume the spirit cores of its own kind to advance. Jiang Yi looked at Yuxian and thought, sooner or later, I'll have to fight those angels from the heavenly god cult. Hunter and prey, a battle is inevitable. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Making money was the priority. He considered two paths. One was to go out of the city to hunt magical beasts and sell their spirit cores, and the other was to climb the rankings in the underground arena. Whatever, let's try drawing a treasure map first. System, I want to claim today's treasure map. A beam of light flashed through his mind. Ding, congratulations host, you have obtained a god-level treasure map. Jiang Yi's lips twitched. System, is this drop rate calculated based on the number of bricks? Bronze 80%, silver 10%, gold 5%, diamond 3%, god level 1.5%, ancient god level 0.5%. Host, look how generous my system is. Other systems don't give you a newbie gift pack, but I'm giving you an ancient god map. Jiang Yi muttered, you win. The rewards for a divine level treasure map are extremely generous. Please don't be blinded by the drop rate. Enough talk, open the map. Jiang Yi decisively clicked to use it. Activate the divine level treasure map? Yes. A mysterious force drew him in. He could sense a beam of golden light beckoning him from afar. Jiang Yi's eyes lit up. Yuxian, let's leave the city and go treasure hunting. This time, the divine treasure map. He wanted to see what kind of divine artifact it would yield. Chapter 12 The Capable Maid. Jiang Yi was putting on his shoes when he saw that Yuxian hadn't moved yet, so he couldn't help but ask, why aren't you leaving yet? Yuxian stood in the living room, holding a broom, and smiled. Master, the room is a bit messy, so I'd like to clean it up first. Jiang Yi blushed and felt a little guilty, so he quickly changed the subject. We can clean it up after we get back and make some money. Yuxian smiled sweetly. Yes, ma'am. Jiang Yi took her hand, and the two hailed a taxi as soon as they left the residential area. He plopped into the passenger seat and told the driver, Fenglei North Gate, go as fast as you can. The driver put on sunglasses and floored the gas pedal. Hold on tight. I used to be a professional race car driver, safety first, speed second. Jiang Yi's expression twitched, and he was about to retort when the driver changed the subject, becoming gossipy. Hey bro, have you heard? There's this guy named Jiang Yi in Fenglei City who awakened a 10-star talent. Jiang Yi, without batting an eye, casually replied, wow, really? Sounds pretty awesome. The driver chuckled, then squinted at the rearview mirror, lowering his voice. Your girlfriend's even cosplaying as a maid. Are you planning to give her a little thrill? Jiang Yi was taken aback and was about to deny it. No, she's my spirit pet. The driver looked closely and his expression changed immediately when he saw the golden halo above Yuxian's head. Damn, she's an angel? Brother, you're really brave. Jiang Yi was even more confused. What's wrong with that? Is there something wrong with an angel spirit pet? The driver swallowed hard and whispered. You probably don't know this, but the celestial god cult considers all angelic spirit pets to be under their control as sacred objects. They forcibly take these spirit pets away for baptism, and after that, the spirit pets will reject their owners. Your angel looks like it hasn't been baptized. From now on, if you see anyone from the celestial god cult, stay as far away as possible. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, these guys are too domineering. The car quickly arrived at the north gate of Fenglei. After paying 10 yuan via QR code, Jiang Yi's account balance was immediately depleted. Yuxian suddenly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Master, are you worried about Yuxian? Jiang Yi smiled and patted her hand. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can touch you. Yuxian's expression was gentle. Yuxian will always fight for Master. Jiang Yi nodded. I believe you. Yuxian suddenly asked, Master, what does girlfriend mean? Jiang Yi waved his hand. It's a kind of emotional relationship that has no practical use. And you are my one and only maid, born for me. Yuxian's ears turned red, and she felt her heart beat faster. Jiang Yi tightened his grip on her hand. Prepare for battle. She nodded gently. Yes, sir. Red Moon Star is larger than Earth, and humans only control 40% of the land. The remaining 60% is the territory of magical beasts. Jiang Yi's Dragon Kingdom is located on the eastern continent, while Wind and Thunder City is just a small, third-tier city on the border, relying on spirit stone mining for a living. Because resources are scarce, the magical beasts outside the city are generally weak, making it relatively easy for spirit masters to level up. The city is protected by a strong defensive array, deterring low-level magical beasts from approaching. However, once outside the city, life and death are left to fate. Leaving the city is simple. Just swipe your ID card and register. After all, the official stance is clear. If someone wants to go out and die, they can't be stopped. A golden beam of light shot straight into the sky in the distance, the very target indicated by the treasure map. Jiang Yi gazed at the light and said softly, "Now that we've seen the end, let's not stop." Night fell, and the faint roars of magical beasts echoed through the forest. Many of his peers stood outside the city gates, presumably leveling up in preparation for the big exam the day after tomorrow. Unlike Jiang Yi, who had a system to boost his power, they had to rely on sheer willpower. Yu Exine spread her wings, her white feathers particularly dazzling in the darkness, like an angel descending from the night sky. Wow, what kind of spirit pet is that? So beautiful. It must be an angel, right? I'm so envious. Bro, wanna team up? We'll split the spirit cores 50/50ths. Handsome, wanna team up with me? I can speed up your spirit power recovery. Jiang Yi shook his head and politely declined. What are you pretending for? This is goblin territory. You'll know what's bad when your spirit pet gets ganged up on. The two hadn't gone far into the forest when a strange cry rang out. Ouch! A nearly meter-tall, plump rooster blocked their path. Angry Rooster, a monstrous bird, level 3, medium-level common combat skill, Iron Mountain Strike. Description: after a heartbreak, he found a peerless martial arts manual and mastered the ultimate skill, Iron Mountain Strike. Weakness: left foot. Jiang Yi was just about to test the power of his 10-star talent when Yu Exine teleported, a flash of golden light, and slashed the rooster's forehead with her sword. With a loud thud, the rooster collapsed and died. Yu Exine shook the blood splattered on the tip of her sword and turned to Jiang Yi. This kind of monster isn't worth your time. Jiang Yi nodded, his initial fighting spirit instantly extinguished. With this mate around, what's there to fear about leveling up? He gently patted Yu Exine's shoulder. Let's go, let's continue towards the treasure. But the two didn't notice that in the woods 200 meters away, a dark figure was silently watching their backs. The person licked their lips and muttered, "Jiang Yi, you've offended the young master, and you still want to go back alive?" Chapter 13 God Level Reward, Flashbang. Jiang Yi pulled out a fruit knife from his system space, and with a swift and clean motion, severed the black comb from the rooster's head. The blade sliced through the air, the comb fell off, and he casually stuffed it into his system space. Item obtained. Tier 0 Spirit Core, Dark Attribute, Bird Type. Yu Exine took the lead, drawing her holy sword to clear the way, instantly killing any monsters in her path. Jiang Yi, meanwhile, followed behind, meticulously cleaning up the battlefield with a fruit knife. Regarding the fact that his powerful spirit pet made him seem like a noob, he found it perfectly true. If there's a strong player, stick with them. If you can lie down, don't carry. If you can slack off, don't fight. Yu Exine glanced back at Jiang Yi, seeing him grinning like a lazy bum, his eyes gentle, yet filled with contentment. As long as her master was happy, everything she did was worthwhile. Sword flashes occasionally appeared deep within the forest, and Jiang Yi, following behind Yu Exine, had completely given up. As a mythical level spirit pet, the 8th angel possessed explosive combat power, effortlessly slaying even 3 demonic wolves simultaneously. Not to mention, she hadn't even used any combat techniques. They finally arrived at the location of the golden pillar of light, and Jiang Yi reached his hand into the light. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a divine reward. Flashbang X1, Spring, and Autumn Annals X1. 2 new items have appeared in your system space, one resembling a cola can, and the other a novel. Flashbang can instantly create widespread blindness, limited to 2 uses per day. Spring and Autumn Annals. After use, it can directly raise your spirit master level to level 5. This is too brutal, starting at level 5? Jiang Yi didn't hesitate to use Spring and Autumn. Ding! Host level increased to level 5, Spirit Beast leveled up simultaneously. Yu Exine also leveled up to level 6 due to continuous battles. Jiang Yi checked his panel. Host. Jiang Yi level 5 Spirit Beast. 8th Angel Talents. I have Insight. Magical Item. Flashbang. Perfect. The 5 million yuan prize for the big exam the day after tomorrow is already in my pocket. Jiang Yi patted Yu Exine's head. You've worked hard. Let's go home. Yu Exine smiled. To receive praise is Yu Exine's greatest honor. Under the night sky, the silver-haired maid stood smiling beside Jiang Yi, as if everything in the world had stood still. Jiang Yi looked at her unchanging smile and suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Yu Exine, do you know what happiness is? Yu Exine blinked, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Yu Exine doesn't understand, but as long as Master is happy, Yu Exine is happy. Jiang Yi's heart skipped a beat. Her happiness was defined by satisfying others? Was she truly an angel, or merely a puppet existing to please her master? Jiang Yi and Yu Exine embarked on their return journey. While the dangers outside the city were increasing, Jiang Yi's biggest concern was, the supermarket closed at 8 o'clock, and it would be troublesome if they couldn't buy strawberry jelly. His physical abilities were astonishing, and with the added boost of his magical talent, he ran like a leopard in the forest. Suddenly, Yuxian's eyes sharpened, and she picked up Jiang Yi, flying into the air. What's going on? Before she could finish asking, a series of loud explosions rang out below. Dirt flew everywhere, and shockwaves rolled in. Who planted landmines underground? Yuxian landed quickly, shielding Jiang Yi behind her. A figure slowly emerged from the black smoke. It was an old man, dressed in a black robe, his face wrinkled, exuding a menacing aura. Jiang Yi, you're finally alone. Today is your death day. Jiang Yi sneered. Old dog of the Song family, so it's you. Without the Peach Blossom Pavilion Master protecting you, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. I'll show you how arrogant I can be right now. Yuxian stood in front of Jiang Yi. The old man scoffed. Just this angel? I've slain no fewer than 3 mythical-level spirit pets. Come out, tiger leopard beast. A black shadow suddenly leaped out. It was a dark attribute spirit pet nearly 3 meters long, with red eyes and sharp teeth. Tiger leopard beast, level 15, mid-elite, specializing in shadow cloaking and high burst damage. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, gripping the flashbang in his hand. Even heavenly lightning couldn't kill me. Who do you think you are? Tear him apart. The tiger leopard beast roared and pounced, tearing the air apart with its claws. Yuxian didn't back down, sweeping her holy sword horizontally. A deafening clang rang out as the two clashed, sparks flying. The Song family elder roared with laughter. Your spirit pet's spiritual power is almost exhausted. Your death is imminent. Suddenly, a bolt of golden lightning descended from the sky, striking the tiger leopard beast. What? The elder was dumbfounded, completely bewildered as to why Jiang Yi could still unleash an attack. Shouldn't you have run out of spiritual power long ago? How come you still? Chapter 14, Slaying the Old Dog of the Song Family, Lightning Strike. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuxian's figure flashed and appeared directly behind the tiger leopard beast. A bolt of lightning, like divine punishment, instantly scorched the tiger leopard beast until it was charred and cracked. The giant beast let out a painful roar, its body paralyzed and frozen. Amidst the whistling wind, the golden holy sword struck its rear end like lightning, splattering blood. A deep, bone-revealing gash was instantly torn across the tiger leopard beast's back. The old servant of the Song family stared in horror. You've only been awakened for a day. Where did you get so much spiritual power? No, it's impossible that you're not level 0. He found it hard to accept the reality before him. He had cultivated for 40 years and barely reached level 30, while Jiang Yi had only been at level 5 for half a day. This disparity is an insult to his entire life. Without further ado, Yuxian raised her sword and charged at the wounded tiger leopard beast once more, the sword light bringing with it a powerful wind that transformed into a white storm. You think you can beat me with these tricks? Let me show you true power. The old servant of the Song family clasped his hands together, and a phantom image appeared behind him. A 3-headed, 6-eyed, demonic wolf. Spirit Seal. Bloodlust Berserk. The tiger leopard beast, strengthened by the Spirit Seal, instantly grew larger. The pain from its wounds was transformed into rage, and it roared as it charged toward Yuxian. Is this the power of the Spirit Seal? It's become so powerful. Black claws swept across the area with a fierce wind, snapping the surrounding trees like blocks of tofu. Jiang Yi snorted coldly, casually pulled a god-level flashbang from his pocket, and threw it directly. Bang dash! A blinding white light exploded instantly, striking both the old servant of the Song family and the tiger leopard beast, who were blinded by the light. What kind of broken spirit seal is this? Jiang Yi was too lazy to explain. Yuxian, take him back to the banquet. With a deafening roar of light and thunder, another bolt of golden lightning struck down, and Yuxian's holy sword, crackling with lightning, pierced through the old servant's chest. 2 more sword lights fell, and the old servant was sent flying backward, crashing into 3 large trees before falling to the ground. His chest collapsed completely, and he bled from all 7 orifices. Even in his dying moments, he uttered his harsh words. The Song family will not let you go. Unfortunately, no one responded to him, and Yuxian had already sheathed her sword. The old man never expected that Yuxian was so incredibly strong, killing him in one move. The spatial skill lightning is a nightmare for summoners, killing them silently. A woo. As the spirit master died, the tiger leopard beast let out a mournful cry, its body dissipating into spiritual energy. When a spirit master dies, their guardian spirit pet is also buried with them. Jiang Yi looked at the empty flashbang in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. This thing is a killer and robbery artifact. The reward is divine, it's no exaggeration. Jiang Yi searched the old servant's body but found no money. TSK, after all this time, this old dog is just a penniless pioneer. That coward Song Qing is probably scared enough to run away to the capital long ago. Yu Xine gently tucked the holy sword back into her skirt and asked softly, Master, did Yu Xine do something wrong? Jiang Yi patted her head. No, you did a great job. Jiang Yi's mind was racing on the way back. He truly witnessed the sealing power of the magical beasts today. That thing's boost to spirit pets is not to be underestimated. I looked down at my phone. The time was 1938. Treasure hunt complete, enemies eliminated. I should be able to get first place in the big exam the day after tomorrow. Going back to buy jelly. On his way back, Jiang Yi suddenly noticed a faint flickering firelight in the woods ahead. He frowned and complained. Are all the young people these days mentally unstable? According to the Spirit Master's safety guidelines, never light a fire at night. That was undoubtedly a call to Warcraft. Come on, it's time to deliver fast food. Sure enough, after walking only a few steps, a woman's scream of despair came from ahead. Help! No! Brother Wang, please save me. Hoo-hoo! Crap crap crap! Yu Xine reminded her. Master, there should be goblins ahead. Jiang Yi glanced at his phone. It's almost 8 o'clock. We don't have time to linger. Let's take a detour if we can. Yes, sir. Yu Xine didn't ask many questions. Her master's orders always took precedence. By the light of the fire, Jiang Yi could see the terrible state of the campsite. A pile of charred meat skewers emitted a foul stench, and 2 corpses dressed in trendy clothes lay on the ground. Their spirit pets were also torn apart and devoured by goblins. Goblin Warrior, level 8, superior rare, skills, take this and unity is strength. They enjoy gang fights, especially with human women. The scene was even worse on the side. A girl wearing a pink fleece was being pinned to the ground, a truly horrific sight. Jiang Yi silently turned his head away, ignoring the tragedy. Serves them right. Just then, a dirty, black-haired girl stumbled out, with a flame beast on her head. With a look of terror on her face, she knelt down before Jiang Yi. Big brother, please save me. I am Zhou Yin, a member of the Zhou family. Dozens of goblins rushed out from behind the woods and surrounded them. Oh no, they've caught up. Another girl lying on the ground weakly pleaded, Sister Xiaoyin, save me. Jiang Yi didn't even look at the girl, but simply said, move aside. Zhou Yin's face turned pale. At this moment, the goblin leader jumped out, shouting incoherently, Wabi Wabi? Are you good, Malaysia? Jiang Yi looked up speechlessly. Yu Xine, take me flying. Hurry back to the city, the mall is about to close. Zhou Yin was on the verge of collapse, shouting, Big brother, as long as you save me, I can give you money. Lots and lots of money. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow gently in Yu Xine's arms. 100,000. 500,000. No, 1 million. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. Deal. You can still buy jelly tomorrow, but it would be foolish not to pick up $1 million now. Chapter 15. Jiang Yi glanced at the sky and said indifferently, Yu Xine, let's go. It doesn't matter if we get back a little late today. Yes, master. No sooner had he finished speaking than a tall goblin, wielding a spiked club, charged fiercely at Jiang Yi. However, before it could get close, a golden light flashed through the forest, and the next second, the goblin's body stiffened instantly, neatly splitting in half, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Instead of being scared away, the other goblins attacked her en masse, wielding clubs and roaring as they charged towards Yu Xine. Yu Xine calmly drew her sword, her figure flashing through the forest. 2 bolts of lightning struck, blasting several goblins away. Within the department, 3 goblins attacked from the side and behind, their target Jiang Yi's head. Ah! Zhou Yin screamed, her face turning deathly pale, as if she could see the horrific scene of her companion before her death. Jiang Yi remained expressionless and casually tossed out a flashbang. Bang! The intense light exploded, blinding everyone except Yu Xine, and tears streamed down their faces. Taking advantage of the situation, Jiang Yi kicked out, hitting a goblin squarely in the chest. The goblin flew more than 10 meters away like a rag doll, crashing into a tree, and its head burst open. He himself was also bewildered. How did I become so strong? At this moment, he did not notice that a faint black aura had appeared on his body, as if demonic energy was beginning to emerge. The other goblins were also knocked away by his punches and kicks, completely unable to fight back. Zhou Yin was stunned. Her spirit pet hadn't even reacted before the battle was over. Jiang Yi thought he had finished work and easily made 1 million, but unexpectedly a strange noise came from behind him. Yu Xine exclaimed in surprise. Master, watch out behind you. A dark shadow pounced and bit Jiang Yi's neck. Jiang Yi reacted extremely quickly, raising his arm to block. Laugh. The sharp teeth bit into Jiang Yi's arm, but failed to penetrate the skin. Instead, they knocked out one of the steel-toothed wolf's own fangs. It howled and backed away. Yu Xine arrived quickly and beheaded the wolf in a few steps, saving Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi looked at his arm, which was covered in blood, but he wasn't too panicked. He gritted his teeth and said to Yuxian, "Don't worry about me. Protect that million first." Yuxian's eyes were full of guilt, but she still obeyed the order and turned around to save the person. Those goblins with mediocre individual combat strength were no match for Yuxian. Golden lightning flashed, and screams filled the battlefield. Jiang Yi leaned against the tree, took out some medicine to treat his arm, but his consciousness gradually became blurred. Physical exhaustion, depleted spiritual energy, and the after-effects of the battle are beginning to appear. Yuxian quickly returned and saw Jiang Yi leaning weakly against a tree. She immediately knelt down with tears in her eyes to check his wounds. "Master, I'm sorry, it was Yuxian who failed to protect you properly." She cupped Jiang Yi's arm in her hands, chanted a mysterious incantation, and a warm white light appeared. A ball of healing light slowly flowed into the wound. Jiang Yi closed his eyes, feeling the warm energy, and couldn't help but groan softly. So comfortable. He looked at the tearful angel maid in front of him, and a touch of tenderness welled up in his heart. Looking down at the panel, Jiang Yi finally understood that it was the talent demon constantly strengthening his physical body. This is also the key reason why Yuxian's high combat power can be continuously output. A faint black mist appeared around him. The injured right arm has fully recovered, without even a trace of injury. Jiang Yi raised his arm and moved it around a couple of times. "Yuxian, the treatment was good. I'm very satisfied." Yuxian looked up, her expression filled with self-reproach. Yuxian failed to keep Master completely unharmed. "Please punish Yuxian." Jiang Yi shook his head. "There's no need to blame myself. It's quite an achievement that this steel-toothed wolf could bite through my skin." Yuxian bit her red lips and pouted, saying, "Yuxian's mission is to keep you from getting hurt in the slightest." Jiang Yi originally wanted to test how stubborn Yuxian was, but then Zhou Yin stumbled over. She said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Jiang, could you please save my friend? She was... Aren't you leaving yet? Do you really want to stay with her?" Zhou Yin was startled, but still gritted her teeth and shouted, I can add 200,000. Please." Jiang Yi's expression was cold and stern. He stood up and shouted in a low voice, "If you keep dawdling, I'll kill you too." Zhou Yin's face turned deathly pale, and she dared not speak again. She covered her mouth and followed closely behind Jiang Yi, not daring to look back at the forest. The group quickly returned to the safety line outside Fenglei City. Zhou Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yi reached out, "Transfer money." Zhou Yin didn't dare to delay and immediately scanned the code to pay 1 million. Jiang Yi received the account notification, but his expression remained unchanged. "If I had known she was so rich, I should have asked for 2 million. He didn't say much, and turned to leave with Yuxian. Behind him, Zhou Yin watched his departing figure, her heart beating slightly faster. She was originally the school beauty of No. 7 Middle School and the daughter of the Zhou family in Fenglei City, but she was completely ignored just now. "Just wait, once I'm all ready for the big exam, I'll definitely seduce you," she muttered to herself, then hailed a taxi and left the scene. Jiang Yi put away Yuxian and quickened his pace to get home. He should get a good night's sleep tonight. He's already exhausted a lot of his spiritual energy after fighting all night. As soon as he got back to his apartment building, he saw a familiar figure. The Taoist priest appeared again. Still carrying the banner of fortune-telling by touching breasts, they actually set up a stall and started their business right in front of Jiang Yi's house. Even more outrageous, there was a group of well-built young women lining up in front of the stall. "Master, please help me determine if my deadbeat husband is having an affair." The Taoist priest touched the room while chanting, There is one, Building B, room 701. Hurry up and go, you might just bump into it." The young woman turned and walked away, swaying her hips with a brisk pace. Jiang Yi was speechless and too lazy to pay attention. He took out his keys and prepared to open the door. The Taoist priest suddenly fixed his gaze on Jiang Yi, his eyes lighting up. "Our destiny has arrived. The master is closing today. Please come back another time. See you again if fate allows." "Oh dear, master, could you come to my house for a fortune-telling?" The Taoist priest caught up with Jiang Yi in 2 steps and said with a smile, "Brother, I see that your forehead is dark. Why don't you have your fortune told?" Chapter 16 Objective: To find the heavenly demon spirit. Jiang Yi coldly refused. "No interest." "Fellow Taoist, please wait." The young Taoist priest used unpredictable movements to circle around to Jiang Yi's front. Jiang Yi was stunned. A strange panel popped up above the young Taoist's head. Name, Tianji. Race. Grade. Rank. Combat skill. Introduction. Tip: you might get a surprise from the other person. The Eye of Insight activated automatically. The Secrets of Heaven? It doesn't sound like a Warcraft name. Just who exactly is this young Taoist priest? The Taoist priest gave a lewd smile. "Now you're willing to listen to what I have to say. Speak your mind, or shut up." As expected of a demon, he has quite a temper. Jiang Yi's pupils widened slightly. What void demon? What are you talking about? The Taoist priest plucked his non-existent goatee. You are Jiang Yi, who awakened his 10-star talent yesterday, right? So what if it is? The Taoist priest took out a talisman from his robes and said mysteriously, your current situation is extremely dangerous. Contact me for 50, and I will help you avert disaster. Jiang Yi almost laughed out of anger. If it weren't for the Eye of Insight's warning, he would have definitely punched that lewd Taoist priest away. Alright, let me see what you're capable of. Jiang Yi took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and transferred 50 dragon coins to him. Anyway, I have 1 million yuan in savings, so 50 yuan is nothing. A hint of surprise flashed in the Taoist's eyes. He hadn't expected Jiang Yi to pay so readily. He quickly counted on his fingers, his expression turning extremely awkward. Jiang Yi laughed. Is this all you've got? That's ridiculous. Come on, let's go to the police station and turn yourselves in. The Taoist priest was so angry that he threw the red flag on the ground, yelling, damn it. The Taoist priest had calculated that Jiang Yi's entire fortune was no more than 20 yuan, which is why he offered 50 yuan as a donation. His goal was to make Jiang Yi owe him a favor. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yi's net worth instantly skyrocketed to 1 million after he saved Zhou Yin. Not only did this job of doing someone else's work for free end up causing them to owe favors and completely ruin their plans, but it also resulted in them owing favors. Man proposes, God disposes. Oh well, it's all fate. The Taoist priest shook off his lewd expression and stared intently at Jiang Yi with eyes as hard as iron. The bond has been formed. Let's see it through to the end. He pinched the talisman in one hand and drew 2 random circles in the air. Jiang Yi felt a warmth in his chest. Upon unbuttoning his shirt, a strange black pattern suddenly appeared on his chest. What's this? This is the demon seal. It can help you quickly find the heavenly demon spirit. Jiang Yi frowned, his mind filled with words he had never heard of before. What is the heavenly demon spirit? The Taoist priest picked up the flag with a pained expression. When the time comes, you will know. Jiang Yi gestured with his phone. I'll give you 50, presumably in RMB. Tell me more details. The Taoist priest pointed to the flag and said, I only tell fortunes for women. Men, go cool off somewhere else. 100, that's the most I can do. Our connection ends here. I, a humble Taoist priest, need to continue saving countless women and helping all sentient beings. Jiang Yi grabbed the other man's shoulder and sneered. Taoist, please wait. You've stepped on Liu Bei. What pornographic books? The Taoist priest quickly lowered his head to look for the so-called Liu Bei. Jiang Yi was initially delighted, but a hint of heartache flashed across his face as he retrieved his lifelong treasure from the system space. An angel descended upon me, but I won't need him anymore. The Taoist priest was also a man of strong emotions. This USB drive contained a full 4 terabytes of resource seeds, all of which were high-quality infantry. Really? As long as you don't play riddles and speak clearly, everything is negotiable. The young Taoist priest was somewhat tempted, and his face flushed. Ahem, is this really true? It's more real than the top. After a fierce internal struggle, the Taoist priest slowly began to speak. The talent you awakened is called the Void Demon, a terrifying existence. The birth of a Void Demon will inevitably be punished by heaven, and the old monsters hidden in this world all want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Jiang Yi, is it that serious? Am I doomed? The Taoist priest shook his head. The Great Tao is 50, and the heavenly evolution is 49. Let me elaborate. When the illusory demons revive, the accompanying heavenly demon spirit will also awaken. If you find it, the aura of chaos will overwhelm your destiny. The heavenly demon spirit? How do I find it? The Taoist priest took the USB drive from Jiang Yi and burst into laughter. Then I don't know. Everything is up to fate. Jiang Yi pondered for a few seconds, wanting to ask for more details. For example, is the heavenly demon spirit a human or a ghost, a demon or a god? Where was the lewd Taoist priest now? A Taoist sighed from the empty square. The heavenly demon spirit is a spirit pet, even more terrifying than a demon. Successfully finding her will greatly smooth your cultivation journey. If you can't find it, you will suffer the torment of reincarnation. Die again. Jiang Yi buttoned his coat without expression and calmly went upstairs. If the heavenly demon spirit is truly a companion spirit pet, then there will naturally be opportunities for them to meet. After returning home, Uxian appeared, bathed in holy light. Master, are you hungry? Jiang Yi rubbed his deflated stomach. Yeah, just reheat the food in the kitchen. Uxian understood. The docile maid enters the kitchen to cook a delicious meal for her master. Jiang Yi sat on the sofa, lost in thought. A global manhunt? Heavenly demon spirit? It sounds a bit unreal. Jiang Yi went to the bedroom to look through the documents. Virtual demon. The heavenly demon spirit. Magic seal. The 3 keywords yielded absolutely no useful information. In that case, let's investigate the angel race and the celestial cult. Angel race. The humanoid spirit pets that emerged from the early spiritual energy revival were mostly of the light attribute and were extremely rare. The 10 most powerful angels of the saint-destroying level made a pact with the cult of gods and will be worshipped and enthroned for generations. This shows that the celestial god cult is the representative of the 10 holy angels of annihilation on Red Moon Star. 10 Saint Annihilation level. Even if you combine the kingdom of stealing, the kingdom of curry, and the kingdom of ghosts, you might not be able to gather 10 holy beasts. As for the 8th angel, there is absolutely no record of him. There are 10 top-ranking angels in the Red Moon Star. The 8th in the order is the humble angel. Jiang Yi pressed his temples with one hand, sensing something was wrong. If Yuxian wants to break through level 10 and enter the first tier, she must devour the spirit core of the angel race. If the taxi driver wasn't lying, the celestial cult enjoys capturing wild angels and forcibly baptizing them. Jiang Yi will eventually face 10 saint-level angels. The Taoist priest's words made Jiang Yi restless and unable to eat or sleep. It's better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. For a happy life in the future, we must improve our strength as soon as possible. At the very least, we cannot give up until we find the heavenly demon spirit. Master, would you like to have a meal with me? Yuxian's gentle voice reached my ears. Looking back suddenly. At this moment, Yuxian changed out of her maid outfit and put on a very thin silk shirt. A white braid tied with a black knot at the end slid down her shoulders. Just the right amount of extra flesh makes her legs look plump and gives them a fuller, more fleshy look. You call this an angel maid? She's an angelic wife no matter how you look at her. Chapter 17, The Angel Maid Wants to Offer. Yuxian, why are you dressed like this? Yuxian handed over the water glass and smiled. Master, you've been glancing at the woman in this outfit quite a few times. After careful consideration, I think you'd like her dressed like this more at home. Cough cough, did she find out? Jiang Yi felt a little pleased inside. Who wouldn't love having an obedient maid who can cosplay anytime? Okay, let's go eat. Jiang Yi sat at the dining table and reached for his chopsticks. Yuxian helped Jiang Yi tie his scarf. Master, you don't need to do it yourself. Why don't you let Yuxian help? Good. After the meal, Yuxian held a tissue and focused intently on wiping Jiang Yi's mouth. Master, please go and rest. You can leave the rest to Yuxian. The angel maid nodded and said. Jiang Yi rolled up his sleeves, ready to wash the dishes. You're a girl, after all, and I can't bear to pile all the work on you. Yuxian gently pushed Jiang Yi's chest with her jade-like hand. Taking care of master is the meaning of Yuxian's existence. You don't need to do such trivial things and ruin your good mood. Jiang Yi smiled and grabbed Yuxian's wrist. Yuxian's understanding was too one-sided. Washing dishes might not necessarily ruin a good mood. Is that so? Yuxian understood. The two of them went to the sink together and leisurely finished washing the dishes. Jiang Yi discovered that Yuxian's housework skills were outstanding. Although mythical-level spirit pets have high intelligence and strong learning abilities. But that doesn't mean you'll be this skilled the first time you do something. It was as if someone had taught her before. Jiang Yi tilted his head and asked, Yuxian, is this your first time doing housework? Humming a little tune, Yuxian slowly raised her head. Yes, this is Yuxian's first time washing dishes. It's a bit strange that I have basic knowledge of housework in my mind. A hint of unease flashed in her eyes. Master, is it something Yuxian did wrong that made you feel sad? Jiang Yi smiled in relief. It's nothing. Look at my house. It's like a doghouse. With such a beautiful and lovely maid like Yuxian to help me clean, I'm happy, so why would I be sad? Hey. Yuxian smiled very happily. Unlike the smile that she always had on her face, Jiang Yi could tell that she was genuinely happy. Are they angels who have their own emotional awareness but still need their owner's approval to be happy? Jiang Yi lay on the bed with his legs crossed, scrolling through short videos. Although he felt somewhat bored and empty afterward, this peaceful tranquility was the kind of happiness Jiang Yi sought. The diligent maid is cleaning the entire house. For example, a trash can that is almost full. Books are scattered haphazardly. Clothes scattered everywhere. Clang clang. Yuxian looted all the special books Jiang Yi had treasured under his bed, a hint of displeasure appearing on her pretty face. Master, how can there be so many books that are detrimental to physical and mental health? Jiang Yi blushed, feeling as if his past had been thoroughly exposed. Cough cough, I personally quite like it. Yuxian took a step closer, her eyes filled with seriousness. As long as Master speaks, Yuxian can fulfill any of your needs. These pests must be eliminated promptly, otherwise they will affect the Master's happiness index for the rest of his life. Before Jiang Yi could give the order, Yuxian drew her longsword and swung it twice. Blu-ray collector's editions, amazing magazines, and high-quality novels were shredded to pieces by a longsword filled with jealousy. Under Jiang Yi's reluctant gaze, they were put into black garbage bags. Although Jiang Yi was prepared, it would be almost impossible for Yuxin to perform traditional craftsmanship with her by his side 24 hours a day. If she sees this, I'm afraid I'll be seduced on the spot. But watching his beloved companion of many years end up shattered to pieces was still heartbreaking for him. Yuxin leaned closer to Jiang Yi, who was lying flat on the bed, and her voice became a little stuttering. I can do whatever I want as long as it's master's order. Looking into those eyes that were somewhat evasive but still persistent, two thoughts arose in Jiang Yi's mind. Satan, do whatever you want. After all, they've already spoken. It's not your fault. God, men must control their own brothers, or they will fall into the abyss of desire. Mutual affection is essential. Jiang Yi swallowed hard. Okay. Yuxin smiled and said, Master, is there anything else you need? It's getting late, we should rest. Jiang Yi shook off the brain-boosting thought. Yuxin, get me the jelly from the refrigerator's crisper drawer, apple flavor. Yes, sir. The sensible maid quickly got up and left the room. Jiang Yi patted his face, thinking to himself, that was close. I almost took her right there, and then. Soon, Yuxin carried a plate of fancy jelly back to the bedroom. Master, do you really like eating jelly? Jiang Yi reached out. It's smooth and tender, and tastes delicious. Yuxin sat on the edge of the bed and said, leave it to me. Yuxin will take care of it for you. Under Yuxin's arrangement, Jiang Yi lay on those full and firm thighs and fiddled with his phone. The faint milky scent made Jiang Yi's breathing quicken, and he dared not meet her gaze. Due to some enormous obstacle, Jiang Yi was unable to meet her gaze at this moment. Is this the legendary lap pillow? Having lived this long, this is the first time I've ever lay on a girl's lap. That was awesome. Yuxin took out a small spoon and said softly, Master, please open your mouth. Ah, the bouncy and smooth fruit jelly slides into your mouth. This is the kind of life a man should enjoy. Even the helpless hands show signs of restlessness. The moment I packed my bags and left home, Jiang Yi's phone suddenly rang. This startled both the focused maid and the distracted Jiang Yi. A hint of impatience flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes as he answered the phone. Hello, Teacher Zheng? What's up? Chapter 18 The Angel's Remorse, The Demon's Call. The homeroom teacher called Jiang Yi to explain the detailed rules of the citywide exam. The results of the citywide exam can be understood as the results of the entrance placement test. Future colleges and benefits will be allocated based on student performance and grades. The schools participating in the citywide exam include number 5 Middle School, number 7 Middle School, and number 10 Middle School, where Jiang Yi is located. 4 major Spirit Master Academies are recruiting students in Fenglei City. Bitao Academy, Qingshuang Academy, Fengshan Academy, and Ziyu Academy. The overall level of the 4 academies is not too different, but it is not insignificant either. The detailed rules for the citywide exam will be revealed the day after tomorrow morning. To be honest, Jiang Yi wasn't interested in any academy. If it weren't for the fact that the top scorer in the assessment would receive a 5 million renminbi scholarship, he wouldn't even bother to participate. There are approximately 3,000 test takers in the city. Getting first place isn't too much to ask, is it? A 10-star spirit mastery talent, plus a mythical level spirit pet. If you can't win first place, you can go to the rooftop and start over. There's still one day left. Hopefully, the treasure map system will give me some surprises. Jiang Yi glanced at the clock, stretched, and said, it's getting late, time to go to sleep. Yuxin placed the plate on the bedside table and smiled warmly. Master, you've had a long day. Why don't you take a shower before you rest? Scientific research shows that taking a bath before bed can help you sleep and maintain a good mood. Jiang Yi sniffed the earthy and bloody smell on his body and nodded in agreement. Yuxin has already prepared everything for you. Please follow me. The bathtub in the bathroom was already filled with hot water. Petals even floated on the water's surface, emitting the delicate fragrance of jasmine. Jiang Yi asked in surprise, when did you get the flower petals? How come I didn't know? Master, when escorting Zhou back to the city, Yuxin picked some jasmine flowers from outside the city. Do you think the water temperature is suitable? Jiang Yi approached the bathtub and touched it. Not bad. Just as he was about to take off his clothes, Yuxin actually took the initiative to help him change. Jiang Yi originally wanted to refuse. Upon closer reflection, she realized that the maid, whose highest command was to take care of her, had bathed and dressed her. There's nothing to hide about a guardian spirit pet living and dying alongside its master. Let her be. Jiang Yi lay comfortably in the bathtub. The temperature was just right. When we have money in the future, we'll definitely buy a big one. Rustling sounds. The sound of clothes hitting the ground. Jiang Yi turned around and looked. He noticed that Yuxin had already taken off her shirt and yoga pants and was gracefully walking towards Jiang Yi. Her snow-white, delicate, and perfect figure came into Jiang Yi's view. Jiang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Yuxin, what are you doing? Aren't you being too polite? Yuxin tilted her head in confusion and said, Master, UXIN is here to serve you during your bath. Of course I want to make you happy. A rare blush appeared on her fair and delicate face. In such a situation, even a composed maid would inevitably feel shy. No need, I can manage on my own. Why does it feel like the maid is more controlling than the wife? After hearing Jiang Yi's words, a hint of gloom flashed in UXIN's expectant eyes, and the corners of her upturned lips immediately pouted. So that's how it is. So UXIN doesn't know how to make master happy. Seeing this, Jiang Yi couldn't bear it. So he got up, took out 2 bath towels, and threw one of them into UXIN's hand. Since you insist on covering it up, then go ahead. Jiang Yi tied his towel and sat back down in the bath. UXIN obediently complied, sitting with her legs curled up opposite Jiang Yi. Master, do you think UXIN's figure is not perfect enough? Jiang Yi secretly swallowed. A full moon, like a snowflake, sinks to the bottom of the water, creating beautiful ripples. Long, slender legs are like deadly scissors. Of course, that's great. Does Master dislike UXIN? The angel asked softly. UXIN is so perfect, how could anyone dislike her? UXIN gently splashed the water, a hint of grievance flashing across her face. Why doesn't Master allow UXIN to serve him personally? Jiang Yi blushed. The pace is a bit too fast for me to handle all at once. Can I go slower? Finally, at UXIN's insistence, Jiang Yi let her help him scrub his back. As a perfect maid, I should understand Master's difficulties. Please enjoy your quiet bath time, Master. After saying that, UXIN smiled charmingly and left in a hurry. Call. Jiang Yi, who was feeling unwell, gradually returned to normal. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi left the bathroom. UXIN had already made up the bedding for Jiang Yi and stood obediently at the head of the bed. Feeling sleepy, Jiang Yi turned off the light and went to bed. UXIN's angelic halo emitted a faint golden light. Jiang Yi shivered as he crawled into bed and said, UXIN, that thing of yours is a bit bright. Turn it off. Night mode. The brightness of the angel halo suddenly decreased, like a bedside lamp about to lose power. Good night, my master. Jiang Yi, ZZZ. The higher the rank of a spirit pet, the less it needs the metabolic behaviors necessary for normal living beings. As a mythical being, UXIN doesn't need to eat, drink, sleep, use the toilet, or even have her period. She silently watched Jiang Yi's peaceful sleeping face. Everything was silent. No one could see the true emotion in her eyes as she gazed at Jiang Yi. UXIN works as Jiang Yi's bodyguard. Jiang Yi had a very strange dream. In his dream, he encountered an unidentified creature that was entirely black. A gentle and charming female voice came into my ears. Lord Demon, are you awake? Lord Demon, I miss you so much. Jiang Yi kicked his legs wildly. Who are you? Why are you calling me Lord Demon Lord? A pair of amber eyes appeared in the darkness. I am the Demon Lord's partner, a community bound by life and death. Save me, Demon Lord. Only you in the whole world can save me. The other person's voice grew weaker and weaker. Feel the power of the magic seal. I'm waiting for you here. Is she the heavenly demon spirit that the Taoist priest spoke of? I didn't expect her voice to be so pleasant. Jiang Yi's consciousness seemed to sink to the bottom of the sea, and he could no longer hear any sound. UXIN, who was guarding the bedside, noticed that the demonic mark on Jiang Yi's chest was flashing with a faint black light. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she gently bit her lip, lost in thought. The next day at noon, Jiang Yi let out a few lazy, ghostly cries, his body convulsing in a grotesque manner. Grass, walk, ignore. Jiang Yi did a somersault. Before me stood a gentle, angelic maid, barely suppressing a laugh. Good morning, master. Jiang Yi blushed and quickly covered himself with a blanket. That's right. Yesterday, I awakened a 10-star talent and summoned an angel maid. The white-haired angel approached with a coat. Master, UXIN is here to help you change. Oh, I'm so happy. If this continues, she'll spoil him rotten sooner or later. Jiang Yi looked at UXIN, who was kneeling on the ground helping him put on his socks. What should we do to have some fun today? Chapter 19. Zhang's mother calls. Lin Ruoxue on the verge of breaking down. The white-haired maid bowed deeply. Master, UXIN is here to help you wash your face and brush your teeth. As the saying goes, the greater the quality, the greater the attraction. Jiang Yi couldn't help but glance down twice before quickly waving his hand and saying, No need, I can do it myself. UXIN understood. Jiang Yi leaned forward slightly and limped towards the bathroom. While tidying the sheets and duvet cover, UXIN wondered, why does Master walk so strangely after getting up? Could he be injured? Jiang Yi enjoyed the breakfast noodles prepared by the angelic maid. Sizzle sizzle. The LCD screen turns on automatically. A stunningly beautiful woman with an elegant demeanor appeared on television. Does my precious son miss his mother? Jiang Yi swallowed the fried egg, frowning slightly. It's all right. Zhang's mother said with dissatisfaction. Everyone says that raising children is for old age security, but you don't care about your parents at all. Mom, what's up? A hint of anticipation flashed in Jiang's mother's eyes. Mom wants to see what kind of creature will be your precious son's guardian spirit pet to accompany you throughout your life. UXIN. Hello, madam. I am UXIN, your entertainment angel. UXIN walked out of the kitchen very politely and bowed deeply to the monitor in the living room. Jiang's mother looked slightly surprised. What a beautiful angel. She's a perfect match for our son. Please rest assured, madam, UXIN will take good care of Master's daily life. Then I'm relieved. As if changing the subject, Jiang's mother continued. Son, now that you have successfully awakened your spirit-controlling talent, those beautiful spirit pets should have sensed it too. Before long, some of them might come knocking on your door, so you should be mentally prepared. Jiang Yi asked with a mixture of belief and doubt. Mom, I'm a little curious. What kind of spirit pets are they? The beauty of a pet's transformed form is related to its race. Spiritual creatures like gorillas, turtles, and dung beetles cannot transform into beautiful women. At least 20 or 30 kinds. I can't quite remember. The closest creature to Fenglei City should be a giant golden python. Snake spirit? Jiang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang's mother nodded and said, If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I have things to do here. Jiang Yi casually asked, Mom, you two are archaeologists. Have you ever heard of the Void Demon and the Heavenly Calamity Demon Spirit? Oh, haha, I don't think so. Jiang's mother squinted and gave an awkward laugh. Oh, never mind then, bye-bye. The LCD screen automatically shuts off. Jiang Yi muttered to himself, A giant python? Master, are you afraid of snakes? A tiny bit, I suppose. With one hand on her chest, UXIN promised. Master, rest assured, UXIN will do everything in her power to protect your safety. Have breakfast. With nothing to do, Jiang Yi opened the system panel. System, I want to claim today's treasure map. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a silver-level treasure map. An ancient scroll appeared in the system space. Oh ho, a silver-grade treasure map shouldn't be too bad, right? Do you want to unlock the silver-level treasure map? Yes. Same as always. The scope of today's activities will be determined based on the location of the hidden treasure. A beam of white light rose from the ground. Jiang Yi could clearly sense that the treasure trove was located within Fenglei City. UXIN, let's go. UXIN nodded slightly and transformed herself. She changed out of her maid outfit into a beige casual jacket, a white shirt paired with beige shorts, exuding a pure and beautiful look, with white socks and sneakers on her straight, jade-like legs. Hidden beneath her shirt, her lively, large breasts stood proudly erect, and her round, plump buttocks could not be concealed by her thin shorts. She gently took Jiang Yi's arm, and Jiang Yi's body froze completely, as if he had been electrocuted by a high-voltage current. So soft. What's going on? From an obedient maid to a cute girlfriend? UXIN raised her head slightly, a faint shyness flashing in her clear red eyes. Master, do you like this outfit which is inspired by the mistress? Like. She blinked her starry eyes and said softly, Master, you've reached the age for marriage. To prevent annoying flies from getting close to you, UXIN is doing this. You won't mind, will you? I don't mind at all. I'm very happy to go out with UXIN like this. Jiang Yi thought to himself, secretly pleased. Apart from the angelic halo above his head, she looks almost exactly like a lively and beautiful young girl now. Jiang Yi took UXIN out leisurely. Downstairs at Jiang Yi's house, a short, thin but very pretty black-haired girl stood there carrying a bag of breakfast. She had been standing there all morning. This pretty girl is really beautiful. I wonder which guy will get lucky and be lucky enough to marry her. Her boyfriend is so stupid. He didn't even come out to greet his girlfriend, who's been standing there all morning. All the good cabbages have been eaten by pigs. Why isn't anyone bringing me breakfast? Sisters, does anyone know this? Listening to the gossip around her, Lin Ruoxua felt like she was digging her toes out of her skin. After yesterday's awakening ceremony, Lin Ruoxua returned to the Lin family compound, dejected and heartbroken. I'm starting to regret it. Now Lin Ruoxua finally understands why her father didn't let her impulsively ask Jiang Yi to annul the engagement. 10-star talent. Even in the vast Dragon Kingdom, they are extremely rare. Even someone of the Peach Blossom Pavilion Master's caliber took the initiative to contact Jiang Yi, and even made a verbal agreement with him. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxua felt as if her heart was being torn apart. The reason she was willing to become friends with someone as short and stocky as Song Qin was, it's because Lin Ruoxua likes to use the pursuit of male classmates to satisfy her own desire for upward mobility. If Song Qin weren't the son of Elder Longyi, she wouldn't bother with him at all. Lin Ruoxua then realized that she didn't understand Jiang Yi at all. It turns out he was the peerless genius I had been pursuing all along. Jiang Yi's abilities far exceeded the Prince Charming that Lin Ruoxua had imagined. 10-star talent, mythical level spirit pet. But Jiang Yi was pushed away by her own hands again. Lin Ruoxua wished she could find a time machine to travel back in time, and slap her past self twice across the face. It's often said that it's as easy as climbing a mountain for a man to pursue a woman, but as easy as piercing a thin veil for a woman to pursue a man. Jiang Yi should be mine. So Lin Ruoxue remained squatting there, waiting for a miracle that was impossible to happen. Bang! A noise came from the unit door in the building. Lin Ruoxue tossed her long hair and calmly recited the lines she had prepared all morning. Jiang Yi, I know I went a bit too far. Can you give me a chance? I will try my best to be a good wife. Something that drove Lin Ruoxue to despair happened. Jiang Yi, with his arm around Yu Xian's waist, walked out as if he hadn't seen her. Lin Ruoxue stared at the inseparable figure from behind, feeling as if she had been struck by lightning. Double damage from critical hits and armor penetration. Chapter 20 Lin Ruoxue's hatred, Yu Xian's confusion. Jiang Yi saw a dense crowd downstairs before he even went downstairs. The eye instantly captured the strikingly beautiful Lin Ruoxue. Jiang Yi and she really had nothing to say to each other. 3 years of high school. He had heard plenty of stories about Lin Ruoxue's dark history of manipulating the feelings of various admirers. Neither take initiative, nor refuse, nor admit. Countless boys showered her with money, but in the end, they couldn't even gain a friend from her. The moment Jiang Yi received the list of fiancés, he immediately eliminated Lin Ruoxue. So he completely ignored this self-important rank-climbing troll today. Regaining her composure, Lin Ruoxue jogged up to catch up. Jiang Yi, this is the breakfast I prepared for you. Jiang Yi didn't even turn his head. Lin Xiaohua, you should keep it for yourself. Don't let the other suitors misunderstand. How could a poor boy like me be worthy of a proud phoenix like you? Upon hearing this, the onlookers erupted in angry roars. Holy crap, who is this guy? He's so arrogant. You're refusing food delivery from a beautiful woman? If it were me, I would definitely kneel on the ground and call her wife. Are you all idiots? Look at his female companion. She has a great figure and is prettier than that black cutting board. Everyone turned their attention to Yu Xian. To be honest, that's true. What a beautiful white-haired girl. Did you hear that? She called him master. Could it be a humanoid spirit pet? I want to be trampled underfoot by the white-haired sister and become her dog. If they can put their arms around each other's waists, kissing and having sex is probably a given. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. A magician cursed. Gods, strike this lucky guy to death with lightning. God, do you think I didn't do anything? Lin Ruoxue was filled with deep regret. If she had known Jiang Yi was so outstanding, she shouldn't have maintained an ambiguous relationship with someone who's only 1.6 meters tall. She grabbed Jiang Yi's arm, her expression flustered. Jiang Yi, can you give me a chance? I think we can get to know each other better. It was my fault for doing something wrong before. Why can't you forgive me just this once? Jiang Yi disdainfully shook off her hand. Lin, school beauty, a good horse doesn't turn back to eat the grass it already grazed. You were the one who asked me to break off the engagement in the first place, weren't you? Weren't you almost ascending to immortality during the awakening ceremony? What's the use of begging me now? You'd be better off getting along with someone who's only 1.6 meters tall. Maybe you could even become a mistress of a wealthy family. Lin Ruoxue was filled with remorse and knelt down on the ground with a thud. She clung to Jiang Yi's leg and wailed. Jiang Yi, I'm sorry. I was so blind to your worth. Can you give me another chance? Consider this a test of me. How about I become your girlfriend? Lin Ruoxue said pitifully. Jiang Yi ruthlessly dodged Lin Ruoxue's pull. A toad on your foot. It won't bite, but it'll annoy you. The surrounding fairies exclaimed. My god, how can this boy be so heartless? Family members, does anyone understand? The woman has already knelt down. Why not give the other party a chance? Everyone makes mistakes. Will forgiving her once cost you a piece of your flesh? I just wanted his WeChat ID. He's really going all out. Jiang Yi hugged the well-behaved and quiet Yu Xian beside him. Look at my spirit pet, and then look at you. You have no chest, no butt, and your temper is bigger than your ability. Do you think I would be interested in you? A good dog doesn't block the way. Jiang Yi's words pierced Lin Ruoxue's ridiculous defenses as easily as a sharp knife. At the same time, it enraged his extremely inferior heart. If this scene were filmed and posted online, the most shameful people would be her and the Lin family. I was dumped twice, ignored, and ridiculed. Lin Ruoxue, who considered herself superior, simply could not accept this outcome. She grabbed Jiang Yi like a madwoman. You bastard. You ruined me. How dare you compare me to an animal? That's enough. We didn't even know each other. What were you thinking when you asked me to break off the engagement? People have to be responsible for their own choices. I'll let this go, but if you bother me again, I'll sue you for sexual harassment. Unable to bear it any longer, Jiang Yi shook off Lin Ruoxue, who, due to her unsteady stance, collapsed to the ground and sobbed. You dare insult me with your spirit pet, Jiang Yi, you bastard. Quietly, Yu Xian pulled a long sword from under her skirt and chopped her breakfast into pieces. She said in a flat tone, It doesn't matter if you scold me, but Master hates you. Please don't come any closer. Take another step forward, and don't blame Yuxin for her merciless sword. The golden ripples emanating from the white-haired angel's body made the onlookers kneel down in worship. If I had such a beautiful spirit pet, why would I need to find a wife? The heavenly god church will deal with her. Lin Ruoxue, her defense is broken, lay on the ground, muttering to herself. So I'm not even as good as a beastly spirit pet. A deep-seated hatred welled up in Lin Ruoxue's heart. If I can't have you, then I'll destroy you completely. It's just a 10-star talent, isn't it? I'm not much worse than you. And that white-haired birdman, I'm going to strip you naked and pluck all your feathers. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxue straightened up and hurriedly left. Jiang Yi, today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Today's treasure location is below the central fountain in Wind and Thunder City. Jiang Yi pulled a silvery flash from underwater. The reward has been credited to your account. Please check. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a silver-level reward, a 5x EXP card. 5 times EXP card. For 2 hours after use, your pet's leveling speed is increased 5-fold. 5 times the experience. Slack off experience card. Work hard for 1 day, then slack off for 4. Unfortunately, the time was a bit short. The time that follows. Jiang Yi took Yuxin out for a stroll, eating and playing. Countless young men with blonde hair who wanted to strike up a conversation hesitated after seeing the halo above Yuxin's head. Back home, Jiang Yi tried to cultivate his spiritual power using the meditation method distributed by the school, but made no progress. That's strange. Maybe my constitution is a bit special? Bai Zijiang didn't delve too deeply into it, since he could upgrade through the system anyway. He didn't take it to heart. With her formidable strength and the ability to force blindness with flashbangs, Yuxin is more than capable of completely overwhelming this year's test takers. Take first place and earn 5 million before considering anything else. Tomorrow is the city's biggest test. Jiang Yi crawled into bed early. Never leave the pressure until the next day. The maid standing by the bed gazed at her sleeping master. She crouched down slightly to carefully examine Jiang Yi's adorable sleeping face. Girlfriend, a type of spousal relationship that is not yet defined in human society. Theoretically, they are much higher in rank than servants like maids. But the memory of Jiang Yi embracing her and comparing her to Lin Ruoxue was still vivid in his mind. So this is how perfect I am in my master's eyes. So how can I meet master's expectations? For the first time, the maid felt a sense of exhilaration at defeating someone, as well as a sense of uncertainty about her future. Chapter 21: The Generous Rewards for the Grand Exam. The next day, 9:40, Jiang Yi opened his eyes groggily. The white-haired maid sat quietly on the edge of the bed. Master, it's time to get up. 10 o'clock is the assembly time for the citywide exam. Jiang Yi hurriedly got up and dressed. Why didn't Yuxin wake me up earlier? Yuxin placed her hands on her lower abdomen and said slowly. The night before last, you specifically asked to cancel the wake-up service and to sleep until you naturally wake up every day. After hearing this, Jiang Yi felt like slapping himself twice. For Yuxin, official orders are above all else. 20 minutes left. There's still time. Jiang Yi quickly washed up and rushed to the central square of Fenglei City without even having breakfast. 9:58. The central square was packed with people, and the surrounding commercial streets were filled with parents of test takers. Go for it, son. Strive to get into Burning Heaven Academy. I heard that this year's citywide exams have changed their rules and are more dangerous, so kids be extra careful. Why didn't I become a spirit master? Damn it. Seeing this, Jiang Yi had no choice but to take Yuxin back into his beast-taming space. 3 large signs stand in the center of the square, reading 5, 7, and 10 respectively. The group from number 5 middle school was gathered on the other side of the square. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Make way, everyone. Whose child is so good at squeezing in? Do you even know what it means to respect the elderly and care for the young? The 3,000 examinees gathered in the central square were an insurmountable chasm for Jiang Yi. 10 o'clock. Long Sheng, beaming with joy, ascended the stage alongside the principals of the 3 high schools and the instructors of the 4 colleges. Wearing the uniform of the Beast Soul Hall, Long Sheng stood ramrod straight. Silence. I am Long Sheng, a district steward of the Beast Soul Hall. The reputation of the Beast Soul Hall steward spread. The once noisy central square gradually quieted down. Ordinary civilians are no different from ants in the eyes of spirit masters, let alone someone from the Beast Soul Hall. Jiang Yi thought to himself, a leopard can't change its spots. People who are always domineering and arrogant don't understand what respect is. The 3 university deans sat on the platform like frightened chicks, not daring to utter a single word. Long Sheng nodded with great satisfaction and said, candidates who haven't returned to their queues yet, just line up where you are. Anyway, this big exam isn't based on schools or classes, but on individuals. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Taking the major exam as an individual? What about support-type spirit masters? My pet's level is still low. What should I do if something happens to it? The citywide exam is too dangerous. Long Sheng glanced at the examinees at his feet, his disdain and mockery practically written all over his face. Do you think being a spirit master is a good profession? Do you think you have exceptional talent? Do you think your spirit pets are very powerful? Let me tell you a cruel truth. The monsters in the no man's land are stirring, and human territory is in grave danger. Therefore, countries have raised the requirements for spirit masters once again. You commoners with only 2- or 3-star talents, stop being so arrogant. If you're afraid of dying, then get out of there. Nobody's forcing you to become a spirit master. The talents of royal families and disciples of major sects and clans are 10 or even 100 times stronger than yours. Even the most worthless trash can awaken talents of 4 stars or higher. If it weren't for the great temple master's concern for all living beings, you ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to awaken your spirit control talent. The students and parents who learned the truth were struck dumb. So, I'm actually this far behind the true masters in terms of talent? Long Sheng said coldly. If you don't even dare to risk your life, the path of a spirit master is not suitable for you at all. Those who don't want to take the big exam, step forward. With Long Sheng's angry roar, the golden flame centipede appeared. The intense flame shot onto the ground, cutting a line visible to the naked eye. Son, let's not do it. This kind of dangerous work means you might earn money, but not live to spend it. Xuemei, I don't want to take the big exam anymore. According to Deacon Long, we'll just be cannon fodder on the battlefield from now on. Fine, I choose to be an ordinary person. Yes, we become spirit masters not to revitalize the human race, but simply to make money. The instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm is a fundamental human instinct. Even the arrogant Long Sheng didn't mock the students below who were gossiping. Several pretty girls were the first to raise their hands and abstain. Other, more timid candidates also abstained. Anyway, I'm not the first one to abstain, so there's nothing shameful about it. More and more people are crossing that line. Jiang Yi didn't even blink. It wasn't because of the greater good of humanity, protecting our homeland, or fighting against the monsters. Anyway, if the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. If you pay, we'll participate. The central square, which originally had 3,000 people, instantly became a place with only 1,000 people. Long Sheng snorted coldly. The remaining 1,000 warriors are unwilling to become slaves to fate, aren't they? The Beast Soul Hall welcomes you. Welcome to the Beast Soul Hall for passing the first trial and gaining the qualification to join the 4 major academies. What does joining one of the 4 major academies mean? This means that graduates will be guaranteed a job placement and will have a formal position certified by the Beast Soul Hall. It means that the future is bright and promising. This means there is an opportunity to climb to the summit of Red Moon Star. Those candidates who chose to give up were deathly pale. I never expected that I would miss out on wealth and glory. Simply because fear arises in the mind, thus making one a slave to fate. Long Sheng clapped his hands and announced, now we will read out the rules for the major examination. The top scorer in this year's citywide exam will receive a 5 million renminbi scholarship sponsored by the Beast Soul Hall, as well as an emperor-level all-purpose spirit. A boy screamed, what? It's actually a miracle cure? The Beast Soul Hall is really generous. A single emperor-level all-purpose spirit can fetch at least 20 million on the black market. What? This thing is so expensive? The all-powerful spirit. No matter what species of spirit pet it is, it can achieve a breakthrough in rank with the help of the all-powerful spirit. Although Jiang Yi remained expressionless and calm, his heart was in turmoil. I'm very excited. Omnipotent spirit, a very unique and mysterious spirit pet. They look very similar to slime girls, but they have no consciousness and no fighting ability. The only purpose of the omnipotent spirit is that it can be used as a breakthrough sacrifice for any spirit pet. Just like Jiang Yi's UXIN. To advance 10 ranks, one must devour the spirit cores of the angel race in order to break through the shackles of class. If you possess a universal spirit, you can absorb it with the help of your master to break through your rank. In other words, if we win first place this time, while securing 5 million, I can also help you XIN get a free breakthrough opportunity. Now we have no choice but to work hard. The boy next to me chuckled lewdly. It said that the omnipotent spirit has no consciousness and is just like a female version of a slime. I've heard they have incredibly sweet tongues. I really want to try them. That's a privilege reserved for the elite. Let's just coast along. 2. The spirit master must first consume the universal spirit, and then inject spiritual power into the spirit pet's body to complete the enhancement. According to a source familiar with the matter. Aside from the fact that the process was extremely physically demanding, everything else was exhilarating. TSK, that sounds pretty frivolous. I had no expectations at all. Chapter 22, Journey to the Spirit Realm, an encounter with Zhou Yin. Longsheng read out the rewards for the top 10 people according to the rules. Students, because the spirit realm, the location chosen for this assessment, is somewhat special, the instructors from the 4 academies will accompany you there. The crowd below erupted in uproar again. The spirit world requires the accompaniment of an academic mentor? The treasures inside definitely haven't been discovered by the powerful figures. Of course, the risk factor increases exponentially. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Even Jiang Yi, who wasn't initially interested, couldn't help but rub his hands together in anticipation. The unknown is always alluring. Jiang Yi's tendency to slack off isn't because he's lazy, but because he lacks interest. The spirit realm is a fantastical place that is opened up in an average of no more than 5 days each time. Similar to the grotto heavens and forbidden areas in fantasy novels. Some say it's a treasure trove hidden away by a super tycoon. Some say it is the nameless tomb of an unparalleled powerhouse. Some people say it's a space-time distortion caused by an invasion from another planet. The most outrageous claim is that the treasure-filled spirit realm is nothing more than an alternate dimension within the body created by some powerful spirit beasts. It conjures up rare treasures, stunning beauties, and powerful spirit pets, all to lure you inside. Once you're in, you can never get out. Opinions vary. Red Moonstar officially certified that each spirit realm center contains a core treasure. If the treasure is taken away, the entire spirit world will gradually collapse and even disappear. Longsheng took a sip of water and continued his explanation. This spirit realm is called the Void. After a brief inspection, the magical beasts inside are generally no more than level 10. Each person will receive different amounts of points for defeating monsters in the spirit world, and we will use these points to calculate the overall ranking. A fairly attractive girl asked, Deacon Long, what should we support type spirit masters do? In terms of pure combat power, we are completely inferior to the combat type masters. At this moment, a handsome young man with red hair stepped out from behind Longsheng. Hello everyone, I am Fun Yun, a practical instructor from Fun Tian Academy. I am responsible for protecting everyone's safety during this joint exploration of the spirit realm. Support type students are welcome to team up with me, and I will give evaluation scores based on everyone's performance. Fun Yun, with his hair parted in the middle, smiled with narrowed eyes, looking very sunny. Teacher Fun Yun is so handsome. I want to join the Burning Heaven Academy. So manly, makes me feel so safe. The girls in the audience screamed in unison. The boys thought to themselves with unison, trying to steal our support role? You're asking for it. Longsheng interrupted, saying, after entering the spirit realm, the instructors from the 4 academies will proceed in 4 directions to help everyone overcome dangerous obstacles. Wolves travel 1,000 miles to eat meat, while dogs travel 1,000 miles to eat excrement. Following behind a mentor may be safe, but it also means missing out on many opportunities and points. Are you ready? The candidates below the stage shouted excitedly. Ready. Get on board. Meet at the entrance. Bring your own pet. Yay. The words had barely left his mouth. The steel buses, uniformly modified and reinforced by the Beast Soul Hall, slowly drove from around the square. These buses, converted from alloy steel, are all over 10 meters long and 5 or 6 meters high. The technological development of Red Moon is almost identical to that of Earth. Thermal weapons, biological weapons, missiles, and nuclear bombs were rendered obsolete due to the emergence of spirit masters. Spiritual items, which are more durable than electricity, are very popular. Compared to electrical props, spirit masters can treat themselves as mobile nuclear power plants. Ordinary people rely on spirit stones to use spiritual items. Taking vehicles as an example, apart from hearses drifting in a certain country, most spirit cars are more energy efficient and environmentally friendly. This armored bus ensures the safety of all test takers. The principal of number 5 middle school waved his hand and said, Students, hurry up and get on the bus. You'll have to stand if there aren't any seats. The 3 college students swarmed onto the steel buses that were parked in front of them. Jiang Yi hesitated to approach the crowded area near number 5 middle school. The destinations are all the same. He didn't want to get a standing ticket. The principle of proximity. Jiang Yi brazenly squeezed into the nearest steel bus. Anyway, nobody was wearing school uniforms today, so nobody knew anyone else. Jiang Yi easily made it to the 2nd floor by taking advantage of his size and strength. He sat in the last seat of the bus, by the window. It is said that this creator likes to roll his face across the keyboard when creating song titles. Wow, I actually got to ride in the same car as Zhou, the school beauty. Zhou, would you like to team up later? We'll split the points 50-50ths. You guys are so annoying. Stop swarming around like flies. Zhou Yin raised her eyebrows and shooed away Fei Yangyang beside her, then angrily sat down in the last row of the bus. She was waiting at the number 5 middle school queue very early today for Jiang Yi to appear. As a result, not only did they not see Jiang Yi, but they didn't even see Lin Ruoxue or Song Qing, who were well-known competitors. According to rumors among students of number 5 middle school, Song Qing traveled to the capital overnight in a spirit-powered airship. Lin Ruoshue's whereabouts are unknown. Zhou Yin, furious at not seeing Jiang Yi, stomped her feet. Where did that bastard Jiang Yi go? This is the first time I've ever cared about another boy. Wah, I drew my eyeliner this morning. Zhou Yin muttered a few words and then noticed a muscular boy sitting next to her. She had intended to change seats to contemplate life, but accidentally caught a glimpse of Jiang Yi's harmless and handsome face. An emotional Zhou Yin tugged at Jiang Yi's sleeve, her long eyelashes fluttering. Hey, Jiang Yi, what are you doing here? Jiang Yi glanced at the other person indifferently. Who are you sending this to? Goblin minions, you saved me the night before last. After finishing her makeup, Zhou Yin smiled confidently and said, have you forgotten? That night, the light was dim and the situation was urgent, so Zhou Yin was covered in dust and dirt. She had changed into a clean white coat. Her breasts were neither too big nor too small, and her legs reflected an alluring sheen. Her naturally striking looks, combined with her light makeup, made her outshine Lin Ruoshue by a point. Snort. You stinky man, just enjoy appreciating my beauty. You didn't even glance at me the night before last. Are you spacing out now? Zhou Yin was happily lost in her fantasies. Jiang Yi made a shushing gesture and took off his earphones. Oh, so it's 1 million. Keep your voice down, I'm listening to music. If Lin Ruoshue is the most beautiful girl in the school, rank 9, then Zhou Yin, after makeup, would probably be a 9.5. Our Yusin deserves at least 14 points. 2 points more than 12. Jiang Yi was too lazy to have any more contact with these self-righteous women. In terms of personality, neither Zhou Yin nor Lin Ruoshue are as well-behaved and sensible as our Yusin. So instead of trying to please them, it would be better to research postpartum care for Kemonomami, animal-eared girls. Zhou Yin was very upset by the other party's extremely perfunctory attitude. She pouted and said unhappily, hey, how can you be like this? It's rare for someone to want to team up with you to do a dungeon. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. You're too bad. Straight men's words always deliver a devastating blow. Zhou Yin stomped her feet in anger. Yining, what are you doing here? Young Master Zhang has been looking for you for ages. Zhou Yin grumbled unhappily. Zhangcheng? He's so annoying. A slender, short-haired girl from a relatively fertile area walked over. She glanced at Jiang Yi, who was listening to music, and her heart pounded. Hey, handsome guy with headphones, I suggest you get up and give up your seat, otherwise you'll be in big trouble when young Master Zhang comes. I'll try to update again tonight. The time I spent writing books the year before last, and last year made my eyes uncomfortable from looking at the computer for long periods of time. I'm getting old. Chapter 23 Zhou Yin with malicious intentions. Jiang Yi's thoughts drifted far away, following the ups and downs of the music. They completely ignored the two chattering figures in front of them. At that very moment, a handsome, refined, and easygoing man walked down the corridor. Wow, it's young Master Zhang. He's so handsome. Young Master Zhang is dressed in designer brands. It is said that his leather shoes are made of lord-level blood swamp crocodiles, and a pair of shoes is worth 7 or 800,000. I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Shaw, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? It's said that young Master Zhang has been pursuing Zhou Yin for 3 whole years, and he hasn't even had any ambiguous relationships with other women. What a model boyfriend for the new era. The visitor was named Zhang Cheng, the eldest son of the Zhang family in Fenglei City. He is 1.76 meters tall and has a slender build. He has a very fair complexion and gives the first impression of being a young male celebrity. His spirit control talent is also excellent, with a full 7 stars. He was considered a top genius at number 7 middle school. Several pretty girls took the initiative to say, Zhang Cheng, can we add each other on WeChat? Upon hearing this, the boys in the carriage were all shocked. Why would a woman next to me ask other men for their contact information? Although they were screaming hysterically inside, not one of them dared to jump out and attack Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng smiled slightly, feeling that he was very attractive. That's really impressive. Sorry, I only like Yining right now. Wow, young Master Zhang is as affectionate as the legends say. If it were me, I would definitely have added other girls on WeChat. So you're just a mongrel, and he's a prince. Zhang Cheng burst into laughter inwardly after hearing this. By putting on a show, one can create the persona of being the most affectionate person in the school. He can seduce women with just a glance. Zhang Cheng glanced at Jiang Yi, who was sitting by the car window looking at the scenery, and said politely, Excuse me, could you please give up your seat? The girl next to you and I are good friends. Jiang Yi took off his headphones and glanced at him. Why don't you two just go sit somewhere else? Giving up your seats is out of the question. Zhang Cheng was in a very bad mood. Brass? Where did this random passerby come from? What's with the attitude? Why act so aloof in front of a goddess? If I weren't trying to create a persona, I'd slap you to death, you idiot. A toad wants to eat swan meat? Although Zhang Cheng was internally screaming, he smiled and said, That's true. Sorry to bother you. He turned to look at Zhou Yin, his eyes softening considerably. Yin, what are you doing here? Shall we go to the seats over there? No way. Just then, a few hotheads pointed and gestured at Jiang Yi. Which class is this kid in? If young Master Zhang asks you to give up your seat, just do so, okay? Yes, giving up your seat won't kill you. Why are you pretending to be sad? It's so pathetic. Some people are just kicking someone when they're down. Seeing this, the short-haired girl kicked Jiang Yi's leg. Handsome, shall we go sit in the empty seat over there? She could tell at a glance that Zhou Yin and this somewhat unfamiliar handsome man seemed to have a story. A short-haired woman, consumed by jealousy, secretly wants to outdo her best friend. A surge of anger flashed through Jiang Yi's mind. If there weren't so many people watching inside the car, he would have knocked them all away with a single punch. After hearing her best friend's words, Zhou Yin immediately said, Zhang Cheng, you are really annoying. Can you please stop bothering me? Yin, I just want to team up with you and explore the spirit world together. Zhou Yin pouted. Sorry, you're too weak. You can't give me any sense of security. She turned to Jiang Yi and said flirtatiously, could you team up with me, you great expert? I need your help with the adventure in the spirit realm. Roll. Wah. The conversation between Zhou Yin and Jiang Yi was like a depth charge that detonated throughout the room. All the examinees inside the double-decker bus were petrified on the spot. Zhang Cheng's heart was shattered into pieces. He was overjoyed when he confirmed yesterday that Zhou Yin's ex-boyfriend and best friend had been killed by goblins while leveling up outside the city. This is God's opportunity for me to rise to power. I never expected to suffer such a crushing defeat so soon after taking the initiative. The goddess in her heart, whom she thought was unattainable, actually took the initiative to approach a wild boy who appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Cheng's face turned deathly pale, as if struck by lightning. People around them were talking amongst themselves. Was Zhou Yin scared out of her wits? Wasn't young Master Zhang strong enough? This kind of man is handsome, rich, and most importantly, deeply affectionate. If it were me, I would have become young Master Zhang's lapdog long ago. Young Master Zhang, don't be too rigid about gender. My brother started flirting with some of the girls who were pretty. Zhou Yin originally intended to choose Zhang Cheng as her boyfriend. Unfortunately, she had seen the incredibly brave and handsome Jiang Yi. The two are compared. Zhang Cheng, a rich young master from a wealthy family, is actually not attractive at all. In a fit of anger, Zhang Cheng summoned his guardian spirit pet. Superior General Class, Flaming Fang Boar. It is 1.5 meters long, with fierce flaming fangs, and its whole body exudes scorching fire elemental power. Yin, my talent is Flame Armor, which has a double effect when empowering fire tribute spirit pets. Paired with the powerful melee capabilities of the Flame Fang Boar, it will definitely help you achieve an excellent score. Is this young Master Zhang's guardian spirit pet? A fierce-looking little wild boar. Don't let the flaming tusk boar's unattractive appearance fool you. Getting gored by those tusks will kill you. I really can't understand why Zhou Yin rejected Zhang Xiao. Maybe they were terrified by the goblins? While everyone was discussing it incessantly, the bus came to an abrupt stop. We've arrived. Get off. Jiang Yi put away his headphones and jumped into the aisle with a cool move that was incomprehensible to ordinary people. You'd better get off the bus quickly and distance yourself from a woman like Zhou Yin. Jiang Yi isn't stupid. The goblin territory the night before last. Zhou Yin was probably camping with 2 boys and 1 girl, which led to her fatal accident. What can 2 men and 2 women do in the wild? Zhang Cheng, who looks all respectable, is nothing more than a big fish in a vast fish pond. Zhou Yin's initiative to get close to Jiang Yi was partly to win him over and make him her devoted follower. Secondly, they could team up with Jiang Yi's team to gain more points. If you start dating this kind of woman, she will definitely keep her distance, making you feel insecure and gradually turning you into a simp. Don't believe me? Look at Zhang Cheng. He's a living example. The so-called school beauties and goddesses are nothing more than a halo created by the praise of the masses. She's just a little prettier than others. In the ordinary world, beauty and figure are a woman's most important assets. In the world of beast taming, powerful spirit pets are the most important asset for everyone. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Our obedient little maid is still the best. Watching the rapidly disappearing figure, Zhou Yin shouted, Jiang Yi, wait for me. She ignored Zhang Cheng, who was already frozen in shock, and hurriedly chased after him. Wait, what did she shout? Jiang Yi. Chapter 24 The Shock of the Crowd, Entering the Spirit Realm. The short-haired girl looked at Zhang Cheng and murmured, she just called Jiang Yi, right? Jiang Yi. Could it be the legendary 10-star talent, Jiang Yi? Isn't Jiang Yi a student from number 5 middle school? How did he end up on our number 7 middle school's bus? Sisters, let's go. Don't let Zhou Yin have all the fun. Whoever marries Jiang Yi will never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of their life. Holy crap, that seems to be the case. The students on the 2nd floor of the bus went from shock to frenzy. Zhang Cheng grabbed one of the girl's arms. Hey beautiful, I've thought it through. Let's add each other. Shut up. No wonder Jiang Yi looks down on you. Jiang Yi is much more capable and low-key than you. I like handsome guys who are low-key and have substance. What is Jiang Yi's identity? It possesses a 10-star talent and is said to have summoned a mythical-level spirit pet. Will he become a high-ranking member of the Beast Soul Hall without much effort in the future? Even the son of the third elder of Dragon Wings is no match for Jiang Yi. What makes you, a rich young man from a small city, think you can compare to others? Zhang Cheng was also dumbfounded. A 10-star talent? Is it really true? His prize talent was nothing but trash in front of that man. The people who frantically got out of the car to chase after Jiang Yi's retreating figure weren't actors. Zhang Cheng got off the bus in a daze. A large group of Beast Soul Hall members stood on both sides like underlings. The arrogant Long Sheng, who had just been so cocky, scurried up to Jiang Yi with a respectful attitude. Hello, young Master Jiang. Hello, young Master Jiang. Hello, young Master Jiang. The other test takers who had just gotten off the bus were also stunned. What's going on? Would a deacon from the Beast Soul Hall really nod and bow to an examinee? There was no coolness in the air, because everyone absorbed it all. Zhang Cheng was shocked. Zhou Yin was shocked. The short-haired woman was shocked. The four mentors nearby were shocked. Even Jiang Yi was shocked by this grand display. Why would someone from the Beast Soul Hall greet Jiang Yi, who was dressed similarly and didn't look like a rich kid? Seeing this, Zhou Yin became even more convinced of Jiang Yi's true identity. The ultimate, most eligible bachelor. She suddenly had a slight doubt about whether she could win him over. According to recent rumors, Jiang Yi seems to be engaged to a beautiful female sect leader from a reclusive sect. He also had an inextricable connection with Lin Ruoxue, who was famous far and wide at number 5 middle school. If I can win over Jiang Yi, it will prove that I am stronger than Lin Ruoxue. Women are strange creatures. They always pursue ideal things that are impossible to achieve, thus abandoning the people right in front of them. The girl who had just been sarcastic and mocking Jiang Yi wanted nothing more than to slap herself twice and crawl into a hole in the ground. If a peerless genius like Jiang Yi is considered trash, garbage, and a poor loser. So what are these people who only talk big? Zhang Cheng's face alternated between black, red, and white, like a color palette. Recalling how I had just displayed my talent by releasing my spirit pet in the carriage. A little awkward. What hurt him the most was that the other party didn't even attack him. They don't treat themselves like human beings at all. Blatant disregard is the most hurtful. Jiang Yi lowered his head and whispered, Long Sheng, what are you doing? I'm just an ordinary test taker. Why are you making such a big fuss? Although Long Sheng was an arrogant and domineering man, he was not a fool. Otherwise, how could someone with a level of 30-something possibly become a district steward? Haha, I searched all over the 5th middle school area but couldn't find any sign of Jiang Shao. With your low-key personality, you must be on a bus from another high school. Stop with the formalities, I don't like them, Jiang Yi said sternly. Okay, I was just showing my loyalty to young Master Jiang. It has to be said that Long Sheng's flattery skills are quite impressive. Despite being a regional manager, he adopted a humble attitude in front of Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's favorability towards Long Sheng increased significantly. The group found themselves on a flat area in a dense jungle. A blue halo, evoking a sense of traversing time, rippled in the center of the open space. All the monsters near the open area have been killed by the warriors of the Beast Soul Hall, so there is no need to worry about safety. Jiang Yi frowned and retreated to the end of the number 10 middle school queue. The students from number 5 and number 7 middle schools are too annoying. He had no intention of teaming up with anyone. Why bring a burden into the spirit world for adventure? More and more steel buses are arriving at the scene. Half an hour later, with a wild and unrestrained air, Long Sheng picked up a large megaphone and walked to the entrance to the spirit world. A loudspeaker, a relatively common magical device. Injecting a small amount of spiritual energy can greatly enhance the volume. I'll repeat myself. The spirit world is extremely dangerous, so please act according to your abilities. If we encounter an insurmountable danger. As Long Sheng spoke, he twisted his spatial ring. Suddenly, a bronze pillar more than 3 meters tall appeared beside Long Sheng. The stone pillars are carved with lifelike dragons, running leopards, and sharks lurking in the water. The return pillars can generate return stones. If you can't escape, crush the return stone. Long Sheng gave a simple demonstration. He channeled his spiritual power into the return stone, and a stone the size of an egg fell from the dragon's mouth at the top. Don't worry about the return stone being crushed. It will only shatter if you inject spiritual power into it. After Long Sheng demonstrated, his figure blurred, and he was immediately teleported by a mysterious force to the base of the return stone. This exploration of the spirit realm will only last for 24 hours. Once the time is up, the return stone will automatically teleport you back. What if I lose the return stone? Then you shouldn't wear a seatbelt when you go bungee jumping in the future. Ha 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 ha. The students burst into laughter. Don't worry, Barring any unforeseen circumstances, everyone will return here safely. Go forth, future warriors of the Beast Soul Hall, and prove yourselves by achieving the highest possible scores. The instructors from the 4 academies were the first to receive the return stones and plunge into the spirit realm. The entrance to the spirit world glowed with a mysterious light. The person who swallowed it seems to have never existed. Longsheng set up several return stones, and the students began to flock in. Jiang Yi, who was hiding at the back of the line, was not in a hurry. About 6 or 7 minutes. There are fewer than 300 people left on the field. Jiang Yi squeezed into the nearest return stone. A little hand is raised. The dragon at the top spits out stones. Dragon stone. After being infused with spiritual power, it can return to the mother stone, with the faint assistance of a dragon spirit, and its luck value increases by 1. Does it also come with luck? It looks pretty good. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and stepped into the gate of the spirit world. The Void Realm, a mysterious place with an inner world, which may hold earth-shattering secrets. Before Jiang Yi could finish looking at the panel, his body was pulled into it by a mysterious force. It felt like I was submerged in thick paste. An uncomfortable feeling of suffocation. Jiang Yi didn't notice that the demonic mark on his chest was stirring and emitting a dark light. In less than 3 breaths, Jiang Yi traversed the suffocating darkness and arrived in the mysterious and unpredictable spirit world. He himself didn't expect it. This 5 million renminbi exam will change the course of your life. Chapter 25. The Maid Who Can Snipe? When Jiang Yi opened his eyes, he found himself transported to the depths of a primeval jungle. A scorching summer breeze swept over us. The roars of several magical beasts echoed from the depths of the jungle. Is this another dimension? That's amazing. Is this the legendary spirit world? That's all there is to it. This great one is here. Beautiful spirit pet, come into my bowl. Look at yourself. Be careful you don't get dragged away by goblins. The observant Jiang Yi noticed that all the examinees had a skull-shaped badge on their right chest. The other examinees around them summoned their guardian spirit pets. In an instant, an army of artificial spirit pets appeared out of thin air. All the monsters, don't come any closer. Huh, why is there a badge on my chest? Hey, that black skull is kind of cool. I like. Wah, it's so ugly, can you change it? Several loud voices spoke at the same time. This is the Spirit Realm badge. The souls of the monsters you kill will be stored in it for easy statistics. It's said that reaching a certain number of floors will unlock hidden areas. Keep up the good work, classmate, and hunt down even more monsters. Jiang Yi and his students looked around. The instructors from the 4 academies stood in the 4 cardinal directions and answered with smiles. Fun Yun flicked his middle parting. I'm Fun Yun from Funtian Academy. Boys, try not to follow me. My azurite golden flame beast has a particularly strong area of effect attack. If you're following behind the team, you won't get any points. A large group of support-type female students followed behind Fun Yun with long strides. Teacher Fun Yun, please give us your guidance. The other men rolled their eyes and said jealously, Arigato, Mei Yang sang. The instructor at Ziyu Academy was a fair-skinned, beautiful, and busty mature woman. She smiled and gestured, saying, This is the Ziyu Academy's cue. The teachers will conduct health screenings for all the outstanding and healthy boys. Teacher, investigate me. They should be investigating me. The ambiguous words unleashed a tremendous roar from the pent-up anger of the animals. The instructor at Bitao Academy is a gloomy, bespectacled man with a full head of green hair, and his guardian spirit pet is a fluffy and adorable poisonous vengeful earth spirit. This is a very rare poison attribute fusion-type spirit pet. They can fuse with their master to gain stronger offensive capabilities. Fusion-type spirit masters can follow me. I will protect your personal safety. I really love this type. Very few students chose to follow the gloomy, bespectacled man. The majority were fusion-type spirit masters. The instructor of Qingshuang Academy was a middle-aged man who looked very weathered. He had a very energetic black slicked-back hairstyle, a handsome beard, and wore a fur-trimmed coat. He carried 2 strangely shaped swords, one black and one white. He stood silently in the east, looking like an oddity compared to the other 3 mentors. Jiang Yi understood. These 4 academies represent the 4 basic forms of spirit pets: combat, support, fusion, and spirit weapon systems. Less than 3 minutes. The army of more than 1,000 candidates quickly split into 4 groups. Each person chooses a suitable or preferred mentor to follow. Classmates, let's go. If you encounter danger, remember to use the return stone. The teachers can't protect everyone. Yes. Jiang Yi watched the army of examinees gradually disappear into the distance and said calmly, Come out, UXN. While publicly summoning UXIN might seem impressive, it could potentially prevent countless men from ever finding a wife. The guilt is too heavy. A flash of golden light appeared. The gentle and polite maid bowed and asked, Master, I hope today is also a happy day. The gorgeous maid outfit accentuated her plump figure, with 2 long braids hanging from her waist and her straight, perfect legs encased in thin white stockings. A feast for the eyes. Seeing this scenery every day, it's no wonder I'm happy. The two hadn't even exchanged pleasantries yet. A string of data popped up above Jiang Yi's field of vision. Name, Shenping, Qing Shuang Academy, current points, 8. Name, Fun Yun, Fun Tian Academy, current points, 7. Name, Song Yuan, Bitao Academy, current points, 6. Name, Wang Fei, number 10 Middle School, current points, 4. Name, Zhang Cheng, 7th Middle School, current points, 3. These guys are really quick. So they've already started racking up points? Zhang Cheng seems to be quite capable. Unfortunately, I already have this first place. Jiang Yi said calmly. Uxin, let's make a big splash. Uxin slowly drew a golden long sword from beneath her skirt, from another dimension. Yes, master. Jiang Yi did not choose to follow the main group. The 4 mentors get the most points, while those who follow behind them only get soup and leftover bones. To accumulate a large number of points, you must forge your own path. A white shadow flashed through the nearby jungle. Jiang Yi looked closely. Name, White Charm Rabbit. Race, Beast. Level 5. Rank, Medium Rarity. Combat Skill, Swift as a Rabbit, White Phantom. Description, originally just an ordinary white rabbit, it gained the ability to perform ranged attacks after absorbing a small amount of demonic energy. Score 2. Tip, it tastes very delicious, but its weakness is the bottom. TSK, a medium rare white rabbit can only get 2 points? I'll start with you. The alert white enchantress rabbit spotted Jiang Yi and his companion not far away. Instead of running away, it charged straight at us. In the blink of an eye, the plump white rabbit's spiritual energy surged wildly. A faint white demonic phantom emerged from his body, roaring and charging towards Jiang Yi. With composure, Uxin raised her long sword and shot out like a streak of light, stepping on the ground. Puffed. Blood splattered. With a single, unsurprising sword strike, the white enchantress rabbit, poised to unleash its full power, was easily defeated. The white enchantress rabbit's soul roared. Dare you let me finish reading? I'll show you what a mastermind is. Jiang Yi strode forward, cut off the head of the white charm rabbit, and threw it into the system space as a spare dinner. Points +2. Uxin's attack power can easily kill monsters of this level. What are some ways to accumulate a large number of points? It would be too tiring to cut them down one by one with a sword, wouldn't it? Jiang Yi glanced at the leaderboard. My current score of 2 points only places me in the middle of the pack, around 400th. The first place player, Fenyun, is already close to 20 points. Fire attribute spirit pets are known for their area of effect attacks. We need to work harder. Uxin seemed to sense the master's worried expression, and the long sword in her hand kept changing shape, turning into a spear. Master, is the attack range of the spear sufficient? Jiang Yi. Uxin, can your weapon change shape? The white-haired maid nodded slightly. Uxin's spiritual core is named Pandora. Her spiritual armor can freely switch between multiple forms, but her weapon can only switch between 2 forms. The default form is a long sword. There is currently no form switching option. Do all angels have this ability? Jiang Yi asked doubtfully. Uxin shook her head. According to the settings in her mind, changing forms is a unique characteristic of Pandora. Who cares about the specs, as long as it works? As a time traveler, Jiang Yi quickly accepted this fantastical fact. He frowned and thought. A spear is stronger the longer it is, but it still belongs to the category of close combat, so it's a bit of a waste. Uxin pulled out a golden longbow with her other hand. Long distance. Can we have something with a technological feel? This time it turned into a fully automatic pistol. The pistol had too few bullets, and the range wasn't long enough. Jiang Yi shook his head. After thinking for a while, Uxin pulled out a black-barreled sniper rifle from under her skirt. Chapter 26. My maid can snipe? Is that too much to ask? The iconic stock and scope, the heavy-duty semi-automatic sniper rifle, the black-barreled cannon. Known in the martial arts world as Big Cannon. Jiang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Barrett M82A1? Good heavens. Uxin flicked the heavy weapon in her right hand. After thinking for a moment, she realized that only this type of firearm could meet the master's needs. Okay, Uxin, come and fire a couple of shots so I can see. Yes, sir. The sniper rifle, conjured from the power of angels, looked like a large toy in Uxin's hands. With a simple lift of her hands, she overcame the weapon prototype's biggest flaw. Jiang Yi crossed his arms and pondered. Ranged weapons have a large attack range, so the efficiency of harvesting these small monsters should increase dramatically. The jungle 100 meters away. A unicorn wolf with scruffy fur is gnawing on the carcass of a poor field mouse. It had no idea that its head was already being targeted by the center of the quasi-mirror. Holding her breath, Uxin gently pulled the trigger. Call out. The Barrett did not produce a deafening gunshot, nor did it have a strong recoil. A bullet, enveloped in golden light, transformed into a golden thread and hurtled out of the barrel. Bang! A burst of golden fireworks erupted from the unicorn's head, leaving a horrifying gap. Points +2. It still sold out instantly. The actual attack power is not fundamentally different from the normal attack in longsword form. It seems that the Red Moon Star obeys the law of conservation of energy. Good. Jiang Yi exclaimed in sincere admiration. He never expected that the seemingly gentle and weak maid would be able to fire a gun. Yuxian calmly pulled back the bolt and aimed the gun at the carnivorous thorn bush 500 meters away. The crosshair was completely locked onto the rootstock of the thorny, man-eating flower. Call out. Bang! A golden explosion suddenly erupted out of nowhere. The once robust plant roots were pierced by the golden bullet, and the thorny man-eating flower swung its arms furiously twice before collapsing in resentment. Points +2. I like its powerful attack and extremely long attack range. In less than a minute, Jiang Yi's score jumped to 6, easily breaking into the top 10. Yuxian slowly opened her eyes and said softly, Master, sniper rifle attacks require aiming time, and we may be at a disadvantage in skirmishes. The farther the bullet travels, the less powerful it becomes. Jiang Yi pinched the doll's pretty face. Anyway, you're not incapable of melee combat. The Barrett mode is pretty good for blasting fish. Yuxian understood. Yuxian held a gun in her left hand and a sword in her right. The two weapons seemingly fused together, emitting a dazzling golden light. Jiang Yi asked curiously, can Yuxian's weapon switch to other forms? The white-haired maid pouted and shook her head. Currently, we can only lock onto 2 forms. Forcibly changing into other forms will not allow us to unleash even 10% of our strength. Oh, that's all right. We can talk about it another time. Jiang Yi has a stable and positive mindset. Let's explore this spirit world first. If we're lucky, we might find the core treasure. The two continued deeper into the jungle in the direction in front of them. The sun was gradually obscured by the towering trees, and a cold wind blew from behind. Points +1. Points +2. Points +3. Even a passing turtle would get hit by 2 bullets. Name, Jiang Yi, number 5 middle school, current points, 12. Excluding the 4 mentors, they easily made it into the top 10. Yuxian, well done. I'll give you a big reward when we get back. Jiang Yi finally felt relieved. Just then, a sudden gust of cold wind came from behind. Jiang Yi jumped more than 3 meters away by using both feet. In less than a breath, a barbed iron rod slammed into the ground. I'm truly impressed by this old man. He's so quiet and stealthy. Jiang Yi and Yuxian turned around and looked. This is a strange creature with a cat's head, a human body, and a scorpion's tail. Its entire body is blue-purple, making it look very eerie. Its skeletal body resembled that of a strange creature, and its sharp fingernails and mesmerizing red eyes sent shivers down one's spine. He exuded a sense of fear stemming from the unknown. Name, Cruel and Cruel Official. Race, unknown. Level, 10. Rank, top elite. Combat skill, Cruel Officer's painful claws, paralysis, and poison. Synopsis, a mysterious and ruthless official roams the spirit world. Any creature targeted by him will undergo bizarre changes. The Cruel Official gripped the blood-dripping spiked club in his hand, uttering eerie cries. Woohoo! ABA ABA. Undeterred by the 8th Angel's gun, the Cruel Official strode with ruthless abandon towards Jiang Yi's skull. You're fast, but I'm faster than you. Jiang Yi took a step back and quickly hid behind a tree trunk. Yuxian didn't freeze. Call out. The bullet, shimmering with golden light, pierced the air and hurtled toward the Cruel Official's forehead. Puff. Something happened that puzzled Jiang Yi. The Cruel Official's body was thrown back 180 degrees by the enormous impact, and the bullet clearly pierced through the hideous cat's head. However, it did not die on the spot. The cat's head turned 180 degrees in a strange way, and a faint face emerged from the inside out. It's terrifying. Surprised, Yuxian regained her confidence first, and fired several more shots at the hateful cat head with the dark muzzle of her gun. Bang bang bang. A barrage of bullets instantly blew the Cruel Official's head off. The body still attached to the iron rod gradually lost its strength and collapsed to the ground with a thud. A shimmering fragment is reflecting the dazzling sunlight. Points +100. Jiang Yi was startled. How could this unassuming monster provide such a high number of points? Take another look at the point standings. Points +100. Name, Jiang Yi, number 5 middle school, current points, 112. Name, Funyun, Funtian Academy, current points, 35. Name, Shenping, Xing Shuang Academy, current points, 29. Name, Song Yuan, Bitao Academy, current points, 27. Name, Zhang Cheng, number 7 middle school, current points, 10. Name, Wang Fei, number 10 middle school, current points, 9. Take first place. The monster's corpse reeked. Jiang Yi covered his nose, picked up the silver fragment, and continued forward. The cruel official's proof. Collect all 4 fragments to synthesize the key to the underworld. 4 fragments? The other world? Jiang Yi's breathing became much more rapid. Things are getting interesting. The ordinary monsters in the spirit world are not powerful enough to kill hundreds or thousands of examinees. Why do the mentors from the 4 academies each lead a team on an exploration? For directions. For fragments. Could it be? A strange thought popped into Jiang Yi's mind. An ordinary spirit master might not be a match for the cruel and ruthless official. Even a normal attack from a mythical level spirit pet can't kill it instantly. The mysterious monster has somehow gotten involved in the underworld? A slight smile appeared on Jiang Yi's lips. Xian, could you please fly up and look for any monsters that look like this? Yes, sir. Jiang Yi looked at the points leaderboard at Verdun Circuit. Only 112 points. Not enough. The young man, who had been slacking off due to boredom, finally found a sense of adventure. Chapter 27. You are Xian's true god. Jiang Yi, accompanied by a sensible maid, happily amassed points in the spirit realm. The others in the spirit world, however, couldn't sit still any longer. The azure-eyed golden flame beast, responsible for clearing the way, spewed green flames from its eyes, reducing the giant cannibal blocking its path to near death. The new students following behind Fenyun all commanded their spirit pets to go forward and finish off the attackers. Water polo, earth shatter, paralytic toxin. It took the combined efforts of 7 or 8 people to finally slay this elite soldier. The girl, her eyes sparkling, gasped, Teacher Fenyun, the monsters in the spirit realm are so powerful. Fenyun smiled and said, the azure-eyed golden flame beast is my newly acquired spirit pet. Otherwise, you wouldn't get a single point. Teacher Fenyun is so handsome. 9,494. The boys following behind my team should not compete for points. Everyone should learn to be considerate. Full of confidence, Fenyun opened the points leaderboard. I should have shaken off the old man from Qing Shuang Academy and the gloomy guy from Baitao Academy, right? The words on the leaderboard made Fenyun's vision go black. Name, Jiang Yi, number 5 middle school, current points, 119. Name, Fenyun, Funtian Academy, current points, 40. Name, Chen Ping, Qing Shuang Academy, current points, 32. Name, Song Yuan, Bitao Academy, current points, 30. Name, Wang Fei, number 10 middle school, current points, 17. Name, Zhang Cheng, number 7 middle school, current points, 15. Wow, how come Jiang Yi has such a high score? I've never heard of this person before. Idiot, Jiang Yi is the most talented candidate in number 5 middle school. Wang Fei from number 10 middle school and Zhang Cheng from number 7 middle school are far inferior to him. Did he spend a lot of money to hire people to help him accumulate points? But that's too far-fetched, isn't it? The test takers were all chattering away. The 4 mentors calmly analyzed the situation. In fact, killing monsters is not the only way to earn points. Destroying the spirit badge on another player's chest will completely consume their points. The mentors knew perfectly well that Jiang Yi must have a master mentor behind him. He may have achieved this score by sneaking up on other test takers. After all, everyone had only been in the spirit world for half an hour. Although the magical beasts in the void spirit realm are not of high level, these so-called geniuses are still novices who have just started out. Most spirit masters and their spirit pets are still in the process of getting to know each other, and right now they are just useless burdens. Fenyun could not, and would not believe that Jiang Yi had killed more magical beasts than he had. The northern part of the spirit world. Wang Fei clasped his hands together, and a purple moon emitted a dazzling light that melted the green bamboo snake in front of him into wax. Humph. Excluding the mentors, I should be number 1, right? Wang Fei's confident face froze completely when he saw the leaderboard. He, Wang Fei, is the number 1 genius at number 10 middle school. 8-star talent, a mid-level emperor-class spirit pet. He should clearly be the rising star of Fenglei City. As a result, Jiang Yi suppressed him in every aspect. It is said that even when it comes to breaking off an engagement, Wang Fei is inferior to Jiang Yi. Someone is actually better than me. Wang Fei, who had always been number 1 since childhood, couldn't swallow this insult. The purple moon hanging behind Wang Fei transformed into a crescent moon lying behind him, creating a scene reminiscent of a moon goddess reborn, exuding a majestic aura. Jiang Yi, just wait, I'll surpass you soon. Having a higher score than me doesn't mean you can beat me. Southern part of the spirit world. Zhang Cheng and Zhou Yin, along with several close associates, surrounded the 2 despicable goblins. Zhang Cheng ordered the flaming tusked boar to completely tear the goblin's head apart. The pale blue soul was drawn into the badge on his chest. Yin, I only need to maintain a top 5 ranking. The rest are yours, Zhang Cheng said calmly. Zhou Yin's Biku spewed out a ball of fire. easily wiping out the remaining goblins. Since she couldn't get close to Jiang Yi, Zhou opted to team up with Zhang Cheng instead. Young Master Zhang, your grades are already quite excellent. Those guys who usually oppose you are probably quite frustrated, said Fei Yangyang. The short-haired girl winked at Zhou and said, Zhou, the school beauty, we owe you a lot for your help this time. Otherwise our scores wouldn't have looked so good. Zhou looked confused and muttered softly. If I could team up with Jiang Yi, my score would definitely be higher than it is now. I heard that Lin Ruoxue from number 5 middle school failed to persuade Jiang Yi to stay yesterday and was even slapped twice by him. The short-haired woman looked at Zhou and analyzed. Perhaps this person has some issues with their sexual orientation. In her mind, no boy could resist Zhou Yin's attractive appearance. What? Jiang Yi is number 1. 119 points? Upon hearing his underling's report, Zhang Cheng let out a ghostly scream. Completely bewildered, Zhou and her best friend opened the leaderboard. The score of the first place is both dazzling and glaring. Boss, is Jiang Yi using the same method as us to claim all the team's points for himself? Fei Yangyang asked. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but recall that incredibly confident figure from behind. Did he do it all by himself? Impossible. I don't believe it. Zhang Cheng's face turned purple and blue. He growled, it's definitely him. We need to work harder to grind monsters and earn points. We can't let this kid steal the spotlight. Feeling dizzy, Zhou was dragged by her best friend to follow behind Zhang Cheng's group and pick up the leftovers. The loyal angel maid floated into the air, her pure white wings fluttering slowly. Master, there shouldn't be any of those strange monsters nearby. Jiang Hao looked up and said, okay, then you can come down. If it weren't for safety reasons. Jiang Yi really wanted Uxin to float in the sky, using her extremely long attack range to collect points. Find and kill the other 3 cruel officials within 24 hours. This task is indeed quite difficult. As Uxin landed gracefully, she softly asked, Master, do you want Uxin to protect you closely? Jiang Yi shook his head. After all, you are an angel. The fewer people who know of your existence the better. I'm worried that bastard Song Qing will use the heavenly god cult to persecute you. Master, I will not allow anyone to harm my maid. A hint of surprise flashed in Uxin's beautiful eyes. As a maid, she was actually being asked about her safety by her master. A feeling of being favored welled up within me. The more I look at my master, the more pleasing he becomes. That's strange. Uxin lowered her head, covered her chest with one hand, and knelt down, saying, Master, please rest assured, as long as your will remains, I will never lose. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. There's such a saying? As Jiang Yi helped her up, Uxin slowly explained. The angel race is an extremely special race. Every angel has a true god in their heart. As long as the true god is immortal, the angels can fight endlessly. In short, the closer the angels are to the true gods, the faster their strength grows and the faster their mana bar recovers. The white-haired maid's ample bosom pressed against Jiang Yi's chest, her expressive eyes conveying a rare seriousness. Uxin was created as an entertainment angel to make Master happy. You are the true god in my heart. Master, what are your needs now? Jiang Yi looked at the head maid and smiled sheepishly. He would be very happy if he could find the other 3 cruel officials. Uxin will make Master happy. An unprecedented fighting spirit flashed in her eyes. Chapter 28 Heavenly Concealment Grass, 2 cruel officials. Jiang Yi issued the order. Uxin's fighting spirit has increased. The wild white rabbit has fallen. Jiang Yi didn't even need to be used as bait for the monsters. No beast survives an annihilation bomb. With tears in his eyes, Jiang Yi cut off the head of the white enchantress rabbit. Let's have braised rabbit heads tonight. The explosion of the annihilation bomb attracted the attention of nearby monsters, who foolishly lined up to be killed. The black cannon, 100 meters away, reaped the points one after another. First place, Jiang Yi from number 5 middle school, current points, 134. With the current scoring efficiency, I can maintain my first place. Unless someone kills the cruel official, a 100-point increase is needed to catch up with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was very interested in the all-powerful spirit. It's chubby, and can even help Uxin break through and strengthen. The general outline of her round, snowy breasts can be vaguely seen from behind. Her delicate and beautiful armpits were very smooth, and her fair and straight arms supported a weight that she shouldn't have to bear. Slender branches bear abundant fruit. Uxin's incredibly slender waist is truly beautiful. Sweep downwards. Her seemingly mature, yet actually immature perky buttocks occasionally outlined a devilish curve. The ultra-thin white stockings beneath the maid's skirt exuded a subtle allure. The alluring absolute territory is faintly visible, and the sacred wings always make one want to touch them. Uxin felt Jiang Yi's admiring gaze and tilted her head to ask, Master, what's wrong? Cough cough, it's nothing. I was just curious, how come you're so accurate at sniping? I didn't even see you fire an empty gun. Yuxian revealed her signature gentle smile. Yuxian's character is an all-around maid who can satisfy all of Master's needs. All needs. Looking at the maid dragging the cannon mount in front of him, Jiang Yi laughed. Sooner or later you'll turn me into a useless person. Let's take Yuxian as the highest praise from Master. For a maid, turning her master into a useless person is a testament to her strength. Jiang Yi slapped his forehead. I knew I forgot something. I got up in a hurry and even forgot to open the treasure map. System, I want to claim today's treasure map. This time, a pitch-black bronze color burst into my mind. Broken. It sank. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bronze-level treasure map. System, can I dig for treasure in the spirit world? The system replied crisply. No, you must return to the host's original world to discover the treasure. Alright. Jiang Yi threw the bronze treasure map into the system space. The usually composed maid suddenly spoke up. Master, what is that? Jiang Yi's gaze followed the direction of the jade finger. A summer breeze caresses my face. About 10 meters away, a green plant sprouted from the roots of a tree, constantly emitting an eerie color. Its silhouette appeared and disappeared intermittently, as if it might vanish at any moment. Jiang Yi's pupils widened several degrees. Heavenly hidden grass, a 4-star medicinal herb that can greatly increase one's spiritual power level after consumption. Tip. It's a rare medicinal herb that can make people grow long legs. It once toyed with hundreds of white rabbits. Medicinal herbs that can enhance cultivation? This is good stuff. Jiang Yi had only taken 2 steps toward the direction of the heavenly concealment grass. Startled, the heavenly hidden grass's figure vanished in an instant. Long-legged medicinal herbs? Yuxian flapped her wings and flew into the air to search for her target. Master, it's about 300 meters ahead. Walk. Jiang Yi and Tianyinko then engaged in a chase that lasted for more than 2 hours. It fled, and he chased. Yuxian spotted the target through the scope. Master, there is an enemy ahead. Jiang Yi, with a stern face, asked, How many are there? 2. Shatter them. Yuxian said with a hint of delight. 500 meters away are 2 strange-looking creatures. They have elephant heads, are tall, and have eagle-like claws. They look very troublesome. They were lying together, doing who knows what. After listening to Yuxian's description, Jiang Yi rested his chin on his hand and slowly pondered. He had never heard of a monster that looked like this before. Yuxian, could you find a way to give them each a shot? The maid tilted her head and smiled. Of course, Yuxian is omnipotent. She then took out an elongated and thickened golden bullet from under her skirt and loaded it into the gun. The barrel instantly emitted a bright light, and golden flames faintly flickered from its muzzle. Lightning bomb. An enhanced bullet that inherits the group attack characteristics of light and lightning. The explosion upon hitting a target can cause widespread light attribute damage, and also inflicts a paralysis effect. Bang! Yuxian pulled the trigger. A golden light, like a thunderbolt, shot out rapidly towards a distance of 500 meters. Boom boom boom. A small mushroom cloud rose from the spot, and it seemed as if faint lightning was falling from the sky. A crisp, crackling sound reached my ears. My maid can make nuclear bombs by hand, so there shouldn't be any problem. Right? 2 cruel and ruthless officials, having eaten and drunk their fill, lay lazily on the rocks, basking in the sun. I don't know what's going on lately. A group of humans secretly intruded into the territory they had long ruled. That woman with delicate skin and tender flesh seemed to enjoy eating quite a bit. Human meat tastes better than rabbit or venison. As the saying goes, when people are well-fed and warm, they think of 2 ruthless officials who have taken a liking to each other plan to do something that no one wants to see. I just took off my pants. A chilling pressure came from behind. Wow, that's fast. Their extraordinary power allowed them to quickly assume a defensive posture. Boom boom boom. A deafening thunderclap exploded from beneath their feet. The spiritual energy released from the explosion transformed into a storm that spread out in layers, instantly enveloping everything within a 30-meter radius. Even passing crabs were mercilessly swept up in it. A powerful mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The 2 cruel officials howled miserably, like the wailing of demons from hell. Which bastard launched a sneak attack? I'm going to twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot. They looked at each other and read the familiar killing intent in each other's eyes. The aftershocks of the explosion gradually dissipated. The ruthless official, his body tattered and resembling mud, straightened up, revealing an astonishing vitality beneath his swollen muscles. Fortunately, the Lord has granted us eternal life. It's time to hunt. The 2 ruthless officials followed the source of the murderous intent and found 2 despicable attackers. It turns out they were just weak humans and despicable angels. I will break your wings and present them to the great ruler. Within the department, Enraged, the cruel official pulled out a barbed whip stained with countless drops of blood from his back and charged towards Jiang Yi and Yuxian with a powerful kick. After Yuxian's reminder, Jiang Yi roughly guessed the other party's identity. The only one who could withstand Yuxian's attack and survive was the cruel official he had always longed for. Prepare for battle, Jiang Yi said calmly. Yuxian grabbed the muzzle of the gun with one hand and spun it counterclockwise, and a sharp, menacing silver long sword landed steadily in her hand. A cool sword-cutting move. Yuxian understood. Chapter 29 Wang Fei's Provocation, the whereabouts of the last piece. Jiang Yi quickly retreated and hid behind a boulder, holding a flashbang in his hand. In case of emergency, Yuxian shouted and raised her long sword to face the two cruel and ruthless officials head-on. Lightning. A faint glow could be seen emanating from her body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A bolt of golden lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the circular area beneath the opponent's feet. Yuxian's sharp figure also flashed to the center of the light and lightning in an instant. The cruel and ruthless official, stunned by the lightning, was briefly paralyzed. Swish, swish, swish. A sword beam slashed fiercely at the back of one of the elephant-headed men. Blood splattered everywhere. The latter's body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into a boulder not far away. Two-stage light and lightning. Yuxian's eyes turned cold, and she wielded her sword with both hands in a sweeping slash. The target is the other person's neck. Puffed. Green blood splattered onto the pure, white maid's dress. The unfortunate elephant-headed man, now paralyzed, immediately split up and began to act. We didn't even see what the enemy looked like from beginning to end. Points plus 100. No. The cruel official, who had been swept away by the sword's edge, struggled to his feet. The first thing you see is the corpse that has been cut in half. It let out a desperate roar and pounded its chest, and suddenly a strange black gas burst out from its trunk. Jiang Yi quickly reminded Yuxian to step back slightly and not smell the gas. Upon hearing this, Yuxian immediately flapped her wings and flew into the air. Paralytic toxin. The ultimate killing technique of cruel and ruthless officials. Even the slightest touch of this ominous black mist on the body. The central nervous system of the brain will then suffer fatal paralysis. With tears of blood streaming down his face, the elephant-headed man roared to the heavens, "You disgusting angel, die!" A large amount of black mist from his mouth and nose sprayed towards Yuxian. The white-haired angel smiled confidently, innocently. She raised her longsword high, slowly gathering her strength. The luminous energy in the air danced on the edge of a sword like bees drawn by the scent of nectar. With her aura surging, Yuxian took a slight flight, exuding a powerful killing intent. Flowing light. A simple, unadorned longsword slashes through the void. The sword light, transformed into a magnificent curtain of light, surged forth, instantly cleaving away the paralyzing poison gas and slicing towards the cruel official's head. Bang! The cruel official's elephant head showed an expression of immense pain. Yuxian pressed her advantage and slashed at the head of the immobilized, cruel official. Uft! The 2-meter-tall, muscular body was instantly cleaved into 4 pieces by the longsword. A nauseating cloud of blood mist exploded in the air. A glittering fragment fell from the sky. Jiang Yi hurriedly stepped forward to search the remains of the cruel and ruthless official. Strangely, their bodies began to decompose rapidly after death. Nothing was left but an overwhelming stench and flickering fragments. Jiang Yi pocketed the 2 shimmering fragments. Only by finding the final, cruel official can one synthesize the so-called key to the underworld. What treasures might be inside? Just then, a faint light curtain quietly rose above Yuxian's body. It turns out it's been upgraded. Combat is definitely the first choice for leveling up. Name, the 8th Angel. Race, Angels. Level, 7. Rank, mid-level mythical. I didn't expect the cruel official to have so much experience points. I should have used the 5x speed-up card. Jiang Yi sighed and praised Yuxian. Our Yusin is so strong, easily taking on 2 opponents at once. Yuxian bowed slightly, her fair skin rising and falling. Master, there's no need for praise. This is what a maid should do. As a flawless maid, one must never be arrogant or complacent. Jiang Yi happily opened the leaderboard. Name, Jiang Yi, number 5 middle school, current points, 340. Name, Wang Fei, number 10 middle school, current points, 135. Name, Chen Ping, Qing Shuang Academy, current points, 67. Name, Fun Yun, Fun Tian Academy, current points, 65. Name, Song Yuan, B Tao Academy, current points, 49. Name, Zhang Cheng, number 7 middle school, current points, 32. Name, Zhou Yin from number 7 middle school, current points, 28. Something unexpected happened to Jiang Yi. Wang Fei's points also suddenly surged by 100. Zhang Cheng and Zhou Yin also appeared in the top 10. Oh, Moses Roy. Yuxian noticed Jiang Yi's surprise. She stood on tiptoe to help straighten Jiang Yi's collar. What's wrong, master? Are you unhappy? Jiang Yi shook his head. It's nothing. If nothing unexpected happens, the last key fragment should be on Wang Fei. It jumped 100 points. He must have single-handedly taken down the last cruel and ruthless official. The sensible maid has already pulled out a cannon from under her skirt. Let Yuxian take him down. Jiang Yi gently rubbed the maid's pretty face. We are civilized people who win people over with virtue. With Yuxian's guidance, Jiang Yi found the heavenly concealment grass. The vibrant green grass swayed behind a rock 100 meters away, as if saying, "Come and catch me." Before Jiang Yi could get close, a purple figure landed in front of the heavenly concealment grass. Just as the heavenly concealing grass was about to teleport away, a ball of purple spiritual energy slammed into its body. Heavenly hidden grass. Send it. Wow, I'm really lucky. The legendary heavenly concealing grass that appears and disappears without a trace. A slender young man with a full head of silver hair uprooted the heavenly concealment grass and put it into his possession right in front of Jiang Yi. Haha, perhaps this is the secret realm opportunity that Steward Long was talking about? Yuxian glared at the silver-haired youth with an icy expression. Master discovered that heavenly concealment grass first, and we've been chasing it for a long time. Jiang Yi raised his hand and covered Yuxian's cherry-like lips, pulling her behind him. Give it back to me before I get angry, and I'll pretend this never happened. The silver-haired youth's gaze swept over Yuxian's stunning figure. The angel with human-shaped wings must be the mythical spirit pet that's been making headlines everywhere, right? 3. The silver-haired youth ignored Jiang Yi's warning. So you must be Jiang Yi from number 5 middle school? I really envy you for having such a beautiful and incredibly well-built angelic spirit pet. 2. Yuxian didn't hesitate. She gently raised her Barrett rifle and fired a shot at the silver-haired youth's feet. With a muffled thud, a small explosion occurred in the ground beneath the opponent's feet. The silver-haired youth quickly dodged with a backflip, patting his chest. Her temper is really terrible. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Jiang Yi closed his eyes slightly. 1. Jiang Yi, how about we work together to earn points? The silver-haired youth took out a fragment that had fallen from the cruel official from his pocket. You've probably killed one of these monsters before, right? Do you know what it's for? Fire. The words had barely left his mouth. With focused aim, Yuxian locked her crosshairs on the silver-haired youth's head. My finger gently pulled the trigger. The annihilation missile shot out like a swallow in flight. Hey, don't underestimate me. The silver-haired youth confidently snapped his fingers. A purple sphere, 3 meters tall, appeared out of thin air in front of him. The annihilation bomb was like a stone dropped into a swamp, without making a ripple. The sphere continuously emitted a strange, mysterious light. Just looking at it makes one feel so insignificant. The silver-haired youth calmly stepped out from behind the sphere with a smile. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wang Fei. Chapter 38 Star Talent, Curse of Fate. Jiang Yi crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. So you're Wang Fei? What a coincidence. Wang Fei pointed to the huge crater caused by the lightning bomb and said, Your spirit pet made such a commotion. Isn't it normal for me to come and take a look? But you stole my heavenly concealment grass. Wang Fei smiled faintly. Is that so? I not only want to steal the heavenly concealment grass, but I also want to steal your first place. That depends on whether you have the ability. Jiang Yi glanced at Wang Fei's spirit pet. Name, Purple Moon. Race, Astral. Level, 6. Rank, Superior Epic. Combat skills. Defense, completely blocks any attack up to 5 levels above the user's level for 3 seconds. Attack, transform into the Purple Moon and suppress the opponent with all its might. Transformation, each time you switch between spherical and crescent forms, your attack power will increase. Defend, transforms into a purple sphere, increasing in size and significantly boosting defensive capabilities. Lonely, when used as the sole spirit pet in battle, it reduces damage taken by 50% and increases damage taken by 50%. Brief introduction, an extremely rare planetary type spirit pet, dark attribute, capable of both offense and defense, not to be underestimated. Superior Epic? This Wang Fei might actually be a genius. Yuxian, take care of him. Yes, sir. The white-haired maid flapped her wings and flew into the air, quickly loading the light lightning bullets. A wicked smile crept across Wang Fei's lips. Come on, let me see what you've got. Bang! The bullet, shot out of the barrel, cut through the air and flew towards Wang Fei's feet. Wang Fei calmly hid behind Ziyu. The nearly 3-meter-tall purple sphere emanated a pulsating purple light. Royal. The laser bomb landed. Boom. The spiritual energy transformed into scorching waves of air that swept out in all directions. The faint, dark spiritual energy emanating from the purple sphere protected Wang Fei within it. Jiang Yi's smiling eyes finally showed a hint of seriousness. The expected scene did not appear. This mysterious sphere skill was actually able to withstand a full force attack from a high-level spirit pet. The explosion from the light lightning bomb gradually dissipated. Wang Fei laughed twice and rushed forward rapidly. It's useless. With your level, you can't break through Purple Moon's absolute defense. Faced with the enormous rolling boulder, Jiang Yi could only retreat repeatedly to avoid its impact. Turn into the moon. Wang Fei burst into laughter. The giant boulder's body began to float, gradually rising into a purple full moon that protected Wang Fei from behind, like a god descending to earth. Attack! The two figures, almost merged into one, burst forth with countless dazzling purple rays. Remote attacks? I can do that too. The moonlight transformed into streaks of flying swords, aiming straight for Jiang Yi's chest. These moonbeams were conjured by Wang Fei's spiritual power and were extremely similar to the light emitted by the purple moon itself. The deception is difficult to discern and can easily confuse the opponent's vision. This would give them the initiative to attack. These flying swords, numbering from a few to a dozen, then to dozens or hundreds, completely blocked Jiang Yi's escape route under the cover of purple light. Ha ha ha, you're really in a sorry state. Wang Fei mocked. Jiang Yi had to admit that Wang Fei's moonlight sword transformation move was somewhat impressive, but thankfully not by much. The potential crisis ignited Jiang Yi's fighting spirit. A dangerous layer of black flames slowly ignited on his body. His speed and agility increased to a new level, and he escaped unscathed from the encirclement of flying swords. If there were onlookers, they would surely be amazed by the uniqueness of Wang Fei's spirit pet and Jiang Yi's unpredictable movements. An ordinary spirit master would have been pierced by the endless rain of swords and died on the spot. Wang Fei looked surprised. Impressive skills, but you've been cornered by me. I doubt you can hold out for much longer. Jiang Yi did not order Xin to blindly switch to melee mode. He needs to figure out Purple Moon's defense cooldown. 3 annihilation rounds were fired in quick succession, like death knells. Wang Fei frowned and did not choose to fight head-on. Instead, he urged the Purple Moon behind him to retreat quickly. Bang bang bang. The towering tree behind him was snapped in two by the golden bullet and collapsed with a crash. The cooldown time for absolute defense is a full 5 seconds. Wang Fei was unwilling to risk his precious life to test the attack power of a mythical-level spirit pet. The game's over. Time to get serious. Melt the ball. The Purple Moon transformed once more, becoming an unshakable fortress that paved the way for Wang Fei. One person and one ball headed straight for the landing point at Xion's feet. Jiang Yi sensed something was wrong and quickly summoned Xion back. Too late. Take this. A curse of fate. Wang Fei stretched out his palm towards Xion in the sky and muttered something. Invisible black hands rapidly emerged from his body, sealing the angels in the sky within cages. At this moment, Wang Fei looked exceptionally relaxed. As long as you successfully unleash your 8-star talent, we absolutely will not lose this battle. Curse of Fate weakens all attributes of a single target by 50% and disables all spirit skills for 5 seconds. The higher a spirit master's talent, the greater their influence on high-level spirit pets. Even the beast of sacred annihilation can be affected by the effects of a 1-star talent. Of course, the duration of the adverse effect may only be 0.001 seconds. 8-star talent corresponds to a legendary spirit pet. Even the mythical level Xion will still be affected by the Curse of Fate, being forcibly silenced for 2.5 seconds and unable to make any effective evasions. The wings on her back gradually dimmed, and she fell from the sky due to exhaustion. The round, massive boulder, like an enraged lion, rolled down towards Xion's landing spot. If you were crushed by the impact of the Purple Moon, you would be severely injured even if you didn't die. Oomph. A 10-star talent is nothing but a hollow title. You can only watch helplessly as I crush your spirit pet into mincemeat. What's even more boring is that your spirit pet is dying, and you don't show any sadness or fear on your face. You're truly a heartless person. Wang Fei continued to mock. Jiang Yi suddenly launched an attack, rushing towards Wang Fei in 2 strides. Exhausted and falling, Xion's eyes flashed with unprecedented panic. Master, dodge quickly. This level of attack can't hurt Xion. Just 2 breaths. Jiang Yi had already rushed to Xion's feet, about 10 meters in front of the purple sphere. Are you out of your mind? Are you charging straight at me? I didn't try to kill you. You came here looking for death. A hint of madness flashed in Wang Fei's confident eyes. He wished Jiang Yi would die instantly. Jiang Yi calmly replied, yes, the game has only just begun and it's already ending. It is indeed a bit boring. He threw the flashbang in his right hand toward the ground. Wang Fei and Ziqiu felt their vision suddenly go white, and they could see nothing at all. My ears are ringing. Real dizziness. Hateful. What is this? Could it be his 10-star talent? A sense of unease crept into Wang Fei's heart. 3 seconds have elapsed. Yu Xian, having recovered from her weakened state, quickly switched to her sword. Wang Fei and his spirit pet have just regained their normal vision. A long sword radiating divine power was aimed straight at her neck, but the white-haired maid showed no pity in her eyes. Royal. Wang Fei anxiously activated his absolute defense. The mysterious purple ripples activated again, easily parrying Yu Shi's normal attack. Just as Wang Fei was about to catch his breath, a terrifying spiritual power surged from behind him, a power so powerful it made one's heart tremble and compel one to kneel and worship. He had just turned around. A black iron fist shrouded in mist slammed into his face. Puffed. Blood splattered everywhere, and two front teeth flew into the sky like free spirits. Chapter 31 Yu Xian's heart flutters, leveling up 5 times. Jiang Yi broke Wang Fei's nose with a full-force punch. Several teeth were also knocked out. Wang Fei felt a stinging sensation in his nose, followed by a burning sensation. My body was like a free butterfly, tossed high into the air. Yu Xian kill. Jiang Yi's utterly indifferent voice reached my ears. Wang Fei sensed something was wrong and quickly took out the return stone from his spatial ring. This madman is really going to kill me. He really couldn't understand why Jiang Yi was so fast. Yu Xian frowned slightly, a sense of resentment rising in her heart. That damn silver-haired brat made me embarrass myself in front of my master. We must avenge this defeat. She stepped onto the purple sphere with her beautiful legs and pushed off with all her might, her light body flying towards Wang Fei in the sky. Turn into the moon. Wang Fei anxiously ordered Ziyu to return to his front, wanting to block Yu Xian's close-range attack. Unfortunately, it was too late. A long sword enveloped in holy light cleaved vertically from above, instantly severing his girlfriend. Aya! Wang Fei's face turned pale, and he let out an extremely painful howl. After all, he lost his girlfriend. Yu Xian delivered another perfect roundhouse kick, sending him flying, intending to cut him in two. The purple moon, now in its crescent moon form, surged in speed and materialized to protect Wang Fei's waist. The long sword slashed down. Clang! The trembling sound of metal and hard objects echoed through the jungle, startling countless sparrows. Ziyu swayed precariously, pulling Wang Fei back 2 steps. Yu Xian urged her wings to continue the pursuit. Before the lightning could be activated, Wang Fei, with snot running down his face and blood dripping from his mouth, grabbed the return stone with his left hand and used his last bit of strength to transform into a beam of white light and leave the spirit realm. A bloody arm fell in front of Jiang Yi. The once proud hero became a one-armed swordsman, never able to cut his nails again. Yu Xian glanced around dejectedly, but didn't see Wang Fei and Ziyu. She swiftly descended from the sky to the ground, kneeling on one knee and saying, "I'm sorry, master." Jiang Yi, now back to normal, picked up Wang Fei's severed arm, which had his spatial ring attached to it. Jiang Yi closed his eyes and gently shook his head. "It's not your fault. It's my fault for not punching his head to pieces. His curse of fate is indeed strange. It might be even more dangerous if it comes straight at me." Yu Xian slowly got up, still blaming herself for her incompetence. "It's all my fault, causing master to be in danger." Yu Xian's sword severed one of Wang Fei's hands and ripped open the spirit realm badge on his chest. Jiang Yi also pocketed Wang Fei's points. Name, Jiang Yi, number 5 middle school, current points, 475. The second place player, Finyun, just broke through 100 points. The majority of the team is still hovering around 30 points. No one among the students of Fenglei City is qualified to be Jiang Yi's opponent. Jiang Yi really wanted to sing a song. How lonely it is to be invincible. He opened the spatial ring with some trepidation. Hopefully, Wang Fei doesn't have some kind of XX system, otherwise he'll never get the heavenly concealment grass and its fragments. Jiang Yi's thoughts were clearly overthinking things. There may be many chosen ones in this world. There can only be one chosen one. The dead heavenly concealing grass and the last remaining fragments lay quietly inside. The rest were spirit cores of various magical beasts and emergency food. Great! Jiang Yi smiled with delight. The anxious head maid felt relieved when she saw her master's genuine smile. "Master," Yu Xian said softly. Just now. What happened just now?" Jiang Yi asked, looking up. At this moment, Yu Xian was somewhat different from the usual decisive and efficient maid. Her crimson eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude. "Why save Yu Xian? I'm just an ordinary maid, and besides, Yu Xian won't die. The true gods of the angel race are immortal and will not experience true death." In her opinion, Jiang Yi had no need to put himself in danger. Jiang Yi smiled and patted Yu Xian's head, using his gentle approach. "Because Yu Xian is a beautiful girl, my maid, and also my guardian spirit pet. Why can't the owner protect their spirit pet? If you just stand by and watch yourself get crushed by a boulder for your own safety, are you still a spirit master? I wouldn't even hit or scold you. So how could I not be angry if someone else hit you?" Jiang Yi's words were like a spring breeze in March, blowing into Yu Xian's heart. Yu Xian, who didn't understand romantic feelings, only felt that the master was more and more pleasing to the eye, and her heart was beating faster and faster. She made a very bold decision. She threw herself into Jiang Yi's arms, her slender arms climbing up his broad back. Jiang Yi didn't know where to put his hands. What's wrong with Yu Xian? Please forgive Yu Xian, master. I long to get closer to you, but I don't know how. It will be fine in a moment. A tempting blush rose on Yu Xian's pretty face as she greedily inhaled the comforting scent. She exists solely to make her master happy, and she is willing to give everything for that. They will not feel sad, angry, cry, or wronged because of their own pain. What exactly is the burning passion in my heart? Less than 5 seconds. Yu Xian released Jiang Yi with a slight panic, her face regaining its usual composure and gentleness. Yu Xian has adjusted and is looking forward to the master's next order. Her smile was as beautiful as a blooming peach blossom, her eyes were full of care, and her tender, watery eyes rippled with obedience. It's impossible to look away from it. Jiang Yi had to admit that his lonely and restless heart seemed to have been quietly attracted by the white-haired beauty, and it was hard to erase her. You'll always be with me, right? Yes. That's enough. Jiang Yi shook off the fantasies in his mind and took out that damned heavenly concealment grass. He both loved and hated this guy. Thanks to it, Jiang Yi successfully collected all the keys to the cruel official. Yu Xian, please keep an eye on your surroundings. Okay, master. Jiang Yi swallowed the heavenly concealing grass in one gulp. The taste of grass filled my mouth. The juice wasn't as sweet as one might imagine. Instead, it had an indescribable bittersweet taste that made one instinctively want to vomit. Before Jiang Yi could even chew a few times, he could feel a vast amount of refined spiritual energy flowing into his body through his esophagus. These spiritual energies were gradually devoured by the black spiritual energy within the body. This feels like a breakthrough. An addictive feeling of expansion came from my chest. Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, Level 8, Level 9, Level 10. Wow. 3 levels promoted in a row. As expected of a 4-star medicinal herb, it's so potent even when swallowed raw. Ding. The 8th angel's combat skill, Fallen Demon, has been unlocked. Jiang Yi felt the abundant spiritual power within his body, which was probably already far beyond the ordinary level 10. Jiang Yi stared at the giggling maid in front of him and thought, it seems I need to find a way to get a high-grade spirit seal, break through to the first-tier spirit master level, and learn new skills. We can't keep letting Yu Xian fight other spirit masters one-on-one, can we? Jiang Yi was somewhat envious of the forced weakening skill, Fake Curse, which, when combined with Yu Xian's lightning and flowing light, would be an absolute game-changer. Never mind. Let's first see what this fallen demon is. Chapter 32 First Steps into the Underworld. Jiang Yi glanced at Yu Xian's panel. Fallen Demon. Unleashes the chaos within your nature, increasing all attributes of this pet by 100% for 1 minute. Can only be used once per day. The higher your level, the longer the duration and the greater the bonus. 100% bonus to all attributes. Very competitive. Because the Fallen Demon combat skill was bestowed upon Jiang Yi by his innate demonic talent. Therefore, the duration and bonus effect are related to Jiang Yi's level. This adds one more trump card to your hand. The combination of Flashbang's strong crowd control, Fallen Demon, and Lightning's high burst damage makes Yu Xian invincible against opponents of the same level. Jiang Yi yearned for the spiritual seal and the breakthrough he desired. After I successfully break through to the first level of Spirit Master, what changes will occur to the bonuses from being a Fallen Demon? Regarding spirit seals and breakthroughs. Most spirit masters actually struggle with the choice of spirit seals. Every 10 levels, a spirit master can refine the sealing power of a magical beast into their beast taming space. It can strengthen itself while also absorbing one of the monster's combat skills. Once the spirit seal is successfully refined, it cannot be changed again for the rest of one's life. It's like men and women choosing each other as partners. Although everyone wants to refine 10 saint-level spirit seals to greatly enhance their combat power. But that's almost impossible. I can't get the high-quality girls who are both beautiful and rich. They look down on short, ugly, poor, and greasy-faced low-quality men. This is a reflection of real society. The vast majority of spirit masters choose rank below general for their first 3 seals. Level 3 and above spirit masters can stand alone. All 4th-tier spirit masters can serve as teachers in higher academies. Only beings at this level and above are qualified to select higher-quality spirit seals. I hope God will grant me a more powerful spirit seal. The sun is setting. The fiery clouds reflected a beautiful glow. The crimson clouds resembled blood-soaked wolves galloping across the battlefield, or the crimson blood flowing from countless dead bodies, filling the sky. Then it transforms into a vibrant rose, like a tragic and beautiful love story. Now it's time for fantasy. When I have money in the future, I will definitely take my maid's spirit pets to a place where we can watch the sunset every day to retire. Uxian stood obediently behind and echoed, "Your wish will come true." Jiang Yi, having stopped fantasizing, took out the 3 fragments from the system space at once. When the 4 fragments were in the same space-time, they emitted synchronized micro-vibrations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. They slowly gathered and merged, gradually forming a white disk. Jiang Yi subconsciously touched the disk. The moment Jiang Yi's fingertips touched the disk, he felt a chill run through his entire body. I don't know why. The annoying chirping of cicadas in the jungle disappeared instantly. The ogre's growl, the monster's rumbling bellies, and the distant explosions all vanished simultaneously. The originally beautiful fiery clouds in the sky turned into a hazy, glowing moon. The same location. The same world. But it was a completely different scene. Is this the other world? Not long after Jiang Yi killed Wang Fei, the points leaderboard has undergone a dramatic change. Wang Fei, who was originally in second place, mysteriously disappeared. The second place went to Funyun from Fun Tian Academy. Oh my god, did you guys see that just now? I saw it. Wang Fei's name disappeared, and Jiang Yi's points skyrocketed by over 100. Is Jiang Yi cheating? How come his points are increasing by 100 at a time? Some observant people noticed. Wang Fei's points when he disappeared were exactly the same as Jiang Yi's points when he gained points. Did these two have some kind of shady deal? Burning cloud soybean, sweating face. You don't need to be too surprised. Destroying the spirit badge on someone else's chest will earn you points from that person. Why didn't you say so sooner, teacher? TSK, fighting monsters is so boring. Fighting people is much more fun. Funyun's expression was serious. We blocked this news to prevent you from killing each other. Now that someone has broken the rules, the hunting game has officially begun. Some clever people muttered, wouldn't it be the fastest way to get points by eliminating the teacher? Alright, go ahead and do it. Teacher Funyun's spirit pet is level 18, and all of you combined are just feeding kills. I've made up my mind. I'm going to find a place to squat down and be the 6th person in line. The mature and charming teacher from Ziyu Academy said coquettishly. Everyone, please don't fight each other. Teachers don't like naughty boys. The gloomy man from Bitao Academy remained silent. The lives and deaths of the examinees were completely irrelevant to his mission. The slick-back-haired uncle from Qing Shuang Academy stared at Jiang Yi's name. What an interesting student. The candidates were filled with anticipation. The true purpose of this assessment is obvious. The game has only just begun. The entrance to the spirit world. Bored, Longsheng lay in his tent watching a beautiful live streamer. Hee, Jejia, my Jejia. It's hard to imagine the bizarre scene of a burly man holding a phone with a perverted look on his face. Lord Dragon, something terrible has happened. A servant of the beast's soul cried anxiously at the door. Furious, Longsheng pulled up his pants, looking impatient. What are you yelling about in broad daylight? The soldier knelt on one knee, not daring to raise his head. Wang Fei from number 10 middle school had his arm cut off, but barely managed to escape back. What? This is true? I dare not deceive you, sir. Please go and take a look. At this moment, Longsheng didn't care about the beautiful anchorwoman. He quickly put on his dark green battle robe and ran towards the entrance of the spirit world. The Wang family of Fenglei City has been very generous in their tribute to Longsheng. That's why Longsheng revealed some of the rules of the spirit world to Wang Fei. With Wang Fei in trouble, Longsheng is inevitably implicated. After all, you're beholden to someone who gives you a bribe. Longsheng ran to the entrance to the spirit world. All that could be seen was Wang Fei, pale and bloodless, lying in the arms of a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to him. This middle-aged man is Wang Pengfei, the head of the Wang family. Feier, who exactly hurt you? I'll make sure he never leaves this forest. The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot, and faint tears of blood streamed down his face. The biological son had his arm cut off, and was also lost. How could a father who had high hopes for his son, who had become a dragon among men, possibly accept that his once promising son had been reduced to a disabled person? Wang Fei, who had lost too much blood, was unable to utter a word. He drew 2 lines on the ground with his left hand, and then fainted. Longsheng frowned. Wang Fei was also a peerless genius whose awakening he had personally witnessed. The curse of fate can weaken enemies, making the Purple Moon, who can both attack and defend, virtually invincible among her peers. Longsheng didn't quite believe that anyone could injure Wang Fei. Son. Longsheng patted the weeping Wang Pengfei. Patriarch Wang, please accept my condolences. Wang Fei's strength is unmatched among his peers, so he shouldn't have been beaten by someone. My son is so powerful, how could a mere monster from the spirit world possibly injure him? The Wang family head may not understand that the void spirit realm is somewhat different from other spirit realms. Longsheng refrained from getting angry because of the money, and instead offered an explanation. What's the difference? This spirit world may conceal an inner world, and Wang Fei may have suffered this calamity because he mistakenly entered that inner world. Please accept my condolences. Wang Pingfei glared angrily. I don't believe it. Jiang Yi's score jumped by more than 100 points. It must be him who ruined my son. Chapter 33 The Mirror World Full of Unknowns. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's name, Longsheng immediately said, Patriarch Wang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The ambulance carried Wang Fei, who had lost too much blood, away. Wang Pingfei pointed to the stone tablet at the entrance to the spirit realm. I've been watching the points changes here. Originally, Jiang Yi had over 300 points and my son had over 100 points, but after my son escaped from the spirit world, the points Jiang Yi gained became my son's points. Jiang Yi murdered my son. Otherwise, how could Jiang Yi be number one? He must have attacked other students and stolen their points. Wang Pingfei roared in fury. Longsheng, his face ashen, said, Patriarch Wang, the candidates who have been eliminated so far are all fools who lack the ability to go it alone. Hey, what do you mean by surname Long? Longsheng glanced at the spirit realm stone tablet. Jiang Yi's name also disappeared. The current first place is Fun Yun from Finchin Academy, with 90 points. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. Jiang Yi's name has disappeared. Wang Pingfei looked back, his face filled with fear. How could this be? I just saw that he still had more than 400 points. Longsheng calmly walked away with his hands in his pockets. Only unparalleled geniuses can obtain such points. The void spirit realm is fraught with danger, and even geniuses can fail. Wang Pingfei stared at the stone tablet without saying a word. The principal of number 5 middle school ran up to Longsheng with great enthusiasm. Professor Long, why did Jiang Yi's points disappear from our school? He had 475 points just now. As the principal of number 5 middle school, he highly values Jiang Yi's future. After all, he'll have a huge amount of bragging rights now. Do you know that peerless genius with 10-star talent? It's from our number 5 middle school. Therefore, the principal of number 5 middle school cared more about Jiang Yi's grades than Jiang Yi's biological father. Longsheng was also shocked. After the big exam started, he stayed in his tent scrolling through videos of beautiful female streamers and didn't pay any attention to the ranking stone tablet. 475 points? Although apart from a few extremely troublesome monsters, there are no super powerful magical beasts in the void spirit realm. But this doesn't mean that geniuses will always get high scores. Anyone who has participated in the spirit exam knows how difficult it is to earn points. This is because of the existence of characters like Lao Lu who specialize in stealing monsters, and the behavior of gangs robbing solo players in the mid to late game. One hand cannot clap. Few people can overpower the crowd. When someone scores high enough, it will attract attacks from other groups. Therefore, the first half of the spirit exam is all about working hard and teaming up to grind monsters. The second half is a desperate battle royale filled with deceit and treachery. The number 1 player may not be the strongest, but they are definitely the most cunning. That said, the magical beasts in the spirit world far surpass those of the same level in the wild. How did Jiang Yi reach level 475? Could it be that Wang Fei was really tricked by Jiang Yi? That's unlikely, isn't it? At present, none of the spirit masters have spirit seal skills, and their guardian spirit pets lack skills, relying almost entirely on basic attacks. The difference between emperors and myths is not significant if it is below level 10. Moreover, Wang Fei's Curse of Fate is extremely powerful, comparable to some useless 9-star talents in actual combat. If it were a one-on-one fight between people of the same level, even Longsheng, who had extensive combat experience, had no chance of winning against Wang Fei. If Jiang Yi really did it all on his own, that would be too outrageous, wouldn't it? The highest score in the Dragon Kingdom's century-long examination came from the Qin family of the capital. 24 hours, 670 minutes. It's only been a few hours. Jiang Yi scored 475 points? What freak? Longsheng closed his eyes slightly. There are 2 possibilities. The principal of number 5 middle school immediately asked, Please speak, Mr. Long. The first scenario is that Jiang Yi offended too many people, was brought down by a coalition, had his spirit realm badge revoked, and his score reset to 0. The principal quickly shook his head. According to my investigation, Jiang Yi is a very low-key person and almost never competes with others for anything. The second possibility is that Jiang Yi is indeed a peerless genius. He has found a way to enter the inner world and entered the true void spirit realm, so his name is not on the ranking list of the surface world. The principal was dumbfounded. What other world? I didn't understand. Longsheng stood with his hands behind his back. The hidden area of the void spirit realm should be a mirror world that is extremely similar to the outside world. When this spirit realm was first discovered, the Beast Soul Hall, as usual, sent out some second-tier scouts to investigate, but they all mysteriously disappeared without even using a return stone. A while ago, my 4 mentors and I entered the Void Realm to investigate and encountered 2 very peculiar-looking monsters with elephant heads and human bodies. Although their strength is average, their vitality is exceptionally strong, making them almost impossible to kill completely. The old man from Qing said they are guardians of the inner world, and ordinary people are helpless against them, so we withdrew. The principal was dumbfounded. So the 4 tutors accompanying the student during the exam were there to protect the student? That's right. With them around, the guardians can't harm most of the students. A hint of melancholy flashed in Long Shang's eyes. If it were the first option, the points could be lost and then started over. With Jiang Yi's talent, he would become famous sooner or later. If it's the second one, then that's terrible. We insignificant humans are merely one species in the vast universe. Some extremely powerful monsters or beings can easily influence our will and transform us into pathetic beings. A hint of vicissitude flashed in Long Shang's eyes, a stark contrast to his former arrogance. I never want to go to that kind of other world again in my life. If Jiang Yi goes in alone, he will surely die. The principal remained silent after hearing this. Although he was the principal of Fenglei City No. 5 Middle School, this was the first time he had ever heard of such a fantastical claim. The fear of the unknown is enough to devour any fragile spirit. Principal Long Sheng and the other 2 stared at the gate to the spirit world that seemed to suck away souls, lost in thought. The 2 could only pray silently in their hearts. I hope everything goes well for Jiang Yi and that nothing bad happens to him. Otherwise, their future sources of income will be completely cut off. The grove of trees in the other world. All was quiet. The winding path led to a secluded spot. The light here is a dim, light-like ray. Jiang Yi could only hear his own heartbeat and Yu Xian's breathing. This silence is like the slow, insomniac workers being devoured at 3:30 in the morning. It causes one's sanity to plummet. Yu Xian noticed that Jiang Yi's expression was unusual, so she slowly flapped her wings and leaned close to Jiang Yi. Master, don't be afraid. Yu Xian will always be with you. In this indescribable silence, Jiang Yi subconsciously took the delicate hand of the white-haired maid. It feels so good to have someone by my side. I wasn't scared. The woods are filled with the special effects of a horror movie. Rustling. A gust of cold wind blew by. A woman's faint voice reached my ears. Help me, help me, help me. Could it be haunted? To be honest, Jiang Yi's biggest fear is ghosts. Jiang Yi, who considered himself second only to the heavens, instantly hid behind Yu Xian, with warm wings enveloping him from both sides. Yu Xian stood in front of Jiang Yi like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Master, don't be afraid. Jiang Yi blushed. Chapter 34 Yu Xian's Gluttony. A soft, seductive female voice drifted through the air. Help me, Lord Demon. Jiang Yi frowned and quietly grabbed Yu Xian's skirt. Yu Xian, did you hear that? A hint of doubt appeared in the maid's eyes, but she still smiled. Master, excessive physical stress may cause auditory hallucinations. Let Yu Xian help you release the excess stress you've accumulated. After saying that, the white-haired angel slowly knelt on the ground, gesturing for Jiang Yi to lie down on her lap. Jiang Yi closed his eyes and listened to his surroundings. Unfortunately, all I could hear was the restless heartbeat in my chest. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Jiang Yi released his grip with a self-deprecating laugh, his expression returning to normal. Box. Jiang Yi clearly felt a cold wind blowing against the back of his neck. That ghostly scream was definitely not a hallucination. The tenderness in Yu Xian's eyes instantly turned into extreme vigilance. She swiftly drew her long sword and slashed at Jiang Yi's back. Sizzle. A sound similar to tearing cloth. Jiang Yi used a tactical roll to get behind Yu Xian. A long sword radiating golden light pierced through a disheveled female ghost wearing a tattered green robe. Name, strange object. Race, unknown. Level, 11. Rank, intermediate elite. Combat skill, fear transformation, female voice, alluring, cruel claws. Synopsis. A spirit master, brutally murdered by a cruel official, is assimilated into a bizarre creature after death, which indiscriminately attacks the living within the other world. Jiang Yi was greatly surprised. It belongs to the same category as the cruel and ruthless official, the unknown category. And its level is even higher than level 10? Damn it, didn't that bastard Longshang say that the monsters in the Void Realm are basically no more than level 10? But, after Jiang Yi finally saw the true source of the strange voice, the last vestiges of fear in my heart vanished. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. As long as you dare to show your health bar, I'll kill even a god, just to show you. Yu Xian was ruthless and didn't talk much. She twisted her right hand and flicked the long sword in her hand upwards. A long wound was immediately slashed open on the female ghost's body, and dark blood gushed out like a fountain. Chirp chirp. After letting out a mournful cry of despair, her life points were wiped out by Yu Xian's sword. He lay on the ground and died. Points plus 10. To Jiang Yi's surprise, a dark, fantastical stone burst forth. Did you get a gold coin explosion? Jiang Yi squatted down. The sealing power of the strange creature. Intermediate elite level. Usable for spirit masters to break through. Successful refinement yields the skill. Enchantress of a female voice. Seductive female voice. Emits mysterious sonic waves from her voice, causing enemies to experience a brief hallucination. 3 seconds. Good stuff. The trump card skill of support-type spirit masters. Jiang Yi smiled, and put the female ghost spirit seal into his bosom. He looked down on the mid-level elite-grade spirit seals. It's not bad to sell it for money. It could sell for at least close to 1 million. Such generous rewards are one of the main motivations for many spirit masters to begin their cultivation. I'm sorry, Master, Yuxian's perception has been greatly weakened in this mysterious space. Jiang Yi looked down and saw 2 mounds of snow-white flesh. Is it common sense in the maid industry to reveal this when apologizing? Okay. Yusin, don't blame yourself. It's getting late, time to eat. Now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, we still need to explore the other world. With Yuxian as a mobile bodyguard, these valuables are easily snatched up. What's there to be afraid of? Just do it. Yuxian nervously placed her hands at her waist, looking troubled. Master, there are no cooking utensils here. Yuxian doesn't know how to cook outdoors. Oh, Jiang Yi was greatly surprised. Who would have thought that even a seemingly perfect maid has something she's not good at? I really can't handle you, so let's see what your master is capable of. Full of confidence, Jiang Yi pulled out the basic ingredients and iron skewers he had prepared in advance from the system space. There are also high-quality ingredients such as white rabbit and pigeon. The responsible maid couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment as she watched her most important master washing and cutting skewers. Master I am. Jiang Yi kicked down a thick tree next to him, then borrowed Yuxian's longsword and began hacking away. With the help of a tinderbox, the campfire was easily lit. Yuxian, pay close attention to your surroundings. The bright flames will attract unclean and strange creatures from the other world. Yuxian took the long sword and nodded vigorously, saying, Yuxian understands. Half an hour later, the tender and delicious roasted rabbit heads and roasted pigeons emitted an enticing aroma. Yuxian, panting, wiped away non-existent sweat from her forehead and gently stuck out her tongue. At her feet lay the corpses of more than a dozen strange creatures lying in disarray. Jiang Yi tossed the Sichuan peppercorns, carrots, and enoki mushrooms onto the grilled meat, and dinner was ready. Before dinner, Jiang Yi then took out all the spirit cores he had obtained in the wild a few days ago. The original plan was to sell it to raise money for rent. Earning 1 million from Zhou Yin is less worthwhile than using it to upgrade Yuxian's level. Yuxian, open your mouth. Jiang Yi patiently fed all the spirit cores in the stockpile. Yuxian licked her fingertips with her fragrant tongue, still wanting more. A hint of shy anticipation even appeared on her fair and pretty face. A faint golden light shimmered on the maid's body. The wings on her back were even more dazzling and sacred. Name, the 8th angel. Race, angels. Level, 8. Rank, mid-level mythical. Good, you've leveled up. Jiang Yi clapped his hands in satisfaction. His gaze shifted to the plate of roasted rabbit meat. Chunks of roasted rabbit meat, carrots, and bell peppers. The dishes are vibrant and appealing. Jiang Yi started eating heartily. The rich, flavorful broth stimulates the taste buds on the tip of the tongue. This kind of authentic wild game is something that ordinary people simply cannot get their hands on. That's so true to me. Jiang Yi ate the meat in silence. Some of the dejected maids sat on the bench, looking pitifully at Jiang Yi. Yuxian knew perfectly well that she didn't need to eat to survive. When she saw the food prepared by her master, sweet saliva appeared in her mouth. How can a maid steal food from her master? But I'm really curious. What does the food made by master taste like? Goo. Jiang Yi heard a strange swallowing sound. He looked up. A hint of curiosity and longing appeared on the usually calm and composed maid's face. Is Yuxian craving something? Jiang Yi handed over a plate and chopsticks. Yuxian, are you craving it? Here, this plate of roasted pigeon is for you. The white-haired maid shook her head like a rattle drum. The surging snow-white foam seemed about to burst. It tastes best now. It won't taste good once it gets cold. Master, Yuxian doesn't need to eat. Taking your food will make you unhappy. Jiang Yi laughed. You don't understand. Having someone to accompany you and share fun is also a kind of happiness. Yuxian's heart wavered once again. She always believed that only by obeying her master could she bring him the corresponding happiness. Master, however, wanted to satisfy his immature greed. Does this behavior make him happy? What should I do? There was a slight discrepancy between what I had in mind and what Yuxian actually knew. Her CPU burned out. Chapter 35 The Legend of the Demon Race. Jiang Yi shook the plate. Eat up. Why aren't you eating it while it's hot? Yuxian's pretty face was turning red at a visible speed. She said in a voice barely above a whisper, "Okay." Urged by his master, the white-haired angel gently picked up a piece of pigeon meat and put it in his mouth. The succulent meat juices, the spicy seasonings, and the silky smooth texture of the meat constantly assaulted Yuxian's senses. So human food, is this delicious? Yuxian, whose cooking skills are at their maximum level, has never tasted the food she makes. She has no interest in it. Is it delicious? Then you should eat more. Looking at Jiang Yi, who was laughing heartily, Yuxian felt a warm current surge in her heart. I can't quite describe the feeling. As long as master is happy, that's enough. The bright red firelight shone on Yuxian's greasy lips, and a strange thought suddenly arose in Jiang Yi's mind. What would it feel like to kiss someone now? Does it taste sweet? Or is it the taste of meat tainted by the hot sauce? Yuxian noticed Jiang Yi's intense gaze, and she quickly pulled out a napkin to wipe her mouth. She was afraid that her ugly behavior would anger Jiang Yi. After the meal, Jiang Yi began searching for the strange creature that Yuxian had killed. According to the information transmitted by the Eye of Insight, these strange creatures seem to be wandering in the underworld to protect something. Their common characteristic is that they were killed and reformed by cruel and ruthless officials. The body was pieced together from different kinds of creatures. Its human body, octopus face, tiger claws, leopard tail, and eagle wings are quite frightening. Jiang Yi even discovered several corpses dressed in the robes of the Beast Soul Hall. Could they be spirit world investigators sent by the Beast Soul Hall? What secrets are hidden in this other world? It was 8 p.m. The moon in the sky appears as two. One of them is an ominous red moon. Blood instantly enveloped the silent forest. The maid following behind suddenly spoke up. Master, Yuxian has a pretty good idea of what kind of guys are here. Jiang Yi was somewhat surprised. What is it? Yuxian looked up at the blood-red moon and said calmly. The blood moon has appeared, and the demons have awakened. Jiang Yi frowned slightly, but remained silent. Demon race. The mortal enemy of the angels. It is said that the angels and demons were the first supernatural beings to be born 5,000 years ago. One light and one dark represent day and night. They each influenced half of the beast tribes on Red Moon Star. Monsters that actively approached the angel race became docile and lawless. The monsters that actively approached the demon race became violent and chaotic. 4,000 years ago, the Holy King led the 10 angels in a war against the demon race for 333 years. The Red Moon Star is a scene of devastation, a land of suffering and death. Ultimately, the Holy King and the Angel of Courage sacrificed their lives to seal the Chaos Demon within the Tower of Destiny in the central ocean of the Red Moon Star. The other 10 demons, having lost their leaders, were also suppressed and sealed away. A portion of the severely weakened angel race retreated to the western continent and established the celestial god cult, recruiting believers in an attempt to resurrect the true God. The rest live in seclusion on the islands in the central ocean. Protect the Tower of Destiny and prevent the Demon King from breaking the seal and devouring the entire planet. According to historical records, the demon race excels at bewitching people and leading them to corruption. Therefore, Jiang Yi did not associate the demon race with the extremely strange monsters at all. Yuxian, how can you be sure that the leader here is a demon? As far as I know, this race has been suppressed for nearly 4,000 years, and there are no demonic beasts on the market. People may have forgotten this ancient and evil race. The blood moon is a symbol of the chaotic god. The memories in my mind can't be wrong. Yuxian gripped her longsword tightly and said calmly, Chaotic true god, what is that? Jiang Yi was very curious. Yuxian frowned slightly. I don't know the details very well either. Yuxian is just an angel for entertainment purposes, and there isn't much information about the true god in her mind. Since that's the case, let's just take it one step at a time. Jiang Yi retrieved the return stone from the system space. If you can't win, just run away. Moreover, Yuxian has the passive ability, Demon's Nemesis. It inflicts extremely high additional DOT effects on demons. The outcome is still uncertain. The blood moon's light in the sky focused on one spot. Jiang Yi didn't want to wander aimlessly in the forest and waste precious time exploring the spirit realm. Because the strange creatures roaming in the forest were all killed by Jiang Yi's entrapment tactics. Therefore, the road to the gathering place of the moonlight was exceptionally smooth. Once again, incredibly alluring female voices echoed from all around. Help me. Aren't they just a few strange creatures that use their seductive singing voices? It's not a real ghost. It is the unknown that brings fear. This time, Jiang Yi was not afraid. Yuxian, did you hear that? It's another monster. Jiang Yi pulled out a flashbang. Yuxian obediently shook her head. Crossing a deserted forest, Jiang Yi finally saw where the moonlight was focused. This is a large, unremarkable mound. The area above the mound is covered with dense forest. At first glance, there is nothing particularly remarkable about it. Upon closer inspection, These tree trunks resemble the wildly flailing arms and claws of demons. The crimson moonlight focused on a flat area at the foot of the mound. The scene near the flat land appeared perfectly normal. Flat sand, normal tree branches, crawling centipedes, and restless cicadas. Jiang Yi thought about it carefully. In this illogical underworld, there's definitely something wrong with such a logically sound area. How could centipedes and cicadas possibly appear in a place where the branches of trees are already strangely shaped? Trying to cover it up only makes it more obvious. Jiang Yi pointed to the floor and ordered, "Uxian, switch the cannons and blast it open." Uxian wouldn't ask Jiang Yi the reason for his order, much less object to it. She pulled a black-barreled cannon from under her skirt, flew into the air, and fired a luminous lightning bomb at the focal point of the red moonlight. Bang! A loud bang echoed throughout the entire forest. The hard soil was easily torn apart like a piece of paper in front of the light-emitting bomb. A dark, shabby opening shyly peeked out. A strange and angry roar came from the cave entrance. The being inside seemed to be saying, "Can't you knock? Jiang Yi, I think you've never seen a black-S society before." Thanks to the angelic halo above Uxian's head, Jiang Yi didn't need to use the spirit lamp that consumed his own spiritual power. Inside the cave entrance is a downward staircase. The interior was relatively clean, except for the mud and debris from the explosion. Jiang Yi led Uxian down the steps. It is obvious. The hidden places in the inner world are the core of the void spirit realm. It contains the ultimate treasure that sustains the entire spirit world. Its value may be immeasurable in monetary terms. God-level spirit pet eggs, God-level spirit seals, high-level materials, and spirit cores. Aren't these the extraordinary encounters that spirit masters pursue throughout their lives? As Jiang Yi stepped in, the aura of a living person filled the air. Fires burst forth one after another at the bottom of the cave, like motion-activated lights. It seems to be saying, "Welcome to the Devil's Tomb." Chapter 36. Thank you for kissing my cheek. The wall lamps on both sides of the tomb were slowly lit. Jiang Yi gradually adapted to the light underground. It was pitch black ahead, and I couldn't see anything. The only path was like a mysterious behemoth with its jaws wide open, seemingly waiting for Jiang Yi to walk right into its trap. Uxian, with a calm expression, stepped forward with her sword. "Master, please stand behind Uxian. There is definitely a terrifying demon inside." Before he could finish speaking, a hoarse, grating scream echoed from the depths of darkness. Angels? Good timing. Demons aren't ghosts, so Jiang Yi naturally wasn't afraid. "Hey guys inside, wanna come out and fight me one-on-one? You're doomed if I don't smoke." Jiang Yi's loud shouts echoed throughout the entire underground tomb. Instead of the hoarse demon's response, he heard a strange sound that resembled both the chirping of insects and the squealing of pigs. Roar, roar, roar. A foul-smelling wind wafted from the depths of the tomb. Jiang Yi gripped the flashbang and followed Uxian as the two entered the only passage. Strangely enough, the wall lamps will only light up automatically when Jiang Yi gets close, and will turn off automatically when he moves away. Therefore, Jiang Yi only had a visual distance of about 5 meters. He carefully observed the stone walls on both sides of the tomb, and the passage was about 3 meters long. The stone wall is carved with strange and difficult-to-understand murals. The Eye of Insight displays information. The Tomb of the Dominator, carved with the history of the demon race. Its stone walls are filled with the remains of countless angel warriors. The ruler mentioned by the cruel and ruthless officials? I thought I was just catching a small boss, but I ended up stirring up their headquarters. Since it is a tomb, this so-called ruler is nothing to be afraid of. After all, they were beaten to death and buried here. Jiang Yi's courage grew once again. Sizzle sizzle. A large swarm of black beetles emerged from the front of the passage, emitting a terrifying chirping sound. Uxian raised an eyebrow, and the long sword in her hand emitted a holy light like a torch. The black beetles on the ground scattered like mice seeing a cat. Jiang Yi glanced up and swept his eyes over. Black Death Worm, a highly evil advanced insectoid race that is extremely sensitive to spiritual energy, enjoys devouring the flesh and blood of living beings, and is terrified of light. Goodness. If there is no light attribute spirit pet to accompany you. The dense swarms of black death insects underfoot, possibly numbering in the tens of thousands, would be enough to give an ordinary spirit master a hard time. The chirping of insects gradually faded into the distance. Tada! The only sound in the pitch-black tunnel was the steady footsteps of Jiang Yi and Uxian. This suffocating sense of oppression is enough to overwhelm the rationality of most people. It took 10 minutes to walk. The road ahead widened considerably. The wall lamps on both sides were also fully lit. 2 stone statues stand in front, their knees drawn up to their chests, their bat-like wings hunched over. The gargoyles slowly awoke after smelling the presence of a living person. For pairs of red glowing pupils stared intently at the imposing white-haired maid. Angels, kill. They slowly straightened their 2-meter-tall bodies, pulled out a double-edged hook blade from somewhere, and charged towards Jiang Yi and his companion. Roar! Jiang Yi did not immediately use the precious flashbang, but instead retreated to check the other party's information. Name, Gargoyle. Race, Demon. Level, 12. Rank, Top Elite. Combat skill, Spiritual power immune to rock-solid death ray. Synopsis. Originally just an ordinary bat, it evolved into a dark attribute gargoyle through fusion with a human corpse under the influence of the ruler, becoming immune to most spiritual techniques. Tip. Its physical defense is extremely excellent. Its weakness is its eyes. A level 12 demon? Spiritual immunity? Jiang Yi was filled with excitement. Sure enough, the monsters here are completely different from those rotten fish and shrimp outside. Finally, some challenging monsters have appeared. But before he could give the order, Yuexine calmly took a half-step back to gather her strength. Then her taut body leaped high into the air like a cannonball. A golden arc of light cleaved through the black mist. A simple sweeping motion slashed across the two gargoyles. The level 8 Yuexine and the level 12 gargoyle are not much different in level, so there is no level suppression. The mythical grade item completely outclassed the two gargoyles. With her passive ability that hard counters the demon race, Yuexine can easily defeat her opponents. Sizzle sizzle. A crisp sound, like porcelain shattering, rang out simultaneously. The two gargoyles were no match for Yuexine's longsword, as easily defeated as clay chickens and earthenware dogs. A unique white flame began to ignite at the wound. The petrified skin, which had an extremely strong protective barrier, was easily corroded by the white flames. Yuexine's lips curled slightly as she used her right hand to unleash a rapid series of slashes at the two gargoyles. The gargoyle was cut to pieces, leaving no unscathed spot on its body, and the white flames burned ever brighter. Those despicable angels. When were these humanoid weapons, which are natural counters to the demon race, developed? The enraged gargoyle roared, "Zixixi!" Then it gripped its weapon, wanting to leave a mark on Yuexine's flawless body. Yuexine smiled and said, "It's no use." With a swift upward thrust, the longsword pierced the opponent's eye before they could react. She gracefully and unhurriedly stepped back to Jiang Yi. The gargoyles let out mournful howls, and in the blink of an eye, they were melted into wax by wisps of white flame, leaving not even a speck of stone behind. A complete and utter domination in speed, strength, combat experience, and more. Jiang Yi looked at the empty stone seat and shook his head slightly. They were dead beyond dead. The cautious maid assumed that her master was not satisfied with the two stone thrones. Golden ripples echoed continuously in the space. She lowered her body, quickly drew her sword, and flashed to the stone seat. Sizzle sizzle. 2 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, blasting the gargoyle's dormant base to smithereens. This angel is clearly very strong, yet he is overly cautious. Use basic attacks in fights, and unleash your ultimate move to finish off opponents. Even Hua Tuo would have to shake his head in disbelief. Yuexine, what are you doing? The maid bowed her head and replied, "Since Master doesn't like these 2 stone platforms, then let's destroy them. Anything that makes Master unhappy is Yuexine's enemy." Jiang Yi remained silent. Yuexine's behavior is slightly different now than when she first arrived. I can't explain it in more detail. The smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated. There is a dark, round sphere in the deep pit beneath the base. Jiang Yi curiously squatted down to examine the black ball. The key to the north gate. The key to open the north gate of the tomb of the Dominator. Jiang Yi couldn't contain his joy and hugged the angelic maid who had a blank expression. He gave her a big kiss on her exquisitely beautiful face. Smack. Yuexine is truly my lucky star. She can find the front door key even if I just blow up the floor. Yuexine was initially taken aback by Jiang Yi's intimate behavior, leaving her on edge and at a loss for what to do. They reacted in less than 0.1 seconds. Not only did they take the initiative to bring him back, but they also covered Jiang Yi with 2 pairs of large, flawless white wings. Satisfaction shone in those captivatingly beautiful eyes. Thank you for kissing my cheek. Chapter 37 Yuexine. A well-timed ultimate move makes the minions die early. The maid's direct attack on his face made Jiang Yi blush. Jiang Yi slowly released the soft, fragrant jade from his arms. She tilted her head and looked at him with a tender expression. Ahem, that's me. Yuexine gently wiped the dust off Jiang Yi's shoulder and said softly, Yuexine doesn't understand human emotions. As long as you're happy, then feel free to order me around. Jiang Yi gazed at those beautiful, slightly squinting, smiling red eyes, and a strange thought arose in his mind. The fragrance wafting from so close at hand fueled his desire to learn everything about the maid before him. Will Yuexine always keep such a warm smile? Will she be angry? Will I be sad? Is it possible for someone to cry from the noise? Jiang Yi withdrew his bold idea. Jiang Yi still hasn't figured out the doll girl's innocent heart. Yu Xian walked ahead, clearing the way while absent-mindedly stroking her soft, pretty face. It's wonderful to be treated so intimately by my master. Jiang Yi, who was following behind, stared blankly at her back, lost in thought. Yu Xian and Jiang Yi exclaimed as if possessed. Master, what are your orders? Having not touched a woman in a long time, Jiang Yi subconsciously looked at the barely visible, fair legs and the incredibly alluring lips. Come here for a moment. Jiang Yi, who wanted to become a basketball trainee, had not yet given the order. Bang! Suddenly, a monster that made your sanity drop like crazy flew out of the darkness ahead. Overall, it should be a humanoid creature. Above it is a head resembling a human brain, with countless densely packed black pupils that would trigger trypophobia. Numerous brown tentacles, flying haphazardly, grow from the lower part of the brain. Two of them, the left and right hands, were very thick and strong. Looking further down, it resembles a human draped in a black robe. My Luo Tianyi. She's really ugly. Wah! The monster made a dolphin-like sound as it attacked Jiang Yi. Name, Hyakimki. Race, Demon. Level, 13. Rank, lower-ranking General. Combat Art. Pain Coil, Spiritual Energy Absorption, Overclocked Thinking. Synopsis. Originally just an ordinary jellyfish, it evolved into a dark attribute Hyakum after being influenced by the ruler and merging with the corpse of an angel. This bizarre-looking hundred-eyed demon was evolved from the fusion of an angel's corpse and a jellyfish. Jiang Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled upon seeing this. Aren't all angels handsome men or incredibly beautiful women? Everyone knows that they are almost no different from humans except for their wings. In contrast, the demon race recorded in history was described as having extremely ugly and deformed appearances. Jiang Yi was extremely frustrated that his excitement had been interrupted. Yu Xian made it. Yes, sir. This Hyakim Ki is clearly a tentacle monster that excels at mid-range combat. It can be quite troublesome for female spirit masters to encounter it. But our Yusin isn't afraid of it at all. Standing in front, Yu Xian frowned slightly, sensing a strong demonic aura emanating from her. These demons actually possess the aura of angels? What exactly happened? Wah! A strange dolphin-like sound came from behind the hundred-eyed monster. One after another, Hyakim Ki emerged from the darkness. It can be spotted at a glance. There are actually 20 or 30 Hyakim Ki in total. Wah! The awakened hundred-eyed demons hated Yu Xian, who was dressed in a flowing white dress, and hated her flawless and outstanding appearance. It's just 2v10. Small-scale event. Jiang Yi laughed heartily, rolled up his sleeves, gripped the flashbang tightly, and prepared to have a big fight with Yu Xian. With a calm and collected demeanor, Yu Xian deftly flung the long sword away with an incredibly stylish gesture. With a swift movement of her jade-like hand, she spun the Barrett rifle a few times, then pulled it out and aimed it at the hundred-eyed demon legion. The hundred-eyed demons screamed in unison and stretched out their indescribable brown tentacles toward the two of them, trying to tear Yu Xian's wings to shreds. Jiang Yi said calmly, I'll cover for you, and try to wipe them out with a single burst of lightning. Yu Xian smiled and shook her head, saying, Please leave everything to me, master. She pulled a colorful special bullet from her inner thigh and loaded it into the chamber. Streamer bullets. A super powerful linear AoE attack with the property of light penetration. Getting rid of unwanted flies doesn't require you to do it yourself. The maid angel finished her prayer and gently pulled the trigger. The lightning bomb requires a short charging time to aim and creates a large area explosion AoE, making it suitable for long-range sniping. The streamer bullet inherits the instantaneous effect of the streamer, creating a straight-line AoE that is suitable for such confined environments. Wah! The hundred-eyed demons, swarming forward, had no idea of the Barrett's power. Cruel and cruel official. Come keep me company, bro. Bang! The deafening roar of cannons. An incredibly thick and dazzling colored laser beam shot out of the gun and towards the hundred-eyed demons on their faces. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The air hummed as it was sliced by the colored laser. Yu Xian murmured as she put down the Barrett. I hope this shot will make you happy. Countless brown tentacles were shattered into pieces the moment they came into contact with the colored laser. The next second, white holy flames began to spread from the wound. The hundred-eyed demons were greatly surprised. They had never seen flames of such a strange color before. Light and dark grades are mutually restraining, so Yu Xian wins. Angels and demons counter each other, so Yu Xian wins. The combined advantage easily shattered the combined attack of the hundred-eyed demons with the help of the streamer bullet. The penetrating, colored laser did not stop and flew into the depths of darkness, carrying with it a mysterious holy flame. Wah! The hundred-eyed demons could only let out miserable howls. They humbly knelt under the rule of the seven-colored laser. Bang! Boom! All the demons behind the dark passage were wiped out by Uxion's all-out attack. 2 rainbow lights flashed continuously on Uxion's body. Splat! The sound of stone bricks hitting the ground broke the silence inside the tomb. Points plus 10. Points plus 20. Points plus 50. Points plus 50. A strange notification popped up in front of me. Ding! Your pet, the 8th angel, has reached its level cap. Please break through as soon as possible. Ding! Your pet, the 8th angel, has reached its level cap. Please break through as soon as possible. Jiang Yi's score also reached an unprecedented 680 points. Name, the 8th angel. Race, angel. Level, 10. Rank, mid-level mythical. Wow. 2 promotions in quick succession? Just how many demons are hidden in the passage? They were all wiped out by Uxion's single streamer bomb. A single hit can boost your score by 200 points? Cool. Master, are you happy about the victory? If not, Uxion will continue to work hard. The white-haired maid asked, carrying Barrett in one hand. That's awesome. I'm so happy. Jiang Yi clapped his hands with a smile. Master, what should we do next? You've probably wiped out all the small fry along the way with one shot, so we can go straight for the enemy's stronghold. Congratulations, Master, on obtaining the treasure of the spirit realm. Having you, my maid, around makes me feel useless. Uxion bowed politely and said, thank you for the compliment again, Master. Jiang Yi-san. The two walked side by side toward the deepest part of the tomb. The demon's inner thoughts. Is this any kind of reasoning? We were wiped out before we even got a chance to play. Director, could you give us a chicken leg? Chapter 38 The Supreme Treasure of the Spirit Realm, The Forbidden Box. Jiang Yi led Uxion along the only passage. Exploded corpses, scattered animal horns and wings were everywhere. The demons that were instantly killed by the flash bombs didn't drop anything. It's a bit of a pity. Soon, the straight path has reached its end. There is a very obvious circular groove on the tightly closed yellow stone door in front of us. The murals on the stone gate. A demon wearing a crown sat on the throne. 10 enormous demons of various shapes and sizes were crawling at his feet. The 11 demons' gazes were all fixed on a dark box. The demon wearing the crown must be the chaotic demon sealed in the Tower of Destiny, right? What is it afraid of? What's inside the black box? Uxion said calmly. Master, the central area of the tomb should be ahead. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, one of the 10 great demons is sleeping inside. Please wait here. Uxion will be right back. Having come this far, why should I be afraid? Uxion whispered. Then please take good care of yourself, Master. I have no time to be distracted in this battle. Jiang Yi laughed heartily. Don't worry, I'm not a weakling. Jiang Yi inserted the black sphere into the groove on the stone door. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A black light emanated from the yellow stone gate. The door, which had been closed for 1,000 years, slowly opened. Countless streams of black energy burst forth from it. Uxion held the sword above her head with both hands, and her whole body emitted a dazzling holy light. She made a gentle chop with both hands. The sword's edge slashed down head-on. The stone gate exploded and turned into fragments on the spot. Countless beams of holy light instantly illuminated the entire tomb, dispelling all demonic energy. A faint male voice drifted out from within. The power surpassing the angels of courage has evolved into new powerful beings after thousands of years of accumulation. A demon disguised as a human voice? Interesting. Jiang Yi and Uxion stepped into the tomb gate side by side. Jiang Yi was taken aback by the spaciousness inside. Before us lies a straight and narrow passageway to the stars. Below the passage lies a bottomless abyss. The vast world was very quiet. Only the echo of 2 people's footsteps on the sand could be heard. There were no monsters blocking the way, and certainly no army of gargoyles as I had imagined. This place is like a platform in a bottomless abyss. Quiet and empty. Ordinary people who enter will only feel that their existence is so insignificant, and eventually they will give up thinking and be gradually assimilated into nothingness and become strange creatures. The only existence in the void is a 6-sided cube more than 3 meters high floating above the platform at the end of the line of sight. A thin, transparent barrier was placed around the black hexahedron. If the hexahedron is a treasure of the spirit world, where is the demon boss responsible for guarding it? Uxion subconsciously gripped the long sword in her hand and slowly stepped onto the only starry river passage. Let us fall into nothingness. A gentle voice reached their ears at the same time. A mysterious force surrounded Jiang Yi and Uxion from all directions. If these void forces invade the brain, those who fall victim to this are like cars in the sky, trapped in an eternal wandering, never able to find themselves again. At the critical moment, Uxion's body shone with an even more mysterious light, easily breaking through the tomb owner's ultimate technique. She turned back to look at Jiang Yi with concern. Jiang Yi seemed oblivious, curiously looking around. Who's talking? Don't let me catch you. The owner of the tomb was also completely bewildered. A deadly technique that has stood the test of time for millennia has failed in the face of two such insignificant and weak beings of such lowly status? Whoosh whoosh. A gust of evil wind blew by. At the end of the passage, a black-haired man wearing a wanderer's robe appeared on the platform. His eyes were filled with emptiness, and his stubble-covered face was unusually handsome. It was a kind of beauty that was completely unlike that of a human. Uxian instinctively stood in front of Jiang Yi, facing this powerful ruler directly. The man glanced at Uxian, a mythical lower-level angel with 2 wings. Since you were able to resist my void exile, it means you're one of that guy's confidants, right? Uxian pointed her sword at the man and said coldly, "Who are you? Foolish angel, you don't even know who I am?" Jiang Yi's feet landed steadily on the central platform. "Old man, it's time to explode your gold coins." "Demon? That's such abstract language, I don't understand what it means." The man's gaze swept over Jiang Yi like a cold arrow. "Interesting. A mere human is unaffected by the void exile. And who are you? The reincarnation of some ancient god." "He wasn't some ancient god, just an ordinary cultivator." Jiang Yi picked at his ear. The man looked up at the black hexahedron floating in the air and said coldly, "No matter who you are, trespassing into the domain of the ruler and disturbing the slumber of the Chaos Demon Lord must pay a bloody price." The sleep of the Chaos Demon Lord? Chaos Demon? Wasn't it sealed in the Tower of Destiny and strictly guarded by the angels? Jiang Yi subconsciously looked up at the hexahedron in the transparent barrier. The Forbidden Box, a holy annihilation seal jointly placed by the Holy God King and the Chaos Demons, requiring any 10 angel cores or any 10 demon cores to be completely unsealed. The information from the demon in front of them conflicted with the information provided by the Eye of Insight. Jiang Yi did not intend to investigate further. Compared to this, he was even more curious about what kind of extraordinary object was inside the Forbidden Box. Schrodinger's box. There might just be a dead cat inside. The tomb's owner sensed possessiveness in Jiang Yi's eyes, and he slowly walked over, throwing off his tattered robe. "Anyone who attempts to disturb the demon lord's slumber must die." Uxian charged forward, sword in hand. "Anyone who tries to harm master must die." The 2 loyal dogs, due to their differing ideologies, quickly entered battle mode. The man calmly dodged Uxian's attack and said indifferently, "Not bad speed, but you're still too green. Killing you is enough. I don't even know how many despicable products like you I've crushed." The man was like a ghost, dodging everywhere, and no matter how Uxian stabbed him, she couldn't hit him at all. He said with a hint of disdain, "How could your body, which is only good for people's amusement, compare to mine? Even a real angel would have to kneel before me." The next moment, his figure teleported behind Uxian like a ghost. A simple, unadorned kick sent Uxian flying a great distance. This was the first time Uxian had suffered a setback at the hands of her enemies since she was born. However, Uxian was not discouraged by her temporary setback. She used her sword and wings to steady her flying body, and said, word by word, "You're right, I'm just an all-purpose angel for entertainment." The man pulled his leg back and said calmly, "Although it's despicable, I have to admit you're special. 2-winged angels are only lower-ranking angels. Their highest rank cannot exceed that of a general. Yet you have reached the mythical level. The person who created you must have been incredibly generous. To withstand a kick and survive, that's interesting, very interesting." A fanatical glint flickered in the man's deathly pale eyes. He beckoned with his finger, "Let me see what you're capable of, angel." Chapter 39, The Heavenly Demon Spirit in the Box. When Uxian was fighting the demon, Jiang Yi inexplicably disconnected. He felt as if he had fallen into a mysterious, dark world. It was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. "Lord Demon, you have finally arrived." A female voice, at least D in volume, came from the endless darkness. Jiang Yi, who was a snob and a womanizer, had a rather subtle expression. "Are you the one from my midnight dream?" The owner of the voice seemed very excited. "It's wonderful that the demon lord can hear my voice. I am your most devout demon spirit." Demon spirit? Could she be the heavenly demon spirit that the Taoist priest spoke of? Is this fate? What a coincidence. The demon continued, "Please, Lord Demon, find a way to open the box as soon as possible, otherwise I will never be able to serve you personally." "A box? Your true form is inside the Forbidden Box." "Yes, 2 despicable and shameless bastards have sealed me here for who knows how long. I can only pray silently in my heart, waiting for you to save me from this sea of suffering." Jiang Yi nodded. "I'll try my best. There's a troublesome guy guarding the box outside. Go, Demon Lord. I'm really looking forward to being with you." I really want to have the Demon Lord all to myself." Whispering sounds that made my bones feel numb echoed in my mind. The languid sound gradually faded away. Jiang Yi's consciousness slowly recovered from the demonic seal on his chest. It turns out that the box on his head contained his own heavenly demon spirit. His gaze gradually shifted to the mysterious demon not far away. Name: the Dominator of Nothingness. Race: Demon. Level: 18. Rank: Dominator. Combat Art: Void Exile Magic Cannon, Steel Claws, Shadowy Approach, Dark Flames, Void Lone Wolf, Contempt. Brief introduction: one of the 10 great demons of the Dark attribute. Having just been resurrected and not yet devoured many living beings, its level is average. It possesses unparalleled mental attack power. Anything touched by it will be consumed by the concept of nothingness, degenerating into a monstrous creature. Wow. Even the usually composed Jiang Yi couldn't help but swear when he saw the panel. 6 were proactive, 2 were reactive. Ordinary people who are affected by his void exile will basically die. This move is far more powerful than ordinary charm magic, directly banishing the consciousness of inferior beings to the vast galaxy. Void can render the existence of a specified target intangible, causing it to become inactive for 3 seconds. In layman's terms, it means silencing and weakening the target for 3 seconds. No matter how high the opponent's rank or how strong their strength, they can only be slaughtered like an infant. A rule-level spiritual skill. That's insane. For example, Jiang Yi could give this nothingness to a max-level being. If the attack power is strong enough, and the opponent's health bar is emptied within 3 seconds, then the opponent will really die. Even if the legendary Phoenix were afflicted by the void, it would be impossible for it to revive if it were killed within 3 seconds. The skill Rebirth from the Ashes has been temporarily removed by void. What a powerful demon. Jiang Yi had never even heard of the rank of Dominator. Jiang Yi, feeling a bit shaken, pulled out a flashbang. Without this thing, we would have had to run away in a sorry state today. Uxin, I can only protect you this once. If we can't win, we'll retreat. Jiang Yi said calmly. Yes, sir. The calm and composed maid nodded slightly. The Void Ruler, who had been bored, had no intention of unleashing his full power. He wanted to toy with the angel. Bang bang bang. A series of metallic clanging sounds erupted in the air. The Void Ruler's 10 fingers transformed into steel claws, easily slicing through Uxin's maid's skirt, revealing large expanses of her snow-white skin. Golden blood sprayed across the sky. Uxin wasn't going to let herself get away with it. She retaliated with a slash that struck the Void Dominator in the chest. Mysterious white flames rose in wisps. That's strange. Your spirit armor actually managed to defend against my steel claws. The Void Ruler narrowed its eyes slightly. Your consciousness is unaffected by the void. Interesting, very interesting. Having lived this long, this is the first time I've ever seen something like this. Uxin glanced at the cut body and gently stroked it with her jade-like hand. Uxin's mind was not filled with random thoughts. All she could think about was serving her master and making him happy. The torn clothes and flesh were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. The Void Ruler chuckled slightly upon seeing this. Is this an angel's privilege? How could an ancient being who has fought with angels for 1,000 years not know the principle that the true God is immortal and the angels are immortal? The white flames that could easily kill countless demons were like tickling the Void Ruler. He slowly and deliberately dug away the flesh from the Void Ruler's chest. We demons also have privileges. If you don't know the demon's true name, you won't be able to kill it completely. After a long period of time, the demons will return. At this moment, Jiang Yi and Uxin were completely unaware of this information. They were terrified by the self-harming Void Ruler. If you are a mid-level angel who has mastered the Divine Wing Slash, using the mystical flames to ignite your entire body with countless feathers might be very painful. But are you kidding me? This kind of painless slash? A burst of black light erupted from the eyes of the Void Ruler. His body vanished into the void 1 second, and then appeared behind Uxin the next. A steel claw, more than 10 centimeters long, slammed down on her wings. Lightning. Uxin was prepared for the elusive enemy. She twirled her sword with one hand and instantly flew behind the Void Dominator. Boom. The golden lightning from the sky struck the Void Ruler, preventing him from making an effective dodge. 2-stage lightning bolt. Another bolt of golden lightning struck down, accompanied by 2 lightning-fast slashes. The surface of the Void Ruler's body was instantly engulfed in raging flames. This is what you wanted, Uxin said coldly. The Void Ruler's body struggled like maggots in a cesspool, and the mysterious white flames made his skin feel a long-lost pain. Every strike deals true damage. Suddenly, the Void Ruler burst into the Uchiha's signature laughter. Only pain can make me feel alive. I also want to thank you, Angel. The Void Ruler unleashed a deafening self-destruction, sending countless pieces of flesh and blood flying. Uxin's holy flame attack was successfully neutralized by the opponent. The Void Ruler then revealed its true form. A tattered cloak without any physical form hovered in the air, with countless black mists constantly shifting within it. One moment it's a harmless slime. One moment he's a handsome and dashing guy. One moment she's a stunningly beautiful woman. One moment it's a bloodthirsty and terrifying werewolf. The Void Ruler is not a biological entity in essence. It has no gender and does not die of old age. It is more like a manifestation of a high-level energy. Unfortunately, your rank is too low. Even a saint-destroying beast is just an ant in my eyes. Let me show you what true domination is. The Void Dominator flew at supersonic speed to Xian's face, her pupils filled with disbelief. The enemy is very fast. The plan to attack the entire body has also been completed. Why is the other person still able to move? Xian instinctively raised her right arm to block the claws that were inches away, but she was still a beat too slow. A black claw flashed across his chest. Uft! Sizzle! The Void Dominator blasted Xian away with another claw strike. Die! The hand that was about to strike froze in place. The expected sound of the skull breaking did not occur. The Void Ruler discovered that his arm was being held in the hand of that tiny, insignificant human, unable to move an inch. At this moment, Jiang Yi's entire body was ablaze with a faint black light, and his pupils were filled with seriousness. Let me show you what a mastermind is. Chapter 40 Jiang Yi's Seriousness, the Power of a 10-Star Talent. The Void Ruler felt incredibly depressed. As one of the 10 great demons. How majestic it was 1,000 years ago. Even the 10 archangels would fear his ethereal exile and mental attacks. After all, very few people can endure eternal loneliness. However, the two freaks in front of him were completely unfazed by his mental attacks and nihilistic exile. An unknown lower-ranking angel was able to harm his already immortal body. Incredibly small and ignorant humans were able to directly touch his ethereal body. There must be something wrong with this world. The ruler of nothingness fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Jiang Yi grabbed the other man's wrist and flung him toward a distant stone wall like a shot put. Boom. A loud bang. Dust filled the air. Xian, are you alright? The white-haired maid propped herself up and conjured a ball of light with one hand, inserting it into her body. Xian, who has built-in damage reduction, is very durable, combined with the recovery effect of serving. Her external injuries have healed by about 70 to 80%. I'm sorry, Master, for showing you such an embarrassing side of yourself. A terrifying burst of laughter came from behind. Interesting. Interesting. You two are such an amazing combination. The Void Dominator suddenly charged out, instantly traversing a distance of 30 meters. Two iron claws, coated in dark spiritual energy, slammed down towards Jiang Yi's head. Jiang Yi looked at the wisps of black flame on the steel claws, and he felt as if his spirit was being sucked into them, making it difficult for him to move. Having gained combat experience, Xian immediately unleashed a burst of holy light and rose up with her sword. A dazzling stream of light blocked the opponent's fatal blow. Clang, clang, clang. Xian fully entered combat mode and counterattacked with her sword. Two figures, one in black and one in white, clashed and crossed paths repeatedly in the air. In less than 3 breaths, the overflowing light and dark spiritual energy, like exploding fireworks, caused the platform to vibrate and hum. Step back, Xian. The white-haired angel landed steadily in front of Jiang Yi, her body bearing more and more wounds. The Void Dominator tore off the flesh that was wreathed in holy flames, its emotionless eyes fixed on the two. Your levels are too low, you can't hold on any longer, can you? Even a lowly angel like you receives such a generous supply of spiritual power. Your true God truly spoils you. As one of the 10 great demons, the Void Ruler naturally knew the secrets of the angel race. But he never imagined that Xian's source of power was actually an ordinary human being. In order to meet Master's expectations, Xian must win. Then you can all stay here. I, who have just been resurrected, still need a human body. The Void Ruler was chanting something with his arms outstretched. 2 incredibly black flames suddenly ignited in his hands. Dark Flame, one of the Void Dominator's deadly moves. Its attack power is comparable to 2 small nuclear bombs. Xian felt a chill run through her body as the surging demonic energy around her locked onto her with a bone-chilling, killing intent. Even using light lightning cannot evade the opponent's fire attacks. I don't know if I can handle it. At that very moment, Jiang Yi gently patted Xian's shoulder. You've really worked hard, always leaving you to fight alone. Let's fight together this time. Xian felt a tightness in her chest, and an extremely powerful force burst forth from her chest. Fallen into demonic possession. This was also the first time Jiang Yi had used a combat skill granted by a 10-star talent. As Jiang Yi finished speaking, their bodies were instantly engulfed by the rising black flames. The blackness of this flame was even more profound and terrifying than that of the Void Ruler. The fire was not large. The Void Ruler, who had thought victory was assured, revealed an expression of utter horror. The strongest being in human history at the Saint Destroyer level is actually surpassed by an entity called the Dominator. As the saying goes, the more you know, the more insignificant you realize how small you are. The Void Ruler sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the flames on the two people's bodies. Neither the former Holy God King nor the Chaos Demons had ever made him feel this pressure. Can a single glance kill me? What level of existence is this? The messenger, who believed that everything would eventually turn to nothingness, felt fear for the second time. He was incredibly excited. Come on, let me see your power. A pair of enormous demonic wings sprouted from the back of the Void Ruler, hurtling down at high speed. Fully revived and enhanced, Uxian spread her wings and raised her sword to parry. Bang bang bang. Swords flashed wildly. Dark Flame. The Void Dominator, having fully charged its power, unleashed two balls of dark flame that were on the verge of exploding. Although Uxian's appearance was no different from usual at this time, her attack methods were extremely vicious and ruthless. Her once bright red eyes had lost their luster. She charged straight at him without any attempt to dodge, moving as fast as a shooting star. The damage caused by the dark flame was forcibly negated by her healing effect from serving. During the stun phase of the Void Ruler, Huang Lei's voice boomed in my ears. Before he could react, a silver longsword, shrouded in black light, slashed toward his face. The Void Dominator instinctively raised his arm to block, forcibly stopping Uxian's violent attack. Boom! A loud bang. His face looked like he'd just eaten a spicy snack. An arm twisted and flew into the air, then was torn to pieces by Uxian's pure white wings. The Void Dominator instantly created a safe distance with two teleportations. He looked at the neat incision on his arm, from which wisps of white flame continued to burn. What followed left the Dominator of nothingness dizzy. He couldn't even reshape his body. Could it be that the opponent's power and rules have completely surpassed mine? What kind of power is this? I've never heard of it before. The Void Ruler shook his head. Uxian retreated to Jiang Yi's side again, without saying a word. The power of the Spirit Master. Humans are nothing but ants created by the ancient gods. How could they possibly harm the ruler? And you? Who created you? This ant. Jiang Yi laughed. I don't know. If I understood the meaning of life, I wouldn't be a dominator of nothingness. It stared intently at Uxian. Now you have the right to make me use the power of the rules. The words had barely left his mouth. The Void Dominator drew a nearly 2-meter-long cleaver from his body and spread his wings again to attack Uxian. Nothingness. Suddenly, a mysterious chain appeared in the space and shot towards Uxian's limbs. Puff. These chains pierced through her body while simultaneously sealing off the spiritual energy fluctuations within Uxian's body. A hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the Void Ruler. A 2-meter-long cleaver slashed fiercely at Uxian, who was unable to move. Jiang Yi, who was well prepared, calmly threw out the flashbang that had made him sweat. Order it for me. Buzz buzz buzz. The Void Ruler felt a sudden white light in his eyes and heard a dizzying noise in his ears. Less than a second. Uxian's body surface once again emitted a fantastic white light. The chains that pierced through his hands and feet were forcibly broken. The long sword in his hand, ignited with black and white flames, sliced through the Void Dominator that was right in front of him. Chapter 41 Tulag, the Mark of the Dominator. Flowing light. The magnificent light curtain sliced the Void Ruler in two. Ugh! The black and white flames instantly engulfed the powerful ruler. He let out a hideous, agonizing howl. The magical beasts throughout the entire spirit realm suddenly went into a state of collective rampage. The life force of the Void Ruler is exceptionally tenacious. Even after being split in two, it has not completely died. Seeing this, Uxian raised her beautiful leg and kicked his body into the air, while the long sword in her hand subtly transformed into a black-barreled cannon full of murderous intent. She crouched down, carefully aimed, and quickly loaded the laser missile. Bang! The lightning bolts, wreathed in gray flames, hurtled towards the dying Void Dominator. A violent emotional fluctuation appeared in the eyes of the Void Ruler. The switchable weapon defense is so powerful that it belongs to a mythical lower-level angel. You are Pandora. He hadn't finished speaking. A spectacular display of dazzling fireworks exploded in the sky. Ugh! Amidst the roar of the Void Ruler, his body fell to the ground like a tattered rag. Gray flames burned and consumed the remaining fragments of the body. Whoosh whoosh. The time for falling to demonhood has ended. The black flames on Uxian's body disappeared instantly, and she collapsed weakly to the ground, her eyes rolling back in her head. With quick reflexes, Jiang Yi caught the maid's soft, boneless body. Jiang Yi himself wasn't in much better shape either. He could clearly sense that this move involved channeling 80% or even 90% of his own energy into his spirit pet to enhance its combat power. In addition, there were continuous battles and Uxian suffered many injuries. Jiang Yi's blue bar was also completely drained. Having narrowly defeated her master, Yuxian felt somewhat embarrassed. Please don't look at me looking so pathetic. Completely exhausted, the maid leaned against Jiang Yi's chest, panting heavily. It's derelict of the master to expect a maid who should be devoted to her master to take care of her. You did a great job. This is the Void Ruler, one of the 10 demons. Jiang Yi helped her brush away the stray white hairs from her forehead. I'm sorry, master. An unusual weariness and weakness appeared on the angel's face. The Void Dominator, unable to move, tried to struggle to get up. His gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Yi. You think you can kill me? Theoretically speaking, it is impossible to completely kill a demon without knowing its true name. Jiang Yi frowned. Is that even a thing? As long as this feeling of nothingness exists, I will not be annihilated. The Void Dominator glanced at Yuxian lying to the side and said somewhat maniacally, even the legendary divine weapon Pandora cannot kill me. Ha! Jiang Yi's eyes darkened, and with his last bit of strength, he stomped on the mouth of the Void Ruler and crushed it. Bang! Its body exploded completely, but it did not actually die. A round, purple orb burst out of its brain. The Eye of Insight pops up on the panel. Tulag's sealing power, the origin core of the Void Ruler, usable for spirit masters to break through. Successful refinement yields the void. What bad luck. Jiang Yi shook his head with a smile. The voice of the Void Ruler came from all directions. You want to devour my spirit core? This is tantamount to suicide. It's too foolish. I will be resurrected through your body and your will. Jiang Yi held the spirit core in his palm. If I call you Tulag, will you dare to answer? Having never experienced the fear of death before, Tulag felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This name, no one but the Chaos Demon Lord would know. How did the humans in front of us know this? At that moment, Tulag felt his body and mind rapidly crumbling. His eyes had burst, his mouth had been crushed, and he only had one ear left. The fear of death enveloped him. This time it really will all vanish into nothingness. Tulag, the ruler of nothingness, the believer in nothingness. He stopped struggling and let his body turn into dust and disappear into the world. Points plus 500. The burial platform fell silent once more. Jiang Yi, his mind tense, lay back on the ground. So tired, so sleepy. Pandora? That's Yuxian's core name, right? How did Tulag know that? The forbidden box clearly contains the heavenly demon spirit, so why does he say it contains the chaos demon? What is the reincarnation of an ancient god? What exactly is the Dominator? Unfortunately, Jiang Yi's brain no longer had the strength to continue thinking. The last look before falling into a coma. The black hexagon above their heads continuously emitted a bewitching black light. In Jiang Yi's dream, a woman with a hot figure and a seductive temperament sat in front of him. Lord Demon, you are about to succeed. Jiang Yi opened his eyes groggily. The cascading black silk stockings draped over my face, making it itchy. The slightly plump jade ball was right in front of me. A pair of beautiful amber eyes stared straight at him, and even in the dim light, her fair and delicate skin was still clearly visible. Who are you? Congratulations, Lord Demon Lord, on obtaining the core of nothingness and finding the core of the 10 angels. Now I can serve you personally forever. Her voice was incredibly alluring, and Jiang Yi almost couldn't help but salute. Seeing that Jiang Yi was no longer speaking, the heavenly demon spirit quietly left Jiang Yi's dream, leaving behind a stunning and unforgettable silhouette. Lord Demon, I am enough for you. Jiang Yi slowly opened his eyes. The air was filled with a sweet fragrance, and behind my head were incredibly smooth, jade-like legs. The large wings enveloped Jiang Yi, keeping him warm. 2 towering, magnificent snow-capped peaks blocked 70% of the view. A warm, jade-like hand gently caressed her face. A gentle and kind female voice came from above. Master, you're awake? Okay, help me up. Jiang Yi shook his head, trying to get up. The bold maid, however, pressed him against her chest and held his shoulders tightly with both hands. No, Master's body is already overloaded and needs to rest properly. There's no wife and wife cake, and no husband and wife lung slices. But facial cleanser contains. Jiang Yi desperately wanted to remove his head from the towering snow-capped peak, but his limbs were temporarily numb due to exhaustion. Amitabha Buddha, emptiness is form. Jiang Yi quickly shook off his very mature thoughts and immersed himself in the gentle embrace created by the maid. Overall, this trip to the spirit world fulfilled Jiang Yi's expectations for adventure. That was so exciting. Who would have thought that one of the 10 great demons would be hiding in the spirit realm at around level 10? This is a bit of a ripoff. In fact, Tulag had only been resurrected for a short time. As a result, disaster struck out of nowhere while I was sitting at home. Thurag, who is skilled in mental attacks, encounters 2 freaks who are almost immune to the power of the void rules. Hoo-hoo. Jiang Yi, tired from climbing the mountain, sat up. Helped the little maid fasten the zipper on her back. With eyes as clear as water, UXN put on almost transparent gloves and bowed slightly. Master, have you rested well? Jiang Yi clenched his fist in satisfaction. Next time, we can try a design for the southern hemisphere. That might be even more fun. UXIN understood. His gaze fell on the black hexahedron above his head. Chapter 42, The Demon's Ramblings. Jiang Yi stood up after resting. With the complete death of the ruler of nothingness, a black treasure chest fell from the sky and landed steadily in front of Jiang Yi. The ancient treasure chest continuously emitted a strange, pale purple glow. The treasures collected by the 10 great demons can't be junk, right? Jiang Yi crouched down and searched carefully. Turn on the switches on both sides. Snap. The 3 treasures lay quietly inside. A black, tight-fitting top, made of some unknown material. A short sword, about the length of a forearm, emitting a mysterious black light. A long, thin key that is entirely black. Jiang Yi glanced up and saw the children's detailed information pop up. Demon armor, forged over 49 days by Tullag, a former master blacksmith, using heavenly silkworm silk and extraterrestrial meteorites. This 8-star armor is warm in winter and cool in summer, possessing astonishing defensive capabilities. Jiang Yi never expected that the Void Dominator was once a human. Moreover, he was a master foundry worker. This demon armor came at just the right time. Without saying a word, Jiang Yi took off his coat and put on a tight-fitting shirt. It's thin and very comfortable. Not long after putting his trench coat back on, Jiang Yi felt a warm sensation on his stomach. Armor made from the finest silkworm silk will automatically shape itself according to the wearer's body and can also automatically burn excess fat. Good fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Because of this characteristic, the heavenly silkworms on Red Moon Star were almost completely wiped out. After a 3-second moment of silence for Tianjukin, Jiang Yi picked up the short knife that exuded a mysterious aura. Moonblade, a charm unexpectedly acquired by Tullag. It was once a dual-wielding weapon, but was broken and reforged for some reason. After the passage of time, it has lost all its spiritual energy. It can be kept as a commemorative charm or given as a gift to some sword enthusiasts. TSK. A weapon that has lost its magic. That's not much different from scrap metal. Jiang Yi dared not use too much force, for fear of breaking the seemingly fragile short knife. Let it gather dust in the system space. Jiang Yi picked up the last key. The master key. In his youth, Tullag accidentally found a massive, thoughtless outer space rock. Using the rock's debris and gold-veined stone, he crafted a special key that can open any door on the Red Moon. Remaining uses, too. What? A universal key? This Tullag is pretty awesome. It can actually create system-level items. Unfortunately, the number of times it can be used is limited. If it were an unlimited number of times, Jiang Yi wouldn't mind taking a look at the women's changing room and bathhouse. The tomb still contains black hexahedrons floating in midair. This is the greatest gain from this trip to the spirit world. UXIN noticed Jiang Yi's somewhat excited gaze. Master, do you want to take this black box away? Please leave it to me. The naive UXIN had no idea that she would be freeing a very troublesome guy today. She pushed off with her feet, propelling her wings into the air. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 swords easily shattered the barely perceptible, transparent barrier. Smash. The forbidden box, now freed from its seal, burst forth with intense black light. These black lights stretched out towards Jiang Yi like eyes. UXIN landed steadily and sensed an ominous and chaotic aura emanating from the forbidden box. However, due to her status as a maid, she chose not to gossip further. She believed that her master had her own judgment and awareness. The black light gradually dissipated. A black hexahedron the size of a Rubik's Cube appeared in Jiang Yi's palm. There are 2 unusually conspicuous circular grooves on the top of the forbidden box. Jiang Yi did not rush to refine the Void Spirit seal. He pressed the seal onto the black groove within it. The forbidden box spun wildly, as if a mechanism had been activated. Snap! 3 of the sides had completely disappeared, and wisps of black mist seeped out from them, which was quite frightening. The black mist, seeping in from 3 sides, involuntarily crept into the demonic seal on Jiang Yi's chest. At the same time, a feeling of unparalleled comfort and pleasure filled Jiang Yi's body, making him feel light and airy, much like someone who was drunk and felt like a celestial being. The sudden surge of joy made Jiang Yi feel as if he had ascended to heaven, and this unreal feeling made him extremely vigilant. What's going on? Oh dear, my heart, dormant for thousands of years, has finally felt the long-lost vitality. Lord Demon Lord, thank you for your hard work. A female voice, as ethereal as the heavens, emanated from her chest. Jiang Yi felt a tightness in his forehead, and his whole body felt numb. This voice is so alluring. Even simple, straightforward words can draw out a person's soul. It's commonly known as being too provocative. Jiang Yi looked down at the forbidden box and said calmly, So you are the heavenly demon spirit? Heavenly calamity demon spirit? Hee hee, if the demon lord likes it, then I'll be called heavenly calamity demon spirit. The woman's cheerful voice entered his mind. Having confirmed that he hadn't saved the wrong person, Jiang Yi tossed the forbidden box into the system space. When the forbidden box and Jiang Yi were no longer in the same space, its connection with the demon seal was completely severed. The feeling of unparalleled comfort and pleasure that Jiang Yi had been experiencing completely vanished. The demon spirit, who had been thrown into the dark room, was dumbfounded. Why doesn't your cheap master know how to cherish a beautiful woman? Lord Demon Lord? I finally managed to break free from the seal, and now you've thrown me into this dark space. The demon lord doesn't seem to rely on me much, which is not a good sign. After a long silence, Yuxian whispered, Master, don't you plan to develop a relationship with your new spirit pet? Jiang Yi smiled slightly. Talking about feelings is useless. She's an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. I'm no match for her when it comes to scheming. He gazed at the ethereal spirit seal in his palm. What's more, we're still one 10-angel spirit seal away from being completely unsealed. Even with our current strength and the peach blossom token, we can't defeat the 10 angels. Let things take their course. Yuxian nodded and said, Master, Yuxian will work hard to improve my strength so that you can experience more happiness. Yes, I'm very happy to have Yusin here. The moment the forbidden box disappeared in the other world, an incredibly strong earthquake suddenly struck the burial platform. If a treasure of the spirit world is taken away, the spirit world will also collapse. This other world is about to collapse, Jiang Yi said calmly. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled. The vast abyss, like the gaping maw of a colossal beast devouring everything, clamped down on the platform. The surrounding stone walls began to collapse, and countless boulders fell from the sky. Jiang Yi calmly took out the return stone. Come back, Yuxian. This adventure has come to an end. Yuxian transformed into a beam of white light and entered the beast taming space. The platform beneath their feet completely collapsed. Countless dark hands reached out from the abyss below, trying to grab Jiang Yi's feet. Hey, that's just being a playboy. With only 0.00001 seconds remaining between the dark hand and Jiang Yi's feet, Jiang Yi crushed the return stone. His body turned into a white light and disappeared instantly. Chapter 43 Long Sheng. You know how to show off. At the same time that Jiang Yi accepted the forbidden box, the examinees on their spirit world adventure were also thrown into chaos. Holy crap, a meteor shower? What happened? Some of the girls cried out in unison. Earthquake. Help. The mentors quickly rallied their respective teams. The treasure of the spirit realm has been taken. The void spirit realm is about to self-destruct. Everyone, use your return stones. What? It's been taken? Who is this? So awesome. Did you solo the boss? Who cares? Saving my life is the priority. Thank you, teacher. In their panic, the students frantically pulled out their return stones, and one by one they turned into white light and returned to Red Moon Star. As the world gradually stabilizes, Jiang Yi returned to the entrance to the spirit world unharmed. Looking back suddenly, like a tide, the candidates returned to Huaqingxi in batches. Regardless of gender, most of them were still holding their pets, looking bewildered or trembling with fear. They had absolutely no idea what was going on. Long Sheng, who was in charge of the spirit realm assessment, and the members of the Beast Soul Hall were also confused about the situation. Some students protested, expressing their dissatisfaction. Isn't the time 24 hours? Yeah, why are they letting us out now? My little green dog almost broke through to level 5. Wow, you're amazing. My little black monster is only level 3, and it can't even steal monsters from Instructor Burning Cloud. Hee hee, I followed behind the teachers at ZU Academy, admiring their beautiful buttocks while also getting some support buffs. Some lecherous individuals vowed, we swear to join Purple Feather Academy, even at the cost of our lives. The morning sun slowly rises. Jiang Yi, who had been grinding monsters all night, felt a little tired and was starting to doze off. We'll talk about the rankings later. Jiang Yi put his hands in his pockets, wanting to leave the crowd, get on the bus, and take a nap. Jiang Yi, who was walking with his head down, accidentally bumped into a chubby figure. Hey, can't you watch where you're going? Jiang Yi bowed his head repeatedly in apology. I'm sorry, I wasn't watching where I was going. Some familiar-sounding boys angrily shouted. What's the use of your dog eyes? They're on your body. Why don't you even look where you're going? Zhang Cheng, let it go, they didn't do it on purpose. The incredibly arrogant Zhang Cheng sneered. I'll let you off this time for Yin's sake. Get lost. Jiang Yi recognized the voice and couldn't help but look up. The two people in front of them were the arrogant Zhang Cheng and the sweet-looking Zhou Yin. Huh, Jiang Yi. After Zhou Yin saw Jiang Yi's face clearly, she subconsciously let go of Zhang Cheng's arm. Jiang Yi. Zhang Cheng was startled at first, but then his courage grew. Jiang Yi is just a genius from number 5 middle school. It has some connection with Long Sheng of the Beast Soul Hall. They are only a few hundred points ahead in the Spirit World assessment. What's the use? Did they end up being eliminated like the students from number 10 middle school? I heard that Wang Fei was beaten like a dead dog and is still in the ICU. Apart from the 4 mentors, I, Zhang Cheng, am the number 1 in this Spirit Realm assessment. Thinking about this, Zhang Cheng stood ramrod straight, forcefully wrapping his arm around Zhou Yin's waist like a domineering CEO to assert his dominance. The latter frowned at first, but did not react immediately. Based on the current results, Zhang Cheng is more outstanding than Jiang Yi and can give her what she wants. She was secretly glad that she hadn't teamed up with Jiang Yi on the spot. Otherwise, we would be left with a big blank now. The onlookers also gathered around when they heard Jiang Yi and Zhang Cheng's names. Jiang Yi, that genius who was temporarily in first place and then got eliminated? Genius? I think he's just trash, not even as good as me. I just took down a short-haired, big-breasted girl and earned over 30 points. Wang Fei from number 10 middle school even claimed to be the best in Fenglei City. I heard that his right hand was cut off, so he can't compete anymore. He's really in a bad situation. That's for sure. I think Jiang Yi got all his points by stealing them from other students. It's all retribution. Heaven has eyes. Jiang Yi rolled his eyes. Were these people crazy? I got a score of 1180. Jiang Yi was too lazy to argue with these snobs. Don't block the way. I need to get in the car and rest. Zhang Cheng thought Jiang Yi had backed down and wanted to repay the ridicule he would suffer 100-fold in the future. Just then, Long Sheng, the district steward of the Beast Soul Hall, came running over excitedly. Even if Zhang Cheng had the greatest courage, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of Long Sheng. At this moment, Long Sheng lowered himself like a servant. Young Master Jiang, you've come out? Jiang Yi retorted irritably. I already told you not to call me Young Master Jiang. I'm just an ordinary person, okay? Long Sheng's inner thoughts. An ordinary person? Is he an ordinary person with a 10-star talent who can attract heavenly lightning? Is he an ordinary person who starts with a score of 400? If I hadn't known about the 2 worlds in this Spirit World classification chart, I almost would have believed your nonsense. The onlookers gasped in shock, noting that it had made a significant contribution to global warming. The arrogance Long Sheng displayed at Fenglei Square yesterday still lingers in my mind. Could this humble and subservient deacon in front of me be an imposter? Moreover, the target is Jiang Yi, who scored 0 on the assessment. Even if he once got 400 points, he still got 0 now. Everyone couldn't help but glance back at the leaderboard. Name, Fun Yun, Fun Tian Academy. Current points, 317. Name, Chen Ping, Qing Shuang Academy. Current points, 288. Name, Song Yuan, Bitao Academy. Current points, 279. Name, Zhang Cheng, number 7 middle school. Current points, 250. Name, Song Chong, number 10 middle school. Current points, 233. Name, Li Yi, number 5 middle school. Current points, 218. Name, Zhou Yin from number 7 middle school. Current points, 180. Name, Lu Yu, ZU Academy. Current points, 160. After the 4 mentors revealed the truth about the Spirit Realm points system, some capable candidates started to team up and go solo, reaping the points of other weaker candidates. Song Chong and Li Yi were both very shrewd plunderers. They came from behind and surpassed others. It has been confirmed once again that Jiang Yi's name is not on the list. Zhou Yin and Zhang Cheng finally felt completely at ease. What's wrong with a 10-star genius? Aren't they still trampled under my feet? Long Sheng glanced at Zhang Cheng with a very strange look, then looked at the badge on Jiang Yi's chest. Okay, Jiang Yi, your situation is a bit special. There's a problem with your badge points. Let me help you import them. Jiang Yi glanced down at the skull badge on his chest. Okay, hurry up, I'm sleepy. Okay. Long Sheng trembled as he accepted the badge. It seemed to be more than just an ordinary Spirit Realm badge. Rather, it was the wealth and glory he would enjoy in the second half of his life. He's gambling. Long Sheng risked everything to bet that Jiang Yi's score would surpass that of the Qin family's genius. If the Grandmaster knew that Jiang Yi was a genius he had personally discovered, will I still have to worry about wealth and status for the rest of my life? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, each lost in their own thoughts, Long Sheng placed Jiang Yi's badge on the Spirit World stone tablet. A dazzling array of colors illuminated the entire sky. Suddenly, a row of golden names appeared on the leaderboard. Name, Jiang Yi, number 5 middle school, current points, 1180. What? You know how to show off. Long Sheng, suffering from a diabetic attack, fainted on the spot after his eyes rolled back in his head. Chapter 44. A solo kill across a higher level, the invincible Jiang Yi. What the heck? What's going on? Wasn't Jiang Yi eliminated? How come his name is back on the leaderboard? Mom, someone's cheating. This is outrageous. All the candidates in Fenglei City fell into serious self-doubt. Outrageous. Bullshit. The candidates present included the young masters and the pride of Fenglei City. The combined points of the top 5 players don't even equal the points of Jiang Yi alone. 1,180 points? What does this mean? The highest score ever recorded in China in the last century is less than 700. Gazing at the large golden characters on the Spirit Realm stone tablet, Zhang Cheng's face had turned green to purple, and he wished he could transform into a pangolin and find a hole to burrow into the ground. Those who had just kicked him while he was down all fell silent. If Jiang Yi, this extraordinary freak, is merely a piece of trash or garbage in their eyes, then what are they? Microorganisms? Zhou Yin's face turned pale and then red. She wished she could slap herself twice right then and there. I was just cursing Jiang Yi as an idiot in my heart. Looking back now, I realized that I was just an idiot in other people's eyes. Even with Zhou Yin and Zhang Cheng's combined points, it's not enough to beat 1180. That's so embarrassing. My toes got a big job, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. Jiang Yi's points were like a depth charge falling into a fish pond, but they also thoroughly enraged a frenzied shark. Jiang Yi, you brat, prepare to die? Hidden in the crowd, Wang Pengfei roared and charged towards Jiang Yi. He summoned his guardian spirit pet, a peak-level, elite-grade, 3-legged venomous spider of the 2nd tier. The 3-legged venomous spider, which was about to break through to the 3rd tier, was enormous, about 2 meters tall, and its 3 hairy legs trampled and injured countless innocent examinees. His eyes, radiating murderous intent, were firmly fixed on Jiang Yi beneath him. It opened its mouth wide and spewed out countless sticky, disgusting spider webs. If you get even a little bit stuck to this sticky web, the 3-legged venomous spider can bite off its prey's head in one go. Everyone was shocked by Wang Pengfei's sudden outburst. No one would have guessed that this old bastard would commit such a heinous act in the most densely populated area. The principal of No. 5 Middle School was the first to discover it. But he was just an ordinary person, powerless against a peak 2nd-tier spirit pet. Everyone from the Beast Soul Hall, stop him. Fenglei No. 5 Middle School has finally produced a peerless genius. Now he was about to be persecuted on the spot by villains, and he only regretted that he could not fly over to protect Jiang Yi from the knife. The guards of the Beast Soul Hall barely reacted, and they all summoned their spirit pets in an attempt to capture Wang Pengfei. It happened in the blink of an eye. Long Sheng, who had the highest cultivation level present, had already fainted from sweetness. It seems that no one can save Jiang Yi anymore. The timid girls covered their eyes in fear and screamed in terror. Zhang Cheng chuckled to himself as he fled. A peerless genius? There are plenty of people who would love for you to die. The world has no shortage of geniuses. A top-tier spirit master cannot tolerate any flaws. A seedling with exceptional talent like Jiang Yi must be artificially uprooted. You forced me to do this, old man. The green spiderweb in the sky was about to trap Jiang Yi and completely bind him. Jiang Yi's eyes turned cold, and black flames rose rapidly from his body like fire. He strode forward with powerful strides, charging towards Wang Pengfei, his fists rubbing together as if sending a gust of wind through the air. Sticky spiderwebs were stuck to the unlucky guy behind Jiang Yi. Wang Pengfei hesitated for a moment. Jiang Yi's figure rushed over at lightning speed, as if stepping on the void. His target was actually Wang Pengfei, a 2nd-tier spirit master. Wang Pengfei's already distorted face became even more ugly. He clasped his hands together and roared angrily. Jiang Yi, don't underestimate me. He conjured a nearly 2-meter-long flaming saw blade with both hands, and the scorching blade light terrified the surrounding examinees, who fled in panic. Spirit Seal, Blazing Blade. The ultimate attack of the Infernape. A powerful strike with an extremely large attack range. Jiang Yi's eyes remained unmoved, his intention being to kill with a single blow. Master, leave this small fry to Uxin. Holy light tore through the void and descended upon the world. The long sword, imbued with golden spiritual power, seemed to roar faintly in the white-haired angel's hand. The next instant, a thunderous roar resounded. The angel's figure pierced through space and arrived behind Wang Pengfei. Uxin's eyes showed no pity as she slashed down with her longsword. You want to harm my lord? Die. Before Wang Pengfei could react, a cold, angry shout, like that of a celestial being, came from behind him. He sensed something was wrong and quickly raised his knife to slash at his back. Unfortunately, it was too late. A golden bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Boom. As the lightning struck, Wang Pengfei was struck so hard that smoke billowed from his 7 orifices. Uxin's long sword swiftly slashed at his hideous head. Suddenly, there was a ripping sound. Wang Pengfei split open like a watermelon, and faint golden lightning crackled from his body. Uxin, well-versed in finishing blows, swept her beautiful leg and kicked him hard in the chest, followed by 2 more sword strikes. Not everyone possesses a monstrous physique like Jiang Yi. A flash of sword light followed, and a terrifying explosion of spiritual energy erupted. Wang Pengfei didn't even have time to scream before his body was cut into 6 pieces by Yuxian. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With Wang Pengfei's death, his guardian spirit pet, the 3-legged venomous spider, lost its master, and its body, like crumpled paper, turned into specks of starlight and gradually dissipated. When a spirit master dies, their guardian spirit pet also perishes, and ordinary spirit pets resting in the beast taming space will be torn to pieces by the spatial turbulence. If a guardian spirit pet dies, the spirit master will not only permanently lose their first spirit contract, but their physical body will also suffer irreversible mental damage. Wang Pengfei's piece of meat fell to the ground. Snap! The head, its eyes wide open in death, fell to the ground, staring intently at Jiang Yi. Go to hell and repent. Yuxian crushed his head with one foot, leaving his sacred and pure body untouched by a single drop of blood. The still shaken examinees, principals, and guards stood motionless as if struck by a powerful attack from a blonde vampire. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. All eyes turned to the angelic maid who slowly walked to Jiang Yi's side. She slowly took out a white towel and wiped Jiang Yi's face. Master, please hang in there a little longer. We'll go to sleep after we get home. Shock, confusion, bewilderment, envy, jealousy, and fear are all vividly portrayed on the page. A newbie who hasn't even broken through to the first tier has instantly killed a peak 2nd-tier spirit master? Although it's true that a spirit pet can kill someone instantly, isn't that a bit too outrageous? Is this stunningly beautiful woman with wings growing from her back the legendary angel race? Is she Jiang Yi's true trump card? What kind of skill was that lightning bolt followed by a flash? And what's the point of us sleeping after we get home? Does that mean we should strip naked and then discuss the origin of life together? The boys all shed tears of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Having great talent is one thing. It's one thing for the spirit pet to be strong. She's so beautiful and obedient. We can even sleep together. Is it really necessary to bully her like this? Jiang Yi sighed and said, Sigh. I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but I forgot later. Chapter 45 The 4 Great Academies, Jiang Yi's Choice. Long Sheng, who was in a sweet daze, slowly woke up. Upon receiving the report from his subordinate, Long Sheng was so startled that he almost stumbled. His lucky charm had almost been taken away by this guy, Wang Pengfei. Long Sheng immediately straightened his appearance. The Wang family of Fenglei City has shown contempt for the Beast Soul Hall and openly assassinated a graduating student. This deacon will report this truthfully to the main hall. These words were spoken. The rich and powerful 2nd-generation heirs and officials of Fenglei City trembled in fear. The Beast Soul Hall's regional stewards wield more real power than the city lords of the Dragon Kingdom. If today's events were reported to the city lord, the worst that would happen is the confiscation of his family property and a permanent ban on hiring members of the Wang clan. If this is reported to the Beast Soul Hall, the Wang family will likely be wiped out. The consequences were absolutely tragic. Everyone looked at Jiang Yi, their eyes filled with fear. With someone like Long Sheng behind him, no one in the entire Fenglei City dares to offend him. These rich kids lowered their arrogant heads and moved closer to Jiang Yi. Hello, Jiang Shao. Hello, Jiang Shao. Young Master Jiang's spirit pet is really awesome. It killed that old bastard in one move. That's right, his son is Wang Fei, the arrogant and domineering guy from number 10 middle school. Like father, like son. Young Master Jiang, would you like to join a group? Young Master Jiang, I am from the Lin family. Please take care of me in the future. Zhang Cheng, who was hiding to the side, felt his heart rate soar to 200 and felt dizzy. I initially thought Jiang Yi was trash, but it turns out he's a hidden master. I thought he was just an ordinary big shot, but he left the stage in disgrace like trash. Zhang Cheng hadn't been around for long when Jiang Yi proved to be even more powerful than the average big shot. The most terrifying thing is that the other person's spirit pet killed Wang Pengfei, a 2nd-tier spirit master, in one move. With nearly 1,000 people watching at the same time, how could it be fake? From another perspective, killing someone would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Zhang Cheng doesn't believe he's better than Wang Pengfei. Wang Fei's disheveled appearance must have been due to a beating from Jiang Yi. Thinking about this, Zhang Cheng could no longer bear the huge psychological gap. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted completely. You can't hit someone who's smiling. Faced with the generous invitations from the wealthy 2nd-generation heirs, Jiang Yi politely replied, You don't need to be so formal, just call me Jiang Yi. Young Master Jiang, don't be so modest. Be more arrogant in the future, otherwise you won't be worthy of your status. Young Master Jiang, you're too kind. Young Master Jiang, you're too kind. Which academy does young Master Jiang plan to attend in the future? Are you short of maids to serve you in bed? I have a younger sister who is quite pretty. Dude, stop joking. Young Master Jiang's spirit pet is better at warming the bed, okay? A genius with 10-star talent like him wouldn't need someone with your hot temper, would he? My sister is the epitome of beauty, a delicate and charming young lady, perfect as Jiang Shao's maid. How could Jiang Yi not understand what these people were thinking? He smiled slightly. I appreciate everyone's hospitality, but my household staff, from the head maid, cook, driver, gardener to even the gatekeeper, have all been booked in advance. That's such a pity. The rich kids felt a sense of loss. If we can latch on to such a powerful backer, won't our family take off immediately? Long Sheng coughed lightly. The spirit realm trial has ended. The 4 instructors will return immediately. The words had barely left his lips. 4 powerful figures emerged from the gate to the spirit realm. They were the instructors from the 4 major academies. Long Sheng raised his voice. Jiang Yi, congratulations on winning first place in the entire exam. According to the rules, you can choose any one of the 4 colleges. The principal of number 5 middle school also came over. Jiang Yi, you are the top scorer in the college entrance examination. You will receive the best treatment no matter which college you go to. Please choose a college that suits you and don't act rashly. Jiang Yi looked up at the principal. Principal, where is my scholarship? Long Sheng smiled and presented the spatial ring with both hands. Jiang Yi, the 5 million scholarship and the omnipotent spirit are inside. It doesn't matter whether it was stolen or obtained by exploiting a bug. It takes skill to get 1180 points. If I find a way to send him more intelligence, he'll surely amount to something great in the future. Moreover, Jiang Yi's physical skills are exceptionally impressive. He can evade attacks from peak second-tier fighters using only his own strength. Long Sheng saw the beginning of a myth in him. When I get old, I'll have something to brag about to others. Do you know Jiang Yi? That's awesome. I dug it up. The arrogant Fun Yun stood with his arms crossed, glancing at the leaderboard. 1180? Is it really that outrageous? Jiang Yi, join our Burning Heaven Academy. Burning Heaven Academy is the Spirit Master Academy with the best comprehensive resources in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom. It specializes in training combat-type Spirit Masters. With your qualifications, you are more than qualified to join the Inner Academy. I can make an exception and become your personal master. Our school has a 7-star demon refining tower, where you can cultivate spiritual power twice as effectively. Jiang Yi looked at the handsome guy in front of him. Are there many people? Burning Heaven Academy gathers the top talents from the north, and has the most powerful individuals among the 4 academies. You must be a powerful individual who likes to pursue the limits, right? Burning Cloud smiled. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Yi shook his head. There are so many people, it'll be too crowded. I'm not going. A beautiful female instructor from Ziyu Academy swayed her hips as she approached Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, you're right. Burning Heaven Academy is mostly made up of men, and there are very few women. Our Purple Feather Academy is famous for its beautiful support-type students. There are also many noble ladies in the capital. Aren't you planning to study at our academy? The mature and elegant teacher winked. What's the use of having so many women? Not a single one of them can fight, Fun Yun said disdainfully. The atmosphere at your Burning Heaven Academy is tense. Jiang Yi shook his head. Royal capital? It seems that quite a few potential marriage partners are there. Having too many women will cause a lot of trouble. Thank you for the introduction, teacher. I don't like places with too many women. A beautiful tutor from Ziyu Academy approaches Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, our Ziyu Academy is famous for its beautiful female students in the auxiliary department. Aren't you planning to study at our academy? The gloomy man from Bitao Academy wasn't very interested in Jiang Yi. Our Bitao Academy is very good at fusing spirit pets. Your angel spirit pet doesn't meet this requirement. Of course, we would be very happy to welcome you if you want to join us. Jiang Yi didn't have much affection for this kind of gloomy man. His gaze swept over the last man with slicked back hair. Chen Ping, representative of Qing Shuang Academy. Chen Ping's face was full of impatience and disdain. His gaze sharpened as he met Jiang Yi's. Hey, don't look at me like that. I don't intend to take a troublemaker like you as a student. The other 3 college instructors were slightly taken aback. Old Chen, you mean? Ignoring his image as a mentor, Chen Ping lit a cigarette, puffed out smoke, and said, the most precious treasure in the spirit world must be on him. If he takes in a troublemaker as a student, the threshold of Bitao School will be worn down by people. Chen Ping knew very well that if Jiang Yi joined Bitao, the principal, who dreamed of becoming famous, would definitely make him his mentor. I'll work for another 3 years, and then retire completely. Who among decent people still strives and works hard? Chen Ping, who is used to slacking off. What's more, Bitao Academy's combat strength is the most mediocre among the 4 academies. The students are getting worse and worse with each graduating class. It would be a waste for Jiang Yi to come to our academy. I made the decision to go against the principal's wishes for the prosperity and strength of our motherland. The other 3 were deeply moved by him. After all, this matter involves a large amount of bonuses and year-end performance evaluations. Jiang Yi raised his head slightly and said, I really admire the learning atmosphere of Qing Shuang Academy, which suits me quite well. I'll join Xing Academy. Chenping. Chapter 46 Another Fairy-like Fiancé? Imperial Tutor Mu Wenying. Chenping, shrugging, said, Jiang Yi, are you kidding me? Jiang Yi smiled slightly, but did not reply. For him, it didn't matter where he went to school. They live off the system's supplies every day, just waiting to die. Then max out Yuxian's level and pair her with the two overpowered skills, Void and Fallen Demon. Kill anyone who gets in my way, even Buddha himself. People around were whispering. Why did Jiang Yi choose the most mediocre college? It would be such a waste for someone with his talent to go to Qing Academy. A well-known professor asserted. Jiang Yi is too arrogant and lacks ambition. Exactly, if I had 10-star talent, I would definitely choose Burning Heaven Academy. He preferred to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. Young people should feel some pressure and dare to strive. The strong always show their strength in competitions. Going to a relatively stable environment is a waste of time. I think he's just a coward. To put it bluntly, he just didn't want to become a warrior and shed his blood for the Dragon Kingdom. What a waste of that 1.8 meter tall guy. People around Jiang Yi started pointing fingers and gossiping about his application. Moral condemnation, sarcasm, and incitement were incessant. Students whose talents were inferior to Jiang Yi's finally found a reasonable outlet, and they all stood on the moral high ground, pointing fingers and making comments. It's as if Jiang Yi's 2 sentences are equivalent to him being better than him. It's just like the comment sections and bullet comments of the internet in my past life. Human joys and sorrows are not shared. Jiang Yi just thought they were a bit noisy. Seeing this, Long Sheng leaned close to Jiang Yi and whispered, Jiang Yi, there aren't any powerful figures in Qing Academy. Jiang Yi waved his hand and said, anyway, I'm not some model student. Go to number 5 middle school and ask around to find out who Sleeping King is. Long Sheng sighed with some regret. Well, alright then. He had no power to influence Jiang Yi's choices. Just then, the clear chirping of birds came from overhead. A chilling wind made everyone present shiver. The temperature at the entrance to the spirit world plummeted. Upon closer inspection, a thin layer of ice had appeared on the tips of everyone's hair. A clear, icy female voice descended from the sky. This is my husband's choice. You'd better not interfere. The entire audience gasped and looked up abruptly. Long Sheng's somewhat disappointed eyes snapped open, and he stared at the sky with his mouth agape. Emperor, teacher? Jiang Yi shook off the icy dust from his shoulders and raised his head slightly. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a giant ice-winged phoenix floats in the air. A woman dressed in white stood atop a phoenix, her azure eyes radiating a cold aura as she looked down at everyone with disdain. Her otherworldly features made her look like a celestial being. Her skin was as white as ice and her bones as white as jade, surpassing even the frost and snow. Like a fairy from the moon palace who lingers in the mortal world, or a proud snow lotus atop a snow-capped mountain, untouched by the dust of the world. Popular celebrities and live streamers pale in comparison to her. Everyone except Jiang Yi stared blankly at the sky. Oh, fairy. What a beautiful woman. I'd be willing to shorten my lifespan by 10 years just to marry her. Suddenly someone trembled and exclaimed, Ice Crystal Phoenix. Could she be Imperial Tutor Mu Wenying? Imperial Tutor? Could it be the Emperor of Qin? That's right, it must be. The most mysterious advisor of the Qin King Academy, and the current Qin Emperor's teacher. Jiang Yi frowned. Is the woman on the Ice Crystal Phoenix really that powerful? The name Mu Wenying. I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. Fun Yun's expression tightened, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Mu Wenying? One of the 7 immortals of separation? Even the elegant Ziyu gasped. The 7 fairies of the Lihan Spirit Palace? No wonder they're so beautiful. The gloomy man explained. The Palace of Separation and Sorrow is the most mysterious sect in the Dragon Kingdom. Its disciples are all stunning beauties, and they all have one thing in common. They have no biological fathers. It is said that the palace mistress of Lihan Palace was once heartbroken by a man. Since then, she has gathered talented girls and trained the 7 immortals of Lihan, who have become prominent figures in the Dragon Kingdom. Imperial Tutor Mu Wenying and Peach Blossom Pavilion Master are both disciples of the Lihan Spirit Palace. Upon hearing Mu Wenying's name, Chunping's face turned extremely pale, and he lowered his head like a mute. I've heard that the 7 fairies of separation are all-powerful spirit masters, and even the weakest of them, the 100-flower fairy, is said to be at the 5th-tier Spirit King level. The strongest among them, Mu Wenying, seems to have reached the peak of the 6th rank, a half-step Xian Emperor. A spirit master who breaks through to the 5th rank can join the royal family and become an elder, known in the martial arts world as the Spirit King. 6th-tier spirit masters are the spokespeople for the heads of various reclusive families, possessing the combat power to command a region, and are known as overlords. 7th-tier spirit masters are all ancient monsters who have lived for thousands of years. They hide in every corner of Red Moon's star, protecting the land and territory of their descendants, and are known as the mysterious emperors. 8th-tier beings are quasi-saint level powerhouses. Their spirit pets can wipe out a small country with a flick of their wrists. As for the 9th order saints, the Red Moon Star hasn't produced a figure like this in at least 500 years. A supreme god of the 10th rank? It is said that no one has ever reached this level. Long Sheng hurriedly approached Jiang Yi. Brother, Imperial Tutor Mu Weining is the eldest of the 7 immortals of Lian. Her strength can only be described as terrifying. Please don't offend her. Even Pavilion Master Yun can only bow his head and obediently call her senior sister when he sees her. He witnessed firsthand Jiang Yi's arrogant display of complete disregard for Yun Wanjiang. If Jiang Yi offends Mu Weining, they'll probably all be dragged down with him. At this moment, a clear, cold female voice descended from the sky. Husband, the instructor at Xinhuang Academy is an irresponsible scumbag. Should we join Xinhuang Academy? The ice crystal phoenix descended slowly, and Mu Weining floated down from the sky to Jiang Yi. Spiritual energy floats in the air. This is a unique ability that only those who break through to the 5th-tier Spirit King level possess. What? Did I hear that right? Brother, slap me. Slap? A passerby covered their mouth in horror and exclaimed, Good heavens! After the Peach Blossom Pavilion Master, how come Imperial Tutor Mu Weining also has an ambiguous relationship with this Jiang Yi guy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mu Weining swept her cold gaze across the area, releasing her spiritual pressure. What right do you have to comment on our marital affairs? The talkative passerby felt a chill run through his body and was almost frozen in place. The room fell silent. No one dared to gossip anymore. Jiang Yi took out a phone worth 1,000 yuan and started searching through the list. Mu Weining, 16 years old. So now it's at least 16 plus 18 plus 34. Dowry. Ice Crystal Phoenix Pet Egg, lower epic grade. Depend on. This cheapskate father actually gave away a low-grade epic-level spirit pet egg to someone else. No wonder his mom likes to beat him. Jiang Yi looked at the photo on his phone with a strange expression, then compared it with the stunningly beautiful Mu Weining in front of him. You are Mu Weining? Mu Weining nodded slightly, her expression icy, and said, Please marry me as soon as possible, so as to repay my father for saving my life back then. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that Mu Weining had married Jiang Yi out of gratitude. What a wonderful woman. If it were me, I would definitely agree happily. However, our protagonist is no ordinary person. I'm still young and don't want to get married, so let's call off this engagement. Jiang Yi tilted his head and added, Xinhuang Academy sounds impressive, but it's not suitable for a lazy bum like me. People said, You're fat and you're already out of breath? Imperial Tutor. Pick me. I do. I'd even be willing to drink the water used to wash my feet. Chapter 47 Shocking. My future father-in-law is my teacher? Mu Weining was shocked. She received a message from her junior classmate and best friend, Yun Wanjiang. Upon learning that the son of his savior had awakened a 10-star talent, he hurriedly set off from the capital. They rushed to Fenglei City. Firstly, she wanted to bring Jiang Yi to the capital to get married quickly, fulfilling her mother's dying wish. Secondly, to help other female students make informed decisions. That's right. Jiang Yi's father helped him find 7 beautiful fiancées. But Mu Weining never expected that Jiang Yi would reject her. You said you don't want to get married, fine. Do they not even consider Xinhuang Academy worthy of their attention? Xinhuang Academy is a stronger and better spirit control academy than the 4 major academies. Countless people would fight tooth and nail to join in. How come it's become insignificant in this kid's mouth? Her eyelashes trembled, and her voice was full of pleading. Why? Jiang Yi said helplessly. I've already said that I have no plans to get married right now, and what's so good about an arranged marriage? The onlookers frantically pulled at their hair, wishing they could pin Jiang Yi to the ground and agree for him. Brother, what are you thinking about? A young, beautiful, and powerful rich woman wants to marry you, and you're still not happy about it? Go to the spa? Mu Weining's will to live crumbled in an instant, and her bright, watery eyes instantly became dull and lifeless. Do you dislike being old? When Zhang's father arranged the marriage, Mu Weining was 16 years old. He's at least 32 years old now, conservatively estimated. But with Mu Weining's cultivation level of half-step Xian Emperor, this age is not a problem at all. Those at the Spirit King level and above have very long lifespans. Jiang Yi shrugged. Jiang Yi dares not. I just feel that the meaning of life is not marriage, much less procreation. I'll think about marriage after I've had my fill of fun. Upon hearing that she still had a chance, Mu Weining, who had been feeling dejected, regained some of her sparkle. After regaining his senses, Chen Ping learned that Jiang Yi was actually his daughter's fiancé. The usually carefree and lazy uncle quickly grabbed his hand. Well said, Qing Shuang needs someone like you. Huh? Mu Weining said coldly. Husband, don't listen to his nonsense. This man is an irresponsible person. Irresponsible. So you don't need to worry about my attendance? Marvelous. Jiang Yi immediately grasped Chen Ping's hand. I've finally found my people. Chen Ping looked at Mu Weining with a guilty expression. I'm sorry, Weining. There are unspeakable reasons for what happened more than 30 years ago. The latter had an indifferent expression, showing no sign of anger. You can't even be bothered to make up an excuse, can you? Your mother and I will never forgive you. How melodramatic. Based on this development, is Chen Ping Mu Weining's biological father? Chen Ping, who abandoned his wife and children due to some unavoidable circumstances, failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a father. So, Mu Weining, who had no father since childhood, was taken in as a disciple by the palace master of Lihan Palace? That's how we came to have the imperial tutor of the Dragon Kingdom today. OMG, I should go write melodramatic family dramas. Chen Ping's eyes hardened again. Yes, I am a liar. But this time, I absolutely cannot let this unknown wild boy marry you in such a muddled way. Mu Weining's eyes turned cold. My affairs are none of your business. She gently raised her slender, jade-like hand and waved it at Chen Ping. A visible chill swept over Chen Ping. The latter froze, and a burst of intense black spiritual energy erupted from within him, repelling the icy spiritual energy. Jiang Yi couldn't help but nod in approval. This seemingly Tifei means decadent, dispirited, or defet, and Luofei means to give up or give up. Uncle actually has some skills. Weining, Jiang Yi really wants to join our Qing Shuang Academy, and I didn't force him. Long Sheng quickly raised his hand to make his presence known. Your Majesty, I am a district steward of the Beast Soul Hall, and I can also testify to this. Mu Weining looked sorrowful, as if she had lost something important. She couldn't possibly kidnap the top-scoring student from the north and bring him back to the capital in front of everyone, could she? If her master found out, she would definitely give Jiang Yi a good beating. Mu Weining conceded. Okay, I respect my husband's choice. Jiang Yi stepped forward. Miss Mu, I appreciate your kindness. Jiang Yi does dislike places with intense competition, such as Qinhuang Academy and Fengshan Academy. This doesn't mean that the teaching quality of the two academies is poor, it's just that they are not suitable for him. He pointed to the candidates around him who were almost frozen solid. Today is the day of the Fenglai City exam, and the people behind are waiting in line to choose their schools. Jiang Yi will personally visit the family another day to discuss such a trivial matter as the marriage agreement. Jiang Yi politely and objectively offered a solution to the problem. The tactic of delaying. Mu Weining and Yun Wanjiang have somewhat different personalities, and she bluntly stated, we will meet again, Weining. I will marry no one but you in this life. Ignoring everyone's gaze, she slowly flew to the top of the ice crystal phoenix's head. After a loud phoenix cry, the large blue bird transformed into blue light and disappeared rapidly before everyone's eyes. Mu Weining's heart was thrown into turmoil by her fiancé's rejection and the unexpected encounter with her biological father. She needs some time to calm down. Only after Mu Weining left did the other people in the crowd dare to breathe loudly. Jiang Yi has gone mad. He even rejected the imperial tutor's invitation. Arrogant and conceited, ignorant and narrow-minded, like a frog in a well. Some exceptionally talented candidates gritted their teeth, wishing they could kneel before Mu Weining and join Qinhuang Academy. Jiang Yi, who was favored by the beautiful imperial tutor, was actually ungrateful. This is infuriating. The thought that Wang Du had two beautiful and very different fiancés waiting for him was daunting. Jiang Yi was in a real bind. Director Chun, it's settled then. When shall we head to the academy? Chen Ping then carefully examined Jiang Yi. I still have to complete my enrollment tasks. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll escort you back to the academy. Okay, I'm so sleepy, I'm leaving now. Jiang Yi and Chen Ping exchanged WeChat contact information. Chen Ping frowned and said, Daijian sank again today. I didn't expect you to be a fan of anime too. When he looked up, Jiang Yi was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Yi hurriedly climbed onto the number 5 middle school's returning to school convoy. Go home and have a good night's sleep, then refine the Void Spirit Seal. I helped you Xian break through to the next level. As for the complete unsealing of the heavenly demon spirit and the marriage of the two women, let's put them aside for now. Chen Ping's strength seems to be no less than Fun Yan's. Having such a powerful figure as a bodyguard is wonderful. Taking a bus to school and registering for school should be very simple and easy, right? Good days are coming. Jiang Yi stretched happily and found a suitable angle to sleep for a while. A faint black light kept flashing on his chest. Chapter 48 The Celestial God Cult comes knocking. The journey was smooth and uneventful. Jiang Yi, with his heavy eyelids, looked like a student who stayed up all night at an internet cafe. They flew home as if riding on clouds. Just then, I heard the whispers of the middle-aged women buying groceries. Sister Wang, isn't there a bird-like person wearing an eye patch over there? Shoo, keep your voice down. Those are angels. Aunt Wang quickly covered her mouth. Western Celestial God Cult? What are they doing in our neighborhood? It's that time of year again for this baptism. Haven't all the children in our city awakened their spirit-controlling talents? That's true. I've heard that children who have been blessed by the gods will have great things to do in the future. An old man playing chess nearby joined the group chat. How come the Western god cult has extended its reach into our dragon kingdom? Isn't it because they are powerful? 10 holy angels of annihilation. Even the United States wouldn't dare to openly challenge the heavenly god sect. Jiang Yi thought to himself, is the US really that bad? The carefree protagonist didn't pay any attention to the priest and nun loitering at the entrance of the residential area. Climb up to the 3rd floor. Overwhelmed by drowsiness, Jiang Yi had to pull himself together. 2 figures, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, blocked the entrance to Jiang Yi's house. Anyone who didn't know better would think he hired 2 bald men as door gods. Jiang Yi said somewhat irritably, "Hey, what are you two doing blocking our doorway?" The 2 figures turned around simultaneously. This almost scared Jiang Yi to death. The tall, fat man had a face full of menacing features. He looked like someone who had taken more than 10 lives. The short, thin man had sunken eyes, looking like a refugee fleeing an earthquake-stricken area. The most terrifying thing is that the 2 of them can't even contribute a single hair. This duo showed Jiang Yi what it means to be a messenger from the underworld. A demonic gaze swept over Jiang Yi, and the short, thin man smiled and extended his hand. Jiang Yi, right? We are the northern deacons of the heavenly god cult. My name is Tom, and his name is Jerry. I think you two are the higher brothers, and so are Shook and Beta. Jiang Yi calmly extended his right hand. I've long admired your name. May I ask what brings you here, Steward Tang? Tom chuckled, revealing his gold-plated front teeth. Heroes have always emerged from among the young. We've heard that Jiang Yi has summoned an extremely rare angelic spirit pet, so we'd like to send you to study in the Sun Empire. Studying abroad? Jiang Yi frowned. That's right. The Divine Court Academy of the Sun Empire is far superior to those second-rate, worthless academies. If you agree, we can even recommend you for baptism at the Divine Temple. The celestial god cult that the taxi driver had mentioned finally came knocking on their door. A weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken. It has no good intentions. He did not intend to let any person or organization take Uxian away. Jiang Yi had long been mentally prepared. After all, the commotion caused by his own awakening ceremony was too great to be concealed. Jiang Yi shook his head. I appreciate the kindness of the 2 deacons, but I have already agreed to join Qing Shuang Academy. Dragon Kingdom is fine, and I am too lazy to study abroad. Tom looked somewhat surprised. Angelic spirit pets become stronger after being baptized by the cult, and can be unconditionally upgraded by 1 rank. Don't you want to think about it carefully? Tom didn't believe that a fledgling spirit master could resist such an exorbitant price. Unconditionally upgrade 1 rank. This is also the fundamental reason why the celestial god cult dominates the West. The conditions for evolving spirit pets on Red Moon Star are extremely demanding, and many spirit masters can only improve their pet's rank by 1 to 2 times in their entire lives. He could responsibly tell Jiang Yi that countless geniuses wanted to join the heavenly god cult. The baptism of cleansing the marrow and transforming the body is too tempting for spirit masters. The initiation ceremony of the celestial god cult is extremely rigorous. You must form a contract with an angelic spirit pet to pass this stage. Therefore, Tom believes that Jiang Yi will definitely join the heavenly god cult. Thank you for your kind reminder, Deacon Tang. I have no plans to study abroad, nor do I want to join the heavenly god cult. Jiang Yi looked down at the small man beneath him. Brother Tang, why waste words with this kid? I'll take him down first. When the golden light was at its peak, Tom did something that surprised Jiang Yi. He grabbed his brother's right hand and said, in that case, let's take our leave. Tom Cruise, you? Don't ask so many questions, let's go. The 2 men pulled out black hats from their pockets to cover their reflective bald heads and hurriedly left. Jiang Yi slowly put away the flashbang on the back of his hand, watching the 2 brothers' departing figures. They just gave up like that? It seems the celestial god cult isn't as domineering as we thought. Jiang Yi returned home, but found no security cameras, and there were no signs that the front door had been forced open. Come out, Uxian. Golden splendor appeared inside the room. The maid, her expression calm, bowed slightly, her voice filled with worry. Master, why didn't you summon Uxian to fight back? What if they had hurt you? Jiang Yi lay comfortably on the sofa. Letting you out would only increase the conflict, since they came for you. Uxian pointed to herself, somewhat puzzled. They came for me? I'm just the master's maid. But you are an angel, and the Celestial Church believes that all angels in the world should be subject to their control. Uxian revealed obvious anger for the first time. Uxian was an entertainment angel created to bring joy to the master, and they are the enemy. Yes, they will be our enemies sooner or later, but not yet. Uxian, give me a massage. Yes, sir. A gentle and virtuous maid sat beside Jiang Yi, her slender, fair hands roaming back and forth behind him. A tingling, slightly soothing sensation spread throughout the body. Too lazy to fiddle with his phone, Jiang Yi was immersed in the maid's gentle embrace. He lay on Yu Xian's plump thighs. The television was showing a movie that blended elements of romance, action, suspense, and morality. Yu Xian held up Jiang Yi's favorite jelly. "Master, this is your favorite jelly. Please open your mouth." "Ah, are you happy?" Jiang Yi replied without hesitation. He enjoyed the maid's lap pillow service and also played feeding games. What more could you ask for? The innocent Yu Xian thoughtfully took a napkin to wipe Jiang Yi's mouth. "Master, I'm learning how to make jelly. Actually, jelly is really delicious. Why don't you try some?" Yu Xian shook her head. "As a maid, I absolutely cannot compete for anything that my master likes." "All right." According to the nth law of physics, Jiang Yi's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the greater mass. Yu Xian glanced at the screen and gently massaged it, saying, "Master, are your stress and worries increasing again?" "It's all right. The heavenly god sect and my 2 fiancés are the real pressures," Jiang Yi said, grinning. "Yu Xian is here to help you relieve your distress. Please entrust everything to me, master." The perfect maid gently stroked Jiang Yi, her clumsy massage skills making him drowsy. All right. Chapter 49 Yu Xian's Breakthrough. Happy times are always fleeting. Jiang Yi's tired and blank mind fell into a deep sleep. The white-haired angel carried Jiang Yi back to the bedroom, helped him take off his clothes, and then began cleaning the house. Yu Xian first cleaned up the trash on the sofa in the living room, then mopped the floor and washed clothes while talking to herself. Master is exceptionally talented. Whoever marries him will surely be very happy. Jiang Yi opened his eyes to a familiar ceiling. He threw off the covers and yelled, "A woo! Ah!" It hadn't even twisted twice yet. Jiang Yi felt a chill all over his body. Looking down, all that was left on him were his newly changed underwear. The maid waiting by the bedside slowly opened her eyes and gave a professional smile. "Good morning. I hope you have a pleasant day." Jiang Yi quickly covered himself with a blanket. "Yu Xian, where are my clothes?" "Yu Xian has already washed and dried your clothes." Upon seeing Yu Xian's pure and gentle face again, Jiang Yi couldn't help but lower his head shyly. "What time is it?" It was already noon on the second day. The white-haired maid slowly drew back the curtains. The warm sunlight shone on Jiang Yi. "Depend on. I slept for too long. We're heading to B-Tao Academy tonight." Jiang Yi quickly got dressed and got out of bed. He took out the spatial ring that Long Sheng had given him from the system space. Inside was a Chinese black card with a face value of 5 million and a strange box. Pet box, a magical item used to imprison and capture wild pets, similar to a pokeball. This thing must contain the magic potion, right? Jiang Yi extended his finger and channeled the black spiritual energy within his body into the opening of the box. Snap! A blue light flashed. The pet box shattered and turned into a pile of fragments. A plump, blue slime girl sat on the ground. Name, all-purpose solution. Race, magical. Level 0. Rank, Emperor. Combat skills. Breakthrough girl. Can replace any spirit core as a breakthrough material. Looking at the bewildered and ignorant omnipotent spirit before him, Jiang Yi was overjoyed. With her, Yu Xian can then break through to the next level and better serve herself. Jiang Yi had no choice but to admit it. From battles to his private life, he had become completely accustomed to Yu Xian's presence. You can live without women, but you can't live without maids. Jiang Yi hugged the soft and cuddly Wan Nung Ling and began searching around. "Yu Xian, where's my book?" Yu Xian bowed gracefully and asked, "Master, what book are you looking for?" Jiang Yi couldn't help but take a few more glances at the snow scene. 5 years of cultivation, 3 years of conversation. The white-haired maid stepped onto a stool and took a book from the top of the bookshelf. "These are the books you requested. I hope you enjoy them." Jiang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Our maid is getting better and better at taking care of people. Jiang Yi turned the pages of 5 years of cultivation and 3 years of conversations, searching for a breakthrough. The breakthrough process for the spirit core is not too difficult. The spirit master first uses their own spiritual power to refine the target's same species spirit core, and then transfers it into the target's body. Success is achieved once stability is maintained. But Yu Xian is not an ordinary spirit pet. She is an angel with a very mysterious internal structure. Her spiritual meridian structure is far more complex than that of human blood vessels. If the refining of the spirit core goes wrong, it will cause blockage, damage, or even collapse of the spiritual meridians in her body. Looking at Jiang Yi's troubled expression, Yu Xian asked softly, "Master, what's wrong? The breakthrough process may be somewhat difficult for you, and will require your cooperation." After hearing Jiang Yi's request, Yu Xian smiled slightly. "Yu Xian is your maid. I will do my best to meet your needs." She slowly knelt at the head of the bed and took the initiative to remove the spiritual energy core from her head. After a strange sound, plop, Yuxian's maid outfit quietly disappeared, and her crossed legs barely covered her most sacred parts. Her voluptuous, snow-white body was fully revealed, her beauty almost otherworldly. In this way, Master can carefully observe my spiritual vein reactions, right? Jiang Yi resisted the urge to play with the wavestone. Are you ready? Yuxian's calm and composed gaze threw Jiang Yi into a panic. With the maid's permission, Jiang Yi picked up the omnipotent spirit beside him and absorbed her spiritual power into his body through his mouth. He took Yuxian's hand in his, their fingers intertwined. Based on the knowledge in the book, I began to visualize Yuxian's appearance in my mind. Whoosh whoosh. A lifelike miniature angel appeared in Jiang Yi's beast-taming space. The first step, absorbing the power of the spirit core into the body, has been successfully completed. Yuxian looked at Jiang Yi, whose face was flushed and who was holding back his anger. Her lips parted slightly, and her breath was as sweet as orchids. Master, please don't be too nervous. Yuxian's body and soul will always belong to you, and I will not resist you. As long as you follow the steps in the book slowly, you will definitely succeed. Jiang Yi reached out and focused his mind, gradually transferring the spiritual energy within his body into Yuxian's body. Transmission complete. The final step is to condense the spiritual veins. Yuxian's beautiful eyes, so close to mine, conveyed obedience. Master, use me as you please, as long as it makes you happy. The fusion process of the spirit core takes about half an hour. There may be a blockage in a certain spiritual meridian within Yuxian's body. Jiang Yi only needs to use his spiritual power to guide these blocked parts, and if he persists for half an hour until they stabilize, then the breakthrough is complete. Lying flat on the bed, Yuxian smiled slightly. So Master wanted to give Yuxian a full body massage. Thank you for your help. Looking at the beautiful scenery, Jiang Yi shook his head repeatedly. Fortunately, the inner demon has been temporarily removed. Otherwise, it would have been easy for him to completely devour her. 30 minutes later. Ding. The 8th angel has successfully broken through to level 11. Ding. The 8th angel has mastered a new combat skill, Holy Light Protection. Jiang Yi, who had been tense, instantly relaxed and collapsed into Yuxian's arms. The enhanced angels were even more beautiful, radiating brilliance from head to toe, more beautiful and more holy than before. She held Jiang Yi's head. Thanks to you, Yuxian has become much more useful. Jiang Yi, let me go, I'm suffocating. I'm going to Qingdao to rent a place tomorrow, and I'll try to finish tomorrow's work tonight. May your recommendation achieve good results. Unless it's absolutely terrible or there's some unforeseen circumstance, I will definitely finish writing this book. Chapter 50. Both Breakthrough, a bug-level spirit seal technique. Exhausted, Jiang Yi stood up from the face wash. Helping to unblock the internal spiritual meridians is a very demanding task that requires a great deal of mental and spiritual energy. A pair of pure white wings slowly enveloped her, seemingly even larger and more beautiful than before. It seems this breakthrough was very successful. Jiang Yi opened the system panel. Name, the 8th angel. Race, angel. Level, 11. Rank, mid-level mythical. Synopsis, a mysterious angel who will do anything to make her master happy. The secrets hidden beneath her smile remain unknown. Combat skills. Annihilation, normal attacks have a cleanse effect. Lightning bolt, blink behind the designated target, dealing area damage. Can be cast up to 3 times consecutively. Flowing light, instantly unleashes a sword aura that can briefly paralyze the opponent. Serve, a brief chant that restores the target's injuries. Holy Light Protection, creates a magical shield for a designated ally, absorbing a large amount of damage. After 10 seconds, or if the shield absorbs excessive damage, it will cause a small area explosion. The Perfect Maid, passive skill, absorbs 50% of the damage for the master. Master's Pride, passive skill, all pets owned by the master gain 35% damage reduction. Nemesis of Demons, passive skill, deals additional holy flame damage to all demons. Fallen Demon, unleashes the chaos within your nature, increasing all attributes of this pet by 100% for 1 minute. Can only be used once per day. The higher your level, the longer the duration and the greater the bonus. The upgraded lightning has 1 more chance to flash. 6 active skills and 3 passive skills. Can heal, deal damage, tank, and even transform for burst damage. He could even wield a sword and slay a roe deer. It can fire cannons from a distance to stun mosquitoes. So strong. Is this the legendary hexagonal war god? Almost no one could find fault with the near-perfect angel maid. The maid put the spirit core on her head. The beautiful scenery that brought me joy vanished in an instant. She straightened her clothes and said, Master, do you like Yuxian to look like she's not wearing any clothes? No cough. If you wish me to be naked at all times, please give the order. Jiang Yi quickly changed the subject. This will definitely cause a big problem. With nothing else to do, Yuxian picked up a broom and continued doing housework. Jiang Yi took out the round, ethereal spirit seal. Yuxian has successfully broken through, and all that's missing is her lazy master. The process of refining spirit seals and helping spirit pets break through and advance in rank is largely the same. Jiang Yi swallowed the void spirit seal in one gulp. The spiritual energy within his body seemed to be stimulated, circulating wildly throughout his body. The void spirit seal entered Jiang Yi's body along with the flow of energy, and the power of rules contained within it was gradually devoured by the black spiritual energy. Perhaps it's because Jiang Yi has a 10-star talent and exceptional control over spiritual power. It could also be because practice makes perfect. The process of refining the void spirit seal was exceptionally smooth, without the slightest pain. There was even a pleasant sensation in my chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully refined the void spirit seal, and your level has broken through to level 11. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have learned the spirit seal technique, void. Ding! The second spirit contract has been activated. Each time a spirit master successfully advances to a higher level, a new spirit pet contract will be activated. In addition to your guardian spirit pet, you can contract up to 10 more spirit pets. However, this does not mean that a spirit master can summon 10 spirit pets to fight at the same time. Upon reaching levels 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and 10, you can summon an additional spirit pet to fight without any side effects. Jiang Yi can now control 2 pets to fight side by side. I wonder what kind of beast-eared girl the next spirit pet will be. Yuxian's ears twitched as she tiptoed into the bedroom. Master likes animal-eared girls? Yuxian, should I get some animal ears and a tail? No need. The angel girl is also very unique. Jiang Yi opened his own panel. Host, Jiang Yi. Level, 11. Beast Taming, the 8th angel. Talent, Eye of Insight. Spirit Seal. Void, Dominator level. Consumes 50% of current spiritual power to seal the target's spiritual skills and temporarily reduce their level to 0. It also inflicts an unpurifiable binding effect, lasting 2 seconds. Each time a spirit master advances a rank, the duration increases by 1 second. Can only be used once per day on the same target. Item, Flashbang. What? Jiang Yi couldn't help but swear. Completely seal the opponent's power, forcing it to return to 0? Although it only has a 2s initial duration, the level cap is as long as 12s. This negative status cannot be removed by support-type spirit pets using purification spells. Invincible. The only word to describe it is invincible. Jiang Yi gazed at the void spirit seal suspended at the top of the beast taming space, his heart filled with an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. Even the strongest spirit pet in the world can only be a fat sheep to be slaughtered in the face of such a bugged void. Upon closer inspection, this skill seems to have quite a few limitations. Consuming 50% of your current spiritual power means you can't just throw out random attacks at the start, unless you're 100% certain of defeating your opponent. Moreover, it can only be used once a day on the same target. Overall, it's an extremely powerful spirit seal technique, a last-ditch effort. Breakthrough complete. Jiang Yi stretched. A mild alarm clock rang in the living room. I don't think I set an alarm. Jiang Yi decided to get up and check his phone. The attentive maid smiled and presented the phone with both hands. While you were unconscious, Yuxian had already arranged today's schedule with your mentor. I've already bought the high-speed rail tickets. Tonight at 8 p.m., Fenglei North Station. Jiang Yi was dumbfounded. You can even book tickets? Yuxian smiled slightly. Yuxian can understand basic social common sense at a glance. Is Master happy? Haha, your service is so good, I'm a little stunned. Jiang Yi stared at the chat history on his phone. Her use of her own tone and emojis in her conversation with Chen Ping left no room for suspicion. The other party could never have imagined that Jiang Yi's spirit pet was so intelligent. You've worked so hard, you're so capable. Jiang Yi patted the angel maid on the shoulder. Playing poker with her would probably be like lying flat the whole time, without having to exert any effort at all. Yuxian glanced at the clock. There are still 2 hours before departure. Does Master have any instructions? This was the first time Jiang Yi had ever been pampered like this in his life. He chuckled awkwardly. Let's go. We've been in Fenglei City for 3 years, and we've seen enough of the scenery. Yuxian nodded. Master's luggage is packed, and we can set off at any time. Jiang Yi paid the rent in full via WeChat, and then left the key in the fire hydrant in the stairwell. Unbeknownst to him, he had been living independently in this house for 3 years. The last time I moved was when my heartless father kicked me out of the house. This time, I had a gentle and virtuous angel maid by my side as I moved. Yuxian, dressed like a girl next door, naturally took Jiang Yi's hand. Master, are you reluctant to leave Fenglei City? The past events are still vivid in my mind. Jiang Yi put his hands in his pockets and said, a little bit, I guess. I'm a bit nostalgic. Let's go. Hopefully, there's no mess left by that heartless old man over there. I just hope no more random fiancés pop up out of nowhere. The heavenly demon spirit, left to gather dust in the system space. It's so pitiful, it's been sitting on the sidelines since it just appeared. It could be the influence of a demon's resentment, or it could be an inevitable part of fate. Jiang Yi's journey to the academy was destined to be fraught with peril. Chapter 51 An extraordinarily powerful mentor. Master, you look so handsome in this outfit. Uxin is almost smitten with you. Listening to the maid's flattering words, Jiang Yi happily opened the shameless map. As mentioned earlier, Red Moon Star's technological level is quite good. Various intercity transportation methods, including steel buses, energy vehicles, steel armored vehicles, mechanical airships, and energy aircraft. And then there's the most pretentious flying spirit pet. Although Uxin has wings, she cannot carry Jiang Yi Fei. Feeling wronged, Uxin looked up at the vehicles soaring freely in the sky. I'm sorry, it's all Uxin's fault for being incompetent, making you spend money on transportation. The maid, who strives for perfection, falls into deep self-reproach. Jiang Yi smiled and comforted him, saying, having the ability to fly doesn't mean you have the ability to carry people. At that very moment, his cheap phone rang. Memories, once wound up, always arrive on time. A WeChat message popped up. Jiang Yi knew who the other person was just by looking at their name. Ping, a tutor at Xing Academy. Vast ocean and sky. Do young people these days all have such flamboyant online names? I won't change my name until I can get a 6-star character. Director Chun, times have changed. Ping, I'm at the entrance of the waiting hall at Fenglei North Station. Come over if you're free. Jiang Yi, okay. With his sharp eyes, Jiang Yi quickly spotted the mature and reliable-looking uncle in the crowded waiting hall. With his slick-back hair, jeans, trendy animal skin coat, and handsome, charming beard, he looked incredibly dashing. Young girls who have never seen the world are hesitant to take a step. It's hard to imagine that Ping's online name is something like Vast Sky and Boundless Sea, which sounds like something an elderly person would use. Ping also noticed the muscular Jiang Yi and the petite Uxin. He smiled and waved. Jiang Yi, over here. Director Chen, thank you for your hard work. Ping handed over the train ticket. Why are you being so polite? You're the #1 oddball in the north now. If another school kidnaps you halfway there, that money-grubbing principal will definitely come after me. Jiang Yi chuckled. The two tacitly avoided mentioning Mu Weining. Ping glanced at Jiang Yi's hands. Where's your luggage? I'll help you with it. It's okay, I've already packed and mailed them. System, so you're treating me like a spatial ring again, aren't you? Ping asked enthusiastically. Our Xing Academy is located in Qingyang City on the eastern peninsula of the Dragon Kingdom, right? Don't worry, I've been living alone for 3 years. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two quickly boarded the high-speed train bound for Qingyang City. The North Station was packed with people tonight. Most of the students from Fenglei City also packed their bags and left their hometown tonight. Beautiful lady, could I have a high-speed train ticket to Qingyang City? The ticket seller smiled and said, hello sir, the ticket price is 1,000 yuan per ticket. Holy crap, are you robbing me? It's usually only 500 yuan. The ticket seller wore an expression that seemed to say 6-word mantra. The parents behind also complained. If you can't even afford 1,000 yuan, what kind of spirit master are you? Absolutely. My son's Swift Dog costs 100 yuan a day for food, not even counting the extra cost of upgrading its tier. If you're not buying, get out of the way. Don't waste my child's time. The man looked embarrassed. In order to ensure his son could successfully register at the college, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and pay the exorbitant price. Ping nodded thoughtfully and said, if it weren't for your reminder, we would have been taken advantage of today. 1,000 yuan is enough for the two of us to go to a massage parlor in Qingyang City for a while. Jiang Yi tilted his head and looked at the angelic maid clinging to him. This is all thanks to our Yusin. She's so good at taking care of people. The two passed through security smoothly. At the flight attendant's prompting, Jiang Yi had no choice but to put Uxin back into his beast-taming space. After all, this is a public place, and if everyone lets their spirit pets out for some fresh air, things will immediately fall apart. A flight attendant in a white uniform with a curvaceous figure greeted us with a smile. Welcome, you two passengers. Your tickets are VIP tickets. Please follow me. The two looked at each other, bewildered, and entered the VIP room. The interior space is quite large. A small, elegant table with 4 seats. The table was covered with desserts and drinks. Ping looked around in surprise. Jiang Yi, thank you so much. I've never ridden in a VIP carriage before. Jiang Yi didn't expect his daughter Uxin to be so willing to spend money. The train attendant winked seductively. Gentlemen, due to limited space on the train, please do not summon spirits at will. Our Qingyang Railway Company possesses the most advanced security and defense system in the country, which can absolutely guarantee the safety of our passengers. It's a bit boring not being able to flirt with the maid. Jiang Yi and Chunping chose to respect the railway company. The flight attendant smiled and said, "If you need anything, please press the button next to you, and I will take care of everything for you." No. Bang. She gently closed the door to the private room. The two grown men stared at each other, wide-eyed. The well-informed Chunping broke the awkward silence by taking out a pack of cigarettes. "Is that all right?" Jiang Yi frowned. "It's all right. Since you don't like it, I won't smoke it." He put away his cigarettes and took out two oddly shaped short knives from his pocket, one black and one white. The two short knives spun nimbly in his hands. He looks just like a pin-spinning master. Jiang Yi couldn't help but take another look. Name, White Emperor. Dragon King. Race, Spirit Race. Level, 48. Rank, Lower Legendary. Description, an extremely rare dual weapon, inspired by the legendary White Phoenix and the mythical Black Dragon, possessing both the light attribute of purification and the dark attribute of corrosion. Combat techniques, Deadly Four-Strike Dragon Soaring Phoenix Dance, Soaring Style Enemy Breaking Ultimate Technique, Phoenix Soaring Ultimate Technique, Dragon's Might Annihilation Dual Blade Style, Arrogant Dragon Fang. Wow. A low-grade legendary artifact pet? Or is it a very rare double weapon? No wonder Chunping's points are so close to those of Burning Cloud from Burning Heaven Academy. The spirit masters who control spirit pets are themselves extremely powerful martial artists. Their physical abilities are far superior to those of ordinary spirit masters, and they are called spirit masters. Because the need to personally wield a sword to kill enemies and the impact of changing weapons on one's state of mind, the total number of weapon spirit masters is not large. The strongest artifact spirit master in the Dragon Kingdom is Lingya of the Lingyun sect in the capital. The divine weapon, Crimson Sky, is renowned far and wide. He once single-handedly wiped out 5,000 enemy soldiers from the Ghost Kingdom. It is said that Lingya's level has broken through the 8th rank, and he has become a quasi-saint. A person of that caliber could kill a magical beast below the 5th rank with a single glance. The divine sword Crimson Sky is a superior myth. The twin blades White Emperor and Dragon Emperor are lower-tier legends. Although the two are quite different, Chunping shouldn't have fallen to such a state. Given his age and talent, he could easily secure an elder position by joining the Lingyun sect. Why did he remain anonymous as an ordinary tutor at an inconspicuous spirit-controlling university? Director Chun, your weapon is no ordinary object, is it? Jiang Yi asked tentatively. Chunping looked out the window. Yes, they used to be my closest companions. With your abilities, you shouldn't be just an ordinary teacher at Qingshuang. Chunping suddenly turned around and carefully examined Jiang Yi's face. Jiang Yi, would you join the Heavenly God cult? Chapter 52 Angels Attack. Jiang Yi subconsciously replied, of course not. How could I hand over my spirit pet to someone else? That's it, isn't it? Jiang Yi's expression changed drastically, and he stammered. You mean Lingyun sect? Could it be that the top spirit master sects in the Dragon Kingdom act like the Western Heavenly God cult, engaging in domineering practices? Really? Chunping smiled mysteriously. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yi calmly replied. Director Chun, how much do you know about the angel race? Chunping slowly poured a cup of tea. Angels and demons were the original spirit pets on Red Moon Star. They possess power that surpasses that of other races. His gaze slowly shifted to the weapon in his hand. My master once contracted an angelic spirit pet. Jiang Yi listened attentively to the story. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks on the door interrupted Chunping's speech. Who is it? Jiang Yi asked, somewhat annoyed. Sizzle. The originally closed door was forcibly opened from the outside by brute force. Two figures, one tall and one thin, both dressed in pure white, stood in front of the door with ill intent. Shook and Beta. Oh no, who else could Tom and Jerry be? Jiang Yi's eyes turned cold. Steward Tang, is there something you need? Aren't you going to invite us in for a seat? Tom, with his sunken eyes, gave a terrifying smile. Excuse me, this is my maid's VIP room. Jiang Yi's attitude was firm. Jerry, with his burly face, grinned menacingly. Kid, I think you're tired of living. At the height of the tension, Chunping, who had been watching the scene unfold, slightly rose to his feet. Judging from their attire, these two seem to be deacons of the Heavenly God cult, right? Tom sneered. Knowing who we are, you still dare to speak out of turn? Chunping stood gently in front of Jiang Yi. Excuse me, Jiang Yi is a student at our school. You nobody should go back quickly, lest you bring trouble upon yourselves. Passengers in other carriages also heard the commotion and stuck their heads out to watch the drama unfold. Oh wow, something funny is coming. These two freaks seem to be members of the celestial cult. Look, they have golden wings embroidered on the back of their white robes. What happened to the celestial god cult? His companion covered his mouth and explained, keep your voice down. The Heavenly God sect has 10 holy annihilation angels in their hands. Even the beast soul hall doesn't dare to openly challenge them. 10 saints annihilated? When others heard that the Tom and Jerry brothers were members of the celestial cult, they looked at them with awe. This slick-back-haired guy is too arrogant, openly challenging the Heavenly God cult. I heard that a few years ago there was a rebellious genius who summoned an angelic spirit pet. Because he didn't report to the Heavenly God sect, he didn't know what happened to him. Later, he obediently knelt in front of the sect's gate for 3 whole years. I've heard about this too. It seems his parents and family have been threatened by the celestial god cult. Shoo, keep your voice down or you'll get arrested. Tom and Jerry stared intently at the lazy Chinping. Don't think you're something special just because you have slick-back hair. We don't want to kill you. Jiang Yi feared that his mentor would die a violent death. He grabbed Chinping's sleeve and said, Director Chen, thank you for standing up for me. But they came for Jiang Yi. This has nothing to do with you. Chinping gave a self-deprecating laugh, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. In the past, I would have definitely pretended not to see it. It's no big deal for a dog to catch a mouse. If you are taken away by the Heavenly God cult like this, Wei Ying will hate me even more. Besides, I am your mentor. It would be too embarrassing for someone to forcibly take a student away right under my nose if word got out. So this time I won't stand idly by. The 2 freak brothers said in unison, Old man, you think you're so tough? Chinping chuckled. I'm not very capable, but I'm more than enough to deal with the 2 of you. Arrogant. Let me show you the sky. Jerry, on the verge of exploding, roared as he tried to summon his angelic spirit pet. Chinping's calm voice was like the fuse that lit a bomb, completely igniting a volcano that was about to erupt. Let's fight. Let's fight. The onlookers, always eager for drama, opened their small beers. Bitey. The first to attack was the seemingly lazy Chinping, whose pure white dagger transformed into a blurry phantom as it hurtled toward Jerry's face. Despite Chinping's seemingly lazy and uninterested demeanor, his abilities far surpassed those of the other 3 academy mentors. Whoosh! The white sword shadow flew more than 10 meters away in an instant. In less than a breath, the flashing sword light was already at Jerry's chest. Spirit masters are all melee-type spirit masters who wield weapons. The cramped workshop is too limiting for ordinary spirit masters. What happens when a summoner gets close to an assassin? What Jiang Yi could understand, Tom could naturally understand as well. Just as Bai Di flew to Jerry's face, he darted behind his brother like an arrow, unleashing a powerful ball of light from his hand. A transparent shield appeared in front of the 2 of them. Spirit Seal skill, Light Shield, creates a shield barrier that can withstand a large amount of damage. Chinping's eyes turned cold. Spirit Seal technique, Flash. His position suddenly switched places with the White Emperor who had pierced the air, and he instantly appeared right in front of the 2 heavenly deacons. Amidst their fear and astonishment, 2 sword shadows, one white and one black, slashed fiercely. Uft! The White Emperor Dragon King was, after all, a legendary artifact spirit, and his dual sword and saber skills easily sliced through their heavy robes. Golden blood splattered everywhere. Chinping's expression changed drastically. Golden blood, you? 2 more kicks. The 2 figures, one fat and one thin, resembled sandbags being thrown forcefully and flying backwards. Bang! The wall, made of alloy steel, was smashed into 2 herringbone patterns. Oh dear, in the short time it took to deal with the guards, who broke my 2 precious toys like this. A girl's voice, which sounded both angry and amused, came from afar. Whoosh! A golden arrow shot rapidly toward Chinping's groin. He raised an eyebrow and deftly dodged with a stomp of his feet. Smash! The golden arrow pierced directly through the arcane glass that even a 5th-tier lord could not break. A blonde girl, dressed in a revealing white robe and looking about 13 or 14 years old, walked up to Tom and Jerry with a grin. Jiang Yi's eyebrows furrowed, and he sensed something was wrong. He sensed a spiritual aura from this arrogant little brat that was no less powerful than UX Science. The dying Jerry looked at the girl's ankle. Generous Lady Yura, please save this devout believer. Silly Jerry is such a good dog, hee hee. Tom, his eyes glazed over, pointed at Jiang Yi and said, Lady Yura, this is Jiang Yi from the Dragon Kingdom, the summoner of the lower-level angels. Humph, then I'll reward you by letting you lick my feet. Lick them clean, skinny dog. The girl named Yura looked at the 2 butlers kneeling and licking her feet, her arrogance and haughtiness self-evident. She raised an eyebrow and glanced at Jiang Yi, then uttered incredibly arrogant and flirtatious words. Hey there, handsome guy, wanna be my dog? I can reward you by letting you lick my thigh. The arrogant little imp lifted her skirt with both hands, and 3 pairs of divine, pure white wings sprouted from her back. Chapter 53 The Perverted Yura. Nobody likes a bone that a dog has licked. Yura looked at Jiang Yi with a half-smile and clapped her hands lightly. This great man likes disobedient dogs. The taming process is more interesting, isn't it? Jiang Yi didn't even blink. You're right, but unfortunately I'm not interested in a wooden hook like you. Hee hee, I'm getting more and more excited to see you kneeling on the ground begging to lick my feet. Accompanied by Yura's soft laughter. Golden flames, visible to the naked eye, burst from the bodies of Tom and Jerry, who were crawling at our feet. Jiang Yi's heart tightened. Is he turning into a scion? Their figures gradually swelled, and a single wing grew from their backs. The freak brothers' faces were covered in blue veins, making them look extremely ferocious, and their eyelids were white, as if they were possessed. Name, Descent Angel. Race, Angel. Level, 16. Rank, lower ranking general. Combat skills. Judgment Blade, swings its arm to slash enemies, dealing area damage. Protective Aura, provides a 10% damage reduction aura to nearby friendly units, stacking up to 3 times. Holy Flame, summons holy flames to strike the target, with a special attack against demons. Overload, attack power increases over time, while health decreases. Synopsis, influenced by the generous angel Yura, she was forcibly put into a state of angelic possession. Tip, don't confront them head on. Puff puff. Suddenly, a cluster of tentacles burst forth from their bodies, and their arms gradually transformed into 2 sharp blades. An angelic halo slowly descended upon his forehead, like the headband of Sun Wukong. Tom and Jerry, who have merged with the angelic spirit pet, gradually become strange and resemble the cruel and ruthless officials in the void spirit world. Go, you 2 loyal dogs. OMG. Upon seeing this scene, the onlookers in the carriage immediately cowered. Where are the flight attendants? Didn't they promise to provide top-notch security services in China? Yura gave a wicked smile. These are genuine angels from the divine cult. What are you afraid of? How could this be an angel? It's clearly a monster. Oh my god, help. Jiang Yi slowly walked forward, full of technology and ruthless skills. Tom's brothers glanced around the carriage, seemingly somewhat wary. Yura licked her fingers. I've already taken care of the strongest one on the train. Hurry up and go for it. Hooray. Upon receiving the order, the 2 brothers roared and charged towards Jiang Yi and his companion at breakneck speed. Chen Ping gripped the 2 weapons, his eyes narrowing slightly. His earlier leniency seemed to have been a mistake. Jiang Yi clutched the flashbang. Director Chun, this has nothing to do with you. I can handle it myself. Chen Ping snorted and kicked the teacup off the table. Bang! The teacup shattered instantly into countless fragments. Defeat the enemy. 2 sword beams, 1 black and 1 white, instantly enveloped the entire carriage. Tom and his brother sensed something was wrong and wanted to hide, because they couldn't sense Chun Ping's presence for a moment. Upon seeing this, Yura's mind stirred, and her wings fluttered slightly, creating a hurricane. Teacup shards fell to the ground. Chun Ping's figure emerged from a pile of fragments, his black and white spiritual energy constantly intertwining in the air. A gray storm swept towards the Tom brothers. Although the 2 brothers were inspired by Yura's power to undergo a certain evolution, they were still no match for Chen Ping. Broken. A low shout came from within the gray storm. Uffed. Tom's body flew backward like a cannonball. The floors of the rooms along the way were riddled with shocking cracks. Instant kill. Another instant sellout. Having been slapped in the face twice in a row, Yura had no choice but to pull herself together. Take a closer look at the weathered middle-aged man in front of me. Yura giggled. I'm going to call the police. That bad old man is bullying such a cute girl like me. As one of the 10 angels, generosity, I don't see how cute you are. Jiang Yi whispered. A generous angel? He sounds like a kind person. How could he be this little devil in front of me? Chen Ping's eyes turned cold. You don't know. This guy once assimilated an empire of 10,000 people by himself, completely transforming them into loyal believers of the heavenly god cult. What's the difference between that and destroying an empire? Holy crap, is this some kind of pervert? Jiang Yi couldn't help but gasp. Yura clapped happily, and as she floated in the air, she slowly removed the white silk from her feet. Uncle, don't slander beautiful girls out of thin air. We all voluntarily became my little dog's red heart. She tossed her still steaming white hair in one hand. Handsome uncle, why don't you become my dog too? I love the feeling of stubble scratching my skin. It's so itchy. At that very moment, upon receiving the alarm, the Dragon Wing members rushed to the scene. Hey, you inside, raise your hands and surrender, or you'll be killed without mercy. The passengers, trembling in the carriage, gleamed with a hint of fanaticism in their eyes. The Beast Soul Hall's reinforcements had arrived. I knew the Beast Soul Hall wouldn't let such a commotion go unchecked. Dragonwing, the strongest air force, the Dragonwing unit. I heard they each have a sub-dragon spirit pet. There's hope now. Lord Dragonwing, slay the Western Angel. Get out of China right now. Yura, who was full of enthusiasm, was interrupted by the Dragonwing team members. It's so noisy. The wings on her back grew wildly like monster tentacles. Some noisy passers-by were instantly impaled by the thick wings and turned into a bloody mess. That wasn't all. The other wings blasted through the roof of the carriage and launched an attack on the pterosaur in the sky. Jiang Yi was also somewhat surprised. This generous angel is far too arrogant, openly sabotaging infrastructure within the borders of China and committing murder in the street. All-out attack. The Dragon Wing members, feeling provoked, didn't hold back and immediately escalated the situation. Various spirit seal techniques and dragon flames blasted fiercely at Yura's slightly small and thin body. Too weak. Yura let out a low shout, and the wings on her back emitted a dazzling white light, increasing her growth rate by at least 10 times. The Dragon Wing members and pterosaurs, caught off guard, were pierced through like sieves by the sharp wings. 1 against 10. Sold out instantly. A quick and easy kill. Just how strong is Yura? Jiang Yi took a deep breath and carefully observed Yura floating on the top of the carriage. Name: 10 Angels, Generous Yura. Race: Angel. Grade: Rank: Mid-level Saint Annihilation. Brief introduction: one of the 10 angels of the celestial cult, possessing extremely terrifying rule-based techniques, arrogant and conceited, he enjoys training and taking various powerful individuals as his personal possessions. Combat skills: Spiritual infection. Yura can channel her own spiritual energy into a vessel, causing it to evolve into a descending angel. Divine Wing Crush. Rapidly expands wing size for all-around, no blind spot attacks. Universal Salvation. Causes widespread blinding light, resulting in 5 seconds of visual impairment. Berserk Angel. When activated, all descending angels gain a 100% increase in attack power, attack speed, and movement speed. Burst Angel. When activated, the cooldown of all descending angel skills is reduced by 50%. Divine King's Attendant. Increases all light attribute damage by 50%. Adorably Pitiful. Reduces damage dealt to Yura by all male creatures by 95%. Generosity. Biomarkers that have touched Yura's body serve as containers. Divine Blessing Formation. Angels near Yura gain 30% damage reduction and a 30% damage bonus. Jiang Yi. Holy crap, this panel is clearly the queen insect, isn't it? The enemy is suppressed by continuously creating descending angels. That's truly perverted. Chapter 54: An almost invincible enemy? Yura looked down at Jiang Yi and Chun Ping with an arrogant gaze. From this angle, the white underwear is faintly visible. She boldly lifted her skirt. "Wanna see?" Jiang Yi scoffed. "They pretend to be purer than bottled water, but they scream louder than an ambulance." Yura, her face full of sarcasm, made a gesture signifying the pain of losing the Korean market. "Small ones are cute too." Chun Ping closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. Jiang Yi could even see his trembling hands. "Jiang Yi, your provocation tactic didn't work." Jiang Yi rolled up his sleeves. "Then why don't you take a break? Shall I have a go with her? Even though you're an absolute freak, you still have no chance against this kind of monster." "But Director Chun, no matter how strong you are, you can't hurt her in the slightest. This battle can only be fought by me." How did Chun Ping know that Yura possessed an abnormally powerful damage reduction skill? He thought Jiang Yi was mocking him for being too old to lift a knife. Chun Ping swung his twin swords with great flair. The White Emperor Dragon King has the ability to challenge opponents of higher levels. If we can't defeat him, we'll retreat. Jiang Yi looked at Chun Ping, who was protecting him, and felt a touch of emotion. He couldn't openly admit that he possessed ancient god-level abilities. It allows you to see through the opponent's skill panel. Even if he told Chun Ping, he might not believe it. Just as Jiang Yi was hesitating, Chun Ping roared, and a pair of wings made of spiritual energy burst forth from his back. Spiritual power transforms into wings. A special ability possessed only by a Spirit King level expert. The 5th level is a watershed moment. Anyone below level 5 can force their way up their level as long as they have enough money and are resilient enough. Only after breaking through to the 5th rank and reaching the Spirit King level can one truly enter the realm of experts. It's not unusual to be a half-step Spirit King. Only when spiritual energy can wings be formed can one truly demonstrate skill. Jiang Yi never expected that Chun Ping was actually a Spirit King level expert. The White Emperor Dragon King has not yet broken through to the 5th rank. So how did he break through to the 5th rank? Could it be that his guardian spirit pet, the true Spirit King, has already perished in battle? Really? Jiang Yi shouted. "Don't touch her body, it's dangerous." Chun Ping, who was urging his wings to take off, nodded lightly. Yura looked at Jiang Yi with some surprise. A pair of thick wings slammed into the car. Bang! A dazzling black light erupted from Chun Ping's body, like a swallow breaking through a huge, fluffy wing. Yura was surprised again. The old man in front of me was clearly not as strong as me, yet he was able to break through my attacks head-on. "Then I'll play a trick on you, little puppy," Yura said with a grin, looking at Chun Ping's provocative gaze. Compared to the young and handsome Jiang Yi, she had a better impression of the very mature, bearded man. After all, her XP was a beard tied to her chest. Black flames slowly ignited on the blade of the White Emperor's sword. Dragon's Might. After being enchanted and enhanced with pitch-black flames, Qinping's figure flashed like an arrow released from a bow, turning into a gray shadow and shooting straight towards Yura. Uncle, are you angry? Hee. Yura looked at Qinping, who had chosen to confront her head-on, and felt that she had been underestimated by him. In her eyes, this action was tantamount to courting death. Protect. The words had barely left his mouth. More than a dozen unidentified winged creatures flew to Yura and formed a solid human wall in front of her. The generous angels create vessels from other beings by touching them, and then transform them into emotionless descending angels by transferring spiritual power through the spirit core. The descending angels will completely obey Yura's orders and fight to the death. As the mother, Yura can use special abilities to enhance her own unique dog. The truly terrifying aspect of this ability is that there is no limit to its quantity. Yura alone is equivalent to an infinitely mass-produced army of suicide soldiers. There was no sign of backing down in Qinping's eyes. The knife and sword in his hands began to spin rapidly, like scissors reaping lives. Flamboyant. An illusion of a white phoenix and a jet-black dragon rose up. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy suddenly spread out, completely ripping open the entire carriage. The surviving passengers quickly hid under the tables. They were terrified that the aftershocks of a battle between experts would instantly kill them. Roar. The dragon's roar passed through the infected members of the dragon wings. Bai Feng paused for a moment. The golden wall of flesh began to visibly crumble. Uft. The sounds were like the constant churning of a meat grinder. Qinping's dragon and phoenix dance actually broke through Yura's human wall defense. Yura remained calm and flicked her finger with a mischievous grin. The core of the angel above her head burst forth with dazzling light, like fireworks. Buzz. Qinping felt a sudden white light in his vision, and his ears rang, so he could see nothing. Hee, the way she took the initiative to throw herself into my arms is so cute. Thinking victory was assured, Yura manipulated the 6 large tails behind her to crush the free-falling Qinping. As long as her body touches the enemy, it's hard to lose if you want to. Qinping bit his tongue, and an image of a blood-red lion burst forth behind him. TSK, the spirit seal of the raging blood lion? That's troublesome. The signature skill of the raging blood lion. Rage Blood grants immunity to all negative status effects for 10 seconds upon activation. For ordinary spirit masters, there is some accumulation. It can be considered a trump card against melee-based spirit masters. With bloodshot eyes, Qinping let out a low shout, for deadly combos. The next moment, his body transformed into an almost invisible streak of blood-red light and rushed towards Yura. The arrogant little imp was slashed away before she could defend herself. Her body seemed to be hit by a rising dragon punch, continuously ascending upwards. Whoosh whoosh. Jiang Yi's eyes couldn't keep up with Qinping's speed. A blinding line of blood streaked across the sky. Yura was sent flying backwards for 100 meters away with a plop sound, and a sky-shaped figure appeared on the carriage. Jiang Yi frowned. Is this cheap tutor really that awesome? Even 5% damage can turn Yura into a dead dog? That's unlikely, isn't it? He jumped off the train carriage, intending to finish the job. The spiritual core of the 10 angels. Isn't this just someone sent down by God to be killed? UXIN's second-tier breakthrough, plus the final seal of the demon spirit. A burst of golden light suddenly erupted from the jungle 100 meters away. Suddenly, the leaves of nearby trees burst open, and countless branches were completely shattered by the white wings, drifting freely. The center of the white light. Yura, completely unharmed, manipulated a wing to wrap around Qinping's right foot. She laughed happily. Hee, I've got you completely caught now. Uncle, you're really amazing. You can unleash the strength of a spirit king, even though you're not even at level 5. It's a pity that my level is 72. If it were a human, it would be the Xian Emperor level. Qinping's eyes were no longer cold and world-weary. Instead, there was an endless void. If you lose the game of cat and mouse with the old man, then from now on, you are Lady Yura's little puppy. Before he could lose consciousness, Qinping yelled frantically at Jiang Yi. What are you still looking at? Run. There are only a handful of Xian Emperors at the Saint Annihilation level throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Qinping's tone was full of relief. I'm just someone who should have died, and you still want to give waning happiness. Live on. Jiang Yi picked at his ear. You're right, but I refuse. Jiang Yi, like the last part the most, but I forgot it. Chapter 55 UXIN versus Yula. Yura slowly floated into the air, her big eyes arrogantly looking at Jiang Yi. It's like looking at an ant. Hee, what a courageous dog. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Yi summoned a white-haired angel radiating holy light. Master, is it finally UXIN's turn to appear? Well, this battle mainly depends on you. After all, she has a 95% male damage reduction effect. Jiang Yi nodded. I will help you create opportunities. Yuxian slowly drew her long sword from the other dimension, a smile on her face. Yuxian understands. Chen Ping, his eyelids heavy, snorted softly. You can't beat her, run away. Yura's eyes were fixed on the stunningly beautiful Yuxian, her mouth practically watering. How could there be such a beautiful angel? So big and beautiful. Jiang Yi was somewhat puzzled by this. Aren't the angels of the angel race supposed to be handsome men and beautiful women? How could Yura, one of the 10 angels, have such a lecherous look on her face? It's as if they've never seen a real beauty before. Yuxian sensed the longing in the other person's eyes, and with a slight frown, she drew her long sword. Yura stared intently at the spiritual core above Yuxian's head. It's the same type as my spiritual core, so why have I never seen you before? Fine. I'll break your wings and limbs first, then train him into a dog that likes to lick feet. I'm looking forward to seeing your reaction. A morbid madness appeared on Yura's face. The feeling of robbing someone else of their existence is the most wonderful. Yuxian finally spoke. Don't even think about it. Come, let me see your power, angel. Yura flashed and crushed Yuxian below with all her might. Chen Ping, whose consciousness was in a daze, raised his head slightly, his face full of surprise. I can't keep up with this pace right now. Never mind. It's not the first time I've embarrassed myself, nor is it the first time I've failed. Fortunately, our Yusin is a cut above the rest. Jiang Yi felt unprecedented pressure from Yura, but he did not panic or become fearful. Spirit Seal Technique, Emptiness. This move is enough to crush the arrogant Yura. Fallen Demon. Jiang Yi activated the Fallen Demon technique again by channeling his spiritual power. This time, Yuxian's appearance and attire also showed some differences. The once glamorous white maid dress has been transformed into a shiny black, tight-fitting leather outfit. Her slender waist and shapely hips outlined an incredibly alluring, devilish curve. Her substantial capital swayed back and forth within the form-fitting, sexy bodysuit. The once large, pure white wings turned pitch black. It seems that the angel, who symbolizes purity, has transformed into a seductive witch. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yi noticed that the Fallen Demon's stats had doubled. Fallen Demon unleashes the chaos within your nature, increasing all attributes of this pet by 200% for 2 minutes. Can only be used once per day. The higher your level, the longer the duration and the greater the bonus. As Jiang Yi advances in rank, the attribute bonuses of the Fallen Demon increase by 100%. At max level, it provides a total of 1,100% bonus to all attributes. It can only be described as terrifying. A familiar scent wafted over me. Yura's expression changed from calm and composed to one of alarm. The power of that void guy. How could they possibly have merged so perfectly with the angel race? Lightning. Yuxian didn't answer. She raised her eyebrows and transformed into a black lightning bolt, instantly flashing behind Yula. Yura's wings shone brightly and immediately spotted Yuxian's landing point, intending to crush her completely. The white-haired angel smiled confidently, and his body once again transformed into a stream of light and disappeared from Yura's sight. Boom. Yura was struck by black lightning and saw stars, falling into a brief state of dizziness. Jiang Yi, who had merged with the spirit seal of the Void Ruler, channeled his spiritual power into Yuxian's body. Therefore, her current strength is roughly equivalent to that of a Dominator. Even Yola, who is at the Saint Annihilation level, is affected by the paralyzing effect of the lightning. In battle, Yuxian is cold and taciturn. The long sword in his hand emitted a sharp black wind as it pierced through the air and struck Yura from behind. Yura's attention was focused on Yuxian, who was flashing around continuously. Jiang Yi knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's time to personally teach this incredibly arrogant brat a lesson. With his greatly enhanced physical strength, Jiang Yi moved with lightning speed, like a swift black panther, accelerating towards Yura's back. Flashbang. The flashbang, which was about to explode, flew in an arc through the air and landed steadily on Yura's head. Ouch! Her vision went completely blank for a moment. The sixth man, who frequently used sneaky tactics, was finally defeated. Yura chuckled. The wolf feigns sleep to lure the enemy, then strikes from behind, all in one swift motion. Good tactics, but they're just child's play in the face of overwhelming strength. Yura's wings grew rapidly, like an exploding centipede indiscriminately attacking everything around her. Brother A, I know this one well. This move just killed more than 10 Dragon Wing members. Seeing this, Chen Ping felt utterly hopeless. He didn't believe Jiang Yi could dodge such a wide-ranging, indiscriminate attack. Being touched by Yura even once is equivalent to defeat. Absolute strength? What if you were stripped of your strength? Yura sneered arrogantly. Strip you of your strength? On what grounds? Are you dreaming? Then watch closely, kid. Jiang Yi laughed heartily. Yura was enraged by the other party's fearless and confident smile. I'm older than this damn planet. How dare you call me a brat? Spiritual seal technique, emptiness. Jiang Yi silently recited a phrase in his mind, and his eyes shot out an invisible black ray. Caught completely off guard, Yura was pierced through the chest by a black ray. Her expression changed, and her powerless body slowly fell from the sky. What is this? My power is rapidly disappearing. Uft. In an instant, countless dense black chains appeared in the void, pinning her hands and feet to the ground. A somewhat awkward form of tortoiseshell binding. The dominator of nothingness. Don't look at me, I never do these kinds of tricks. Yura discovers that all of her skills have been sealed at the same time. Even passive skills cannot be activated. Protect me. With nowhere else to turn, Yura can only manipulate the zombie-like descending angels. He wanted to stop Xian's fatal blow with a suicide attack. Is this some kind of ethereal sealing power? It's one thing for it to actively silence, but how come even its passive effects are failing? Well, it's only a 2-second restraint anyway. Once the time is up, it's your death day? Yura chuckled. Uft. Xian's longsword flashed with black light as she slew 3 angels blocking her path. 4 swollen fleshy spheres appeared simultaneously in the space around her. This is a descending angel that looks extremely disgusting. They all ejected fleshy strips from their bodies, desperately trying to stop Xian's attack and buy time for their master. Not good. Seeing this, Jiang Yi pushed off with both feet and leaped into the air in a way that defied human logic. He kicked the fleshy strip below away with both feet and grabbed at the sides with both hands. Get out of my way. The toad, whose tongue had been grabbed, was violently flung away by Jiang Yi. Other descending angels who attempted to block the way were also bound into meat bundles and spun around like dumplings. For a time, the hurricane raged wildly, and the air currents were turbulent. Jiang Yi relied on his powerful demonic body and abundant spiritual energy to easily deal with these self-destructing infantrymen. At a critical moment, Xian completely obeyed Jiang Yi's orders. She ignored the flies all over her body and instead gathered her strength and used her hands. The black sword beam stretched out to a full 7 meters long. Go to hell. The black streak of light slashed fiercely at Yura, who had no way to dodge. Chapter 56 Pandora and the Void Demon, Yura's Death. Wherever the black crescent moon goes, nothing can withstand its power. Yura tried desperately to break free from the shackles of nothingness, but all her efforts were in vain. Normally, an attack of this magnitude would be nothing more than a tickle to the generous angel. Now, Yura's extraordinary cultivation has been sealed, and without the characteristics of the 10 angels, she is no different from an ordinary person. If she hits you head on, no, I will not die. I am a high-ranking angel who absorbed the power of the God King. How could they be driven to the brink of despair by a lowly angel of unknown origin? The ominous black crescent moon slammed down on Yura's slightly thin chest. Boom. Thunder rumbled from the heavens. The demonic beasts lurking in the dark forest seemed to sense the wrath of the heavens, and they trembled with fear, fleeing in all directions. After the explosion, a massive spiritual force, akin to the Big Bang, underwent a violent expansion. The ferocious demonic energy easily shattered Yura's proud defenses, cut the Yura in half from top to bottom. The surging light spiritual power within Yura's body clashed with the overwhelming demonic energy, causing the surrounding air to blur and distort upon contact. Ouch! Ouch! That hurts. Yura's waist arched like a shrimp in an instant, and indescribable pain gradually engulfed her body. 2 seconds passed. A black shadow streaked past, like a swallow flying across the sky, heading straight for the struggling Yura. Uft! Xian's sword naturally sliced through Yura's battered body. A body of Saint Annihilation level should be indestructible. Yura, sealed by nothingness, was helpless and could not be heard from heaven or earth. I'm so frustrated. With her strength, she could easily overpower Xian in a head-on fight. Unexpectedly, under Jiang Yi's control, she was like a living punching bag, completely unable to fight back. At this moment, Yura felt immense regret. Her main purpose in coming to the Dragon Kingdom was to help the Pope find the person who caused the celestial phenomenon that day. Yura, with her unruly and arrogant personality, heard Tom's report. In Phonelay number 5, there is a genius named Jiang Yi who can summon angelic spirit pets, but he is unwilling to join the heavenly god cult. Yura has a peculiar obsession with these self-important geniuses. She loves turning her enemies into sycophantic dogs. I thought it was just an ordinary surrender. I never expected to encounter such a complete cheater. 3 seconds passed. Yura, who had been cut into 6 pieces by Xian, turned pale and spat out golden blood. I am immortal. I will get my revenge sooner or later. Yura desperately channeled her spiritual energy to heal her injuries. Suddenly, golden light shone in the sky. The body, cut into 6 pieces, gradually coalesced, as if it could be restored immediately. Chen Ping felt utterly hopeless. He trembled as he took out a cigarette, wishing he could be a god before he died. A monster that can survive having its head chopped in two isn't an angel, it's a monster. Yura laughed wildly. How could you lowly and insignificant humans possibly understand the greatness of the Father God? If it weren't for the fact that the spiritual power within you is so useful to the angel race, we could have completely suppressed the entire continent. The lowly people are nothing but livestock raised by the Father God. Once I've fully recovered, I'll destroy the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Yi flashed behind Yula like a ghost and kicked her in her incredibly arrogant face. They are about to die and they don't even realize it. Can you withstand the power of a dominator? What? Yura, who had been kicked away, was stunned when she heard the word dominate. She took a closer look and then she noticed. Black flames flowed from the wound inflicted by Yuxian's longsword. Her body is still being eroded by a higher power and cannot heal itself. Yura looked at Yusin with fear in her eyes. How is this possible? The power limit of this planet is the Saint Annihilation level. How could you, an imposter, obtain power comparable to the Father God? Yuxian's eyes turned cold as she once again activated her wings and flashed behind Yura. Swish, swish, swish. The black light shone brilliantly in the holy light. The still developing Yura was cut into 12 pieces by Yuxian, who was in a demonic state. Boom. Bang. Each piece of flesh of the female demon burst forth with countless muscle tentacles, gradually transforming back into its original form. The prototype of the generous angel resembled an enormous ball of flesh, only now it has been cut into 12 pieces. Each piece of flesh was desperately growing tentacles and fleshy tendrils that intertwined with the main body, trying to merge into one. The wisps of burning demonic flames incinerated countless tentacles. The generous angel's eyes finally saw Jiang Yi at the edge of the battlefield. That's when it realized. The black flames burning on this lowly human's body were exactly the same as those on the imposter angel. Could it be that the true god and source of spiritual power of the imposter angel is this insignificant human? Countless tentacles erupted, attempting to seize Jiang Yi's body. In an instant, a black protective shield that flickered between light and darkness appeared on Jiang Yi's body. The moment the generous angel's tentacles touched the shield, boom, the holy light's protection, reaching its limit of damage tolerance, produced a powerful explosion. The wounded, generous angel let out a wail, and his enormous body was flung far away. It can devour the appetite of the ruler. An immense spiritual power that defies common sense. It possesses terrifying spiritual power sufficient to serve as a true god of the angel race. There is only that evil being in the world who has swallowed countless galaxies. The common enemy of all gods. The cursed void demon. So it was you. No wonder the Pope was looking for you everywhere. Jiang Yi. The generous angel let out a series of sinister laughs, abandoning its attempt to escape in order to relay this information back to the Holy See. Ugh. Before it could do anything, the generous angel's body quickly burst into flames. It couldn't even send out a single thought. Its collapsed physical body could no longer be reassembled. Yuxian, who was well versed in finishing off enemies, knew that the enemy's chances of winning were slim. With a flap of her wings, she soared into the air, her longsword replaced by a menacing black-barreled barret. The crosshair, representing death, is aimed at Yura, whose wax is gradually melting away. Having transformed into human form in an attempt to prolong her life, she saw the weapon in Yuxian's hand and lost all courage to struggle. She knelt on the ground, trembling, and backed away in fear. His eyes were filled with endless terror, and his split mouth emitted a barely audible sound. Pandora? The last angel of creation? Pandora, the name that all angels fear most. The Creator God created the world in 7 days, with Monday through Sunday representing the eternal cycle. The 8th angel, Pandora, is its most dangerous creation. Pandora is the messenger of destruction. Even the 10 angels would tremble at the thought. Yura, who wasn't stupid, immediately realized what was going on. The existence prophesied by the Pope is that of a void demon that will eventually devour everything. His guardian spirit pet is the messenger of destruction, the creator of the angel's tomb. Soon, Yura then gave up thinking, because her existence was completely swallowed up. Even the Father God could not resurrect her. Jiang Yi gazed at the rapidly decaying blonde girl and the descending angels before him. The scene of the meat melting into wax is not described in detail. It is called an angel, but in reality a monster. Is it an entity that gains power by infecting humans? He then looked at the white-haired witch kneeling on one knee. Beautiful, powerful, unreal, and full of illusion. Yuxian, what kind of angel are you? Chapter 57 Holy Maiden of the Heavenly God Cult. Night fell as if washed clean, and rain poured down. A cold wind blew from ahead. Yuxian, thank you for your hard work. Yuxian, in her fallen demon state, remained silent, waiting for her next command like an emotionless assassin. It will end in 2 minutes. The malevolent demonic energy flowed back into Jiang Yi's body along the black chains. Her body went limp, and she fell headfirst to the ground. Jiang Yi instinctively embraced her incredibly soft and delicate body, and the two became entangled in a tight embrace. Please don't look at me, Yuxian, in such an embarrassing state. The maid lay limp in his arms, utterly powerless. This may be the only weakness of the fallen demon. Jiang Yi lifted her two alluring jade-like legs with one hand, and wrapped the other arm around her perfectly sculpted back, holding her firmly in his arms. Yuxian's expression was slightly flustered. How could she, a model maid, presume to lie in her master's arms? Yuxian, who was weak, struggled symbolically for a few moments. At Jiang Yi's command, she nervously reached out her jade-like arm and hooked it around Jiang Yi's neck. Shouldn't the person being carried in a princess carry be the master's beloved spouse? Yuxian's brain and body simultaneously went into shutdown mode. Cotton in my palm, a delicate body in my arms. Jiang Yi walked toward Yura's corpse, secretly pleased with himself. Ever since Chun Ping's ankle was grabbed by Yura's tentacles, a powerful spiritual force surged into his body. The collision of forces resulted in enormous energy expenditure. Therefore, Chun Ping was defeated. His actual overall strength is not comparable to Yuxian in her fallen demon state. After all, Yura is immune to 95% of all damage from the opposite sex. It can only be said that they suffered because of their gender. Yura is now dead. With the invading spiritual energy losing its source, Chun Ping gradually regained control of his body. He crawled out of the mud pit, covered in dust and dirt. At a glance, you can spot Jiang Yi and his companion, who are completely free of dirt. Chun Ping was almost petrified with shock. Stunned. He looked puzzled. He stared at Yuxian's back with utter disbelief. What kind of extraordinary spirit pet is this? Saint-level annihilation. Easily capable of annihilating even saintly experts. Did Yura just get brutally hacked down by a lower-ranking angel and die a miserable death? OMG. My god. This is the capital that allows the followers of the celestial god cult to spread throughout the continent and act tyrannically. The generosity of one of the 10 holy angels. Chun Ping rubbed his eyes. It's dead? Jiang Yi nodded. She's dead. I'll take her spirit core. Upon hearing this, Chun Ping nearly fainted from anger. Jiang Yi, don't mess with the spiritual cores of the 10 angels. Those are the embryonic forms of their true forms. He hadn't finished speaking. Jiang Yi had already picked up the glittering angel halo from the ground. Golden donuts. It's thicker and larger than the angel halo above Yuxian's head. Yura's sealing power, saint-destroying level, the primal spirit core of the generous angel, usable for spirit master breakthroughs. Successfully refined and learned, Berserk Angel. Tip. There might be a surprise in the breakthrough spirit core used for the 8th angel. Am I having such good luck today? The sealing power of the Saint Annihilation level has been unleashed. After successful refinement, you can learn the Spirit Seal skill, Berserk Angel. Berserk Angel. When activated, all angel-type spirit pets gain a 100% increase in attack power, attack speed, and movement speed. The only way to describe the pairing with a fallen demon is with the question, who else can compare? Jiang Yi noticed a small notification at the bottom of the sealing power panel. Can Yuxian also learn Berserk Angel by using Eula's spirit core to break through the level limit? Really? After a spirit pet on the Red Moon Star devours a spirit core and breaks through its level, it may learn new combat skills. However, it will not directly inherit all the power of the spirit core. Only spirit pets can absorb the energy of a spirit core, while spirit seals can be absorbed by spirit pets or spirit masters. Jiang Yi checked the panel of the maid in his arms. Name, the 8th angel. Race, angel. Level, 18. Rank, mid-level mythical. The white rabbit under the moon was panting heavily, its movements incredibly alluring. 7 levels in a row. Not bad, not bad. Yura died because her life force was devoured by the black flames attached to the fallen demon, not because Yuxian killed her with a single strike. Otherwise, leveling up 30 or 40 levels in one go wouldn't be a problem. Jiang Yi, do not touch their spiritual cores, or they will possess your body and be reincarnated. Chun Ping hurriedly tried to stop Jiang Yi. He limped over and couldn't help but wipe his eyes. The angelic halo lay quietly in Jiang Yi's palm, like a child's toy. The anticipated scene of countless fleshy hands breaking free and devouring Jiang Yi's body did not occur. Jiang Yi chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Director Chun, I'm fine. What happened today is a secret between us. You don't want your peaceful and stable life to be disrupted by the Heavenly God sect, do you?" Chun Ping's lips twitched twice, as if he wanted to say something. Finally, he slowly nodded in agreement. The two men walked out of the woods side by side, as if by unspoken agreement. At the same moment that Yuxian was freed from her demonic state. Inside the Western Holy Court, the Pope, who was praying, was startled awake by a sudden feeling of panic. He stood up abruptly and looked up at the starry sky. Your Majesty, Lady Yura's presence has vanished. A deep male voice came from below the throne. A blond man in full holy armor knelt on one knee, holding his helmet. The old pope slowly opened his eyes and said, That's right. She disappeared within the territory of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. The blond man remained calm. Lady Yura is one of the 10 holy angels, an immortal being in this world. Given her personality, she may have gone to some hidden place to capture a vessel. I hope so. Your Majesty, why are you so worried? Louis, I just sensed that terrifying aura again. What's worse, its demonic energy is quite strong, indicating that it has clearly entered a growth phase. The Golden Knight's expression changed drastically. It's only been a few days since your prediction. How could the demon have grown so quickly? The old pope sighed. Unfortunately, the demonic energy was exposed for too short a time, and I was unable to sense its exact location. Then his gaze shifted, and a murderous aura erupted from his entire body. Louis, you immediately take men to the Dragon Kingdom to find Yura. If you find any demonic aura, kill it on the spot. Yes. The Golden Knight swiftly departed the holy court. A faint fragrance permeated the vast temple. The seemingly dignified old pope knelt before the central throne like a servant before his master, saying, Your Holiness, Yura's whereabouts are unknown, and at the same time, the aura of a void demon has appeared in the east. Void demons? Unique beings that once devoured countless galaxies before ultimately destroying themselves? A woman, ethereal and otherworldly, slowly emerged from behind the throne, a symbol of power. Her golden hair cascaded down her back, and her stunningly beautiful face had clearly defined features. This is a stunningly beautiful saintess, radiating divinity. Even the powerful old pope dared not look directly into her incredibly deep, starry eyes. One glance is enough to captivate you, plunging you into a deep vortex of desire from which you cannot escape. Ultimately, this will subconsciously give rise to feelings of fear and submission in people's hearts. Indeed, I have already ordered Louis to intensify the screening of the target individuals, striving to nip it in the bud, the old pope said respectfully. The saint sighed softly, her gaze fixed quietly on the statue of the god behind the throne. The Eastern Dragon Kingdom? It seems I need to go and see for myself. Chapter 58. Could you Xian be a robot? Luban Guild. Qin Ping, limping, walked ahead to clear the way. Jiang Yi summoned Xian back to the beast taming space to quickly restore her health and mana. Open Baidu maps. They then discovered that the two had landed in an uninhabited area near the border. The bullet train with its roof blown off has disappeared without a trace. Director Chun, should we send them to each other? Relying solely on number 11 to reach Qingyang City is a pipe dream, Jiang Yi said lazily. Qin Ping stumbled and almost fell into the pit. Jiang Yi reacted quickly and helped him up. Director Qin, how are you feeling? Qin Ping was shocked by Jiang Yi's reaction speed. This kid has amazing physical abilities. It's nothing serious, just a few broken bones. Jiang Yi stared at Qin Ping, who was grinning and grimacing. The two are not very familiar with each other at the moment. Yet the other side was willing to fight to the death for Jiang Yi and Yura, who were both freaks. A gentleman judges by actions, not by intentions. Her feelings of goodwill towards Qin Ping increased greatly. Director Chun, you are badly injured. These are all minor injuries. I'm used to them. A broken bone is considered a minor injury. What Syrian veteran? Sit down and rest. I'll help you heal in a little while. Qin Ping smiled and waved his hand. No need to trouble yourself. Ordinary medicines can't treat bone injuries. I can only get treatment at the city hospital. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment. But we are now in the no man's land on the border, at least 100 kilometers away from the nearest fortress. Fortress. A beacon tower on the Great Wall, the border of humankind. With population growth and increasing demand for land, most spirit masters joined organizations affiliated with their respective countries and ventured into dangerous, uninhabited areas to explore new frontiers. A fortress was set up at regular intervals to ensure communication and supply. It can be roughly understood as a city where only spirit masters live. With a pained expression, Qin Ping took out a box from his spatial ring that looked very similar to a spirit pet box. Put on your hat and close properly. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged from Qin Ping's fingertips as he gently opened the box. Whoosh whoosh. A strong wind is blowing. A majestic purple leopard flew out of the box and slowly crouched at Qin Ping's feet. Jiang Yi glanced at it subconsciously. Name, Lightning Leopard Puppet. Race, Puppet. Level 0. Rank, None. Combat skill, Burst Acceleration. Synopsis. The Spirit Box Master turned the recently deceased Lightning Leopard into a one-time use puppet, which is usually sealed in a spirit pet box. Remaining time, 2 hours. Qin Ping gritted his teeth and jumped onto the back of the Lightning Leopard. He waved to Jiang Yi to sit in the back. Director Qin, what is this? This was also the first time Jiang Yi had ever seen such a lifelike puppet. The lightning leopard's body was furry and had a cold, corpse-like quality. The lightning leopard puppet created by Dr. Liu Ban runs very fast, so be careful not to catch a cold, as chronic leg pain is hard to cure. Chen Ping then channeled his spiritual energy into the lightning leopard's body through the spirit pet box. The puppet roared to the sky as if it had been fully charged, and then ran wildly following the guidance of the despicable map. Starting speed is 200 kilometers per hour. Jiang Yi, this is a spirit pet puppet, the prototype of a mechanical spirit pet. Arcane mechanics? Chen Ping smiled faintly. How many kinds of spiritual energy nature originally existed in the world? 12 types of questions that even elementary school students know. There are 12 types now, but arcane mechanics is a spiritual attribute that was only developed in the last 1,000 years. Jiang Yi nodded thoughtfully. It was indeed mentioned in the second-year high school textbook. He had just finished fighting the nuns and goblins all night, and slept for a whole day. Chen Ping patted the lightning leopard beneath him, which roared and charged forward as if propelled by nitrogen. The leopard print on his body subtly flashed with lightning symbols, which looked very cool. Originally, the world was divided into 11 categories of attributes. When the world was created, light and darkness were separated. Wind, thunder, water, and ice came from the sky. Earth, wood, and metal came from the earth. Fire came from the sun, and poison came from many magical beasts. Only we humans do not have corresponding attributes. Jiang Yi nodded slowly. 2,000 years ago, Liu Ban, the master craftsman of the Dragon Kingdom and the most powerful spirit box maker of that century, created the first batch of spirit puppets. He pointed to the leopard beneath him. The initial products were all disposable tools like this, leopards that were good at running, birds of flight, and powerful beasts. 1,000 years ago, Dr. Liu Ban successfully developed and manufactured the first combat weapon, Yanlong No. 1. Yanlong No. 1. A mechanical spirit pet made with the skeleton of a fiery dragon, the skin of star iron alloy, and the essence of a mythical spirit seal. Chen Ping continued, mechanical spirit pets are known for their superhuman physical defense and their inability to withstand mental attacks. To completely defeat them, you must destroy their heart, the artificial spirit seal. Your angel spirit pet and mechanical spirit pet are very similar. Both of them unconditionally obey their master's commands. Upon hearing Chen Ping's words, Jiang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. In a sense, UXIN is no different in essence from a robot without a self. Jiang Yi rarely saw personal emotions on her face. The phrase she said most often was, "Master, are you happy?" It's like an inflatable baby for entertainment. In order to find out about UXIN's background, Jiang Yi asked proactively, Dr. Liu Ban lived for 2,000 years? Do people who do scientific research have such high spiritual power? Dr. Liu Ban is just a code name, representing the strongest spirit box master of each century. The title of Liu Ban Doctor was changed every 100 years, and 10 different people were appointed to the position. Chen Ping counted on his fingers. If you do that, the Liu Ban Guild has 10 mythical spirit pets. Jiang Yi gasped. 10 mythical spirit pets? The Liu Ban Guild? How come I've never heard of such a powerful organization before? Although 10 mythical spirit pets are not as terrifying as 10 holy angels of destruction. Putting aside the celestial god cult, this mysterious Liu Ban Guild should be famous throughout the world. Idiot, the Liu Ban Guild is of course an organization for spirit box masters. Chen Ping grinned and said, they keep a low profile. It's normal that you don't know. I have a good relationship with this year's Liu Ban Doctor. I'll take you to see him sometime. Good. The surrounding scenery kept changing. Jiang Yi could vaguely see the bright flames in the darkness. A small city gate appeared at the edge of the field of vision. Finally, I can take a break. I wonder how UXIN is recovering? Oh right. We'll find a hotel first, then open the final seal on the heavenly demon spirit. Do you check if she has a D-cup? I'll try my luck with a treasure map draw when I have time. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi subconsciously glanced at the angel spirit seal in the system space. Holy crap, what is this thing? After a busy day, I can finally eat. I'll try to write another chapter after I finish eating. The second and third spirit pets will appear soon. Guess what they are? Chapter 59 Demon Spirits Appear. Something horrifying happened. Within the system space, Yura's angelic core swelled up like a piece of rotting, putrid flesh. One after another, menacing buds continued to grow. Many of Jiang Yi's personal belongings were damaged. Holy crap, that's disgusting. Jiang Yi reached his hand into the system space. Those disgusting growths, like vampires exposed to sunlight, quickly decayed and vanished. Director Chen, is there any explanation for the spiritual core of the angel race? A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Ping's eyes. You've seen it? It looks like a moldy piece of meat, teeming with toxic bacteria. Alas, I once witnessed my best brother being possessed by a higher angel. This time, it was Jiang Yi's turn to be surprised. A high-ranking angel? Possessing a physical body. Doesn't that sound like a disgusting parasite? The 6 wings on the back of the higher angels are also known as the 10 angels. Every 1,000 years, they devour a sacred artifact with exceptional spiritual talent to maintain a stable human form. What kind of jinchuriki? Chen Ping looked at Jiang Yi meaningfully. You are special. The power of angels will be suppressed by your power. No wonder no one covets the holy angel's seal. For an ordinary person to touch, it is practically suicide. Chen Ping looked at the gold bracelet on Jiang Yi's wrist. Mid-rank angels have 4 wings on their backs, while lower-rank angels have 2 wings. In other words, your angel pet still has room for evolution. That's great. The lightning leopard is very fast. The fortress gates were right in front of us. Several armored soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom stopped the 2. Stop right there, what are you doing here? Chen Ping limped off the lightning leopard. I am a tutor at Qing Shuang Academy. We were traveling to Qingyang City by high-speed train when we were unexpectedly attacked by an unknown magical beast. He is my student. The soldiers suddenly realized. So you are passengers of the Qingyan. Please come in quickly. Simple identity verification. The 2 successfully entered the fortress. It was close to midnight. Most of the buildings in the fortress are now closed. Only the taverns and casinos, swaying in the spring breeze, remained open. Jiang Yi felt really bad seeing Chen Ping limping. So I accompanied him to the hospital to register. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. Goodness. 7 or 8 ribs were broken, and the foot suffered a comminuted fracture. He suffered severe burns on multiple parts of his back, and also had a mild concussion. How did he manage to get through all of this? Jiang Yi looked at Chen Ping, who was almost wrapped up like a white rice dumpling. Director Chun, you should just stay here and recover from your injury. I'll leave the rest of the journey to the map navigation. I'll definitely arrive at our college on time. Chen Ping rose unsteadily, as if wanting to say, what if we get ambushed by other bad guys on the road? Seeing his pitiful appearance, Jiang Yi decided to summon Yuxian to help heal his injuries. Because the nurse on duty wanted to slack off and sleep. So she didn't care about anything else and kicked Jiang Yi out of the ward. They euphemistically call it disturbing the patient's rest. Jiang Yi shrugged. Director Chun, it's not my fault. It's all the nurse's fault. Let's look at it from a different perspective. It's a good thing that Yuxian's healing abilities haven't been revealed. Jiang Yi observed 2 seconds of silence for him before rushing out of the hospital. If you have the chance in the future, try to say a few good words for him in front of Mu Weining. Chen Ping, it seems I was sacrificed, but it doesn't seem like I lost out. The streets at 2 a.m. The streetlights are all out of power. It was pitch black outside. Only a few drunken spirit masters were embracing female roast chickens and whispering sweet nothings on the roadside. After walking for 10 minutes, 3 forks in the road appeared ahead. 1 or 2 dots of red flower, and you're the one. Jiang Yi followed the leftmost path and eventually found a hotel with a reasonable price. 500 yuan a night is not expensive for a spirit master. Overcome with drowsiness, Jiang Yi took out a Dragon Kingdom black card with a face value of 5 million. I stepped into the elevator amidst the incredibly admiring gaze of the receptionist. Thud. He casually closed the door behind him. The interior is fairly well furnished. A large double bed and a clean bathroom. Before Jiang Yi even turned on the lights, an incredibly dazzling holy light appeared beside him. Yuxian, who was already in high spirits, bowed and greeted. Master, good evening. You recovered so quickly? Yuxian naturally and skillfully helped him take off his coat and put it on the hanger. Would you like Yuxian to help you take a bath? Exhausted, Jiang Yi lay sprawled on the bed. I'm a little hungry. It seems there's no takeout available at the fortress at night. Yuxian, thank you for your help. The docile maid took the cooking utensils and smiled gently. Master, please wait a moment. I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Jiang Yi's actual condition wasn't great either. Each time he activates the fallen demon ability, it drains his body and burns 80% of his spiritual power. He sat cross-legged again, following the steps of the Academy's meditation method, gazing at the moon. Meditation is a fundamental course for spirit masters. Restore your mana bar through meditation. 3 minutes later, Jiang Yi muttered to himself. Strange, why can't I restore my mana bar through meditation? Forget it. Let's open the box containing the heavenly demon spirit first. Jiang Yi still harbored some longing for the powerful demon spirit the Taoist priest spoke of. Jiang Yi took out the mysterious hexahedron, filled with resentment. Then pressed the angel core onto the white groove above. The forbidden box began to spin wildly. Snap! The last 3 sides slowly disappeared, and plumes of black smoke billowed out from them. The black smoke frantically burrowed into the demonic mark on Jiang Yi's chest. That addictive feeling of comfort spread throughout my body once again. Floating like an angel. TSK, the demon lord just left someone in this dark space, and didn't even bother to acknowledge them. But they won't blame you. After all, the demon lord can't leave me at all. A soft, enchanting female voice approached from afar. Finally, it was placed next to Jiang Yi's ear. She blew a little air. Jiang Yi frowned, his expression turning solemn with respect. Come on, Demon Lord. Only I can withstand your power to shatter mountains and destroy cities. Jiang Yi didn't close the screen window. The soft moonlight shone into the room. A woman's beautiful figure was imprinted vividly in the depths of his mind. This scene is unforgettable. Even after witnessing Yu Xian's breathtaking beauty, Jiang Yi's eyes still momentarily went blank. What a beautiful woman. Of all the women Jiang Yi had ever met, only Yu Xian could rival her in beauty. She was probably around 26 or 27 years old, with a beautiful face that could conquer any man. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her lips, like rose petals, were slightly upturned. Her crescent-shaped eyebrows and elegant phoenix eyes subtly exuded a captivating charm. This kind of charm isn't the kind of slutty, overly made-up look. It is an extreme beauty etched into one's very being. Like the incomparable nothingness and insignificance of the ruler, the demon spirit exudes an irresistible charm. Even the eunuchs of the Eastern Depot would feel romantic upon seeing her. Hee, Demon Lord, am I beautiful? Mei Jiang Yi said subconsciously. She lunges at me. Love me. Then awaken your true power and completely dominate this wretched world. Chapter 60 The Bold Demon Spirit. After speaking, the demon spirit mounted Jiang Yi. Her stunningly beautiful figure was accentuated by her jet-black dress. The perfect F-cup stands tall and firm, without any sagging. Her slender waist was so delicate it could be grasped in one hand. Anyone who sees it will be captivated. Fortunately, Yu Xian provided him with a lot of resistance to the cold, otherwise Jiang Yi would have been conquered by her flawless appearance. Wait, what are you doing? Dry? The demon spirit's jade-like hands were very nimble, easily untying Jiang Yi's belt. Something unusual must be going on. Jiang Yi used superhuman willpower to hold down her hands. What exactly do you want to do? People want a XX electronic muffler. The demon smiled slightly, and her fragrant lips uttered a foolish utterance that would make even a menopausal old woman blush. What should you do if you're being targeted by a female demon? I need help urgently. A white-haired maid wearing an apron carried a plate of roasted eggplant back to the living room. Master, dinner is ready. I hope you enjoy it. Jiang Yi, who was pinned under the bed, quickly looked away from the snow-capped peaks and ravines. Okay, help me up first. Yu Xian's eyes turned cold, and she took 2 big steps to the bedside. She said seriously, if you continue to suppress the master, Yu Xian will not mind becoming your opponent. Upon hearing Yu Xian's words, Mo Ling's beautiful red lips curled up slightly. Her already stunningly beautiful face now exuded a captivating charm and a playful air. Jiang Yi, who was temporarily suppressed, was about to lose control of his body due to the restless instincts within him. Wah, Lord Demon Lord, I am your most loyal and devout servant. Why do you resist being with me? How many years have I waited for this day? The slightly mature, older woman's voice made Jiang Yi's mind waver, and he almost lost his composure. This is our first time meeting, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Even if the other person is an absolute beauty, they might want to have a deep conversation with you right away. Every living being with a brain would think about why, right? With his last shred of reason, Jiang Yi ordered Yu Xian, help me up quickly, or you'll have to pay extra. The enchantress raised a brow and her beautiful eyes fell on the angel's face. She covered her mouth in a slightly exaggerated manner. Tsk, so it was an angel monster who took the demon lord's guardian spirit pet position while I was sealed away. Yu Xian's eyes were as still as water. She slipped her arms under the demon spirit's armpits and forcibly dragged him away. I am the entertainment angel serving my master, and also his guardian spirit. The demon spirit tried to resist by channeling her inner power, but she hadn't expected Yu Xian's restraints to be so strong that she couldn't break free at all. You bastard, let me go. You too, wing tool. Yu Xian said expressionlessly. Anything that makes master unhappy is my enemy. It's inevitable that friction will arise when 2 women meet. What's more, they are 2 beautiful women, each with their own unique looks and completely different goals. In their first encounter, Yu Xian emerged victorious. Jiang Yi straightened his disheveled clothes and carefully examined the incredibly alluring demon spirit sitting on the edge of the bed. Why is it said that Yu Xian has taken over the guardian spirit pet position that originally belonged to her? Why does getting close to her affect the brain through biological instinct? Why does one awaken true power only by uniting with her? What exactly is the heavenly demon spirit? Is she good or bad? Jiang Yi's life motto is to enjoy a carefree, unproductive life without wanting anyone to dictate his life. Even parents are no exception. Therefore, the brain will subconsciously reject the demon's advances. Thinking about it carefully, it seems like I'm at a disadvantage. The enchantress seemed to notice Jiang Yi's gaze, and her 2 white thighs were slightly crossed, making it easier for Jiang Yi to admire them. Jiang Yi activated his Eye of Insight. Name, Heavenly Demon Spirit. Race, Ancient Demon. Level 0. Rank, Superior Mythical. Synopsis: an ancient demon that seeks out the Void Demon. Its power divided into 10 equal parts, capable of perfectly absorbing the overflowing energy of the Void Demon for advanced evolution. Combat skills. Demonic possession. Enters a demonic state, greatly enhancing one's combat abilities, consuming a large amount of spiritual energy per second, currently lasting a maximum of 5 minutes. Charge. Sacrifice 10% of all spiritual power and integrate it into the weapon, increasing damage by 10%, stacking up to 99 times. Stacks are reset to 0 upon depletion of spiritual power or removal of the demonic possession state. Void Emperor Step. Cannot be targeted, performs a blinking attack. Berserk. Greatly increases movement speed and attack speed, grants a 50% damage bonus, and doubles spirit energy consumption during its duration. Intimidate. Releases a demonic aura with a radius of X meters, inflicting a 4-second stun regardless of rank. Armor Penetration. All your abilities have an armor penetration effect. Cruel. All your attacks are imbued with a phantom flame effect, devouring the enemy's existence until death. Demon King. For each Demon King's spirit seal collected, all attributes will permanently increase by 100%. Jiang Yi couldn't help but swear. The Heavenly Demon Spirit is actually an extremely rare fusion-type spirit pet. It saves a battle slot, while also enhancing the master's combat power. Significantly improves combat efficiency. I should have gone to Bitao Academy instead. Chinping. So I got beaten up for nothing? Let's get back to the main topic. The Heavenly Demon Spirit's abilities are extremely abnormal. There is a very short flickering displacement of CD. It is conducive to the replenishment of energy for a protracted war. It also facilitates the rampage of an outbreak of war. There's also the deterrent effect of the all-purpose ointment. Mom no longer worries about me missing skills. The Demon King's passive ability convinced Jiang Yi that the Heavenly Demon Spirit and the 10 Great Demons had an inextricable connection. The power is divided into 10 equal parts, forming 10 demons. It's absolutely outrageous no matter how you look at it. When Jiang Yi looked at her again, his eyes seemed to have a beauty filter applied. That's a beauty of intensity. After confirming with his own eyes that she was his second spirit pet, Jiang Yi's guard decreased considerably. The two women sat on opposite sides of the bed, staring at each other coldly. It seemed as if tiny, invisible sparks were igniting in the air. Jiang Yi held Uxin's small hand. Uxin, she's one of us. There's no need to be so hostile. Uxin understood. The white-haired angel slowly rose and said, "Please let Uxin serve you a midnight snack." A faint smell of burning wafted through the air. Uxin, the rice seems to be burnt, Jiang Yi said, pointing to the cubicle. A rare look of panic flashed in her beautiful, crimson eyes, and she hurriedly ran away. Oops, sorry master, Uxin will go cook some new rice right away. The cunning demon spirit saw that Uxin had temporarily left the scene. A pair of alluring eyes rippled. My lord demon lord, the troublesome rice-cooking robot is gone. Shall we continue what we were doing? She straightened her slender waist, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The snow-white, deep-set rocks rise and fall in a continuous arc. The demon spirit had absolutely no sense of reserve or shyness that a woman should have. One careless mistake grasped the incredible softness. The demon spirit brushed aside a strand of flowing black hair from her temple, lowered her body, and looked down at Jiang Yi. The demon lord's overall performance is still commendable. Why are you so fixated on this kind of thing? There was no confusion in his incredibly deep pupils. Do you really want to know that much? Do you want to understand them? Jiang Yi nodded subconsciously in approval. It's huge. The enchanting woman smiled, and took a step closer to kiss Jiang Yi's cheek. Hee, Lord Demon Lord, you've neglected me for so long. As your destined other half, I'm a little heartbroken. The full moon loomed over the city, and Jiang Yi found it difficult to breathe. Please, Lord Demon, do not be impatient. My body and soul will always belong to you alone. Whether it's physical appearance, inner personality, or strength, I am the one who best suits you. Please don't rely too much on that extremely dangerous angel anymore, okay? Jiang Yi frowned. It seems like someone even more dangerous than Uxin has come to my side. Chapter 61 Jiua. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi slowly released his grip. No, Uxin is my first spirit pet, and a flawless mate. I can't neglect her. Jiang Yi knew very well that he was the lighthouse illuminating the darkness in Uxin's heart. Banishing her selfless and devoted character to the cold palace is essentially no different from killing her. A hint of surprise flashed in the demon's eyes. She never expected that Jiang Yi and Uxin's relationship would be so strong. Since open methods don't work, we have to resort to covert ones. She planned to snatch Jiang Yi away from Uxin. The clever demon leaned on Jiang Yi's shoulder and breathed into his ear like a lover. Well, what can I do when I'm your most loyal servant? I just hope that the demon lord will use me more and rely on me. Jiang Yi pondered for a long time. Okay. Ignoring her makes me seem cold-blooded, while saying too much makes me seem like I'm being obsequious. How should I balance the relationship between the three of us? The demon spirit's lips curved into a beautiful smile, and she naturally wrapped her arms around Jiang Yi's neck. Her round, plump buttocks were firmly pressed against her waist. It looks like a human-shaped pendant. Lord Demon, please give me a unique name. Jiang Yi cursed inwardly for his lack of self-control with his left hand, and gently wrapped his arms around her soft, boneless waist. So comfortable, so fragrant. Name? Didn't you have a name before? She smiled and shook her head, gazing at Jiang Yi with the adoration of a girl in love. An intoxicating fragrance, a perfectly round moon. Jiwe, what do you think? The demon spirit, like a child who had received a reward, happily rolled around on the big bed. Jiwe? Hee, I'm so happy to have the demon lord's approval. The soft moonlight shone on the 3-meter-wide bed, revealing her slender and graceful back. When lying on her side, her curvaceous figure is incredibly sensual. Jiwe's black robe features a deep V-neck design in the front and back, providing Jiang Yi with an ultimate visual experience. Below her slender waist were full, round, and alluring buttocks, their deep, captivating allure barely concealed. This outfit is way too revealing. Compared to the completely submissive Uxin, the bold and alluring Ji Yu is more tempting and hard to resist. She's a truly irresistible enchantress. Ji Yu felt Jiang Yi's burning gaze. She reached out and grabbed Jiang Yi's leg. She thought to herself, I was a little disappointed because the demon lord wasn't interested in me. The enchantress's posture upon waking was far from the elegant one of a gentle maid. The stubborn rock, sculpted by nature's hand, rose and stirred up waves that drove people wild. Jiang Yi quickly turned his head away, not daring to look directly at him. If I look at it any longer, I will be consumed by the desires in my heart. He quickly changed the subject. Jiwe, don't you think you're dressed too revealingly? I'll be upset if others see it. Jiwe's laughter came to an abrupt halt. A faint sadness flickered across her beautiful face, yet she smiled alluringly, like a Sichuan opera mask-changing act. My lord demon lord, do not worry. Apart from you, no one else can detect my existence. Jiang Yi wanted to ask something else. Uxin returned carrying braised eggplant and rice. Master, Uxin has cooked another pot of rice. You've really worked hard. Uxin smiled faintly. As long as you're happy, I'll serve you your meal. Jiang Yi sat on the edge of the bed, and Uxin naturally sat on Jiang Yi's lap to help serve him food. Master, is the rice a little hot? Let me blow on it for you. Hoo. Ah. The scene was very pure and innocent. Jiwe, who had been single for who knows how many years, clenched her fist with tremendous force. Hateful. If it weren't for those two bastards sealing me away, the demon lord should be nestled in my arms right now. How could it be this angel who appeared out of nowhere? The poker game that Jiwe had envisioned did not happen. At this moment, Jiang Yi was completely dependent on another wild woman. This is the one thing she absolutely cannot accept or tolerate. Lord Demon. Jiwe transformed into a streak of black light and flew into Jiang Yi's arms, settling steadily on his right leg. Jiang Yi, who was enjoying the maid's service, slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Do you also want to eat Uxin's cooking? Jiwe glanced at the brightly colored roasted eggplant. You like this kind of dish? Jiwe confidently crossed her arms and said, 2 bombs are rising and falling. Jiwe will not lose to an angel of unknown origin. Please wait patiently. She strode into the cubicle with a flamboyant gait, intending to make a big splash and reclaim her rightful place. Uxin asked in confusion, Master, your second spirit pet is very competitive. Jiang Yi, who had known the terror of a chaotic battlefield since childhood, nodded repeatedly. Uxin, my safety is in your hands now. Don't let her get too cocky. Jiang Yi understood a principle from his past life's experiences and his biological father's ordeal. Rather than dealing with all sorts of unstable spirit pets on your own, it would be better to let them check and balance each other, causing internal friction, which would make them easier to manage. Uxin, as her guardian spirit pet, possesses the qualities of a completely obedient and loyal dog. Naturally, he is the best candidate to be the elder brother of the spirit pets. Uxin fed him a mouthful of rice and said softly, Yes, master. Your words are the direction Uxin will take. As long as I'm here, I won't let her get carried away. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of stir-frying came from the cubicle. It's hard to imagine that Jiwe, who dresses like a prostitute in a hotel, would cook for herself. Thinking about it that way, it seems kind of satisfying. 5 minutes later, Jiwe gracefully walked to Jiang Yi's side, carrying a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Lord Demon Lord, would you like to try what I made? Jiang Yi picked up a piece of golden scrambled egg and stuffed it into his mouth. To be honest, it's tender and juicy, with just the right amount of saltiness, even better than what a five-star chef would make. However, compared to Yuxian, whose cooking skills are at their peak, she is still slightly inferior. Jiang Yi nodded with a smile. Delicious, delicious. Yuxian, however, offered no criticism. The heat wasn't controlled well, the outside wasn't crispy enough, and I forgot to add scallions after taking it out of the pan. Jiue suppressed the urge to retaliate, feeling extremely aggrieved. Who is she? The source of power for the 10 great demons. An existence that inspires fear in both the Holy Court God King and the Chaos Demons. A tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. With the wind at its back, it pees on its shoe. It's diarrhea. In terms of combat, he was outmatched by Yuxian, whose origins were unknown. Her once proud looks and figure didn't add any extra points. Although Jiue has a hotter, more curvaceous figure, Yusin wins in terms of height and leg length. An unprecedented sense of frustration and helplessness welled up in Jiue's heart. She raised her eyebrows and stared intently at Yuxian, secretly making a vow in her heart. We must defeat this mindless tool and reclaim the Demon Lord. I am the one who is most suitable for him. Jiang Yi, who keeps his head down and eats, his plan is perfect. With 2 women by his side, life will surely never be boring. Splashy. Yuxian took out a tissue and wiped Jiang Yi's mouth. Master, it's time to take a bath and go to bed. Chapter 62 Servant and Maid. In the steamy bath, Jiang Yi quietly hid in the bathtub, not daring to breathe. But when I actually soaked it, it felt surprisingly awkward. Wearing a shower cap, Yuxian squatted in front of Jiang Yi, intently massaging his calves. Master, how strong is Yuxian's strength? Sure, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Yi never expected that Jiue would insist on taking a bath with them. The latter claimed that he wanted to develop a relationship with Yuxian and become friends. Then let them wipe your back for you. He returned to the bedroom with the help of the 2 women. I crawled into bed. I have to set off again tomorrow, so I'm going to sleep now. Yes, sir. Okay. Jiang Yi, still somewhat uneasy, emphasized. You absolutely must not fight. If you damage the boss's house, you'll have to pay for it. The 2 women standing guard by the bedside said in unison. After relieving his stress, Jiang Yi's eyelids drooped, and he quickly drifted off to sleep. Jiue gently drew the curtains and quickly took off the few clothes she was wearing. Yuxian, who was guarding the window, immediately sensed the enchantress's intentions. What are you going to do? Jiue rested her chin on her hand and said confidently, Of course, it's time to sleep. The straightforward Yuxian said calmly. As spirit pets, we don't need to sleep at all. Jiue's pretty face showed an expression of I knew it. Things unfolded exactly as she had predicted. The beautiful angel before him, whose figure was no less stunning than his own, had not yet been completely tamed by the Demon Lord. Moreover, she strictly adhered to the rules for maids. They won't easily do anything too outrageous. If we can take advantage of the situation and seduce Jiang Yi, then we'll have succeeded. Jiue's beautiful eyes flickered. As a maid, don't you have any sense of responsibility? My master once said that Yuxian is not needed to serve me in bed yet. Jiue covered her mouth and chuckled. A man's words are deceitful. The master's orders are absolute. The white-haired maid's eyes were filled with determination. Then I'll trouble you to stay here and keep watch properly through the night. Looking at Jiue, who had crawled into bed, Yuxian felt a slight, unpleasant thought. Why does Master feel so uncomfortable in his chest when he is being monopolized by other spirit pets? For the first time, the loyal maid felt a pang of jealousy, a sour feeling welling up inside her. Jiue, don't go too far. If you keep touching me like that, your master's future spouse won't let you off the hook. Jiue, her phoenix eyes glazed, licked her red lips. Spouse? A lowly human woman is unworthy of my demon lord. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that I am the only one in the world who can make the demon lord happy. Yuxian's tone was somewhat anxious. You're spouting foul language. Come out here. Come and hit me then? Jiue continued smugly. Yuxian, you wouldn't want to wake Master from his sweet dream, would you? If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be angry. Yuxian, who wanted to resolve the issue with force, was instantly stunned. The Master's orders cannot be disobeyed. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Seeing this, Jiue happily puffed out her chest, and all her gloom vanished. I've finally found your fatal weakness. This time I won. Jiue drifted off to sleep contentedly. Having been sealed away for countless years, she has developed the good habit of sleeping soundly when faced with difficulties. That's all for tonight. Waking up the Demon Lord will definitely not end well. Next, we will gradually soften the Demon Lord's psychological defenses and achieve a successful union through dual cultivation as soon as possible. Whoosh whoosh. Exhausted Jiang Yi and Content Ji Yu fell asleep in each other's arms. The maid standing at the head of the bed maintained a calm expression, but her increasingly disordered breathing and her hands tightly gripping the hem of her skirt betrayed the panic in her heart. Jiu's bold actions just now made her heart race. The owner, who always maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly showed a panicked expression. This is so cute. Yuxian was surprised to find that she preferred seeing her master, whose eyes were unfocused and who seemed somewhat innocent. She gently picked up the heavy capital and muttered to herself, "What should I do?" It was Jiang Yi's order that they didn't need to sleep with him for the time being. It was also Jiang Yi's order not to let Jiu get too carried away. Bang bang bang. The night was quiet, and the sound of even breathing filled the air. Yuxian could only hear the increasingly rapid heartbeat in her chest. Master looks like he's sleeping soundly. I think it wouldn't be considered disobeying orders if I went in and kept an eye on Jiu. It's all because this guy got too cocky. For the sake of Master's happiness in the future, we absolutely cannot let her act recklessly. Rustling sounds. The slightly heavy maid outfit fell to the ground. In the dimly lit room, Yuxian's perfectly proportioned body was bathed in the milky white light emanating from her angelic halo. Unfortunately, Jiang Yi was asleep and didn't get to see such a beautiful view. She tiptoed closer to the bed and gently lifted the edge of the blanket, afraid that Jiang Yi would catch a cold. This is Master's scent. Yuxian's body trembled slightly. Aside from lap pillows, baths, feedings, and Jiang Yi's orders, she rarely took the initiative to get close to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, whose left hand was numb from being held by Jiu's pillow, groggily turned over and gently embraced the maid's smooth and slender waist. The jelly that Yusin makes is still the best. Listening to the ramblings of my most important master, Yuxian's anxiety vanished instantly. She gently pulled the blanket up and switched the light to night mode. Good night, my master, sweet dreams. The angelic maid didn't sleep a wink all night, quietly admiring Jiang Yi's sleeping face. The doll girl never realized that her empty heart was gradually being filled by the presence of her master. It also gave rise to a rare sense of self-awareness. Tomorrow will only get better. Chapter 63 The Fate of the Heavenly Demon Spirit? The next morning, a dark tail gently patted Jiang Yi's forehead, waking him from his sweet dream. Jiang Yi, still half asleep, opened his eyes. What's going on? There were obvious sleeping marks on the right side of the bedding. Who is it? Could it be Jiu? Jiang Yi opened the pet blind box. Through the archway, you can see Jiu hiding inside with a playful smile. At this moment, Jiu had a pair of deep black goat horns on her head. A long tail covered in iron scales grew from its rear end. Huh? What are you doing? Jiang Yi asked in surprise. Yuxian, who was braiding her hair in the bathroom, peeked out and said, Good morning, master. There is breakfast on the table that I prepared, bread, milk, and boiled eggs. I hope you will be happy. Jiang Yi was about to call for help. The audacious Jiu used her tail to gag Jiang Yi and pressed him down with her legs. Yuxian glanced sideways. Are you going to sleep again? Jiang Yi gazed at those amber-colored eyes. She made a shushing gesture, blinked, and whispered, Lord Demon Lord, you don't want anyone to see your defeat, do you? What kind of spirit pet is Liban? Ding. Your second spirit pet's level has been upgraded to level 1. Ding. Your second spirit pet's level has been upgraded to level 2. Ding. Your second spirit pet's level has been upgraded to level 3. Ding. Your spirit master level has been upgraded to level 12. Jiang Yi was taken aback. He tried various methods, but could not naturally increase his spiritual power level. Jiu gave him such a big surprise on her second day of arrival. Jiu stretched happily. My Lord Demon Lord, don't panic. I know everything about the Void Demon. You only need to ask me. Jiang Yi lifted the blanket and put on his shoes and socks. What's with the horns and tail on your head? Hee hee. Of course it's based on your subconscious reflection deep inside. You know everything? Yes. I clearly have a 10-star talent, and my speed of condensing spiritual power should be 10 times that of an ordinary person. So why can't I cultivate spiritual power? Jiang Yi asked, voicing a question that had been troubling him for a long time. Jiu ripped open Jiang Yi's clothes and gently touched the black magic mark on his chest. Because someone activated the demonic seal within you beforehand, the power of the illusory demon no longer grows naturally. Jiang Yi's mind flashed back to that Taoist priest with V50. I learned of Jiu's existence from him. Why did he cheat me? We were just strangers who met by chance. Jiu smiled, shook her finger, and crossed her legs. No, he did that to protect you. Protection? My spiritual power can't grow naturally. He's clearly trying to trick me. Jiang Yi clenched his fist. No, those who wanted to use the aura of the Void Demon to kill the Demon Lord will never find you again. If it weren't for his help, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Jiang Yi asked, completely bewildered. Then how do I level up? We haven't found jobs for our driver, cook, security guard, gardener, and other positions yet. Jiu proudly straightened her back. Hee, my master, you still have me. The heavy jade peaks rise and fall. In a sense, Jiang is a special being that has evolved under the influence of your power. She gently pressed the magic seal, her voice soft. You can think of me as the embodiment of a 10-star talent. Jiang exists by relying on your power. In these extraordinary times, I can absorb the extremely scarce divine power on this planet in your stead. Jiang Yi understood somewhat. Because of his demonic talent, many people wanted to kill him. To prevent their aura from being exposed or from dying prematurely, the Void Demon can use a demonic seal to seal their own 8 extraordinary meridians. It will not be detected by any being other than the Heavenly Demon Spirit. Rather than being servants of the Void Demon, the Heavenly Demon Spirit is more like a nanny and leader for the growing Void Demon. They are responsible for absorbing power and transmitting it to their owners. At certain necessary moments, one must sacrifice oneself to protect the aura of the Void Demon. Jiang Yi gazed at the dreamlike, black-haired beauty in front of him. I never imagined that the fate and the only one she talked about so often would be so heavy. Jiang smiled charmingly. My Lord Demon Lord, you can entrust anything you can't do, are not good at, or are too lazy to do to me. After all, only I know your fatal weakness, right? Don't worry that I will abandon you. Jiang lives only for you. Jiang Yi patted the sharp horn on the top of her head. I won't let you bear such a tragic order. If this is the Demon Lord's reward, Jiang is really happy. The black-haired enchantress gently cupped Jiang Yi's hand. Master, it's time for your meal. The capable maid finished washing and grooming. Jiang Yi asked, would you like to eat something together? If the Demon Lord is willing to feed me personally, that wouldn't be out of the question, Jiang said with a smile. Well, Jiang Yi, whose defenses were relatively weak, blushed at her teasing and fled in panic. Watching Jiang Yi's retreating figure, Jiang made up her mind. Even if he ultimately dies, we must protect his life. This is the entangled fate of protectors and those being protected. But in the end, who is protecting whom? Chapter 64 The World. I'm going to be destroyed again. Jiang Yi enjoyed the service of the white-haired maid while operating the system. System, I want to claim today's treasure map. Ding. Dear host, you have 3 remaining chances to claim. Please enter the number of chances you wish to claim. Oh, think about it carefully. It's been several days since I left the Void Realm and haven't gone treasure hunting. The Dingben system can store up to 7 redemption opportunities. Going out treasure hunting every day is quite tiring. Collecting multiple blueprints and digging together is also a good option. Claim them all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 fantastical lights flashed in my mind. 2 green and 1 white. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 bronze-level treasure maps. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a silver-level treasure map. Jiang Yi's face immediately fell. Sitting on her lap and being fed, Yuxian looked like a frightened cat. Master, why are you unhappy? It's okay. I just lost in the lottery. It's nothing. Jiang lay on Jiang Yi's back, sniffing at something. Even silver-grade treasure maps aren't worth digging for on their own. Jiang Yi dumped them all into the system space. We will conduct a unified excavation upon arrival at Qing Shuang Academy. The 3 of them left the hotel after packing up. Jiang Yi rushed back to the hospital to check on Qinping's injuries. Qinping, wrapped up like a rice dumpling. The doctor said my injuries will take at least a week to recover. Director Chen, please rest and recover here. I can find Qing Shuang Academy on my own. Jiang Yi shook his phone. Qinping asked worriedly. Your identity is so sensitive. What if you encounter something unexpected on the way? Jiang Yi placed the newly purchased healing medicine on the bedside table. You should know my true strength, right? 1 sentence left Qinping speechless. Where on earth did this freak come from? He sighed heavily and said, all right, then you must be careful. Never ride an airship before you have a flying spirit pet. Director Chen, you're overthinking it. I'm not a vehicle killer. He left the healing medicine behind. Jiang Yi bid farewell to Qinping and embarked on his journey to Qingyang City alone. Kata Maps will continue to guide you, based on the best solution. He muttered to himself. It seems I need to continue taking the high-speed train to Qingyang. Fortunately, there is a station inside this fortress. Yuxian, on the left, bowed slightly. Master, Yuxian has already bought your ticket to Qingyang, G4399. You only need to go to the transport station. I almost forgot. Our maid can buy tickets online. By the way, the accident insurance for the train commuting to work should be credited to your WeChat balance. Please check. Jiang Yi quickly opened WeChat on his phone. WeChat balance, 800,000. My Yusin is amazing. The maid bowed slightly. Summoning spirit pets is not allowed on the high-speed train. I hope your journey is smooth. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of white light and entered the beast taming space to silently improve his cultivation. This fortress is located on the border of the Dragon Kingdom and is sparsely populated. There weren't many people on train 4399. Jiang Yi passed through the ticket check smoothly and sat in the VIP room that Yuxian had booked for him. Open the map to confirm your location and time. Jiang Yi lazily took out his earphones. Unfortunately, Jiang Yi is destined to never be able to enjoy time alone again. Because I have a super clingy person by my side. Black smoke swirled to his right. A stunningly beautiful woman, draped in a thin black veil and possessing an incredibly sexy figure, pressed herself against him. Lord Demon, look at what others are like. Jiu smiled faintly and naturally took Jiang Yi's right arm. A fragrant breeze caressed his face, and Jiang Yi couldn't help but turn his head to look at her. The enchanting beauty was beyond compare, with her long, smooth black hair cascading over her fragrant shoulders, reflecting a warm glow. The deep V-neck and high-slit design reveal her fair and delicate skin. In particular, her full bosom and swan-like snowscape were made even more dazzling. What a terrible sin. Jiu, can others really see you? Jiang Yi couldn't help but swallow hard as he thought of the white fish under the archway. Jiu blinked her misty, watery eyes and leaned on his shoulder. I didn't expect that the Demon Lord would already treat me as his possession. I'm so happy. Thanks to Jiu, Jiang Yi is temporarily free from the influence of women. She lifted her skirt and stretched out her ivory-like legs in the aisle. A female passenger who was in a hurry to use the restroom was gently tripped by Jiu's foot. Oh dear, what happened? Upon seeing this, the flight attendant on duty immediately helped her up. Are you alright? The female passenger looked at Jiu's legs. I don't know what tripped me up here. The flight attendant looked at the ground with a look of utter disbelief. It was empty, there was nothing there. Jiu withdrew her jade-like leg and whispered in Jiang Yi's ear. Lord Demon Lord, they really can't see me. You think you can do whatever you want to people? Jiang Yi's face darkened. From other people's perspective, do I look like a schizophrenic psychopath? Hee, there's nothing we can do about it. Jiu took off her high heels and placed her precious lotus feet on Jiang Yi's lap. Jiang Yi understood. No one else could see Jiu or hear her voice. But she is indeed a real person. Jiu's phoenix eyes were hazy, and she said in a daze, even angels can't stay with you forever. Only I am your destined partner. Jiang Yi frowned and shook his head, saying, I always feel like you're CPUing me. A hint of surprise appeared on her mature and alluring face, and her fragrant lips parted slightly as she exhaled a scent that could raise blood pressure. How could this be? Is it wrong for someone to just want to be the Demon Lord's only support? It seems necessary to teach her a lesson. Let her know who's in charge in this family. My pet always tries to CPU me. Try to think from a different perspective. If an ordinary person meets such a proactive and stunningly beautiful woman, even if he is manipulated by her, it wouldn't be too bad, right? Jiu's tail, like a flexible tentacle, tried to untie Jiang Yi's belt. Jiang Yi didn't have the courage of ex-Neo to die in public. He grabbed the restless tail of the other party and said, You audacious monster, you didn't have a tail when we met yesterday, but you can't hide it today. Jiu's beautiful eyes flickered as she thought to herself, does the Demon Lord enjoy role-playing? She shifted her position, lying face down on the car seat, looking aggrieved. Hi monk, please spare me. This little demon is just an inexperienced one, only revealing her true form the first time she absorbs power. Please forgive me. The rippling black waves made Jiang Yi gasp for breath, and he quickly released his tail. We can't win, we can't win. This woman is so sexy. Jiu also revealed a key piece of information. Her change occurred after she came into contact with Jiang Yi. To be precise, it was through the spiritual contract that Jiang Yi's energy was absorbed. Jiu, what you mean by combining Jiang Yi's face and asking, what do you mean by awakening true power? Although Jiu was still smiling, her gaze was very serious. Once we unite, the true power of the void demon will awaken, and you, who crave power, will surely devour the entire planet. No, this planet alone is not enough. This galaxy, this universe, may not even be enough for you. Jiang Yi was completely dumbfounded after hearing this. Is it that serious? Chapter 65 The Golden Python that came to the door. Jiang Yi quickly closed the carriage door. Talking to yourself can make people think you're mentally ill. Is it that serious? Jiu rested her cheek on her hand. Seriously? Your stage isn't even in this little red moon star. The void demons are the most unique beings in this vast world, which is why I am attracted to such a demon lord. Jiang Yi was speechless. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary worker who, through a series of coincidences, climbed to the pinnacle of martial arts. In the end, life is nothing but a mirage. Jiang Yi, who was reincarnated, possessed extraordinary luck and lived a lazy life for 18 years. Honestly, postpone today's tasks if possible, and deal with tomorrow's tasks tomorrow. Never wakes up during the day and never sleeps at night, all day long. Yes, yes, yes. Although this kind of life may sound very negative and lacking in ambition, but it was so awesome. Jiang Yi liked and enjoyed this unambitious life. I really don't want to think about anything else. But does that mean you can't eat the meat that's being served to you? Okay, I'll take that as a belief for now. Even if the whole world betrays the demon lord, Jiue will still stand by your side. Faced with the enchantress's fiery gaze, Jiang Yi stammered, I really like Red Moon Star. Isn't there any other way to awaken my power? The Forbidden Box is a seal created jointly by the Holy Court God King and the Chaos Demon. Her lifespan is at least longer than the history of the Red Moon Star. Jiue gave a wicked smile and covered Jiang Yi's mouth with her finger. Demon Lord, do you want to be with me without any burden? Or do you want to righteously save the precarious Red Moon Star? Jiang Yi frowned and clenched his fists. This vixen is really too hot. It's hard to grasp. Hee, it's okay, don't be shy. After all, only others know your true desires. Both are available. You received a satisfactory answer. Jiue smiled radiantly. The stubborn rocks crash against the shore, rising and falling. Since my master is so dependent on me, I have no choice but to meet your expectations. Jiue whispered softly. You just need to find more high-level spirit pets like the angel tool, slowly tame them through contracts, and let them help you share the demonic energy in your body through soul contracts. Uxian isn't a tool, she's my maid, Jiang Yi sneered. Ah yes, Uxian's existence is very special. She can share your demonic energy, and, with simple training, can help you bear more demonic energy. Jiang Yi gave her a hard flick on the forehead. That was training, not discipline. Your thinking is dangerous. Jiang Yi finally understood what Jiue meant. The power of the demon is likened to a black pot, which is equally distributed among the high-ranking spirit pets. Strengthening their combat capabilities can also help relieve the pressure on Jiue. It has changed from one person taking the blame to multiple people sharing the blame. The more load-bearers there are, the more stable the energy system becomes. Even a growing void demon can maintain its rationality and will not easily destroy anything around it. Jiang Yi said solemnly. In short, the higher my level, the lower the side effects of the void demon awakening, right? As expected of their owner, he was right. Jiue puffed out her chest, her two plump mounds of snow-white flesh supporting the deep V-neck. But I still hope you won't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Amitba, you go back first. Okay. Her figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke and entered the demonic seal on her chest. The heavenly demon spirit is the exclusive spirit pet of the void demon. Naturally, they cannot enter ordinary beast taming spaces. Jiang Yi looked out the window into the depths of the jungle, and his heart slowly calmed down. Is this a life game where you can flip the table at any time? Whenever Jiang Yi feels bored with life, he can flip the table and wipe out the entire Red Moon Star. I never expected that the skyrocket would be even more monstrous than the Doomsday Horn. Jiang Yi isn't stupid. The Void Demon, a being feared by all, will surely be punished by heaven if it overturns the table. Now he's finally qualified to imitate that famous line. Human beings have limits, so I'm not going to be human anymore. Just as the weather is unpredictable, so too is the moon, which waxes and wanes. Jiang Yi's hidden passive ability is Vehicle Killer. It was triggered. A loud crash. Jiang Yi, who was feeling drowsy, was jolted awake by the sudden braking. Open the car door. Passengers in the carriage craned their necks to ask, Attendant, what's going on? Why is the car parked here? Could there be another accident? My 3 million orders. D. What happened to the world's leading security technology? I've witnessed 2 high-speed rail accidents in the last 2 days. The flight attendant smiled awkwardly and said, Passengers, please wait a moment. Let me ask the driver's cab. Auntie, hurry up. Don't dawdle. The scene was extremely chaotic. Just then, a middle-aged woman screamed. Look out the window. What's that? Ah, python. 2 more. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi opened the car window and peered out. A giant python with golden scales was seen blocking the tracks in front of the bullet train, unable to move forward. This snake is at least 30 meters long, and its waist is much thicker than a high-speed train. What a powerful python. My goodness, such a huge python. Oh no, it swallowed an entire train carriage whole in one gulp. Some people excitedly grabbed the bewildered flight attendant. Didn't you say you would use the world's most advanced security system? 0 negative reviews. 2 pythons of unknown origin can block the road? Damn, everyone who had an accident is dead. So how can it be considered 0 negative reviews? Just as everyone was arguing, a clear female voice came from outside the window. Don't panic, we're here to see Jiang Yi. The giant golden python lowered its head and scanned the tiny humans inside the carriage. Jiang Yi? Who is that? Never heard of it. Who is Jiang Yi? Step forward now. If you're going to die, don't drag everyone down with you. Jiang Yi. I think the top scorer from the north this year is named Jiang Yi. Something terrifying happened. 2 identical giant python heads appeared simultaneously on the left and right sides of the carriage. Jiang Yi couldn't help but gasp. This giant python is actually a very rare case of a creature with a different body and the same parent body. He was also a little curious. I don't have the habit of eating snake meat soup, nor have I offended any python spirits, so why are pythons coming to my door? Jiang's mother. You brat. Do you just let your mother's words go in one ear and out the other? Adhering to the principle of not causing trouble for others, Jiang Yi opened the window and easily climbed to the top of the carriage. Alone, he faced a gigantic golden python, its length unknown. I am Jiang Yi, who are you? Chapter 66, 2 Stunning Beauties. The giant golden python looked down and searched for a long time before finally spotting Jiang Yi in the carriage. The two enormous snake heads stared at each other. A flash of light. The giant python disappeared. Two pretty girls, around 19 years old, stood in front of Jiang Yi. They both have the same tall stature, slender figure, willow-like waist, and delicate skin. They wore light blue robes, revealing two delicate, jade-like legs, one on each side, adorned with symmetrical golden snake tattoos that were both alluring and seductive. Some of the bolder passengers leaned out and were stunned by the two women's beautiful faces. What stunningly beautiful twins. Damn, those thighs and that tiny waist must feel amazing wrapped around someone like that. Women pinch their male partners hard on the waist. I'll show you a beautiful snake woman. Then we're getting a divorce. I'd die happy to spend a night with such a beauty. Brother, you probably have no idea how terrifying snakes are. I have a friend who played landlord with a snake woman for 3 days and lost more than 10 pounds. Jiang Yi was also stunned by the two women's beauty. Her smooth purple hair was styled into a high ponytail. The deep, gold-green eyeliner has a unique, alluring quality. Two stunningly beautiful twin snakes. 11 points. Especially her two slender, fair, long legs and her truly slender waist. It inspires the imagination and brings joy to the reader. They walked in unison, exuding an air of arrogance as they approached Jiang Yi. The girl on the left pouted, looking aggrieved. Shimei, human feet are so awkward, it's really hard to walk. The girl on the right said coldly, it's all my fault for being too stupid. Such beautiful snake women are extremely rare even in China, let alone a pair of twins. The normal men present saw them. Hormone levels in the body spiked. He constantly fantasizes about the satisfaction and possessiveness of conquering them. However, the immense spiritual pressure emanating from the two women made the other men feel ashamed of themselves. After all, Su Xian is not currently on the Red Moon Star. Few people would risk their lives to strike up a conversation. Jiang Yi composed himself and politely asked, what guidance do you two seniors have for me? No, I'm not a senior. I'm only 300 years old, which translates to about 17 or 18 years old in human years. After the older sister on the left saw Jiang Yi's face clearly, two blushes quickly appeared on her pretty face. She placed her hands on her hips and said excitedly, You're Jiang Yi? You're so handsome. The younger sister on the right had a gloomy expression and remained silent. What brings you two ladies here? You've openly sabotaged the Dragon Kingdom's railway. You're going to get into big trouble. The older sister blushed deeply under Jiang Yi's gaze. He gestured with his hands as if trying to explain something. The younger sister, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, her voice captivating and enchanting. Grandma passed away. She asked us sisters to take you home so we could have a child together. Oh, how embarrassing. How come Shimei isn't shy? Because you're a silly older sister. The wind was strong on the roof of the car. The two playful girls were dressed in thin clothes. Jiang Yi could even see their shoulders and collarbones clearly. It was dazzlingly white, not too big or too small, probably a C cup. Jiang Yi shifted his gaze away from the slender waist. Excuse me, ladies, I'm still young and have no plans to become a father yet. Jiang Yi's refusal surprised the two stunning beauties. The older sister frowned. Shimei, I told you he wouldn't agree. Mom originally wanted us to be his bed warmers. Isn't it going too far to forcibly take them home? The younger sister said seriously, we should listen to Grandma. She won't harm us. Jiang Yi was both amused and exasperated. The vixen in the house hasn't been dealt with yet, and now 2 more bed warmers are coming? Who can withstand this? The most crucial issue is that Jiang Yi's level is insufficient to form a contract with a third spirit pet. He gestured for the other person to be quiet. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't like damp and dark tree hollows, and most importantly, there's no Wi-Fi. The older sister took 2 steps forward and said pitifully, Then please take us in, okay? Seeing this, her younger sister quickly stopped her, her tone indifferent. Stupid older sister, giving yourself away on the first meeting? I don't agree. Grandma used to say, if you can rely on a man, pigs can fly. Although the 2 sisters are inseparable, they have been instilled with different ideas. The older sister believed her mother's preference for being close to humans. The younger sister believed her grandmother's desire to control people. The older sister pinched her cheeks and pouted her lips. Oh well, I'm going to be with him anyway, so it doesn't matter where we go. The younger sister looked at Jiang Yi warily. This is different. If we give ourselves to him so easily, he will never cherish us. Let's listen to Grandma, and tie him up, and take him back first. She may, please don't. Without me, my silly sister would have starved to death long ago. My older sister is easily influenced and lacks assertiveness, so she slunk away and surrendered. She looked at Jiang Yi with reluctance. Jiang Yi, what she may said makes sense. Please come with us. We won't treat you badly. The other men who heard the conversation on the roof of the carriage all suffered cerebral hemorrhages and collapsed to the ground. Damn it, these beautiful twin girls are throwing themselves at me. Why don't you both accept them? I'm so angry. Why don't I have this damn luck? Marrying either of these two ladies would be a huge win. A spirit pet capable of transforming into human form. It's at least a tier 4 epic. Jiang Yi, that little brat, doesn't know how lucky he is. Let a bolt of lightning strike him dead. God, it's getting ready, don't rush it. Two stunningly beautiful snakes traveled thousands of miles to stop a high-speed train from China. Her goal is to be your maid and also to have your children. It's a lie to say I'm unhappy, it's just a lie. However, snakes prefer to live in dark and damp caves. If Jiang Yi goes with them, he'll probably be tied up and forced to play poker all year round. There is no Wi-Fi. There is no jelly. There are no short videos. There is no internet. For an otaku, this is probably more painful than killing Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi waved his hand. I still need to go to Qing to get a scholarship. How could I possibly go home with you guys to make babies? A hint of disappointment appeared on my sister's face. Her snake-like eyes narrowed, and she raised her hand. Then don't blame us for being impolite. The older sister could only follow her grandmother's dying wish. Jiang Yi, I'm sorry. Jiang Yi helplessly spread his hands and said, after saying so much, are we still going to take action in the end? The younger sister's eyes were very serious. It's like eyeing a pitiful mouse. Jiang Yi looked down at the entire train and found that there were almost no casualties. This indirectly shows that the two women are not inherently bad. Their conflict stemmed solely from differing values. If a real fight broke out and the two future maids got hurt, Jiang Yi would feel sorry for them. He smiled and took out a deck of cards from the system space. Fighting and killing is so boring. How about we play cards together? If I lose, I'll obediently go home with you. If you lose, you'd better go home and wait for me. The younger sister's inner thoughts. Are the twins who share our view playing cards? How can you lose when a dragon charges right at you? Okay. The two women said in unison. Chapter 67, The Silly Older Sister and the Cautious Younger Sister. The bullet train runs at high speed on the railway track. Jiang Yi's VIP room. Two women and one man sat facing each other. Other unsuspecting passengers frantically peered through the door, eager to catch a glimpse of the unparalleled twins. Why is this place so crowded with people? What's going on? The twin pythons were playing cards with the young man. Most people are just doing it for fun. There are always some young, reckless individuals who dare to court death. Two muscular, sleazy-looking men whistled at the twin sisters. This guy isn't strong at all. Are you satisfied with him? Beautiful ladies, what do you think of us? Isn't my brother's muscle stronger than his? It's a complete loss to be with him. Two clueless blonde-haired kids were showing off their bulging muscles on the side. My sister's eyes turned cold. Shut up. She flicked her jade-like hand. Two visible plumes of purple mist immediately sprayed onto them. Ugh. In the blink of an eye, the two strong young men instantly turned into a puddle of pus, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Poison. Its poison attributes spiritual power. What a vicious heart. This move frightened other eager individuals into not daring to make any rash moves. Yes, although they are stunningly beautiful, their true forms are giant golden pythons, even larger than a high-speed train. Poison attribute spirit pets are generally evolved from highly venomous animals such as snakes, scorpions, spiders, geckos, and toads. They can refine spiritual energy into micromolecules and inject it into the opponent's body, rapidly disintegrating the opponent's internal organs and even the entire body. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the toxicity. With the golden thread python's cultivation level, it could easily annihilate these insignificant little karami. The annoying brat is dead, and the younger sister's expression gradually calmed down. How do you want to compare? Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. Standard, do diju, guessing big or small, blackjack are all fine. The two sisters exchanged a glance and said in unison, the three of us, let's play do diju, a card game. That suits me perfectly. To ensure fairness, the trembling flight attendant was put in charge of shuffling the cards. Jiang Yi casually pulled out a box of strawberry jelly. How am I supposed to tell you apart? The older sister showed off her bracelet, which had the character Yao engraved on it. My name is Luo Yao. Luo Shi. Is it a combination of a naive older sister and a clever younger sister? The flight attendant placed 17 cards in front of Jiang Yi with trembling hands. When facing two opponents, of course you have to rob the landlord. This hand is really great. After finishing the singles, pairing them with a plain king, a powerful combination of two identical tiles, is just the right move to instantly kill the opponent. Luo Shi chuckled inwardly. She and her sister Luo Yao are a very rare pair of heterosexual lovers. There is a strong psychological connection between them, as well as a shared perspective. The two of them could easily guess Jiang Yi's cards. As long as her sister cooperates with her plan, she can easily carry Jiang Yi home. It's not too late to play with him slowly in the first game. Jiang Yi goes for a 6. Idiot. The onlookers plan to chant the gambling Bible. The three players quickly played their cards. With both kings in hand, Jiang Yi easily defeated the two sisters by playing her single cards, winning the game. Luo Shi. What luck? It's open, right? She carefully checked her sister's cards and discovered that Jiang Yi had not cheated. Luo Yao looked at Jiang Yi with admiration. Wow, you're amazing. We lost. They looked like they couldn't wait to pay him off. You have to accept the consequences of your bet. Although Luo Shi was extremely unwilling to admit defeat, she still planned to surrender. It's all because our opponents had such incredibly bad luck. Why don't you bring spring? Jiang Yi noticed the two sisters' micro-expressions. Today we'll make them accept their defeat wholeheartedly. Jiang Yi smiled confidently. The luck in this round is indeed a bit outrageous, a bit unfair. How about best of 5? I'll be the host. Fine, I don't believe you can beat me with 17 cards. Luo Shi said angrily, hands on her hips. Her beautiful, snow-white skin undulated back and forth, a truly pleasing sight. The second game. The cards have been dealt. Jiang Yi, without hesitation, called himself the landlord. The whole cards turned out to be the 2 jokers and the 2 of diamonds. Holy crap, what kind of incredible luck did this kid have? Every hand features 2 kings? The flight attendants were startled. Jiang Yi smiled and put the cards into his hand. Sorry ladies, it's springtime. Fortunately, the 3 of them didn't play the bet where the loser had to take off their clothes. Otherwise, the 2 of them would have to go home naked today. Luo Shi's face darkened, and she almost flipped the table. She knew something was terribly wrong after seeing her and her sister's cards. Before he could even play a single card, he was instantly defeated by the opponent. This is ridiculous. Jiang Yi took out another deck of cards and threw it in front of Luo Shi. I didn't cheat. You can shuffle or switch the cards yourself, it's up to you. Unable to contain herself, Luo Shi quickly tore open a new deck of cards. Lady Luck stood aside, both amused and exasperated. Luo Shi has finished dealing the cards. She spoke first. I want to be the landlord this round. Let's decide the winner in one game. Good. Luo Yao looked at her younger sister with a puzzled expression. Team voice chat. Luo Shi. Silly sister, act as him. Luo Yao, received. After Luo Shi revealed her trump card, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Jiang Yi's hand was much worse than his own. Moreover, his sister was his supplier. If his sister gets more doubles, Jiang Yi will have no choice but to surrender in this round. Let's see how you win. Jiang Yi revealed his hand. Goodness. It's ready to be mailed. A fair, white leg landed on Jiang Yi's shoulder. Lord Demon Lord, you're in for a tough fight this time. According to Zhiyue's observation, Jiang Yi knows everyone's hand. In fact, the 3 of them were playing Do Diju with their cards exposed the whole time. It all comes down to luck. If Luo Yao, who plays the card before you, plays 2 cards at once, she can effectively shut herself down. This one's on. 3, 4, 2, 5. The onlookers pointed and whispered, why are these 2 farmers fighting? You idiot, those 2 sisters are in cahoots. Jiang Yi is out of the game this time. Luo Shi glanced at Jiang Yi's micro-expressions and covered her mouth to chuckle. Are you good at playing? What good is it if you can fight? Isn't he just a little slacker? Slap slap slap. In fact, Jiang Yi could turn the tide of the battle if he simply disposed of the 9 of spades in his hand. Unfortunately, the other party was a twin. Luo Yao definitely won't go alone. Luo Shi confidently threw out. To J. Jiang Yi had no way to break up the cards or control the pairs. Luo Yao stared at the bomb in her hand, feeling incredibly hesitant. She has a somewhat carefree personality and is easily fooled, so she longs for the human world and the city. Giving birth to baby snakes in a dark cave was not her dream or pursuit. Luo Yao fell in love at first sight with Jiang Yi, who had a natural demeanor and outstanding temperament. In addition, she believed in the wonderful life her mother described. So she made a decision that would harm her younger sister. Fry. The usually calm and composed Luo, she was struck dumb. She looked at her sister, with whom she spent every day. Silly sister, what are you doing? If Jiang Yi hadn't been sitting in front of her, she would have definitely stripped her stupid older sister naked and spanked her. Because the 2 had been together day and night for hundreds of years. Therefore, Luo Shi knows this twin sister all too well. Naive and innocent plus love-struck plus mild Chinibyu, middle school syndrome. With that level of intelligence, venturing into a human city would be like getting sold out, and then helping the seller count the money. The most crucial point is that she was sold out, and now she has to suffer along with them. Snakes are favored by gentlemanly spirit masters because of their slender bodies, delicate skin, long tongues, and thick blood vessels. So the two sisters' mother took them to find Jiang's pregnant mother and settled the matter. Being a maid to a super big shot is better than being sold into a red light district, right? Luo Yao laughed foolishly. Go ahead and blow you up. I'm a farmer. 8. Luo, she's 6. I'm tired. Let's just destroy it. I can't handle this stupid older sister anymore. Chapter 68. The Promise with the Two Sisters. Jiang Yi took advantage of the situation and played the 9 of spades. 9. Luo, she had no choice but to play a 2. 2. Xiaowang. I lost. Things have come to this. Luo, she couldn't afford the plane in Jiang Yi's hands, so she had no choice but to surrender. Jiang Yi smiled and put away the playing cards. You two beauties, you're too kind. Luo Yao rubbed her hands together and said, Jiang Yi, can we follow you now? Jiang Yi carefully examined the unparalleled beauty of the twins before him. Where do you live? Lingyun Cave, Biluo Mountain. I understand. You guys go back there and wait for me. Jiang Yi gave him the order to leave. Because his level is not high enough, he cannot form a contract with the twin sisters. These high-level spirit pets without masters wandering around human society are like unclothed beauties strolling outside a bar. Extremely dangerous. Luo Yao lunged forward and grabbed Jiang Yi's clothes. But I want to live with you in human society. You almost destroyed the entire high-speed train. Are you going to be taken to the city and jailed? That's true. Jiang Yi said calmly. I'll come to Biluo Mountain to find you after I break through to the second level. Be good and stay home and don't run around. Okay. After receiving Jiang Yi's promise, Luo Yao reluctantly let go of his arm. He looked back every 3 steps. She looks just like a girl who has fallen in love. The two women jumped out of the car window and instantly transformed into giant golden pythons, disappearing into the jungle. The passengers in the carriage were finally relieved. Wow, what a huge snake. I admire your audacity in daring to seduce a snake. With such a large size, the two sisters must be at least at level 4 in strength. A fat otaku, holding a caterpillar in his hand, shouted, Little Yellow, quickly turn into a beautiful girl with big breasts and a perky butt. Steamed goose hearts with 4 delicacies. With a starting talent of 10 stars and the ability to attract peerless magical beasts on his way to school, Jiang Yi's name will sooner or later resound throughout the eastern continent, and even Red Moon Star. An old man gently stroking a white cat said leisurely, The summer sun is blazing. The jungle in the uninhabited border region. This is a forbidden zone on the Red Moon Star, home to countless ferocious beasts with the power to overturn rivers and seas. Trespassers shall die. Strange noises came from the woods not far away. Luo, she slapped her sister's head repeatedly and complained, Silly sister, do you really like giving things away for free? Luo Yao, who was fleeing with her head in her hands, looked utterly aggrieved and pitiful. She may, since we're all going to have babies with him anyway, what difference does it make whichever we choose? Luo Yao blushed, seemingly lost in her own thoughts. She crossed her arms and said haughtily, That makes sense, but you haven't considered my feelings at all. What will I do if you have a child with him? Luo Yao asked, her face full of doubt. Let's have a baby together? Doesn't Shimei like Jiang Yi? You were the one who encouraged me to secretly cross the forbidden zone to find Jiang Yi in human society. Enraged, Luo, she pinned her sister down and gave her a couple of hard squeezes. Nonsense. I didn't want to see him. Luo Yao slipped her hands inside her sister's clothes and started scratching her armpits. Take this. Haha, don't be silly, big sister, don't touch me like that. The two sisters rolled around on the ground. A photograph of Jiang Yi as an infant gently drifted out from Luo Shi's clothes. Luo Yao chuckled. Hee, Shimei has always been like this, she doesn't dare to say what she wants. Luo Shi, whose self-esteem had been exposed by her sister, quickly covered the other woman's mouth. Grandma often said that if you want to win a man's heart, you must first drain his energy so that he has no time to look for other women. Voila! With her mouth covered, Luo Yao could only let out a pleasant moan. You love-struck idiot, you silly goose, you naive sweetheart, you've ruined all my plans. The two snake spirits frolicked for a long time before gradually returning to normal. Luo Yao gently wrapped her arms around her sister's waist. Let's keep our bet and go back to Biluo Mountain to wait for Jiang Yi to come and pick us up. Luo, she stared at the empty tracks, her eyes filled with conflict. Silly sister, don't you like human society? You finally escaped this time. Are you willing to go back empty-handed? Yes, I'll wait for him to pick me up. Luo Yao smiled sweetly. Men are all big pigs. He is not. Luo, she pouted, her eyes filled with stubbornness. For the sake of my silly sister's future, I need to observe him for a while. Shimei, do you want to see him? Pa. That's not true. I'm afraid you'll be fooled to death by him. Luo, she retorted immediately. The older sister hugged her younger sister from behind, smiling gently. Thank you, Shimei. But what if the black dragon discovers you've sneaked away? Luo Shi's eyes turned cold, and she said disdainfully, "Who likes the kind of dark and ugly monster? If he dares to chase after me, I'll smash his dog head in." "Yes, smash his dog head in." The two women flashed and transformed into a two-headed golden snake, disappearing beneath the railway tracks. Jiang Yi looked out the window. Then I remembered that my mother seemed to have mentioned it. A giant golden python will come looking for me near Fenglei City. Two pretty maids to warm the bed. She's really my mom. Dear passengers, this train has arrived at its final destination, Qingyang City. Please take your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. Chapter 69 Arrival in Qingyang City. An unexpected encounter with Mu Weining? A middle-aged spirit master cast an envious glance. This white-haired maid with a halo above her head must be Jiang Yi's spirit pet. They get along so well. I'm so envious. I get my face scratched when I touch my own cats, but I also want a maid with a great figure and a gentle personality. I am the maid's dog. This one is even more heavyweight. People rushing to get off the bus launched into varying degrees of verbal attacks against Jiang Yi. If your gaze is deadly, Jiang Yi has been blasted to dust. Fearing for his life, Jiang Yi could only hold Yu Xian's hand and escape from the station. Qingyang City, one of the core cities on the Dragon Kingdom Peninsula. Its overall scale and economic level completely surpass those of Fenglei City. Qingshuang Academy is somewhat mediocre among the academies in the north. Its domestic ranking has remained in the middle for many years. Therefore, quite a few students joined Qingshuang. The royal Qin family or some nobles who were prone to giving up would also join in. Thanks for the invitation. I just got off the high-speed train. Jiang Yi gazed at the bustling road, the towering buildings, and the various vendors constantly hawking their wares. Completely bewildered, passers-by were so captivated by Yu Xian behind Jiang Yi that they lingered and couldn't bear to leave, some even falling into the sewer. Whose princess is this, cosplaying? 2 more pairs of wings. It looks pretty realistic. Jiyue, who was holding Jiang Yi's right arm, looked around. His eyes were filled with curiosity and surprise. Lord Demon, this city is huge. Has humanity developed this advanced to this extent? When they first arrived, everyone was just a bunch of brutes. Yu Xian gave a soft hum. My lord, I have already booked the Qinlong Hotel for you in advance. You are welcome to come in and rest at any time. You can book hotels now. You booked this after you went to sleep last night. Yu Xian won't let you sleep on the streets. Jiang Yi was extremely surprised. Oh. Yu Xian's expression froze. She thought she had booked the wrong hotel. Did I upset my master? The angel immediately knelt down and said, Please calm down, master. Jiang Yi quickly put his arm around her slender waist. I was just too surprised. I didn't mean to blame you. He was born twice. Few people take such good care of themselves. Yu Xian, what time did you book your room? Qinlong Hotel is a chain hotel that specializes in serving spirit masters. Business is booming, and rooms are basically snapped up. The total cost for the 3 nights tonight, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow is 1,500 yuan. Yu Xian used a new user voucher to get an 80% discount, and the transaction records are all in WeChat. Now that tonight's accommodation problem has been solved, Jiang Yi planned to bring the 2 girls along for some fun. There are 3 days left until the start of the semester at Qingshuang Academy. Not flustered at all. Feeling neglected, Jiyue pouted, looking displeased. Yu Xian is like a human shadow, almost never taking the initiative to communicate with Jiyu. All I could see was the demon lord. In addition, Jiyue had been sealed in the forbidden box for too long, so she and Jiang Yi didn't have many things in common. The enchantress, who had always been the center of attention and the center of attention, felt a sense of loneliness. While reminiscing about the past, Jiyue suddenly caught a faint scent of Fatinia in the air. Lord Demon, there is the aura of 10 demons in this city. She tiptoed towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi felt the surging waves on his right, pulsating continuously. The 10 demons? You can sense their presence? The Void Dominator provided Jiang Yi with such a powerful spiritual seal technique. Jiyue's Demon King effect. The more Demon King's spirit seals it devours, the stronger the fusion effect. Therefore, Jiang Yi developed a slight interest in the remaining 9 demons. Of course, their power all comes from other people's bodies. It all belongs to them. Jiang Yi read the message through his eye of insight, and was not surprised. Do you remember what the 10 forces are? The enchantress's voice was bone-melting, and her eyes were like autumn water. Of course I remember. Stupidity that makes people do foolish things. Destruction that wipes out everything. Chaos, a void devoid of self. At this point, Jiyue poked Jiang Yi's chest, seemingly unintentionally. The rest are the 7 deadly sins that the world knows about. So many kinds. What kind of monsters are hidden in Qingyang City? The smell of this scent is undoubtedly incredibly lewd and lustful. That sounds like someone you don't want to mess with. Jiang Yi couldn't help but click his tongue. Jiyue gently bit Jiang Yi's earlobe. her delicate voice almost making his legs go weak. If you successfully reclaim the power of lust, no woman in the world can escape your grasp. Generally, Jiang opened her eyes wide, somewhat incredulous. She was all too familiar with the demon lord's power. How could such a powerful person be uninterested in women? Really? Jiang Yi waved his phone. My fiancé is in a photo gallery, and there's also the beautiful spirit pet my mom picked out. I'll be grateful if I can get rid of them. Jiang smiled gently. I am just the demon lord's little maid, and I will follow your arrangements. A barrage of flattery made Jiang Yi feel like he was floating on air. The white-haired maid gently grasped Jiang Yi's sleeve. Master, the vanilla jelly, a specialty of Qingyang City, is delicious. It's 0 fat, 0 calories, and 0 sugar, and it also contains a lot of spiritual fruit pulp. It's not expensive either, only 50 per box. One a day is good for your physical and mental health. Really? Jiang Yi looked pleasantly surprised. Regular jelly shouldn't be eaten in large quantities, as it's not good for your health. But my Yusin would never harm me. I might as well just be a useless person and live a peaceful life. Jiang Yi, holding Yuxian's hand, turned on the navigation to find a jelly specialty store. Helpless, Jiang could only float in the sky, glaring jealously at Yusin. The demon lord is acting strangely. It's surprising that she likes children's snacks so much. Most importantly, his guardian spirit pet is a lower-ranking angel of unknown origin. A mouse acting as a babysitter for a kitten? This is too fantastical. No, I have to find a way to surpass her. I want the demon lord to rely solely on me. My demon lord. The map will continue to navigate you to the right after you turn 100 meters ahead. As Jiang Yi walked along the navigation app on his phone, he felt increasingly uneasy. Why is there no one on Qingyang Street in Qingyang City? The road beneath my feet looks like it's going against me. Fewer and fewer couples are seen cuddling and kissing. Jiang Yi and Yuxian arrived at the largest Spirit Master community square in the east of Qingyang City without knowing why. A variety of spirit pets came into view. A pterosaur with its wings outstretched. A turtle with its back covered in sharp spikes. A ferocious, man-faced lion. Jiang Yi, holding his phone, muttered to himself. This doesn't look like a place that sells jelly at all. After turning right 100 meters away, a large group of strangely shaped mechanical puppets surrounded the area in front of them. Groups of 3 or 5 spirit masters gathered to watch the show. A short man peered out desperately. This is going to be interesting. The Imperial Tutor and the Luban Guild are arguing. The tall man playing on his phone nearby remarked instinctively. Who doesn't know that the Imperial Tutor was the Qin Emperor's teacher? Would the Luban Guild dare to oppose her? You big oaf, you didn't know this, did you? The overall strength of the Luban Guild is no less than that of the royal family. They even built the border city defenses. The tall man put down his phone. Huh, why is this Imperial Tutor a woman? Duh, the 7 fairies of separation are all stunning beauties. You should sit down and play on your phone. Jiang Yi looked at the navigation on his phone and saw that he had gone straight for 300 meters to reach his destination. He was speechless. Chapter 70 Luban, Rhino number 10. The road ahead is blocked. Jiang Yi approached the onlookers and asked, Excuse me, gentlemen, is that fruit time up ahead? It's a jelly shop. These spirit masters looked down on the newbie with haughty eyes. There seems to be a small shop like this. I advise you not to go this way, the one-eyed man said impatiently. Isn't there any other way? The navigation says the shop is 300 meters ahead. A mature and steady man stepped forward. Young man, the road ahead is blocked by people from the Luban Guild. You should take another route. Luban Guild? The mysterious spirit box master organization that Chenping mentioned? Good dogs don't block the road, so what are they trying to do by blocking the street? The uncle thought Jiang Yi was an ignorant and poor student, so he patiently explained. It seems that the Imperial Tutor and the Luban Guild have had a conflict, and they have been blocking this place for a whole day and night. Imperial Tutor? Mu Weinian? How did she end up here? Never mind. It has nothing to do with me anyway. I just wanted to buy some jelly. Floating in the sky, Jiang said softly. My lord, a very beautiful woman has been surrounded by a group of men. This is a good opportunity for a hero to save her. Jiang Yi was exasperated and did not reply. Yuxian, let's go. Jiang Yi continued forward following the map navigation. A tall, thin man wearing a Luban trade union uniform stood in front of him. Proceedings are prohibited ahead. Who gave you that right? Jiang Yi snorted coldly. Am I not allowed to walk on the streets of my own country as a law-abiding citizen? The tall, thin man desperately wanted to order the execution of the ants before him. His gaze inadvertently fell on Yuxian behind Jiang Yi. People of the celestial god cult? Let's give him some face. For the sake of the angels, I'll let you pass. Come with me. Mechanical minions obey my command and disarm. Squeak. Quack. Buzz. The numerous mechanical spirits that had completely blocked the road all looked at the tall, thin man. They instantly transformed into countless white lights and flew into the spirit box hanging at the man's waist. The Luban Trade Union lifted the road blockade. A man and a woman were standing on the not-so-wide street ahead. The woman was dressed in white, with an ethereal air and indifferent eyes. Who else could it be but Imperial Tutor Mu Wenying? The man was wearing a purple robe, but his face was not visible due to the distance. Mu Wenying said in a detached voice, "Mr. Liu, please explain how the Western Celestial God sect managed to destroy the Qingyan ship without the Dragon Kingdom's eyes and ears." "Fairy Mu, shouldn't you ask your good disciple this kind of question?" The Qin Emperor was the ruler of a country, and he was burdened with state affairs. Mu Wenying pressed further. The Dragon Kingdom's border defense array has always been maintained by the Luban Guild. Now that there's a problem, who else should we turn to if not you? The man in the purple robe burst into laughter after hearing this. Everyone knows that the Luban Guild helped the Dragon Kingdom build its border defenses. If we had any ulterior motives, the Dragon Kingdom would have been finished long ago. What is the connection between the Heavenly God cult's invasion of the Dragon Kingdom and my Luban Guild? Even if there is a connection, it should be that brat Qin Emperor asking, "What does it have to do with you?" Mu Wenying remained silent. The man in purple robes got more and more excited as he spoke. There have long been rumors in the martial arts world that the Imperial Tutor and the Qin Emperor have been having an affair, which is against human ethics and immoral. Seeing this today, it may indeed be true. With a wave of her hand, Mu Wenying sent a streak of blue light flying into the air. Ice Crystal Phoenix. A loud phoenix cry resounded through the sky. The temperature on the field dropped several degrees. Sparkling snowflakes drifted down from the sky. The man in the purple robe crossed his arms. "What? You can't win an argument, so you resort to fighting?" Mu Wenying said indifferently. "You have insulted my reputation. You deserve to die." "Humph, then let me, this humble one, experience the legendary Ice Phoenix." He quickly chanted a spell and summoned a steel rhinoceros that was nearly 3 meters tall in front of him. His eyes were red, and his single horn exuded a chilling aura. A major battle is imminent. The onlookers, always eager for drama, pulled out their stools and began pointing and commenting. What happened? Is there a class representative? Didn't the Qingyan ship, which was traveling from Fenglei City to Qingyang City, have an accident a while ago? It is said to be a terrorist attack carried out by a Western Catholic cult. The Luban Guild is an important organization responsible for the border defense of the Dragon Kingdom, and it seems that the Imperial Tutor wants to negotiate with them. Western scoundrels smuggled themselves across the border, and the Imperial Tutor stood up for justice for the country. Wasn't that right? The onlookers split into 2 groups. The other team immediately retorted. Luban's words make sense, don't they? Even if there's a problem, it should be the Qin Emperor who asks, not the Imperial Tutor. Moreover, what connection does the Heavenly God sect smuggling across the border have with the Luban Guild? Mu Wenying came to the Luban Guild to cause trouble for her own selfish desires. That's right, she definitely wanted to take this opportunity to curry favor with Emperor Qin and gain a formal title. Nonsense. With Fairy Mu's personality, she would never do such a despicable thing. An old bachelor clenched his fists. He only regretted that he was too weak to help her get justice. "Fairy Mu, I'm here to help you." A self-important rank 4 spirit master summoned a blue-eyed winged wolf and stood behind Mu Wenying. "I vow to fight alongside my dream goddess to the death." The ice phoenix flapped its wings, stirring up an ice-blue storm. A blue tornado, mixed with ice spikes, hurtled towards the man in purple robes. Number 10, activate defensive stance. Luban remained calm and composed when facing the renowned Ice Crystal Phoenix, issuing his orders with ease. The mechanical rhinoceros raised its head and roared, its steel alloy mouth opening wide. Wah! It absorbs all the surrounding air, forming a vortex that is visible to the naked eye. The ice storm was also drawn to this strange force and became completely ineffective. Rhino number 10 even let out a burp. Number 10, show them your power. After absorbing the attack, the mechanical rhinoceros aimed at Mu Wenying's location. The icy blue spiritual energy was compressed and formed into a sphere the size of an egg. Hoo hoo hoo. The rhinoceros let out a strange cry. The rebounding ice bullets were incredibly fast. Mu Wenying sensed something was wrong and used her strength to create spirit wings to fly into the sky. Fei Yangyang, who was focused on making a good impression, wasn't so lucky. He and his guardian spirit pet faced the compressed spiritual energy bullet head-on. Boom. A loud bang. The area with a radius of 10 meters centered on boiling sheep was completely frozen. He and his spirit pet transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. Boiling Sheep's teammates couldn't help but burst into tears. What are you, a mere spirit king, doing getting involved in a battle at the Xian Emperor level? Are you just going to get yourself killed? The onlookers gasped in shock. They all knew more or less about the Imperial Tutor's abilities. The modern-day Lu Ban, the creator of Rhino number 10, was actually a Xian Emperor-level powerhouse? Although it may sound like there's only a half-level difference between the peak of the 6th rank and the 7th rank, the overall strength is vastly different. Oh no, Fairy Mu is about to face a tough battle. Mu Wanyi's expression was serious. This was the legendary Rhino number 10? Lu Ban chuckled and said, "That's right, it is my most perfect work." Although the two didn't actually fight, the aura they exuded scared the onlookers into retreating 100 meters. Only one figure stood at their feet. Jiang Yi stared at the iron wall at the end of his vision. Where was the door? There should be a door here. Chapter 71 First Fusion, The Power of the Demon. There was almost no one within 100 meters of the center of the battlefield. Wearing a black trench coat, the tall Jiang Yi stood out conspicuously in the frozen world. Everyone assumed Jiang Yi was a sycophant desperately trying to please Mu Wanyi and kept mocking him. Who is this kid? Did that blast kill him? He must be Mu Wanyi's simp, right? He's willing to risk his life to please his goddess? Just now, Boiling Sheep didn't even get a glance from Mu Wanyi before he died. How stupid. When Mu Wanyi saw Jiang Yi again, her unchanging expression showed a slight change. Since the day they parted, her heart had been in turmoil. Jiang Yi's polite refusal, her mother's will, and her father's seriousness threw her into turmoil. When the distraught imperial tutor heard that the Qingyan train, the very train Jiang Yi had first ridden, had unexpectedly derailed, her heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Pain. Mu Wanyi regretted it. She kidnapped Jiang Yi and brought him back to Qinhuang Academy. With his 10-star talent and mythical angel status, how could he possibly escape the attention of the celestial god cult? Her fiancé's sudden death caused her to impulsively stop Lu Ban. She wanted to find out whether it was the work of the celestial god cult. How did the gap appear on the western border? I saw Jiang Yi again. Mu Wanyi's dizzy mind instantly cleared up. She desperately suppressed the agitation within her and looked away. Mu Wanyi said coldly, "Go away, this is not a place for you." Since Jiang Yi was alright, she didn't want to get entangled with the Lu Ban guild any further. Jiang Yi looked up at Bing Feng's fiancé above her head. I didn't expect her to have such a strong sense of national and ethnic identity. Although I am not a bad person, I am definitely not a good person. Ordinary people wouldn't choose to be a hero and save a damsel in distress. The only path leading to the jelly shop was completely frozen by Rhino 10's attack. Jiang Yi, hands in his pockets, shouted to the sky, "Hey, are you guys freezing the path ahead while you're fighting? How am I supposed to get across?" The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. "Where did you come from, you idiot? Aren't you afraid of dying? Didn't you just see a 4th-tier expert get instantly killed by the aftershocks of the battlefield? My god, there really are people in this world who aren't afraid of death. Trying to win a goddess's favor through attention-grabbing tactics? That's not a wise choice." Lu Ban glanced down and saw the ignorant ants. They didn't take Jiang Yi seriously at all. A 1st-tier spirit master can only be considered an apprentice who has been practicing for less than 2.5 years. Rhino number 10 could wipe out these small fry with a single sneeze. Would a lion argue with an ant? Mu Wanyi's delicate body trembled, and her voice softened considerably. Mr. Lu's abilities are indeed extraordinary. Today's events were my fault, and I will visit him to apologize another day. If you have to admit defeat, then admit defeat. She was genuinely afraid that Jiang Yi would be caught up in a battle of this magnitude and die. Lu Ban's body floated slowly above the head of Rhino number 10. He stared intently at Mu Wanyi with great interest. Lu Ban couldn't understand it. Would the Dragon Kingdom's imperial tutor so easily admit defeat among the 7 immortals of separation and sorrow? Something's fishy. His gaze naturally fell on Jiang Yi in the audience. Could it be him? Lu Ban made a leap of faith. Free fall. He casually opened a spirit box at his waist. A suit of extraterrestrial alloy instantly enveloped his burly and muscular body. Lu Ban wanted to get close enough to take down Jiang Yi to confirm whether his judgment was correct. Anyway, with number 10 blocking the way, Mu Wanyi can't get through. He is a dignified Xian emperor, whose physical qualities have been enhanced in multiple ways. It would be a piece of cake for him to deal with it in turn. The onlookers screamed repeatedly, "TSK, TSK, this kid is going to get annihilated by Lu Ban. That's for sure." The physical strength of a Spirit King Realm Spirit Master won't be much worse. After all, they've undergone 5 Spirit Seal enhancements. With this level of skill, you think you can play the hero and save the damsel in distress? God help us, don't let our heroes fall so easily. Mu Wanyi's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. If they don't do something, Jiang Yi will really die in front of them. Ice Phoenix, Endless Frost Rings. The Ice Phoenix cried out, and clusters of blue ice rings continuously condensed in the air, attempting to restrict Lu Ban's movements from a distance. Smash. Bang. Lu Ban's physical body, combined with his self-made alloy armor, makes him completely immune to control skills like Frost Ring. The sound of ice breaking continuously. Boom. The sturdy floor was severely impacted, causing a deep dent. The massive crack forced everyone to retreat. Jiang Yi looked at the white-haired middle-aged man in front of him, whose facial features were firm and strong, whose eyes were sharp, and who was very confident. Uncle, all I asked was for you to help clear a path. Why did you hit me? Lu Ban naturally wouldn't answer. Jiang Yi, who had been watching the show, wrapped her arms around Jiang Yi's waist from behind. The old man, Lord Demon, doesn't take you seriously at all. Come on, use their power and teach them a lesson about who the true ruler of this galaxy is. The diligent maid drew a holy sword from under her skirt and stood in front of Jiang Yi. Master, please step back. TSK, although I like to live off women, it doesn't mean I'm a pushover. Let's use Jiu's abilities this time. Let me see the true power of a 10-star talent. Jiang Yi waved his hand to stop Yuexine. Step back. I'm about to show off. The sensible maid helped Jiang Yi put on his sunglasses and then propelled him into the air. The moment Lu Ban landed, he saw the extraordinary Yuexine, just as he was hesitating about how to deal with Jiang Yi. The latter, however, ordered the angel to retreat. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Lu Ban kicked off the ground and charged towards Jiang Yi at supersonic speed. Jiang Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. Trying to fight me in close combat? Even my dad might not be able to withstand that. You little brat, just surrender obediently. Lu Ban didn't know who Jiang Yi was and thought he was bragging. Jiu, Lord Demon, I'm all ready. The words had barely left his mouth. Everyone felt an incredibly turbulent black aura emerge from behind Jiang Yi. Those who sensed this aura, including Mu Weining and Lu Ban, felt their own existence was extremely insignificant. It was like a speck of dust seeing the vast universe. Powerlessness, fear, awe. Jiang Yi felt a surge of dense demonic energy erupt from his chest, instantly flowing through his entire body along his meridians. His body began to show amazing changes. His black skin was as hard as steel, his short hair instantly turned into long, flowing hair, and a pair of demonic wings suddenly sprouted from his back. The handsome face was gradually obscured by a mask formed by black energy, and a pair of goat horns, not belonging to humans, grew on the top of his head. Hiss! This power! So comfortable! Jiang Yi was filled with Jiu's power and became completely demonized. He let out a strange cry. It's captivating. Demonic aura compels people to bow down and worship. Lu Ban felt his body freeze, and he couldn't move. When he opened his eyes again, Jiang Yi kicked straight at the face. Bang! Chapter 72 Mu Weining shock. Lu Ban runs away. Wherever the whip kick went, the surrounding air crackled faintly. The modern-day Lu Ban is at least a Xian Emperor-level expert. His reaction speed far exceeds that of ordinary people. Faced with Jiang Yi's lightning-fast and fierce offensive, he quickly raised his arms to protect his head. Bang! A muffled thud. Lu Ban's prized battle armor was kicked open. Cracks appeared on the battle suit made of extraterrestrial alloy, and they spread rapidly. Jiang Yi's eyes reddened, and he let out a low shout. He transformed into a wisp of black smoke and flashed behind Lu Ban, delivering a punch to the opponent's back. Bang bang bang. Lu Ban was completely overwhelmed by Jiang Yi's continuous attacks. Before he could even utter a roar, his body was blasted away by an irresistible impact. A dignified Xian Emperor-level expert was kicked away by Jiang Yi like a sandbag and couldn't even be pried out. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Even Mu Weining was stunned into silence. She stared in disbelief at Jiang Yi, who was in a demonic state. Completely bewildered. What's going on? Jiang Yi kicked Lu Ban away? That's not some nobody on the street, but a Xian Emperor-level expert. Although Jiang Yi managed to accomplish this feat by controlling some indescribable fusion-type spirit pet. However, Mu Weining did not believe that she could kick Lu Ban away with one kick. After all, Lu Ban's skill level was slightly higher than hers. Jiang Yi's awakening ceremony was witnessed by his junior sister. In other words, he was just an apprentice who had just entered the world of spirit summoning. Is there something wrong with this world? Mu Weining was not the only one petrified, and there are countless onlookers watching the show. My God, am I seeing things? The modern-day Lu Ban was kicked away by an unknown kid? The kind uncle who had just reminded Jiang Yi was wide-eyed with shock. He never expected this. This seemingly easygoing, smiling kid is actually incredibly strong. The one-eyed man's jaw nearly dislocated. A million thoughts raced through his mind. Thankfully, I didn't make any sarcastic remarks to this kid. Otherwise, I would have been arrested today. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Jiang Yi clapped his hands. He looked at the ice that Lu Ban had broken open and nodded in satisfaction. You refused to clear the way for me earlier, so don't blame me for being ruthless now. Jiang Yi's kick was destined to create a grudge between him and the Lu Ban guild. Since it's an irreconcilable feud anyway, I might as well take care of him now. Void can provide Jiang Yi with about 3 seconds of free output time. The outcome will be decided in 3 seconds. The black-haired demon looked at the sharp, 10-fingered steel claws and bowed slightly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, it flew swiftly toward Lu Ban's landing point. At the center of the thick smoke, Lu Ban's breastplate was almost shattered by the frenzied demonic energy, and his entire body was covered in bruises, not a single spot unscathed. The blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth and his broken incisor made him look particularly disheveled. Lu Ban was regarded as a peerless genius by his peers from a young age. His life was smooth sailing, and everything went his way. Today's humiliation made Lu Ban feel the shame of defeat for the first time. Hateful. Damn it. I shouldn't have been so lenient with him just now because he had an angelic spirit pet. If I had given it my all earlier, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Lu Ban sprang to his feet with a somersault. This kid's power has a strange, familiar yet inexplicable feel to it. Even a full-force attack from an ordinary 5th-tier magical beast couldn't leave a single white mark on the alloy battle suit. Could he have torn through my clothes and hurt me with his bare hands? Lu Ban stared at the ominous black flame on his right wrist. A sharp, stinging pain traveled up my arm and into my brain. Could this black spiritual energy be the power of the 10 demons? Each of the 10 demons has a unique spiritual connection with the others. We absolutely must not let it wake up prematurely. Lu Ban gritted his teeth and opened a portable magic box. The escape device behind them activated immediately. The preset teleportation array immediately sucked Lu Ban's body into it. He stared intently at the black-haired demon who was flying in with flapping wings and said in a calm tone, "Kid, I'll remember this grudge." Jiang Yi immediately raised his right hand to lock onto Lu Ban, intending to use Void to seal his opponent. Unfortunately, we were still a step too late. The portal closed rapidly. Lu Ban, along with Rhino number 10, simply vanished into thin air. Jiang Yi landed slowly, remaining silent. That old bastard got kicked by me, he's definitely not going to get away with it. The eternal black flames will torment him forever unless he quickly peels off all the skin on his body. Jiyue's cruelty is so great that she is immortal and indestructible. Today, the ability to kick Lu Ban away largely stemmed from an intelligence advantage. Next time, he will definitely not engage in close combat with Jiang Yi. If he were to truly compete with the president of the Lu Ban Guild in terms of the number of spirit pets or the depth of their spiritual power, Jiang Yi is not yet able to win. Of course, we won't lose either. Uxian landed slowly behind Jiang Yi. "Master, the road to the jelly shop is over there." Jiang Yi looked in the direction Uxian was pointing. There is a beautifully decorated little shop about 50 meters away. The plaque bearing the 4 characters Guofun Shigong was violently impacted and fell to the ground. "Boss, what happened?" Jiang Yi shrugged. It turned out to be in a corner of a back alley behind the main street. That navigation app was really misleading. He could easily walk to the next street and then come around. This way, they wouldn't have any enmity with Lu Ban. Uxian looked serious. It was all the fault of that unethical navigation software. Uxian would help Master find a good map app. Jiang Yi nodded. "Okay, let's go. After we buy the jelly, we can go home and rest." 2 figures, one in black and one in white, walked toward the small shop. Jiang Yi deliberately did not break free from his demonic state. He didn't want others, especially the tall, thin men from the Lu Ban Guild, to see his face. Others present witnessed the outcome of this farce. Lu Ban ran away covered in dust, while Jiang Yi strolled around calmly. Holy crap, this world is insane. A modern-day Lu Ban was actually beaten and forced to flee by a young man. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, probably no one would believe it. Did you record it? Oh, I didn't. An old man held up his phone. I recorded it, but the phone is too old and the picture quality is not very good. If you're cutting up old bones, hurry up and go to the supermarket entrance to pick up your eggs. Don't join the crowd. Everyone watched as Jiang Yi walked away with an air of nonchalance. Jiang Yi didn't speak to Mu Weiniang and left quickly. Enter the shop. The shop owner was a young girl of about 17 or 18 years old, and she was trembling under the counter. "Brother, brave warrior, hero, please spare my life. All my money is here." Jiang Yi was so angry he laughed. He took off his mask. "Haven't you ever seen cosplay before?" I thought you were here for the freebies." The young girl blushed and stammered. "I never expected the young man under the devil mask to be so handsome. She will probably never forget this moment for the rest of her life. I'm just an ordinary person who buys jelly." Jiang Yi bought a large basket of jelly under the little girl's surprised and shy gaze. "Pay 10,000 yuan," she said, trembling. 100 of them would only cost 5,000 yuan. "Here's the money. Take it and get a better quality signboard. If it's not enough, ask me for more." Jiang Yi broke free from the demonic possession and left the store, then checked into the hotel that Uxian had booked. As soon as he opened the door, Jiang Yi stretched and laid down on the sofa. "Uxian, go get me a glass of water." "Yes, sir." Jiang Yi froze when he opened his eyes again, because standing in front of him was a fairy-like figure dressed entirely in snow, like a dream. Chapter 73 The Invitation to the Palace of Parting Sorrows. Jiang Yi jumped up like a cat, with its fur standing on end. How did you get in? Mu Weiniang slightly raised her hand, indicating that once her husband's cultivation broke through to the Spirit King realm, he could go wherever he wanted. Jiang Yi couldn't help but complain. This is no excuse for trespassing, is it? My dear husband, I'm so glad you're alright. Yuxian carried a glass of water back to the living room. When she saw Jiang Yi's appearance, she thought that her master had been attacked by a female ghost. How dare they attack their master? They completely disregard Yuxian. Wait, we're on the same side, don't kill them yet. Jiang Yi immediately stopped Yuxian's violent act. The fairy in white asked softly, My husband, when shall we get married? Yuxian, please close all the doors and windows quickly. If someone takes a picture of this, my lazy life will come to an end. Mu Weiniang is the imperial tutor of the Dragon Kingdom and the leader of the 7 immortals of separation and sorrow. The ice goddess secretly loved by countless powerful figures. If those sheep found out that their goddess was constantly talking about marrying them, our doorstep will be trampled flat sooner or later. Beautiful lady, I think I've already answered your question about marriage. Jiang Yi analyzed the situation step by step. First of all, this is an evil arranged marriage, and our strengths are vastly different. As your husband, I cannot protect you. Also, we don't know anything about each other. Isn't this too hasty? Mu Weiniang's gaze had a unique coldness to it. Although there is a big gap in strength between us now, you have the ability to protect me, don't you? You just protected me. Her voice grew softer and softer. Jiang Yi rubbed his forehead with one hand. To be honest, I can't even get involved in a fight at your level. It's just that robot was too stubborn to fight me one-on-one, and I only managed to win by a small margin. Who would have thought? Mu Weiniang acted like a little woman, even being a rogue. I don't care, you protected me anyway. That's a fact, so many people saw it. Jiang Yi stated bluntly, You are the highly anticipated imperial tutor of the Dragon Kingdom, while I am merely an ordinary student from an ordinary academy. We are not a good match. When she heard that the two families were not of equal social standing, Mu Weiniang's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. You might be able to fool others, but your father-in-law and mother-in-law are no ordinary people. Jiang Yi cursed the father who was ruining his son's life and his heart, but he forced himself to continue. I have a very strange temper, and I'm difficult to get along with. The fairy in white pondered for a moment, a faint blush rising on her fair face, which was as beautiful as snow, making her incredibly stunning. It's okay. My master trained us from a young age, so I have a very good body flexibility. Jiang Yi. His face was full of confusion. She can satisfy any of her husband's needs. Mu Weiniang spoke calmly about private matters that made people blush. Jiang Yi was completely defeated. He underestimated the importance of the engagement in Mu Weiniang's heart. Jiang Yi gasped, Are you serious? The fairy stared intently at him with her beautiful eyes, then nodded, Yes. To be honest, Jiang Yi initially had a good impression of Mu Weiniang, but he was naturally carefree and liked to slack off. Marriage equals starting a family plus having to find a job plus having children plus raising children. I'll go straight to jail. This is completely contrary to Jiang Yi's life creed. He hasn't had enough fun in this vast world, so why would he willingly crawl into a trapdoor? Jiang Yi muttered. Okay, when I want to get married, I'll choose you first. How about that? A hint of joy flashed in Mu Weiniang's eyes. It's a deal. Humph. Old ginger is spicier. Although you are the imperial tutor of a nation, you are actually nothing more than a powerful woman. Do you even know what it means to make empty promises like streetlights? Jiang Yi made a promise. Mu Weiniang seemed to have let go of an important matter. Jiang Yi asked with a puzzled look, You are the imperial tutor of the Dragon Kingdom. Why are you in Xinjiang City instead of staying in the capital? She remained silent for a moment. Then her gaze toward Jiang Yi was no longer so cold. Since he is my husband, it doesn't matter if I tell him the truth, right? I heard the Qingyan ships sank, and they didn't find my husband's and that person's bodies. I thought you. Jiang Yi was shocked. He originally thought that Mu Weiniang was looking for Liu Ban because there were problems with the border defense of the Dragon Kingdom. I never imagined it was because of me and Qinping. It is clear that her feelings for Qinping were not as heartless as she claimed. To prevent Mu Weiniang from bursting into tears, Jiang Yi quickly explained. Don't worry, Director Qin is fine. He's recuperating at a hospital in the border fortress and will be back to work in a few days. Mu Weiniang's brows relaxed slightly. Is that so? His life or death is none of my business. The fairy's slight arrogance indirectly confirmed Jiang Yi's guess. She actually cares a lot about her biological father. Jiang Yi offered her a few words of comfort, seeing that she showed no intention of leaving. Miss Mu, are you planning to stay here tonight? My daughter Yusin booked a room that's a bit small, and there's no bed available for you. Mu Weiniang's cold expression is partly due to innate factors and partly due to her upbringing. With her stunningly beautiful poker face, she gently shook her head. Because my husband injured Liu Ban, he will definitely not let you off easily. In addition, my master also wants to see you, so I want to take my husband back to Lihan Palace to hide for a few days. Meeting the parents so soon? Who knows what kind of personality the palace master of Lihan Palace has? A virgin who has remained single for thousands of years. What if it's a woman heartbroken from a failed relationship who's trying to kill me? That unreliable father made many women cry. I have a feeling that something is dangerous. Jiang Yi shook his head vigorously. That won't do. Shuang Academy is about to start. Mu Weining didn't press the matter further and nodded slightly. Okay, I respect my husband's choice. She rose gracefully and walked towards the door, a faint chill emanating from her body, like some kind of spiritual seal technique. The person's figure simply vanished from Jiang Yi's sight. I will protect you until Shuang starts school. It's getting late, my husband. Good night. The beauty's features faded, and her voice grew fainter. Jiang Yi patted his forehead. I feel like I agreed too readily. I should have held her back a little longer. An invitation from the Palace of Parting Sorrows. The hatred of the Luban Guild. I shouldn't have been greedy for that 5 million yuan scholarship in the first place. The white-haired maid knelt down slightly. There's always a way out. UXIN will help you solve any problem. Chapter 74: The Tragic Story of Luban. Luban Trade Union Headquarters. Luban has been admitted to the ICU. At that time, he had just undergone full-body skin graft surgery and was wrapped up like an Egyptian mummy. Upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that his right hand has vanished. Jiu's passive ability, Cruelty, can inflict relentless, virtual flame damage on enemies. When Luban returned to his hometown, he was shocked to discover that the black flames on his right arm wound could actually destroy his proud defense. These black flames burned all the way up his right hand to his entire body. Luban is on fire. In order to protect himself, the dignified Emperor Xian had no choice but to sever his right arm, becoming a one-armed hero. It was only thanks to the profound knowledge and advanced technology of Emperor Xian and the Luban Guild that a full-body skin transplant could be performed. Otherwise, he would surely die today. You actually hurt me like this. I'm not done with you. Luban shouted angrily. The foredrip hanging above him suddenly fell, hitting him and making him dizzy. The tall, thin man standing by the window quickly lifted the foredrip. Master Luban, Louis of the Heavenly God Sect requests an audience. Celestial cult? Luban's entire body was wrapped in white cloth, and only his eyeballs could be seen moving. He hesitated for a long time. Let him in. Yes. The blonde, blue-eyed knight entered the room and bowed politely. Respected Mr. Luban? What happened to you? Luban replied irritably. I fell down the stairs. Is there a problem? Louis gasped. Are the staircases in China really that sturdy? If Luban were to fall, it would be as if he were paralyzed from head to toe. The Luban Guild is a good friend of the Heavenly God cult, and the first thing we do upon arriving in the Dragon Kingdom is, of course, to maintain our eternal friendship. The tall, thin man rolled his eyes back. Friendship? Who would believe in the friendship of robbers? Isn't it just a matter of shared interests? Luban was, after all, a master of the Xian Emperor level. He endured the excruciating pain throughout his body and sat by the bed, pretending to be recovering. I'm so sorry, I drank too much last night and fell like this. A friend has come from afar. What brings you here? Louis nodded in admiration, then said with a serious expression, Mr. Luban, my disciple Yura came to the Dragon Kingdom for tourism a few days ago, but has unexpectedly gone missing. So I would like to ask you to use your advanced unmanned reconnaissance equipment to help with the search. Luban looked astonished, completely bewildered. Missing? Yes, they're missing, Louis affirmed. Luban once borrowed angelic spirit pets from the celestial god cult for live research. He was very knowledgeable about the structure of these angels. The halo above the angel's head is like some kind of power receiver, incidentally also acting as a GPS positioning system. How could the Church of Gods, as the Temple of Angels, not know the whereabouts of the 10 angels? I had long heard of the generous angel Yura's free and easy nature. Did she get too carried away and get pulled off by another man? One of the 10 high angels, a pillar of the celestial church, has lost his source of power? Knowing the secret of the angels, Luban subconsciously felt that Yura couldn't possibly be dead. Although he could defeat Yura, he could not kill her completely. Luban shook his head and said, Is that unlikely? With her temperament, she's probably just hiding somewhere and playing around. Louis said with concern, At first I thought so too, but as a sacred artifact, I also cannot contact Lady Yura. Something is amiss. What did she say in her last phone call? Louis took out his phone and read aloud carefully. According to the report from the branch staff, Lady Yura is most likely to take the train from Fenglei City to Qingyang City, the Qingyan. The Blue Swallow. Luban gasped. Isn't this the high-speed train accident that Mu Weining mentioned? The entire train derailed completely in a canyon, crashing to pieces, with no survivors. Lu Ban initially thought this was just a minor incident caused by the Heavenly Gods sect capturing a few angelic spirit pets. Is Yura of the celestial cult also involved? Is this true? Why didn't you tell me you sent 10 angels to the Dragon Kingdom? Lu Ban roared in anger. If the Qin Emperor comes to hold you accountable, can you escape responsibility? Louis looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu Ban. It was all Lady Yura's idea. She said it was a trivial matter that could be easily handled and there was no need to bother you. Damn it. Lu Ban cursed the brainless, stupid angel and couldn't help but slap his thigh. Oh my god. The intense pain caused the noble Emperor Xian to grimace in agony. Lu Yang, the disciple is here. The tall, thin man bowed in response. Lu Ban instructed, investigate the death list of the Qin Yan, who contracted the angelic spirit pet. Lu Yang nodded. Master Lu Ban, I completed the screening while you were in a coma. Who is it? Lu Yang took out a tablet computer and fiddled with it for a bit. Jiang Yi, 18 years old, awakened an unprecedented 10-star talent. His guardian spirit pet, is this, a two-winged angel? Lu Ban stared intently. The image above sent his adrenaline soaring. The tablet computer displayed a picture of Jiang Yi and Yuxian walking side by side. It was him. That's right. I've already found out his purpose in coming to Qingyang City, to join Qingshuang Academy, Lu Yang said, emphasizing each word. Louis, brimming with curiosity, took the tablet computer. When he saw Yuxian's stunningly beautiful appearance, he was also stunned into a stone statue. What a beautiful lower-ranking angel. I'm certain that Lady Yura's target is this Jiang Yi, the blonde knight declared confidently. Lu Ban fell into deep thought, his brain starting to calculate rapidly. Jiang Yi, a name I've never heard of. With a 10-star talent, he's a genius. Angelic spirit pets, demonic power. If it can be used by the Luban Association, that would be a really good thing. What should we do with him? He pondered for a moment. Lu Ban opened his eyes. Yura's disappearance is definitely related to him. I will immediately send someone to help you locate him. Louis exclaimed excitedly. Really? Then I'll inform His Holiness the Pope immediately. You want to steal my prey? Lu Ban chuckled. Louis, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Yura is already dead. What? Lu Ban didn't mind losing face, because the dead are destined not to reveal secrets. The injuries on my body were caused by this Jiang Yi. That kid is really weird. Young Louis wanted to call the Holy See immediately. Lu Yang quickly pressed his hand down. Young man, listen to me. Lady Yura's death in battle is an unprecedented tragedy in history. I must ask His Holiness the Pope to make the final decision. Lu Ban sneered. Now that Yura is dead, do you, as a sacred artifact who sacrificed yourself for the higher angels, still have any value? Louis's face stiffened. You mean? Lu Yang, who was standing to the side, explained, your only way to survive now is to capture Jiang Yi with me. That female angel is very unique, and her existence may be able to save your life. Lu Ban smiled mysteriously. I have a plan that will allow you to remain a paladin for a long time without making you a vessel to be sacrificed. I wonder if you are willing to cooperate. The young knight hesitated for a long time. The goddess for whom he was willing to give his life has fallen. He didn't want to shed blood for no reason. Louis was willing to hear the details. The two conspired together and quickly reached an agreement. The operation to capture Yuxian was quietly unfolding. Chapter 75 The Road to a Happy Ending. Jiang Yi was lost in thought while enjoying Yuxian's foot massage. Even though everything was going smoothly, I still had a strange sense of crisis in my heart. Jiyue, lying on the sofa next to her, was engrossed in reading a modern fashion magazine. The heavenly demon spirit is extremely sensitive to its master's inner feelings. Jiyue asked with some curiosity, Lord Demon Lord, is something on your mind? Yuxian, who was massaging her feet, frowned slightly. Jiang Yi sighed softly before turning his gaze to Jiyue. At this moment, the enchantress was draped in a thin black veil, which made her fair skin appear even whiter. Fine. Oops. Jiyue couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her eyes sparkling with spring as she looked at Jiang Yi. Lord Demon, I have something I want to ask you. Explain. Jiyue slowly put down the magazine, intentionally or unintentionally swaying her delicate body for her master's admiration. What race were those spirit pets outside that looked almost identical? I've never seen them before. Jiang Yi subconsciously said, mechanical race, their spiritual power attribute, is arcane mechanical, you didn't know? Jiyue looked puzzled and confused. Oh, I almost forgot. You were sealed in a forbidden box, so naturally you are unaware of the changes in the world. The arcane mechanical attribute was actually developed by the first Lu Ban, at least 1,000 years ago. The characteristic of mechanical spirit pets is that they have no sense of pain, strong physical defense, and are not affected by mental control. Jiang Yi explained as he played with it. After a moment of contemplation, Jiyue parted her lips slightly and said, no wonder people couldn't sense the aura of those guys. They were just tools created by humans. Her crescent-shaped eyebrows relaxed, and her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gently stretched out one of her jade-like legs and kicked Jiang Yi's shoulder. Lord Demon must be worried about that woman from earlier, right? Jiang Yi. From this perspective, it's a good thing. How can we tell? The ruthlessness of the void demons is the most effective way to defeat them. Even opponents with high cultivation levels will suffer severe mental injuries. However, the artificial intelligence of the machine race can completely eliminate the sense of pain, so you will have a significant disadvantage when fighting them. Jiang Yi thought about it carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. How could a body made of alloy steel be afraid of pain? In a sense, they are not living beings at all. Having Mu Weining as a super bodyguard. Absolutely safe. Uxian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Uxian will not let them harm Master. Jiu smiled and looked at the hard-working and dutiful angel. The massage is over. Jiang Yi sat cross-legged in meditation, hoping to enhance his spiritual power. After all, there were two twin sisters waiting for him on the distant border. He suddenly realized, I haven't fully entered a state of calm and concentration yet. The body began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own, constantly expanding the beast-taming space in the sea of consciousness. What happened? Why was there no reaction even after several hours of intensive practice? Why has it suddenly started cultivating automatically? Jiue seemed to be able to read Jiang Yi's mind. She was like a seductive snake demon, clinging to his chest and saying softly, does the demon lord find this strange? Why is the growth rate thousands or hundreds of times faster than before? Why? Of course, it's all thanks to them. Jiue pointed to Jiang Yi's chest. The demon lord has successfully retrieved the void. As long as you feel empty inside, you will be continuously provided with power. Jiang Yi was somewhat surprised. Is it really that abnormal? Isn't this like 24-hour fully automated cultivation? That's right. If Lord Demon Lord can successfully retrieve the remaining 9 spirit seals, your power will naturally break through the constraints of the rules and return to its peak state. After hearing Jiue's explanation, Jiang Yi finally understood. The reason why there was no reaction in my previous cultivation was because I had not retrieved the Demon Spirit Seal. By retrieving the Void Spirit Seal, one can naturally absorb the spiritual power of those whose hearts are empty. Retrieving the Lustful Spirit Seal allows one to naturally absorb the spiritual power of those who are consumed by lust. And so on. Collecting all 10 demonic spirit seals is equivalent to absorbing the power of all beings existing in the Red Moon Star. Jiue smiled slightly. The nature of spiritual power is divided into 2 extremes, positive and negative. The power obtained by combining with others is negative, while the power obtained through your efforts is positive. As for what would happen if the positive and negative electrodes were to merge into one, nobody knows. The enchanting woman's beautiful eyes shimmered, and her alluring face radiated a charm that men could not resist. Those bright red lips, slightly pouting, seemed to be constantly enticing Jiang Yi to enter the secret passage that no one had ever explored. After cleaning, Uxian grabbed Jiu by the neck and lifted her down. Why did you let go of me? The maid's stunning beauty remained unmoved. Your suggestion is too dangerous. Master only wants a healthy, happy, and ordinary life. Jiue tragically discovered that she was completely powerless against this harmless maid with her immature strength. Her power was very strange, completely unaffected by the mental interference of the heavenly demon spirit. In layman's terms, you can't fight City Hall. Uxian knelt on the sofa, her beautiful eyes filled with seriousness. Uxian can also satisfy your personal needs, Master, and make you feel happy and joyful. Please use me as you wish. Looking at Jiue, who was striking poses on the sofa, Jiang Yi understood somewhat why she had been sealed away by the combined forces of angels and demons. If Uxian didn't exist, if Jiang Yi couldn't resist playing a game of chess with her late at night, Hong Yuesheng would face the end of the world. Not to mention the twin snake spirits, the unscrupulous father, the gentle mother, and the other unknown maids will all die. Collect 10 Demon King spirit seals and contract high-ranking spirit pets to help you share the demonic energy. That is the only path to a happy ending. Until then, Uxian will have to suffer. Chapter 76 The Changes of the Three. If you can cultivate automatically, then what's the point of working hard? Just start displaying it, and that's it. Jiang Yi lay comfortably on the big bed, fiddling with his phone and watching videos about forging knives. The obedient doll helped Jiang Yi open the jelly. She presented it with both hands. Master, this is your favorite strawberry jelly. Our Yusin is as considerate as ever. You really know how to care about people. It's a pity that they lack a sense of self. In the hands of some dark and cruel people, they would definitely be molded into a celebrity. Jiang Yi stared intently at his phone. Thank you for your hard work. I swallowed the sweet, cloying jelly in one gulp. Cool. Master, please don't be shy. Uxian exists to make you happy. Uxian glanced back at the wall clock. It's getting late. Yusin will prepare dinner for you. Jiang Yi gazed at the maid's knee-length white stockings. Why? Having such a perfect maid by my side. He's definitely not in a hurry to get married. Yu Xian stepped out of the bedroom door. Zhiyue, acting furtively, transformed into a wisp of black smoke and appeared on the bed. Zhiyue, if you do anything out of line again, Yusin will really beat you up, Jiang Yi said, his eyes fixed on her. The fiercely competitive enchantress smiled faintly. I know my limits. Good to know. The video of cleaning blackheads is a bit disgusting, but it's really stress-relieving. The enchantress stared at Jiang Yi, who was eating jelly candies one after another. Her snow-white, lotus-like arm gently passed through the latter's chest, the plump, bomb-like breasts incredibly alluring. Lord Demon, do you really like eating jelly? The faint floral fragrance made Jiang Yi pause slightly. Yes, it's smooth, bouncy, and tastes amazing. What flavor do you like? Strawberry flavor, perhaps. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment. Don't you want to try a different flavor? I have grape flavor here, and the taste is definitely no worse than the one you just bought. Jiang Yi looked at her with some doubt. These are high-end products that cost 50 yuan a box. Are you that confident? Guofeng Shiguang in Qingyang City is a national chain brand. On Taobao, it even costs 78 yuan a box. Jiang Yi didn't believe that Zhiyue, who had just entered modern society, knew more about the jelly industry than he did. Zhiyue blinked her beautiful eyes, which seemed about to drip with tears. Lord Demon, are you saying that people have bad taste? Jiang Yi shrugged and said, No, I was just a little curious. Please try it. Jiang Yi then realized. Without Yu Xian's intervention to counterbalance him in a 1v1 situation, his composure would be completely insufficient to resist such an unparalleled beauty. Okay. Zhiyue tossed her smooth black hair and smiled gently. It's good that you rely on me, Lord Demon Lord. You won't need to trouble Yusin anymore. Fortunately, Yu Xian wasn't there and didn't see the vixen's extremely tax-evading expression. Otherwise, I'd give her a spanking no matter what. Knock knock knock. A soft knock came from the door. Master, the meal is almost ready. Please prepare to eat. Upon hearing this, Zhiyue thought it sounded like a weasel caught stealing chickens, and she darted into the magic mark on Jiang Yi's chest. I pushed the door open and took a look. There was no one else in the room except Jiang Yi. Yu Xian sniffed the air, and only when she didn't smell Zhiyu's scent did she feel relieved. Zhiyue has disappeared. Jiang Yi touched his nose. Oh, she went back to rest. The transformation just now consumed a lot of energy. The two went to the living room. Yu Xian had already cooked him a delicious and colorful dish of stir-fried potatoes, eggplant, and green peppers, along with fragrant rice. Looking at the busy maid, Jiang Yi felt a faint sense of guilt. Yu Xian, you don't actually need to cook for me every day. I can just order takeout by myself. Yu Xian said firmly. The excessive oil and salt in takeout food is harmful to your figure and health. Unless you give the order, Yu Xian will never let you eat such unhealthy food. Okay, then I'll trouble Yu Xian. The obedient maid feeds her useless master as always. Huh, what's that on master's face? It's probably the juice from the jelly shell. Yu Xian will wipe it off for you. Jiang Yi ate his meal in silence. Yeah, I only eat a few a day. Strangely enough, Zhiyue didn't show her face again that night, and no one knows what she was doing hiding in the demon's seal. Jiang Yi readily accepted the maid's service, washed up, and crawled into bed. The bedside lamp is still on. Her snow-white, smooth, and delicate body slipped into Jiang Yi's bed in a flash. Huh, Yu Xian? Jiang Yi was very surprised. Because Yu Xian always stayed by the bedside, acting as a guard. Why have you turned into a bed warmer today? Yu Xian lay on her side on the bed, her eyes resolute, and said, In order to prevent the demon spirit from attacking its master at night and causing the end of the world, Yu Xian has to protect her closely. If you feel uncomfortable, please give the order. The scene I dreamed of is now within reach. The angel's fragrance sent his adrenaline soaring. I trust you. Yu Xian thoughtfully activated the night mode, and the angel halo emitted a soft, sleep-inducing light. Good night, my master. Good night, Yusin. The sweet, sour, and somewhat tiring daily routine has come to an end. I'll clear out all the treasure maps I have tomorrow. Jiang Yi embraced the docile maid and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 77, the second God-level treasure map. The next morning, the warm sunshine made Jiang Yi scratch his belly. The spellcasting cry has ended. Jiang Yi opened his eyes. I only felt a chill in my lower body. The white-haired maid carefully helped Jiang Yi pull up his pants. Jiang Yi covered himself with the blanket in alarm. Yu Xian, what are you doing? She flashed her signature smile. Master, you haven't changed your underwear for 3 days. Jiang Yi's face darkened. I shower every day. I can't possibly change my clothes every day, can I? If you wish, Yu Xian can change your underwear every day. Yu Xian picked up her treasure and hurried into the bathroom. That was close. I almost got caught peeping at my master. My chest was pounding. The pure and beautiful maid seems to have strange thoughts. Master's Kachako. I was just checking on Master's health. Why am I so uneasy? Why is this bitter tea seed so ordinary, with nothing special about it? There was a slight disconnect between reality and common sense in my mind. Jiang Yi had no idea that Yuxian's heart had become incredibly strange because of a cup of bitter tea. He got dressed and slowly got out of bed. Every corner of the room was spotless, and steaming bowls of white porridge and boiled eggs were placed on the bedside table. Jiang Yi recalled the first day Yuxian arrived. She wished she could personally help Jiang Yi wash his face and brush his teeth. Yuxian has grown up too. She knows how to give me personal space now. Jiang Yi happily ate his breakfast. It's time for the lucky draw. System, I want to claim today's treasure map. A burst of color flashed in my mind. Oh, shipped. The last time I drew a flashbang, it was this color too. Flashbangs are truly a versatile tool. It can be used for both offense and defense. An electronic voice came to my head. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a God-level treasure map. Do you want to unlock the God-level treasure map? Yes. What amazing items will this God-tier treasure map yield? My anticipation immediately rose. Jiang Yi felt that his spiritual senses had become more acute and his vision clearer. This is a sign of a level breakthrough. He opened his own panel data. Host, Jiang Yi. Level, 13. Beast Taming, the 8th Angelic Demon Spirit. Talent, Eye of Insight, an ancient God-level talent that allows you to view detailed data. Void Demon, a unique being with supreme divine talent, capable of exponential evolution and growth, the source of all negative forces in the world, possessing the potential to destroy everything. Spirit Seal, Nothingness. Items, Flashbang, Bronze Treasure Map X3, Silver Treasure Map, God Tier Treasure Map. Did I level up to level 13 after just one night's sleep? While others are still desperately studying and competing to the death, I'm just lying down and leveling up. Cool. Keep reading. Jiang Yi's breathing rose and fell. The original 10-star talent demon evolved into a void demon. Could it really be as Jiyu said? Because of meeting her. That's how you fully activate the potential within your body? Supreme God level? Ancient God level? Dominant level? How many classes are above the Holy Annihilation? A white-haired maid carefully presented Jiang Yi with a tray, serving him soy milk and desserts. Master, shall Yuxian serve you breakfast? No need, I finished eating. Jiang Yi shook his head in refusal and put on his favorite big black trench coat. Jiyu still did not appear. Jiang Yi left the hotel with the obedient Yuxian and headed towards the coordinates of the divine treasure map. The colorful rays of light landed in the eastern suburbs of Qingyang City. My husband, why did you suddenly leave the city? A faint, ethereal voice came from behind Jiang Yi. With you as my bodyguard, I can go anywhere, right? Mu Wenying. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked the question. Where to go? Jiang Yi pointed to the colorful light in the east. Of course, we're going to find treasure. Mu Wenying looked in the direction Jiang Yi was pointing. Apart from the endless mountain ranges and forests, there was nothing noteworthy. It seems my husband wants to improve his strength as soon as possible. Is it so you can marry me sooner? Very nice. A faint blush rose on the fairy's fair face. How could she have imagined that Jiang Yi was actually here to dig for treasure? Self-deception is the most fatal flaw. Mu Wenying's voice softened considerably. The area ahead is called the Fallen Phoenix Forest, a graveyard for spirit masters, where tens of thousands of trainees die every year. Since my husband wants to train on his own, I will not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Yi said calmly. My Yuxian is very strong. Mu Wenying used the spirit seal technique. Her slender figure vanished completely from Jiang Yi's sight, as if she were invisible. Jiang Yi, hands in his pockets, strode towards the Fallen Phoenix Forest with an air of indifference. 5 minutes later, the blonde knight Lewis led a group of people from the Luban Guild out of the East Gate. All the celestial knights who were originally following him mysteriously disappeared. The hunter has spotted the prey. Who is really the meat on the chopping board? Chapter 78 Lure the snake out of its hole. The square in the eastern safety zone was overcrowded. Even after kicking out the bounty hunters who hunt for money, there are still many Qing Shuang students training and grinding monsters nearby. Jiang Yi really didn't expect this. School hasn't even started yet, and so many people are already engaged in fierce competition. A burly man, seeing the distinguished Jiang Yi, approached him. Hey bro, want to team up and grind monsters? Soul core drops will be distributed based on damage output. Distribute according to the output ratio. It sounds quite humane. The more you work, the more you earn, encouraging you to fight tooth and nail. In fact, the person who sets this allocation ratio is the same person who sets it for each squad. I said you should take 20%, and that's 20%. Even if you hit 80%, it won't help. You disagree? Then I'll beat you up until you submit. They'll also take another 10%. They call it Compensation for emotional distress plus labor costs. These teams that specifically target newbies can only fool fresh out of school. There's no way you can fool an old fox like Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi didn't reply with a single word, waving his hand to indicate his refusal. The burly man thought to himself, "What are you pretending for? If it weren't for the need to fleece more newbies, I would have dragged you into the woods tonight and given you a good scolding and education." They hadn't even taken a few steps. A chorus of infatuated girls' screams filled my ears. Wow, as expected of young Master Qin, he killed the skeleton vanguard in a single move. Young Master Qin is so handsome. Is the crimson bird beside him the legendary Nine Blazing Rock? It is said that the Nine Blazing Flame Rock can evolve into a legendary level? I'm so envious. The surrounding boys all looked annoyed. It's just killing a skeleton soldier. Why are these women so happy? There are too many Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Bro, don't be so sour yet. Who's jealous? His companion whispered. It seems that Qin Pengfei is a transfer student who voluntarily left Qinhuang Academy to join Qingshuang. Qinhuang Academy? The boys around him didn't dare to breathe when they heard this. That's a prestigious academy for spirit masters, only open to members of the royal family or high-ranking nobles in the capital. Graduates of Qinhuang Academy are generally recruited by the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, the absolute upper class. How could ordinary people like them dare to gossip? Could it be that his surname is Qin? Really? You guessed it right. This Qin Pengfei seems to be the sixth son of the current Qin emperor, and it is said that he has a very eccentric temper. Some people said indignantly, So what if he is the son of the Qin emperor? Didn't our Qin Shuang have a peerless freak this year? You mean Jiang Yi, the top scholar from the north? Yes. Although Jiang Yi came from a poor background, he has a 10-star talent. I overheard people from Fenglei City saying that Jiang Yi's guardian spirit pet seems to be mythical. Like begets like. How could a 10-star genius from a godforsaken place like Wind and Thunder City possibly summon a divine pet? How could the education a country bumpkin from a small town receives from childhood possibly compare to that of a noble young master from the capital? Rumors are circulating online that the Qin Yin, the ship Jiang Yi was traveling on, derailed in the canyon. Maybe he's in the underworld now, waiting to be reincarnated. Most people here don't think highly of people from small towns. If Jiang Yi can report safely, this year will be quite a show. The frost that lay flat year after year has also rolled up. Jiang Yi listened to the gossip of the people around him as he walked. His gaze naturally fell upon the focus of everyone's attention. He was a long-haired boy who looked to be around 18 years old, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit. His face was sharply defined, his features resolute, and his eyes held a domineering aura that was unmatched by his peers. He walked with a confident stride, exuding a striking air of arrogance. Is this the son of the Qin Emperor? It looks quite sturdy. I wonder if he can take 2 punches from me? Jiang Yi quickly lost interest after a brief mental simulation. There's absolutely no sense of accomplishment in beating up little kids. Jiang Yi walked towards the entrance of Fallen Phoenix Forest. Hey, look, there's a couple entering Fallen Phoenix Forest over there. TSK, it's hard to reason with a damned devil. Let go of your desire to help others and mock their fate. That's not the point. The woman next to him is incredibly beautiful. Want to strike up a conversation? Go ahead and do it. Let's forget about it then. My life is more important. With an arrogant expression, Qin Pengfei couldn't help but look at Jiang Yi's back. He is extremely competitive and doesn't want to be outdone by someone his age. Moreover, my main purpose in joining Qingshuang Academy this time is to prove my strength to that arrogant guy. Fallen Phoenix Forest is merely a starting village on my path to rise to power, Qin Pengfei. He resolutely stepped into it. After venturing 100 meters deeper into the Fallen Phoenix Forest, Jiang Yi could clearly feel that the number of people around him was decreasing. The rumbling of the monsters' bellies. The trees rustled. Strange bird sounds. The monster growled. It never stopped. Jiue, Jiang Yi asked tentatively. A graceful figure with undulating curves came into view, her delicate and gentle face as beautiful as a flower. Her plump, curvaceous buttocks and slender waist were incredibly alluring. Jiang Yi frowned. Why are your horns and tail getting longer and longer? Her amber eyes were filled with languor as she leaned against Jiang Yi's shoulder. Of course, it's all thanks to the Demon Lord. We're constantly growing, and our horns and tail are naturally here to serve you. The thin tail wrapped around Jiang Yi's left leg. Naked. After confirming that Jiue was in normal condition, Jiang Yi ignored her. He turned and asked, Uxian, thank you for your help. The maid bowed slightly, her full crystal bobbing back and forth. Master, thank you for relying on me. Uxian will do her best to meet your expectations. Jiue, who loves to slack off, is holding Jiang Yi's arm and has a high fever. Lord Master. Jiang Yi looked at the white-haired beauty tugging at her clothes and felt puzzled. Could it be that our Yusin is jealous of Jiue? Uxian sensed that someone was following them. Several? She frowned slightly and said uncertainly, 16. One of them has a very strong aura, 2 others are about the same, and the rest are about the same. Jiang Yi patted Xian's head. This is a public area, it's normal for people to have trouble here. Maybe the one with the strong aura is Mu Weining? To everyone's surprise, Xian shook her head firmly and said, "It shouldn't be. I can't sense her presence." "Humph, that's probably a fish that's taken the bait, right?" Jiang Yi smiled confidently. "You can count the number of people who have a grudge against you on one hand. Lin Ruoxue has mysteriously disappeared. Song Qing fled back to the capital. Wang Fei and his son passed. I've killed all of Yura from the celestial cult, so she shouldn't be feeding kills to others anytime soon, right? Moreover, there is only one person who can organize a team in a short period of time. Luban Trade Union. Anyway, he has a super bodyguard following him. This time, we'll wipe out all these pursuers." Jiang Yi planned his route while venturing deeper into the fallen phoenix forest. Chapter 79, The Maid's Beginning Emotions. Huff huff huff. Suddenly, a Cheng Yaojin appeared out of the surrounding thicket of thorns. Oh no, it's Cheng Yaozhu. 2 fan-shaped ears hang from the huge pig's head, and the obese human body is full of power. It wielded a rake and charged fiercely at Jiang Yi's head. Name, Pig Warrior. Race, Orc. Level, 15. Rank, Low Rare. Combat skill, take this. Thick skin and tough flesh. Synopsis, a valiant warrior from the pig-headed village who regularly patrols the mountains to capture women. Tip, its weakness is the pig's whip. Every strike deals double damage. Holy crap, what an evil monster. They're pretty much the same kind of goblins as the ones at the gates of Wind and Thunder City. Unfortunately, its combat power is too low. It's a tier 1 rare item, and still a low-grade one. They can't even compare to the lowliest minions in the Void Spirit realm. The ruthless Xian quickly drew her sword to meet the enemy. With a swift movement, the knife fell. The air vibrated as if she had sliced a crack in it. The pig warrior raised his weapon, intending to retaliate. Those who intend to harm their master shall die. A burst of intense golden light erupted from Xian's body. A sudden gust of wind swept through the area. The sword was drawn once more. With a wave of her hand, a 3-meter-high rainbow sword beam sliced the boar warrior into pieces. Wherever the streak of light touched, wood crumbled and space trembled. The monkeys hanging from the tree picking peaches were all instantly killed by Xian with a single sword strike. A crack more than 10 meters long appeared on the ground. Even magical beasts of the same rank couldn't survive more than 3 breaths under Xian's hands. Humph, humph, humph. The swine warrior let out a mournful cry and died in humiliation. His spiritual core was actually that pig's whip. Goodness. Aphrodisiac tonic, right? This was the first time Jiue had ever seen Yusin in battle, and her beautiful eyes were filled with deep shock. Its strength, speed, and spiritual power far surpass those of other beings of the same level. She possesses outstanding looks, unique temperament, and a hot figure, along with an irresistible quality that men cannot resist, absolute obedience. It's too difficult to get her laid off. Jiue originally thought that Jiang Yi, having experienced the power of the Void Demon, would naturally dislike the relatively weaker power. It's one thing that Xian is good at housework. Surely you can't be a better fighter than me, right? She never expected this. The white-haired maid is really that good at fighting. It's like having a cheat code. Xian glanced coldly at Jiu, who pulled out a Barrett black tube from under her skirt as if demonstrating her firepower. Randomly, select an unlucky direction. She lifted the gun and chambered the laser round. Bang! A muffled thud. The flying bullets wiped out the pig-headed village 100 meters away. The unfortunate girl who was arrested was also freed from hell. The golden storm generated by the explosion faintly reflected the mysterious lightning of the heavens. Physical salvation. This shot shattered Jiue's perception and confidence. If I don't work harder, I'll be abandoned by the demon lord. As the progenitor of the 10 demons, Jiue naturally did not want to admit defeat. She smiled, puffing out her ample assets. What an amazing angelic maid, but that doesn't mean you're better than me. Xian coolly shouldered the cannon and said nonchalantly, Xian just wants to make master happy. In this respect alone, they are definitely better than you. The enchantress smiled confidently, scrutinizing the other person from head to toe. This is only the second time since Xian was born that she has taken the initiative to talk to someone. Absolute. Xian said coldly, I don't believe it. Jiue transformed into a wisp of black smoke and leaned close to Yusin, whispering softly as she stood on tiptoe. The angel's expression shifted from initial confusion to shock, and then to anger. In the end, it turned into a glimmer of hope. Jiang Yi felt a little uneasy under the gazes of the two women. He raised his hand and pulled Jiue, who loved watching the drama unfold, back into the magic seal space to face the wall. The maid took Jiang Yi's hand and asked, Master, please tell me what happiness and joy are. Her pupils were filled with unease, as if she were afraid of something. Although Yuxian has always been working hard to make Jiang Yi happy. However, Zhiyue's words made her feel a little anxious. How can someone who doesn't understand happiness make others happy? With his hands clenched tightly, Jiang Yi's heart rate soared. The pure beauty's face and perfect figure are incredibly alluring. Jiang Yi could even feel Yuxian's incredibly steady heartbeat. The trembling northern hemisphere seemed to emerge, and her jade-like skin exuded a faint fragrance. Even without any physical movement, the ordinary-made outfit worn by the holy angel is still captivating. Jiang Yi gently cupped her soft cheeks. Humans have desires, and when those desires are fulfilled, shouldn't that be happiness? Is it the master's desire? Yuxian kept recalling the past, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. She took Jiang Yi's hand and placed it against her chest to listen to his heartbeat. Yuxian has long been prepared to dedicate everything to you. I am no less than Jiyu. This does seem a little bit small. The angel neither gets angry nor ashamed, calmly accepting the reality that cannot be distorted. Just a little bit. The difference isn't that big. It can be made up for in other places. She sensibly bent her arm to try and unzip the zipper behind her back. Stop, stop, stop. This is pig-headed people's territory. It's very dangerous. Jiang Yi quickly stopped her. There were pig-headed men in front and pursuers behind. Now is not the time to be on the line. Yuxian's IQ is not low. In fact, it is higher than most people's. She instantly understood what desire and obstacle meant. It turns out that the frustration and dissatisfaction I felt were caused by other objective factors. They are obstacles preventing Master from feeling happy. The white-haired maid quickly straightened her clothes, fully preparing for battle. Identify the goal and remove obstacles. She gently lifted the black and white cannon and held it in her palm. My goals became much clearer instantly. Yuxian has realized this and has begun to awaken. She is not a robot without feelings. She longed to see that unique, blushing master again. However, for some strange reason, the master rarely goes out of Kuan on his own initiative. As the perfect maid, she should now take the initiative to help him relieve his distress and stress. I was so stupid back then. All the monsters, don't shoot randomly. I'm calling the police. Jiang Yi didn't know what Zhiyue had told her. Yuxian, who had been rather passive, suddenly became very proactive. It's a bit vulgar to say. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Yi took out a card from the system space. Should I use the 5x EXP card? Yes. The next moment, the fallen phoenix forest has been transformed into a training camp and battlefield. The air was filled with the roar of cannons, and the beasts howled in agony. Two furtive little snakes. Holy crap, what kind of Barret angel is this? Chapter 80 Misunderstandings among the three women, new skills. Deep in the fallen phoenix forest, Luo Shi and Luo Yao were hiding furtively under a damp rock. The two snakeheads began to communicate with each other. Shimei, Jiang Yi's spirit pet is amazing. It seems to be able to snipe. Oh, I really envy her. She can spend all her time with the person she likes, and they can kiss and hug each other. Stupid sister, those are angels from the celestial god cult. They would never kiss their master on their own initiative. Jiang Yi must have given some incredibly perverted and lewd order. A truly perverted and lewd order? I can't wait. Jiang Yi, you're so naughty. You silly, love-struck older sister. The two-headed snakes immediately intertwined, seemingly bickering with each other. At that very moment, the two of them shuddered and then quickly looked around. A black-haired fairy in a flowing white dress slowly emerged from the void. Wow, this person is so good-looking. Luo Shi's expression tightened. Silly sister, she's coming for us. Huh, really? We're good snakes. Mu Wanying stared intently at the two-headed golden python hiding under the rock. The source of the dangerous aura was actually a very rare symbiotic pet. It contains a highly poisonous spiritual energy. In terms of rank alone, it is probably much higher than Mu Wanying's Ice Crystal Phoenix. Its overall strength is at the mid-stage of the 5th tier, level 55. If it's just an ordinary mythical python, with her abilities, she could easily handle it. After all, the Ice Crystal Phoenix is a peak 6th tier spirit pet. However, monsters that are born from different bodies are equivalent to having 2 lives and 2 brains, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Luo Shi sensed that the visitor was hostile. She raised the snake's head and spoke in human language, her voice filled with caution. Our sisters and I have no past grudges or recent hatred towards you, so why are you blocking our way? Luo Yao, who had been looking completely dumbfounded, instantly switched her voice and chimed in. Are there more foolish humans trying to tame us? Mu Wanying summoned the Ice Crystal Phoenix, which looked down at the 2 stowaways with majesty. Golden Python clan, you should not have crossed that line and trespassed into the Dragon Kingdom's territory. So what? What do you want to do? Luo Shi's voice clearly carried a deep hatred. She seemed to loathe humans. Mu Wanying coldly replied. As the imperial tutor of the Dragon Kingdom and a disciple of the Lihan Palace, I have the responsibility and obligation to eliminate all unstable factors within the territory. Humph, you want to fight, huh? Luo Yao could tell that Mu Weining was not a person with malicious intentions. She immediately held her sister down. We just came out to play. We didn't need anyone. Mu Weining indeed couldn't smell the scent of human essence on them. So they only showed their heads as a warning, without launching a sneak attack. You have broken the rules. Now that no one else has noticed, hurry up and leave. I will pretend I didn't see anything. We're not leaving. We've finally managed to get out of here. How could we possibly go back so easily? And I have a reason to stay here, Luo Yao emphasized. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Mu Weining sighed inwardly. The other party must be an ignorant princess who yearns for the human world and thus escaped. They were given a quick fix and then sent back. If those warmongers find out, it will only exacerbate the conflict between humans and monsters. The powerful spiritual pressure released by Mu Weining made Luo Yao and the other woman feel a strong sense of crisis. Fight. We're not pushovers either. The words had barely left his mouth. Suddenly, a huge, emerald-green snake-like shadow burst forth from the flat forest. Two snake heads, inlaid with sharp fangs, opened their blood-red maws to greet the ice crystal phoenix. Mu Weining frowned slightly. Judging from their voices, they must be just newly matured spirit snakes. I never expected the other party to be so big. Mu Weining gently raised her right hand, and a green light radiated from her body. With every gesture, he erected a nearly 100-meter-high barrier of icy crystal, completely separating the two women from Jiang Yi. Come on, baby snake, let me play with you. Die, arrogant humans. Enraged by being mocked for her young age, Luo she slammed her massive snake tail against the thick ice wall. Boom. Its body was thrown far away. There were no cracks or breaks on the ice barrier. Silly sister, it's time for us to show our true abilities. The two-headed golden python slithered back and forth in the forest, its angry roars causing the adventurers' ears to bleed. Luo Shi and Luo Yao simultaneously opened their mouths wide, one spewing out emerald green mist, and the other spewing out highly corrosive super venom. The liquid and gas rapidly merged. They coalesced in the air into lifelike little snakes. These tiny snakes, composed of poisonous gas, grew rapidly, crashing one after another into the ice crystal barrier. The ice crystal phoenix sensed something was wrong and let out an angry cry, shaking its wings. A powerful ice tornado quickly approached, instantly growing to a height of 100 meters. The venomous snake that pierced the ice wall was frozen into an ice sculpture by the extreme cold spiritual energy. For a moment, it was as if hail was falling from the sky. Crackle, crackle. Using absolute zero to suppress and freeze snake venom. That's quite a skill. Looks like you're not just a pretty face. Mu Weining's eyes were serious. This emperor is about to get serious. I hope you won't be kneeling and begging for the antidote later. Mu Weining gave a low shout. The ice elemental energy between heaven and earth began to rapidly condense. Starting from her feet, it encompasses half of the fallen phoenix forest and forms a giant hemispherical ice chamber. In this way, the snake venom spewed by the two sisters cannot travel with the wind into Wind and Thunder City. Jiang Yi, who had activated the 5X experience card, took UXIN to fish in Luofeng Forest. It felt like being the boss of a flying car with auto-aim. Suddenly, an unusual chill forced UXIN to fall to the ground. He looked up and his breath caught in his throat. What a huge ice prison. Mu Weining met the Lu Ban guild members so quickly? Since she could fight Lu Ban to a standstill. These small fry should be no problem, right? UXIN took off again to explore the surrounding environment, her graceful body dancing lightly. Master, half of the forest is frozen. She must have encountered something troublesome. Jiang Yi looked toward the colored beam of light on the other side. Fortunately, the treasure location was not sealed off. Or we could make one trip today, costing around 100. Ignore her, let's continue eastward. Because of her high level, UXIN didn't gain much experience from defeating weaker opponents, and hasn't leveled up yet. Jiue, who was just lying around enjoying the benefits, took the opportunity to level up quickly. Ding Jitian Demon Spirit comprehends a new combat skill, Torture. So you've already broken through to the next level and learned a new skill? Wow, so fast. Lord Demon Lord, the level breakthroughs of others are exactly the same as your realm breakthroughs. The image of Jiue's lazy, coquettish voice echoed in my mind. We truly are a community with a shared future. It seems we won't have to worry about her advancement and breakthroughs anymore. Jiang Yi slowly opened Jiue's panel to check out this new skill. Torture can only be used in a fallen state. An arrow is fired from the sleeve, inflicting continuous tearing wounds on a single enemy and silencing them for 2 seconds. Bleeding plus pain increase plus armor penetration plus silence. It's really quite torturous. The angel's reminder was so gentle and pleasant. Master, your destination is just ahead. Chapter 81 3 Treasures. Jiang Yi raised his head. The rainbow beam of light was right up close. A god-level reward. I am coming. Jiang Yi put his hand into the beam of light. The reward has been credited to your account. Please check. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a god-level reward. The magical hearthstone and the unstable spiritual energy lock. Oh, magic hearthstone. Allows you to teleport to preset coordinates using your hearthstone and can be used 5 times. 2 coordinates can be set. Is it like a recall stone in an online game? Jiang Yi infused his spiritual power into the hearthstone. A bright orange light burst forth from the small black stone. Ding. Coordinate point setting complete. Jiang Yi now has another way to escape from extreme situations. He looked at the thin silver rope in the system space. Unstable spiritual energy lock, divine level. Can be used on any target within 20 meters to seal the spiritual energy fluctuations within their body for 1 to 10 minutes. Can be used 3 times. Nice one. Although the duration ranges from a minimum of 1 minute to a maximum of 10 minutes, it all depends on luck. But it absolutely deserves the title of God level. The seal suppressed the fluctuations of spiritual energy. It shares a similar essence with my own sense of emptiness. However, it lasts for a relatively long time. If I had had that spiritual lock back then, I would have put it around Lu Ban's neck and given him a good beating. Good stuff, really worth it. Jiang Yi happily tucked the 2 treasures into his arms. Master, look, what's that? The maid pointed into the distance. A strange flower resembling a lotus grew beside the rubble 30 meters away from the 2. What beautiful flowers. Jiang Yi subconsciously wanted to get closer to the flower. Lord Demon, please wait a moment. A wisp of black smoke slowly drifted out from Jiang Yi's chest, condensing into an incredibly alluring silhouette. What's wrong, Jiue? The enchantress stared intently at the flower buds not far away with a serious expression. What you may not know is that this flower is called the life-extending flower, and it is believed to have the effect of prolonging life. Isn't that perfect? Heaven placed it here so I could pick it. Don't worry, I'll leave the roots. Jiang Yi reached out to pluck it. Jiang Yi, who is addicted to giving up, is afraid that he won't have enough time to enjoy life. Who would complain about having too long a life? I beg heaven for another 5,000 years. The enchantress suddenly grabbed Jiang Yi's hand, her expression extremely solemn. These divine creatures absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to grow naturally, and naturally have accompanying demonic beasts protecting them. Is Lao Lu lying in ambush? Jiang Yi's mind gradually regained its rationality. He carefully looked around. The deep green forest was quiet. The vegetation near the flower has even turned a visible black color. The radiant glow that the rare and precious materials should have emitted vanished, as if they had been absorbed by something. Jiang Yi frowned and asked, Has Xin sensed anything? The angel maid shook her head blankly. Can't you sense it? It's either too weak or too strong. The latter is definitely the case. Jiang Yi grabbed Jiue's hand and pulled her back into the demon seal. Without warning, I entered the state of the void demon. When in doubt, unleash your most powerful move first. Black flames rose from his tall and imposing body. Demon wings and a demon tail burst forth from the clothes. Because this 6th brother felt rather empty inside. Therefore, Jiang Yi in his demonic state was able to clearly sense a tiny dark shadow hiding behind a certain petal. It is very small, about half the size of a little fingernail. Jiang Yi pressed the mask on his cheek, his voice becoming very low. Xin, this guy is hiding behind the petals. We'll need your help dealing with him in a bit. A sweet feeling welled up in the angel's heart. Even if my master possesses overwhelming power, he will still need me. It feels so good to be needed. Xin understood. Jiang Yi bent down, picked up a small pebble, and threw it at the flower of this life. Call out. The black shadow grew larger and lunged at the small stone. Xin immediately set up her sniper rifle and aimed it at the attacker's body. Pull the trigger lightly. The annihilation round, once fired, instantly pierced through the opponent's body. A large amount of green blood splattered onto the nearby rubble. Hiss! Jiang Yi saw through Lao Lu's true appearance. It was a black spider about the size of a notebook, with a small head and 2 reddish eyes staring intently at Xin. The hairy tentacles and countless compound eyes are enough to kill anyone with trypophobia on the spot. Name, Death Lord. Race, Beast. Level, 25. Rank, Upper Lord. Combat skills, Mimicry Net, Claw Crush, Deadly Toxin, Super Sensing. Synopsis. Originally just an ordinary little spider, it absorbed the spiritual energy of the flower of life due to its proximity to it, eventually evolving into a Lord-level venomous beast. The markings on the back of the Death Demon Lord are a white lotus flower, which looks exceptionally beautiful. With its extraordinary senses, it suddenly realized that its deadly attack had missed. We've been tricked. Despicable humans. Do you want to steal my life's flower? Die. Hiss hiss hiss. The Death Lord suddenly raised its head and spat out threads towards the surrounding tree trunks, intending to disappear into the darkness and wait for another opportunity. Bang! Uxion's annihilation shell was fired again. The golden bullet hurtled toward its head. The Death Lord manipulated his tentacles, trying to slide along the threads to avoid his deadly attack. The excruciating pain in its abdomen almost made it cry. Just then, a dark shadow flashed past in the path that the Death Lord was sure to take. It turned out to be a small spider. Torture. Jiang Yi slightly raised his hand, and a black arrow flew out from his sleeve, slicing horizontally towards it. The Death Lord's eyes had not yet caught a glimpse of the arrow. Puff! A sharp, penetrating sound. Its body stiffened, becoming as if filled with lead and out of control. Uxion nodded slightly. I am constantly grateful to my master for creating this opportunity to deal damage. A quarter of a second. A colorful bullet shattered the void and flew rapidly toward the head of the Death Demon Lord. Bang! The giant black spider's body flew backward like shrapnel from an exploding grenade, its health points instantly depleted. Hiss hiss hiss. He curled up on the ground. It's over. Uxion's body surface burst forth with a beautiful luster that only an upgraded version of itself could produce. Level 19. Just one more level to break through to the second tier. Successfully eliminated the sixth brother who was secretly involved in the flower garden. Jiang Yi slowly deactivated his illusory demon transformation. The immense power receded like a raging tide. The new skill is quite useful and can be surprisingly effective. The Death Lord died the instant he was struck by the black arrow. After all, Uxion's attack power is not to be underestimated. The giant black spider's body gradually disappeared. A spirit seal, as black as obsidian, lay there quietly. Jiang Yi picked it up casually. The sealing power of the Death Demon Lord, Lord level, usable for spirit masters to break through. Successful refinement grants the ability to learn mimicry. Mimicry, the ability to shrink the body to 1,000 times its original size, making it difficult for others to detect. The sixth-ranked master of the spirit seal technique. It has a similar effect to Mu Waning's mysterious spiritual seal. For Jiang Yi, aside from peeping at women in the bathhouse, it's really useless. Selling money to buy food, drink, and lodging can guarantee Jiang Yi can stay idle for 2 years. TSK. If you want to win over Jin Shenghua, you need to make more money. Otherwise, how can you just laze around at home? Master, you should rest at home. Uxion can help you make money, suggested the angel standing guard. Jiang Yi laughed. That won't do. I don't want to become a gigolo. I just turned around, intending to pick the flower of this life. Jiang Yi's smile vanished instantly. Damn, where are my flowers? 20 or 30 meters away. A cunning and clever white-haired rat was frantically fleeing with a flower almost the same size as itself in its mouth. Chapter 82 Arrogant Pengfei. Jiang Yi felt a surge of anger rush from his heart to his brain. I'm here fighting the companion monsters. Did a golden-haired rat appear out of nowhere and steal the spoils of victory? It's true that even an ant can tolerate it, but an uncle can't. Uxion is very sensitive to Jiang Yi's emotional fluctuations. She bowed slightly and darted into the depths of the forest like an arrow released from a bow. Jiang Yi was naturally unwilling to swallow this insult and took off after him. His physical fitness far surpasses that of his peers. It will take about 5 minutes. Jiang Yi walked through a thicket of thorns. The culprit, the golden-haired rat, was rubbing a flower in its beak against the feet of a tall, handsome young man. It seems like they're trying to please the other person. Upon closer inspection, Qin Pengfei turned around in surprise. Little mouse, what good stuff have you brought me this time? Squeak. The white-haired mouse danced excitedly and spun around happily. Unexpectedly, this beast is quite clever, knowing the principle of using someone else's flowers to offer to Buddha. Jiang Yi took a step forward, his expression unchanged. I saw this flower first. Qin Pengfei's gaze lingered on Jiang Yi and Uxion for a moment. He bent down to pick up the white-haired rat. Without saying a word, Uxion raised the cannon and fired a shot at Jimashu. Bang! Squeak squeak squeak. The white-haired rat cried out in terror. Qin Pengfei's 9 blazing rocks let out a strange cry and transformed into a streak of fire, protecting the golden-haired rat, and used its thick wings to withstand Uxion's basic attack. Kill. Qin Pengfei showed no intention of communicating. He immediately ordered Jiuqi Yanpeng to kill Jiang Yi, completely disregarding the latter as a human being. After all, he was the son of the Qin Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. The students of Qingyang City were nothing but dirt in his eyes. Ha, how arrogant. Jiang Yi smiled faintly. The wings of the 9 blazing rock instantly grew several times larger, resembling a pair of large hands covered in barbs. A great rock spreads its wings. The air was whistling. The temperature in the vicinity suddenly rose. 2 tornadoes wrapped in swirling flames hurtled towards Jiang Yi and his companion like fire dragons with long eyes. The rock's imposing aura made it impossible for Jiang Yi to move an inch, leaving him no way to dodge directly. At this moment, a disdainful voice coldly said, "How dare you attack my friend? you will pay a heavy price. Enemies suppressed by the 9 blazing rock spirit skill are unable to dodge effectively. Spirit masters below the 5th level of the Spirit King realm simply cannot withstand the 9 blazing flames. Qin Pengfei could even see Jiang Yi and the other man being burned to a crisp by the raging flames. What happened next left him speechless. Yu Xian clenched her fists, and the black tube cannon instantly transformed into a sharp, holy sword. A dazzling sword beam, no less powerful than the 9 blazing flames, slashed straight at us. Flowing light. Yu Xian's eyes were like cold iron, and the sword in her hand moved with the force of a rainbow. The sword light generated by the flowing light easily shattered the scorching fire curtain. A sharp fighting spirit flashed in the maid's eyes as she seized the master's spoils of victory and launched a deadly attack on us, without a word. I won't let you off easily. Jiang Yi smiled, and put his hands behind his back, focusing his gaze on the 9 burning flame rock. Name, 9 blazing flame rock. Race, birds. Level, 24. Rank, mid-epic. Brief introduction. A mutated and evolved form of the golden-winged rock, possessing fire attributes, adept at large-scale group attacks and single-target melee combat, and with a tyrannical temperament. Combat skills: Fire Tornado, Sharp Beak, Rock's Might, Flying Feathers, Aerial Overlord, Eagle Eye, Golden Rock Bloodline. For active and 3 passive. A genuine, epic-level spirit pet. Of course, she is far inferior to our Yusin. Jiang Yi sneered. If you slap yourself a few times right now and immediately kneel down and say Master, I'll spare your life. Who is Qin Pengfei? The 6th son of the current Qin Emperor. His background, the strength of his spirit pet, and his own cultivation are all outstanding. At Qin Shuang Academy, he claimed to be second to none. Even the college teachers could only flatter him and would never dare to say such a thing. Jiang Yi was the first person to directly confront him. Even if you gave 10 noble sons and daughters from the capital 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. Qin Pengfei straightened his back, his eyes indifferent. Oh? You're serious? Will a lion get angry when mocked by ants? Yes, I'm serious. Jiang Yi burst into laughter. This was also the first time he had ever seen such an arrogant genius. It's a pity he chose the wrong target to show off. Qin Pengfei glanced at Yu Xian again, a hint of mockery and sarcasm flashing in his eyes. If this angel is your only reliance, then you are simply short-sighted. The angel race is virtually invincible among those of the same rank. This is a secret known to everyone. Judging from your appearance, you are the Jiang Yi they are talking about. You are a piece of trash with a cultivation level below the 2nd rank. Jiang Yi's voice lowered, and he took a step forward, saying in a low voice, Then today, let this good-for-nothing teach His Highness what the order of arrival means. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Xian activated her wings, increasing her speed dramatically, and aimed her sword at Qin Pengfei's head. Court death. Qin Pengfei was thoroughly enraged by Jiang Yi's words. 9 blazing flame rock was not to be outdone. It flapped its wings and swooped into the air, its sharp beak snapping down at Yu Xian's neck. Suddenly, bursts of flames erupted in the sky, dazzling with golden light. Just as the sword and claw were about to make contact, Yu Xian silently chanted a spell, her long, flowing hair dancing in the air. The light energy in the air formed a 7-colored protective shield around her beautiful body. Boom. The rock soars high, its glory shining brightly. A loud popping sound filled the air. The surrounding trees were violently impacted and fell one after another like dominoes. 9 burning flame rock had no idea that Yu Xian's explosive shield would be so powerful. It roared angrily and frantically mobilized its spiritual power to try to stabilize its body. But it still couldn't withstand the sweeping force of mythical-level spiritual power. It was blown away by the explosion like a dead bird, leaving a deep crater in the flat ground. It was as pathetic as could be. It's incredibly embarrassing. Yu Xian, with a fake smile on her face, floated in the air without a single scratch on her body. Calm and composed. Qin Pengfei's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? A 2nd-tier epic was defeated by a 1st-tier angel? That's impossible. Although he hadn't used his spirit seal technique yet, the 9 blazing flame rock, who prided himself on close combat, was actually sent flying by a single blow from his opponent. This was an unprecedented humiliation for Qin Pengfei. He stared at Jiang Yi through gritted teeth, his eyes like swords. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, was unethical and went clubbing in a minefield. That's it. I thought the Qin Emperor's son was some kind of amazing person. How could Qin Pengfei, a prince of a country, tolerate such humiliation? He immediately transformed into a Zon telegraph operator and launched another offensive. Encouraged by its master's innate skill, the 9 blazing flame rock slowly crawled out of the deep pit. Visible flames exploded and rose from its surface. The 9 blazing flame rock grew larger and larger, as if it were being filled with water. In less than 3 breaths, it transformed from a 3, or 4-meter-tall bird into a yinpeng over 20 meters tall. Surpass. Qin Pengfei's 10-star talent. When encountering a powerful enemy, the designated spirit pet's combat ability will be continuously enhanced, up to a maximum of 1000%. You're also a 10-star talent user, right? Show me your talent, and I'll make you understand the gap between us. Qin Pengfei whispered. Jiang Yi sat cross-legged. TSK, you're not qualified. My mate can easily kill you. Die. Chapter 83 The Heavenly God Cult Attacks. Unexpected Developments. The proud and arrogant Qin Pengfei felt that he was being looked down upon. A powerful spiritual pressure caused his hair to stand on end. Scion, I know this one well. The 9 blazing flame rock let out an angry roar, and its body grew even larger. I'll crush you, just like crushing an ant. Feathers filled the sky. The 9 burning flame rock, about the size of a small building, shook its head. The feathers on its body stand upright and shoot out in unison, like rocket launchers that have been ignited. Qin Pengfei sneered inwardly. Humph, although your angel spirit pet has some skills, it's useless. The two are so different in size. How do I lose? The fiery wings, like missiles ready to explode at any moment, shot towards Jiang Yi's head. A terrifying heat swept over us. Jiang Yi calmly waved his hand, swatting away Huoyu as if he were swatting away a fly. Ding ding ding. The fire feathers that were deflected flew onto nearby trees and burst into flames. Qin Pengfei was taken aback by this nonchalant demeanor. How is that possible? Catching a fiery feather with bare hands? Isn't this kid afraid of getting burned? As Qin Pengfei was deep in thought, a golden light suddenly appeared before his eyes. The rumble of thunder slowly approached. Lightning. Boom. Xian's figure blurred, and golden lightning descended from the sky. The space seemed to be split in two by the golden arc. An angelic figure appeared instantly in front of Qin Pengfei. Her composed expression, elegant posture, and sharp sword made him dizzy. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck. At this distance, Qin Pengfei had absolutely no time to summon his second spirit pet. How is that possible? How did she get through it? Mingming maintained a safe distance of more than 20 meters. Moreover, a body paralyzed by lightning cannot take any defensive measures. So he could only watch helplessly as Xian's sword came slashing toward his neck. Pengwei. Qin Pengfei roared angrily. Xian's body was out of control, and she was forcibly forced back 9 body lengths. The might of the 9 blazing rock can unconditionally protect its master 9 times. Each use reduces its lifespan. Jiang Yi had anticipated this long ago. Taking advantage of the moment when he thought he was absolutely safe, Jiang Yi activated the black spiritual power within his body. His body was like a black cheetah, instantly bursting out with a speed even faster than Xian's. Bang! A powerful flying kick. He kicked Qin Pengfei hard in the face, a sign of his arrogant and unruly behavior. Qin Pengfei has used rare and precious medicinal herbs for medicinal baths since childhood, combined with unique ancient martial arts techniques to strengthen his physique. An ordinary person would have had their skull shattered and their flesh mangled by Jiang Yi's kick. Uffed. Even so, he still couldn't withstand such force. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Jiang Yi's eyes turned cold, and he grabbed Qin Pengfei's calf, slamming him hard to the ground. Another foot stomped firmly on his back. Just as Qin Pengfei was about to muster the strength to resist, he was left lying on the ground, unable to move, in a humiliating state. Pengwei has a 1-minute cooldown period. Hateful. With its master held hostage, the 9 blazing flame rock dared not make any rash moves. It sat there like a deflated balloon. Jiang Yi stepped on Qin Pengfei's back and said, "Young Master Qin, you can't even beat a piece of trash." His power is even greater than that of ordinary magical beasts. Behind it was like a mountain weighing a ton. Even with all his might, Qin Pengfei couldn't lift his chest. Qin Pengfei bit his lip until it bled, but he didn't say a word. Jiang Yi said calmly, "I know what you're thinking. You're thinking of not provoking me, living a life of hiding, and then taking revenge, right? Jiang Yi, I'm going to kill you." Enraged, Qin Pengfei inhaled a mouthful of dust and tried to struggle to his feet. His roar was like that of an angry lion. TSK, you should be glad. The last guy who stole from me is now completely crippled. You're much luckier than him. I'll make sure you leave this world quickly. Jiang Yi stomped on his head, making him eat a mouthful of mud. Qin Pengfei roared miserably, as if he was extremely unwilling to die. Jiang Yi frowned slightly. He had no intention of leaving himself a mortal enemy. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. No future troubles. Just as he was about to strike, a chilling spiritual pressure emanated from behind. Clap, clap, clap. A series of applause slowly rose from the woods behind them. Saving the 6th son of the Qin Emperor should be enough to make up for the panic caused by Lady Yura. Very broken Chinese. People of the celestial god cult? Things can change in many ways. Jiang Yi punched Qin Pengfei, who was standing at his feet. Bang! There was no spurting of blood or flying of bones and flesh as expected. There was only a broken wooden stake underfoot. What kind of magical spiritual skill is this? Louis smiled as he looked down at Qin Pengfei. It seemed that the greedy ghost spirit seal was still somewhat useful for bartering. It turned out that he used a spirit seal technique to swap the spatial positions of the broken wood beside him and Qin Pengfei. Qin Pengfei coughed up blood, his face deathly pale as he stared intently at Jiang Yi. Humiliation, despair, anger, and murderous intent made him tremble all over. Jiang Yi, the humiliation of today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Louis tossed his long hair and smiled confidently. Young Master Qin is overthinking it. Jiang Yi is about to disappear completely. Qin Pengfei glared at Jiang Yi with hatred. He hated Jiang Yi, hated Louis's meddling even more, and hated his own weakness. Instead of charging forward like a brute, he withdrew his 9 blazing flame rock and crushed the mysterious teleportation talisman in his hand. It was a life-saving talisman given to him by the Qin Emperor. The mud-covered body gradually disappeared into space. Only Louis and Jiang Yi remained on the field. Jiang Yi carefully examined the blonde man in front of him. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with blonde curly hair, wearing a Western aristocratic long gown and high boots. This person must be a member of the heavenly god cult. Louis's gaze gradually settled on Yuxin behind Jiang Yi. He raised his arms exaggeratedly. Great God, do you see? We have found another member of your clan. He performed a standard knightly salute. Lost lamb, beautiful angel, please come with me back to the Church of God, back to the embrace of God. Your kindred spirits, the great angels, are waiting for you there. Louis used a common Catholic ritual for persuading people to surrender. Most angels will awaken some past memories upon hearing about the gods, and will naturally return to the holy court with the members of the cult of the gods. A very small number of troublemakers will instinctively resist. At this point, they will take necessary measures to maintain the monopoly of the angel race's spirit pets. Yuxin's beauty is extraordinary. Louis had rarely seen such a beautiful humanoid angel. It would be best to avoid fighting if possible. As for whether Jiang Yi agrees? Haha, who would care about the voice of a person who is destined to die? A sharp sword beam slashed towards the paladin who was making overtures. Yuxin said with a firm gaze, those who obstruct the master shall be annihilated. This was a development that Louis had never anticipated. Things started to go in a direction that no one had planned. Chapter 84 Liu Yang's Purpose? Entrance to Fallen Phoenix Forest. Inside the enormous ice chamber, the two-headed golden python and the ice crystal phoenix fought fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. The scorching heat wave that hit them startled them so much that they both stopped fighting at the same time. Mu Weinian glanced sideways. The other half of the forest was already deathly silent. To ordinary beings, the 9 blazing rocks' countless feathers were more like an apocalyptic rain of fire. Everywhere I looked, there were burning trees and charred corpses. The students, who had narrowly escaped the catastrophe, hurriedly fled the fallen phoenix forest. With both ice and fire, who could withstand that? At this moment, Mu Weinian was too worried about Jiang Yi's safety, so she rushed to the other side of the battlefield without looking back. The two Luo sisters exchanged a glance and resolutely followed. A 7-colored, flowing sword beam sliced through the air and slashed toward Louis. The latter sighed softly. Such pure light attributes spiritual power. If only it could join us and the heavenly God in saving all living beings. It's such a pity that Miss Angel chose to follow the demon of chaos. To commemorate Lady Yura, you will all die here today. The words had barely left his mouth. A chilling aura emerged from the void, shattering Yuxin's flowing light with a single palm strike. The black bat squeaked. Before him stood a tall, slender, noble-looking vampire count with deathly pale skin. Name, Vampire Count. Race, Vampire. Level, 55. Rank, Upper Emperor. Combat skills, Bloodlust, Low-altitude flight, Camouflage, Transformation, Mind Flame, Undying Body. Introduction, a classic Western fantasy beast, the vampire, capable of replenishing its own spiritual energy by absorbing the blood of its opponents. The longer the battle lasts, the stronger it becomes. Jiang Yi slightly raised his eyes. Louis, with his blonde hair flying wildly, floated gently in the sky. A pair of pure white spiritual wings materialized behind him. The overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from both of them completely enveloped Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi sighed softly to himself. A 5th-tier imperial pet. As expected, he is a Spirit King Realm Spirit Master. If you can't find an opportunity to get close to the other party and use close-range techniques to ambush them, this battle will be very difficult to win. If we only consider the level, even 10 Yuzins combined wouldn't be enough to defeat the Vampire Count. The two are of vastly different levels. Yuxin silently raised her sword, preparing for battle. Louis crossed his arms, his eyes filled with disdain. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. They won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Just when the atmosphere was tense and an explosion could happen at any moment. A magnetic voice rang out from behind Lewis. Mr. Lewis, as agreed, Jiang Yi is to be handed over to me for disposal, and the angel is yours. The newcomer was the tall, thin man responsible for blocking the road in Xinjiang City. Lu Yang, Lu Ban's apprentice. Lewis slapped his forehead, as if he had remembered something. Sorry, I was too eager to avenge Lady Yura. Jiang Yi frowned. Are the Lu Ban Guild and the Heavenly God cult actually in cahoots? My earlier premonition was right. Hey, you two have quite the nerve. Even human traffickers aren't as brazen as you. Lu Yang hid behind and remained silent. Lewis, who harbored a grudge against Jiang Yi, said bitterly, Show me your trump card. I will defeat you fair and square and avenge Lady Yura. Jiang Yi said with a half-smile. Heh, that little brat? She died a terrible death. I'm going to kill you. Enraged, Lewis stepped forward, ready to charge. Jiang Yi thought to himself, Well done. I'm not afraid of your high level. I'm afraid of your sneaky and unapproachable nature. Void plus master servant mixed doubles. Even gods would have to kneel. Just then, Lu Yang raised his hand to stop him, saying, Mr. Lewis, this kid's close combat ability is very strange. Your esteemed Lord Yura may have been provoked into getting close, which is why she unexpectedly perished. Lu Yang explained in detail the almost insane armor-piercing ability and melee speed he possessed in his void demon form. Lewis, after being reminded, suppressed his anger. Yes, Lady Yura could easily crush the currently weak demons with her strength. Something strange. If I can wear down my opponent with just my spirit seal skills and my spirit pets, why should I bother getting close to them for damage? Lewis made up his mind. We must not get close to Jiang Yi lightly. Jiang Yi glanced at Lu Yang, feeling a surge of anger. The experience points I had just acquired have vanished, and I've become extremely wary. Give it your all. If you can't beat them, just use the Jiang family's ultimate technique. Jiang Yi smiled, and said, Little golden retriever, are you scared? Humph, trying to lure me into a rage? I won't fall for it again. Lewis clasped his hands together and silently chanted a spell. The space around Jiang Yi rippled instantly. Gravity space. In an instant, Jiang Yi felt as if his body was filled with lead, and his arms felt as heavy as 10,000 pounds. My legs started to tremble involuntarily. If it weren't for his extraordinary physical abilities, Jiang Yi would have been physically forced to his knees right from the start. Earth Spirit Dragon's signature skill, Gravity Space. Enemies within a gravity-enhanced space are affected by up to 10,000 times the force of gravity. Lu Yang, who was hiding behind the battlefield collecting combat data, was taken aback. Huh? A cultivation level of just over 1 level can actually withstand the pressure of a Spirit King? Level 50 and level 10. That's a difference of a full 40 levels. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Jiang Yi naturally needed to go all out. Jiang Yi, having entered the void demon state, grew taller again, appearing extremely large and strong. Sharp goat horns and sharply defined wings proclaim its identity. The suddenly rising black flames engulfed Jiang Yi. Lewis immediately prayed, Great God, grant me the strength to defeat the evil demon. He had never seen such violent demonic energy. Even the vampire count couldn't help but take 2 steps back when he saw the void demon. Jiang Yi, now in a frenzy, said in a low voice, Come on. Yu Xian, who was guarding in front of her, raised her eyes at the same time. Her holy sword rippled, and her whole body released a monstrous battle intent. The flame of the soul. The vampire count raised his hands, and a ball of exquisite white flame expanded even further. With a roar, the white flames, imbued with a mental attack, blasted towards Jiang Yi and his companion. Yu Xian gently raised her left arm, and the rainbow shield gently enveloped her. She used the damage-absorbing effect of Holy Light's protection to perfectly absorb the damage from the mind flame for Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's 5 fingers formed claws, locking onto the vampire count. Nothingness. Suddenly, chains appeared around the vampire count, immobilizing him. Upon seeing this, Lewis quickly chanted a spell, Barter. Yu Xian's full-force sword strike, imbued with her fighting spirit, shattered a broken piece of wood into countless fragments. Lewis and Ruyan realized how close they had come to disaster. What kind of spirit seal technique is that? A 5th-rank emperor was unable to resist and was reduced to a lamb. Could it be his innate skill? Lu Yang continued recording the combat data. Luckily, I was prepared, Lewis muttered to himself. Jiang Yi activated a berserk mode he had never used before, his speed and momentum reaching their peak, and he streaked across Lewis like a black meteor. Innocent. The flashbang hit Lewis's wing with perfect accuracy. Boom. His vision went blank. Lu Yang is just idling around, while the vampire count has just been unsealed. Lewis, blinded by the dazzling light, was isolated and helpless. Die? Jiang Yi's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he clawed at the heart with his 5 claws. Uffed. Claws pierced his chest. The foul-smelling blood sprayed all over Jiang Yi's face. Mu Weining and Luo Yao, the sisters, also arrived at the scene. Everything seems to be getting better. Chapter 85 The Saintess Who Lacks Martial Morality. Lewis. He is ranked 6th among the 10 holy knights of the celestial cult, and the next generation of the generous angel can be understood as a Jinchuriki, human spirit. Although it ranks 6th, it doesn't mean that its strength is weak. On the contrary, he was the previous champion of the Western Gods Arena and the number 1 under 30 years old. Its spiritual power and pet quality are outstanding, unmatched by anyone of its age. Having received the baptism of the gods, he gained a unique passive effect, protection. When attacked with an instant death attack, one of your pet cards will be sent to the graveyard. You are completely unaffected by the attack. Only the 10 holy knights of the gods possess the skill of protection, which allows them to take the fall. So the one who died from having his heart ripped out was actually the unlucky vampire count. It suffered pain it shouldn't have had to endure. Oh whoa. Oh my gosh. The vampire's body gradually turned into spots of light and disappeared completely. Not even the spirit core was left behind. Unnatural death. Jiang Yi shook his hand in confusion, thinking to himself about the profound mystery of the Red Moon Star. Lewis landed on the ground, his face ashen. Thud! A gush of blood and essence spurted from his chest cavity. When the master dies, the spirit pet will also die. When a spirit pet dies, the master's spirit will suffer a backlash from the explosion of the spirit contract. My head was buzzing and I was in excruciating pain. Damn my guardian spirit pet. Lewis said, heartbroken. Most spirit masters dedicate their entire lives to protecting their spirit pets, as they don't have the resources to raise multiple spirit pets simultaneously. The air temperature suddenly dropped. Light snowflakes fell from the sky. Mu Weining arrived at the scene riding an ice crystal phoenix. With a wave of her hand, a barrage of ice spears rained down from the sky. Luoyang quickly helped Lewis up, and the two narrowly avoided the attack. Lewis, as one of the 10 knights of the gods, you dare to sneak into the Dragon Kingdom and wreak havoc outside Qingyang City. You truly have no respect for me, the Emperor. The ice crystal phoenix flapped its wings. A faint white mist appeared around Lulu and his companion, and an ice-blue vortex appeared beneath their feet. A vortex of ice. Enemies trapped in it will have their movement speed greatly reduced and will be attacked by the blizzard every moment. Emperor number 1, heed my command. Luoyang squinted and waved his hand to summon a giant penguin. The steel penguin flapped its wings and carried Lewis and Luhan onto its back. He then escaped the icy vortex thanks to his extremely high ice resistance. Lewis was first subjected to a mental attack, then frozen half to death. He lay on the ground panting. It's over. How could the imperial tutor of the Dragon Kingdom be here? The Luo sisters, hiding in the bushes watching the show. Silly sister, look at Jiang Yi's expression. What kind of power is this? It actually fills me with terror. The two sisters were so frightened by the aura of the demonic entity that they hid to the side. Another terrifying aura appeared behind us. We'd better get out of here quickly. Luo, she urged. She may is him. That human woman is here to protect Jiang Yi. She'll definitely be alright. Luo Yao watched Jiang Yi's retreating figure, her eyes filled with curiosity. I want to watch a little longer, just a little longer. Luo, she said anxiously. Silly sister, our existence has been exposed. It would be terrible if we were caught by others. Think about how Mom died. Sensing another terrifying aura, the two-headed golden python could only leave in frustration. Luoyang bowed slightly to Mu Weining with a calm expression. Your Majesty, I am Luoyang, and I am here on the orders of Master Lu Ban to assist Mr. Lewis in his search for someone. Mu Weining said coldly. Looking for someone? I think you're all in cahoots, wantonly slaughtering the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Luoyang calmly replied. Recklessly? We didn't kill anyone. Who started this towering fire? Could it be him? Mu Weining pointed at Jiang Yi. Take a look at this. Luoyang tossed a video recorder with mechanical properties into the air. Inside is Qin Pengfei's outrageous act of setting the mountain on fire. Mu Weining's expression turned somewhat unpleasant after reading it. With overwhelming evidence, she could not legitimately detain Lewis. After all, Jiang Yi's public identity is just that of an ordinary student. It's difficult to make a big deal out of a small matter. Humph, trespassing into the Dragon Kingdom, you may escape death, but you cannot escape punishment. With a wave of her hand, a wave of icy air surged toward Lewis. Lewis knew that if he were captured alive by Mu Weining, they will definitely be abandoned by the Lu Ban Guild. Either way, it's a dead end. We'll give it our all. If the Lu Ban Association helps arrest Jiang Yi, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Returning to the heavenly god cult empty-handed would be worse than death. He struggled to sit up, clasped his hands together, and silently chanted a spell. A gigantic rock monster rose from the ground, its imposing body shielding its master from the biting cold. Mu Weiniang was slightly angered. With a wave of her jade hand, she summoned her second spirit pet, the ice owl. Lu Yang looked at Jiang Yi, then glanced up at Mu Weiniang. His cunning eyes darted around, and I wondered what he was thinking. Lewis's rock monster is not high level, only around level 3. Even the most defensive Earth-type pet couldn't withstand the combined attacks of 2 top-tier Ice-type pets. A suffocating cold front swept in from above. Lewis turned around and yelled, "Lu Yang, why are you just watching?" The ice owl and the ice crystal phoenix attacked from both sides, and 2 gleaming ice spears pierced towards Lewis, who was in a vacuum state. Just then, a dazzling holy light flashed across the sky. Watching the battle, Jiang Yi felt every cell in his body roaring in unison, his body instantly reaching the peak of excitement. This feeling? What's going on? Lewis was about to be crushed into powder by the 2 ice spears. Golden light shone on his exhausted body, and a woman's voice, as gentle as a spring breeze, drifted over. "Lewis, you've worked hard, please rest." Lewis's eyes glazed over for a moment, and he slowly knelt on the ground, completely disregarding his defenses. "Saintus? Lewis is damned. Lewis betrayed the cult of God." Jiang Yi gasped. "Is this really such explosive news?" The woman radiating golden light in the sky smiled faintly. "I understand your predicament. You are not to blame for what happened to Yura." Mu Weiniang frowned slightly and slowly turned her head. What kind of place is Qingyang City, that it could attract the renowned heavenly saintess to visit? Imperial tutor of the Dragon Kingdom, this incident was indeed due to my negligence. I will give you a satisfactory explanation later. The girl's voice has a unique magic. People will subconsciously follow her ideas after hearing them. Mu Weiniang remained silent. She knew that the woman before her possessed a true strength as vast as the ocean, unfathomable and unfathomable. A hint of fear appeared on the ice phoenix beneath their feet. Jiang Yi raised his head slightly and looked at the woman who was radiating golden light. The body outline and facial features are completely obscured. The holy light was too strong. "Well then, I'm sorry." The saintess in the sky spoke without a trace of emotion, and then she did something that no one had expected. They ambushed Jiang Yi. With a flick of her wrist, a magnificent golden pagoda descended upon Jiang Yi and Yuxin. Even Jiang Yi, who was extremely sensitive to murderous intent, did not realize her true intentions. Chapter 86: The Saintess's Purpose. The seemingly gentle and mild-mannered goddess suddenly launched an attack. No one present reacted at the time. The golden tower grew larger and larger, and it looked like it was about to imprison Jiang Yi beneath it. Yuxin sensed something was wrong, and with all her might, she raised her sword to block the attack from above. Jiang Yi did not waste the time that Yuxin had desperately bought him. He mobilized all the power in his body to try to leave the tower. I don't know why. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't escape the golden barrier that was right next to him. At that moment, he began to understand the situation the Monkey King had faced back then. Being trapped in a maze means you are completely unable to escape the Golden Pagoda's area. What alarmed him most was not the Golden Pagoda above his head. Because Jiang Yi, being a void demon, possessed exceptionally strong vitality, ordinary forces could not kill him. However, the gentle spiritual power emanating from the celestial goddess was in no way inferior to his demonic power. Ding. Do you want to use the magic heartstone to teleport? Stop dawdling. Ding. The host is currently in a rule-based space and cannot use teleportation for the time being. Damn, I knew you'd mess up at the crucial moment. We'll have to rely on Yusin. Ding. The heartstone's rank is only god level, so it cannot ignore class-based teleportation. The Holy Maiden of Heaven wanted to use some means to send Jiang Yi to the land of exile, which was a disguised form of permanent house arrest. Jiang Yi didn't want to become the invincible cats. He raised his arms and joined Yuxin in resisting the golden tower. Mu Weiniang, whose cultivation level was the highest, changed her expression drastically and hurriedly raised her jade hand. The ice owl was the first to understand its master's thoughts. Its eyes suddenly lit up, and it shot out 2 beams of ice blue light towards the back of the Holy Maiden. The ice crystal phoenix also flapped its wings and gathered an energy ball the size of a rice cooker in front of it. The celestial maiden smiled slightly and gently waved her right hand to repel the ice owl's ultimate attack. What? You actually managed to defend against a 5th-tier spirit pet's fatal attack with your bare hands? Lu Yang, who was paddling the boat, became the commentator. Mu Weiniang raised her eyebrows, releasing a chilling aura. Frost lotus blooms. The temperature dropped again. Blue lotus flowers, each the size of a watermelon, continuously gathered around her. The bursting chill seemed capable of cutting through the delicate skin of an ordinary person. Frost lotus blooms, the signature combat technique of the Ice Maiden of Cold Bones. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom's imperial tutor is indeed extraordinary. The golden figure in the air spoke calmly. It seemed like disdain, praise, and mockery. I have long heard that the holy goddess is compassionate and takes it upon herself to save people. I never expected that she would resort to such despicable tactics today. With a sharp cry, Mu Weining unleashed her strongest spirit seal technique in the attacks of her two main pets, all hurtling towards the shadow in the sky. Countless ice lotuses bloomed like summer flowers, each petal radiating a chilling, killing intent. Even a 7th-tier peak magical beast cannot withstand this combination attack head-on. The Holy Maiden of Heaven had no choice but to suspend her magical arts and avoid his attack. Your Grace, Lewis is here to help you. Lewis and the Lu Ban Guild reached a deal to capture Jiang Yi together. To demonstrate his loyalty, he handed over the celestial guards who accompanied him to the Lu Ban Guild as a pledge of allegiance. This is blatant betrayal. Because Jiang Yi's strength was too outrageous, Lewis's plan was stillborn. His fate was to be used and then abandoned by the Lu Ban Guild, and then wait to die. The appearance of the Holy Maiden gave him a glimmer of hope. In the Western world, the saint is considered to be roughly equivalent to the Virgin Mary reborn, a top-tier beauty who repays evil with kindness and overflows with a saintly heart. The dream lover of countless Western powers. If it were the Holy Maiden, perhaps she could forgive me for betraying the heavenly god cult. That's what Lewis thought. Now is the time for him to show his loyalty and realize his personal value. Rock monster, harden. Lewis's rock monster roared to the sky, its brownish-yellow body gleaming with a dark luster, and leaped up desperately to protect the Holy Maiden. Bang bang bang. A shower of ice flowers slammed into the rock monster's chest, causing it to tremble and the earth to crumble. Lewis turned pale and coughed up blood, saying, Holy Maiden, please continue your divine magic and completely banish the wicked demon. He continued to summon spirit pets to act as human barriers to protect the saintess while she cast her spells. Upon seeing this, the Holy Maiden regained her initial composure. If it weren't for Lewis's sacrifice, it was indeed a difficult task to both fend off Mu Weining's attacks and suppress Jiang Yi. Imperial tutor of the Dragon Kingdom, if killing one person could save thousands of others, what would you choose? Mu Weining increased her output, her brows furrowed. Is this the benevolence of the heavenly god sect? No, no, no. If it were me, I would never kill any innocent person. But what if the person I killed wasn't human? Gasping for breath, Jiang Yi roared. What kind of bullshit logic is this? You're just a despicable, low-class scoundrel. The saintess lowered her head and pondered for a moment. The chaos demon cannot completely destroy your life essence with Sun Nan's meager power alone. Then I'll trouble you to stay in the Tower of Destiny for 10,000 years. I was just trying to save you using my own methods. Jiang Yi ordered Yuxian to take the initiative to attack, and she single-handedly withstood all the pressure from the giant tower. He still has a chance to turn things around. Lu Yang, who was watching the drama unfold, heard about Saintess Sun Nan's plan and secretly felt uneasy. He looked at the angel flying straight up. No, I can't let Jiang Yi be imprisoned in the Tower of Destiny by the Holy Maiden. How can Master Lu Ban's plan even begin if that's the case? As Lu Yang pondered, he took out a mysterious spirit box from his sleeve. He suddenly threw it behind Yuxian, who was flying rapidly through the sky. Without turning her head, Yuxian swung her sword and shattered the spirit box. Mechanical parts flew everywhere. One of the stone pieces, which resembled a magnet, stuck to Yuxian's feet. The Lu Ban Association is kicking someone when they're down. Yuxian remembered. Mu Weining desperately blasted away the spirit pets that kept blocking her way. She was in a state of great anxiety. If Jiang Yi was really imprisoned in the legendary Tower of Destiny by the Holy Maiden of Heaven, then she will probably never meet him again in her life. Get out of here. Even if Lewis dies, he will not let you stop the Saintess's plan. Lewis is a Spirit King realm expert, so even if he loses, it won't be so quick. The Holy Maiden stopped her idle chatter and unleashed her full power to suppress Jiang Yi with the Golden Pagoda. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions. Lewis's last spirit pet was also frozen into ice fragments by Mu Weining. He coughed up blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. My mission is complete. The Golden Tower slowly pressed down on Jiang Yi's body. The Saintess looked at Yuxian, who had transformed into golden lightning and was rushing towards her. She gently extended her hand. Lost Pandora, it's not too late for you to return to the embrace of the gods. The simple-minded Yuxian said firmly. With your current strength, you simply. Lightning. Yuxian's eyes turned cold, and she instantly flashed to the Holy Maiden's side, slapping her hard across the face. Snap. It was crisp and loud. The Saintess pursed her lips indifferently, letting her body slowly descend. It's useless. Who said it's useless? Get down here now. A magical silver rope flew from the base of the rock-solid golden tower toward the saint. Chapter 87 The Disappearance of Jiang Yi. Ding. The unstable spiritual energy lock was successfully used. This lasts for 3 minutes, and can be used 2 more times. The system's bland electronic voice entered Jiang Yi's ears. Only 3 minutes? Never mind. It's better than 1 minute. The silver ropes instantly bound the celestial goddess. Jiang Yi pulled hard from the ground. The demonized right claw gripped the fair neck of the holy maiden tightly. The bulging veins exuded power. Jiang Yi and she locked eyes. The demon's eyes were filled with rage, but the saintess's expression remained calm, as if she had long since disregarded her own life and death. Within 3 minutes, the celestial goddess, whose spiritual power was temporarily sealed, was no different from an ordinary woman. Jiang Yi applied only a little force, and his sharp nails gently dug into the latter's neck flesh. Undo this spell, or I'll crush you to death. Blood was flowing profusely. It stained the pure and flawless robes of the holy goddess red. Take a closer look. Jiang Yi, who had never been amazed by a woman's appearance before, was also stunned. Her cascading blonde hair was styled back with tiny hair clips. Her fair and delicate skin was so smooth it seemed to break at a touch. Those clear, deep blue eyes were full of purity and beauty. Her eyes held a magic that could heal wounds. Jiang Yi could almost see countless transparent, flawless feathers forming a pair of pure white wings behind the saintess. The pure young girl exudes a sacred aura that makes one reluctant to violate her. The saint did not cry out or scream. Her voice was steady and gentle. It's no use. We'll all be transported to the land of exile. Jiang Yi increased his strength by 2 points. This is the technique you released. How could it not be interrupted? The saintess shook her head. This is not magic, but the only remaining model of the Tower of Destiny of the celestial god cult, specially used to suppress the most heinous demons. Jiang Yi really wanted to crush the head of the Holy Maiden of Heaven. The Tower of Destiny is the most mysterious place in Red Moon Star. It contains powerful, heinous monsters. However, since the Tower of Destiny appeared, no monster has ever escaped. A true life sentence. No matter how confident Jiang Yi is, he can't possibly turn the entire Tower of Destiny upside down. Do I really have to spend my life in jail? All I want is to enjoy an ordinary life. Why is that so difficult? Feeling utterly hopeless, Jiang Yi gave up resisting and let the golden tower crush down upon him. Since even the Holy Maiden could not stop this spell, then let her suffer in prison with me. The saintess slightly raised her eyes to gaze at the destined enemy before her. Plans can never keep up with changes. I never imagined I would die alongside him. Is this destiny? She reached out and grabbed Jiang Yi's hand, whispering, I'm sorry. Jiang Yi growled. Are you out of your mind? Apologizing to the enemy? Or are you mocking me for being too soft-hearted? If you weren't someone I might be useful to, I would have smashed your head in a punch long ago. The saint replied softly. I only wanted to save more people, but I never expected that I would lose myself in the process. If it weren't for my decision, we wouldn't be in this situation now. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you're playing the saint. If you can't get me out of this damn place of exile, I'll make you wish you were dead. The saintess simply shook her head and did not reply. Master, please hang in there. Uxin didn't want Jiang Yi to be sentenced to life imprisonment, so she desperately held up the giant tower above her head. Encouraged, Jiang Yi instinctively lifted the tower with one hand. Uxin, let go? You don't need to come in with me. With his other hand, he lifted the saintess who was bound like a dumpling. The white-haired maid showed no fear, having long since disregarded life and death. Uxin is your entertainment angel, so naturally, she must unconditionally follow her master. Even in hell, Uxin can still relieve your worries. Uxin Yusai. Jiang Yi looked at the serious-looking maid angel and could only respect her choice. For a selfless maid like Uxin, it would be better to keep her by one side than to abandon her. At least I have someone to chat with. As time passed, Jiang Yi's illusory demon state was about to end. My arms, which felt like they were filled with lead, were clearly strained. Is this the end of my life of giving up? What kind of nonsense is this? At that very moment, suddenly, a blue energy vortex appeared beneath Uxin's feet. The saintess, who had already resigned herself to her fate, slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with surprise. This aura is arcane energy? It turns out that the stone shards stuck to the angel's feet were special energy stones synthesized by the Lu Ban Guild for teleportation. This most mysterious 11th type of spiritual power unexpectedly created a spatial rift first. This may be the culmination of the wisdom of all humankind. Can human will conquer nature? The spatial vortex created by the stone shards sucked Jiang Yi, Uxin, and the saintess into it one by one before disappearing completely. Boom. A cloud of dust rose up within 20 meters of the giant tower. Because there was no resistance from below, the golden tower landed steadily on the ground and began to automatically activate the teleportation array. Mu whinnying in the sky did not see the brief anomaly beneath the giant tower. She thought Jiang Yi and the Holy Maiden were imprisoned together in the legendary Tower of Destiny. Husband. After activating the teleportation array, the golden tower slowly disappeared, as if it had never existed. But where were Jiang Yi and the others? All that's left is a bottomless pit. This moment, Mu Weiniang's eyes turned incredibly dark, utterly devoid of hope. She lay on the ground, distraught, staring at the deep pit and blaming herself repeatedly. My husband, I failed to protect you. Once again, I watched helplessly as someone important disappeared before my very eyes. Even if one has such cultivation, so what? Mu Weiniang, you're still that useless piece of trash. What have you been protecting? Puff. Suddenly, Mu Weiniang, who was stunned, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her eyes lost focus as if the power had been cut off. His entire body turned into a mindless ice sculpture. The only living person on the field, Lu Yang. He took advantage of Mu Weiniang's moment of vulnerability and ran away. In fact, Lu Yang wasn't sure whether the preset teleportation had actually been activated. This matter must be reported to Master Lu Ban. Chapter 88, A Blessing in Disguise. In a fantastical spatial turbulence, the pure and innocent young lady was leashed by Jiang Yi like a dog. The two wandered through the vast galaxy like a community of shared destiny. To prevent UXIN from suffering unnecessary harm, Jiang Yi had already taken her back to his beast taming space. Whoosh whoosh. Transmission complete. Jiang Yi and the heavenly saintess statue were like popcorn inside a machine, shot into an unknown place. Bang. Jiang Yi's body made intimate contact with the regular, flat ground. Her soft, fragrant body leaned against Jiang Yi's waist. From Jiang Yi's perspective, it does indeed seem a bit evil. With her hands bound behind her back, the saintess Su Nen tried to stand up, using her head as a fulcrum. In his demonic state, Jiang Yi ripped the neckline of her clothes to shreds, revealing a large expanse of snow-white beauty. The newly grown snow rabbit stumbled and struggled as it tried to climb out of its blessed cave. The pure white undergarment showed signs of shifting for some unknown reason. It contrasted sharply with the bloodstains on her neck. Jiang Yi, harboring resentment, grabbed her ponytail from behind. We left the city. They were eating hot pot and singing with their maids. Suddenly, they were robbed by the heavenly god sect. Therefore, the days without the heavenly god cult are the good days. Jiang Yi lifted Su Nan's blonde hair and said viciously, "You better not let me leave alive. Otherwise I'll wipe out the entire heavenly god sect from top to bottom sooner or later. I have never provoked you. Yet you have provoked me again and again." Jiang Yi got up and pulled Su Nan up, then pressed her down to kneel on the ground. Even after being captured, Su Nan's face remained resolute. Her misty, watery eyes looked up and said, "Even for your own sake, you shouldn't do this." Jiang Yi hated the woman's clear, innocent eyes, and he ruthlessly pulled Su Nan's hair. "What? You can bully me from afar, but I can't retaliate in kind? Bullshit gods, pure double standards." Su Nan's eyes were calm, neither angry nor tearful. "All the plans are related to me and have nothing to do with those innocent believers. Do not kill innocent people indiscriminately, lest you add to the bloodshed." "Oh, you're trying to take all the blame yourself." Jiang Yi suddenly laughed. Su Nan shook his head again. "You're right. My decision to lock you in the Tower of Destiny without my consent will inevitably incur your hatred. So if you have any grievances, you can take them out on me, but don't hurt other people." Just then, the demoness Jiue transformed into a wisp of black smoke and drifted out. "Lord Demon, Jiang Yi is currently in a bad mood and has no desire to flirt with Jiue. What's up?" Jiang Yi transmitted his thoughts to Jiang Yi. Jiue's soft, tingling voice reached my ears. "I've smelled the scent of lust again. It's definitely hidden in this space. If you consume it, your power will become even stronger." "Becoming stronger? What's the use? We can't leave the Tower of Destiny." Jiue frowned slightly, her face full of doubt. "The Tower of Destiny? Is this the Tower of Destiny?" When Jiang Yi enters the void demon state, Jiyu's consciousness will be suppressed to the extreme. In plain language, she won't remember anything that happened during Jiang Yi's transformation. Jiang Yi briefly explained the events to Jiue in his mind, as well as the captured saintess. Jiue circled around Su Nan several times with great interest, her watery peach blossom eyes filled with excitement. "Lord Demon, you are so lucky. It must be a blessing from someone else. Good luck? I might never be able to leave this place in my entire life." Jiang Yi became increasingly angry as he spoke, and he really wanted to kill Su Nan in front of him. This was also the first time Jiue had ever seen Jiang Yi so angry. She chuckled lightly and didn't continue teasing. Instead, she said solemnly, "Although I don't know why, we are indeed not in the Tower of Destiny." Following Jiue's jade-like finger, Jiang Yi carefully examined the space he was currently in. This is a maze world composed of identical azure hexahedrons. Identical blocks form several passages with different entrances. Mysterious, yet regular. It's like a mysterious world that's completely data-driven. Jiue gently lifted Su Nan's skirt. "Ah!" The pure saint was startled by the chilly wind behind her. The only person was in front of him. So what exactly is touching my butt from behind? Jiang placed her finger to her nose and sniffed lightly. This is not the Tower of Destiny, which means that the Demon Lord has hope of getting out. This woman's situation is somewhat similar to mine. She is a special vessel for some more powerful being, so it's best not to kill her. The container cannot be killed? Jiang Yi found Jiu's charming smile somewhat strange. This alluring enchantress has never cared about the lives of others. Why are you suddenly pleading for the enemy today? Jiang Yi fell silent. Given the heavenly demon spirit's pursuit of the void demon, Jiu had no reason to deceive herself. In other words, there are indeed some earth-shattering mysteries hidden behind the celestial goddess. If you think about it carefully, you'll discover many clues. She can summon spells that lead to the Tower of Destiny. Without any spirit pets, Mu Wenying held her own against him in a fight using only her own strength. If it weren't for the system items, Jiang Yi really wouldn't know how to win her over. Jiu revealed a meaningful smile. It's not impossible for the Demon Lord to kill her, but there's a better way to use the vessel. How to use it? Jiang Yi was a little confused. Jiu smiled and lifted Su Nan's skirt again. Lord Demon, if you can destroy her faith, you can take possession of this vessel and use her body to share the side effects of awakening. After all, she was a flawless divine medium, 1 in a million. Jiang Yi stared at the saintess before him, who was both surprised and ashamed, completely bewildered. A medium? Is this asking me to use PUA on her? I'm exhausted, guys. I slept today. See you tomorrow. Regarding the character Su Nan. Type 1 if you want to kill. Type 2 if you don't want to kill. Don't worry, the outline won't be changed. Just treat it as a survey. Chapter 89 The Brave Saintess. Jiu pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out where to begin her explanation. This is a long story. Starting from the beginning would definitely buy Jiang Yi precious time to escape. This matter concerning the Demon Lord is rather complicated. You should first try to destroy her will. Jiang Yi frowned and thought for a moment. This might be a bit too difficult. What if I fail? A cold glint flashed in Jiu's eyes. If you can't have it, destroy it. You can't let the enemy have it. The heavenly god sect is destined to be your enemy. Good. Jiang Yi hadn't originally planned to let Su Nan go back alive. He stared intently at the holy maiden who was forced to kneel before him. The chill that ran down her back made Su Nan let out a soft moan. Her voice was no longer composed. You devil, did you use some evil means to touch my butt? Jiang Yi tugged at her hair in annoyance. Open your eyes wide. How could I possibly touch your butt when I'm right in front of you? Do you like this kind of suggestive stuff? Are you trying to atone for your sins with your body? Are you trying to seduce me? Oh, I don't. Su Nan felt a surge of fear welling up in his mind. A crack appeared in the once impenetrable wall of reason. He didn't touch it? How is that possible? It's just the two of us here. Do ghosts really exist in this world? The Holy Maiden of Heaven has a little-known secret. She was particularly afraid of folk tales about ghosts claiming lives. Although ghosts have been proven to be non-existent for thousands of years. But Su Nan was still afraid of such rumors from the bottom of his heart. Ding! The unstable spiritual energy lock has 1 minute left. The silver ropes binding Su Nan emitted a faint glow. Is time running out? A sense of anxiety arose in Jiang Yi's heart. How can I destroy her will and beliefs? Even if you use a strong one, 1 minute is still too short, isn't it? Jiu, hiding behind the scenes, kept providing assistance. The faint, almost imperceptible touch startled Su Nan, making her legs go weak and her breathing become rapid. 2 blushes appeared on her pretty, snow-white face. Jiang Yi slapped his forehead. Never mind, just do it. He forcefully grabbed Su Nan's torn clothes and dragged her up. What happens when brute force encounters a piece of clothing with a tear? Sizzle. Are you trying to insult me? At this moment, Su Nan had no strength left in her body, and even her voice was incredibly soft and weak. How could she possibly resist the demon? Jiang Yi remained silent. With a forceful rip of his middle finger, he completely tore open her pure white robe. Su Nan's face was tense, as if she had already guessed what was going on. She neither cried nor made a fuss. Her watery eyes were fixed on the demon admiring her body. Take out your resentment and anger on me. As long as you don't cause trouble for the celestial god cult, I'll pretend nothing happened today. Although Su Nan's tone sounded very indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. But her body language and micro-expressions betrayed her. The trembling jade legs and the gently undulating snow rabbit reflected the owner's inner panic and unease. Oh, Jiang Yi's gaze ceased its profanity. He was quite surprised. Generally speaking, these kinds of characters shouldn't be crying and shouting. No. If you dare touch me, I will kill you. Lines like that. Why does she act like she's sacrificing herself to feed the wolves? This made Jiang Yi the one who was persecuted and humiliated. The top is the same hexahedron. There was no sign of rain in this dry maze. Sitting on the ground watching the show, Jiue wriggled her tail in disappointment. Oh no, the Demon Lord's first time is going to be spent on me? She shuddered with anger. Jiang Yi grabbed the girl's hands and pressed her against the wall. What do you mean? Even if I defile you, you won't take revenge? Su Nan's gaze did not waver. She bravely looked at Jiang Yi. I just want to redeem more people, including you, which is why I wanted to use the seal to imprison you in the Tower of Destiny. Killing one void demon only leads to the birth of new ones. Not to mention, I can't kill you on my own. Jiang Yi pinched her cherry lips and smiled coldly. That sounds nice. But what if I use you up and then go and kill all the heavenly god cultists? What will you do then? The saintess, a symbol of purity, was pinned against a wall in a corner by a demon, and she actually laughed. The demon is the creator of negative emotions in the world, and he will never be controlled by the desires he creates. A person who goes back on their word can never overcome their own greed. I believe in you. You're a man of your word. Jiang Yi, like a child whose secrets had been exposed, angrily increased the pressure on his hand. How dare you, in your ignorance, try to influence me with your own will? Su Nan's ears instantly turned bright red, and a burning sensation surged from below. Jiang Yi originally planned to subdue them if possible, and kill them if he couldn't. When he saw the conviction in Su Nan's eyes, he realized it was the sincerity he once possessed. A strange sense of irritability arose within me. It's less about conquering Su Nan as a person and more about conquering that hypocritical will. People are inherently selfish. Jiang Yi did not believe that there could be a saintly woman in the world who would willingly sacrifice herself to serve wolves and tigers for the sake of others. Moreover, she is a saintess whose strength is unfathomable. Ding. 10 seconds remaining. Their foreheads were pressed together. Your name is Su Nan, right? Yes. As the holy maiden of the celestial god sect, she should not have been explored by anyone yet, right? Su Nan's eyelashes trembled slightly as she gently bit her lips. No. If it weren't for the strange ropes binding her, she would have been completely powerless. Even if she were to have a saintly heart, she wouldn't use such methods to make a deal with Jiang Yi. Then I'll show you what the wickedness of society is. She tried to break free, but Jiang Yi held her hands down, preventing her from moving. Time is almost up. Jiang Yi hurriedly stepped into the leftmost passage ahead in order to think of a solution. The spirit lock has 2 more uses. To put it in the worst-case scenario, he still has 2 minutes to control Saintess Sunan. Jiang Yi needs to find a way to break through her psychological defenses in order to control the container. If you can't take her down within 2 minutes, you must kill her. Opportunity knocks but once, or it will never come again. It would be best to proceed with caution in this matter. Even if it means giving up entirely, it's all for the sake of my second brother. Chapter 90. The Saintess Conquest Plan. Jiang Yi had only been gone for less than 3 seconds. The silver ropes binding Su Nan hung freely and spread out. The wounds on the fair snow rabbit were slightly red. Su Nan gently stroked her battered body, her eyes reddening. Are you trying to conquer me slowly through physical sensations? The frustrated girl stood up and waved her hand. The gentle light energy completely healed the minor wounds on her body. Su Nan took out a matching pure white robe from her spatial ring and slowly put it on. Even so, I will not give up on saving you. Su Nan's eyes were no longer confused. The power flowing within is the trust of the gods. It was also the belief upon which the saint relied for her livelihood. The holy maiden, now restored to her power, slowly made her way towards the leftmost passage. I will not lose in order to meet the expectations of the god. Her melodious voice echoed in the silent space. You gave Luda something. Jiang Yi's skill in smoothing things over is even greater than that of his father. Jiuf floated in the air with a smile and said, Demon Lord, why are we running away? We clearly have the advantage. Jiang Yi's expression was solemn. Strictly speaking, I only have one chance to try to control her, and I must make the most of it. Jiu's eyes were full of amusement, and she parted her lips slightly to say, Do you perhaps like this type of woman? No, not at all. Jiang Yi paused for a moment. The light in her eyes was too dazzling. I couldn't stand it, and just wanted to destroy it. This is normal, because the nature of the divine power behind her is exactly the opposite of yours. He gently raised his right hand. To be honest, there was a membrane there. I couldn't quite believe it was true. Given her saintly nature, it should have been very easy for her to dedicate herself to the Lord. Jiu's delicate body suddenly hugged her from behind. The 2 bombs were pressing down on Jiang Yi, making it hard for him to breathe. After all, her status is about the same as others, and no one in the heavenly god sect dares to touch her. Jiang Yi turned around and took the initiative to hold the feverish Jiu in his arms. Don't cause trouble behind my back, you vixen. Master, thank you for your hard work. The space to Jiang Yi's right suddenly tore apart. A completely transformed Uxian slowly flew out of the beast taming space. Uxian, have you almost recovered your strength? Then I'll trouble you. As long as you're happy, Uxian's efforts are worthwhile. The enchantress hooked her arm around Jiang Yi's neck and said sourly, Some angels are just clueless, They always mess up other people's plans at crucial moments. Yuxian glanced at Jiang Yi meaningfully. The road ahead was like a maze, dazzling and confusing. Hexahedrons of the same color can be either dark or light. Jiang Yi muttered to himself, if I only have one chance left, what should I do to maximize my chances of success? This girl from southern Jiangsu has incredibly high resistance. Ordinary humiliation didn't even elicit a reaction. I can only blame myself for not playing with the rubber ducky enough and not having done much research on depravity. Master, what are you worried about? Yuxian took the initiative to ask. She couldn't stand seeing Jiang Yi looking so gloomy. Jiang Yi looked at Yuxian, who was completely obedient in front of him. Her overall temperament actually overlaps slightly with that of Su Nan. Is it because of the angel race? Yuxian, I mean, what would you do if you couldn't become my maid because of some unavoidable force? Yuxian's expression froze slightly. His deep red eyes sparkled with starlight. Wu Yusin's mission is to make Master happy. If I fail to do so, I'll definitely fall into a state of anxiety and self-blame, right? The angel answered truthfully. Are you experiencing anxiety and self-doubt? This seems like a possible solution. Su Nan took it upon himself to save the common people, which is why he developed this somewhat brainless, saintly personality. In short, this prevented her from saving the world. That is, to prevent her from engaging in saintly behavior. In theory, it could cause them to fall into a state of mental exhaustion and anxiety characterized by self-doubt. This was the moment when her mental strength was at its weakest. This was also the perfect moment to destroy her beliefs. However, it is extremely difficult to ask the Virgin Mary to do something that is not Virgin Mary. Even though Jiang Yi kept saying he wanted to play with her, Su Nan didn't even flinch or show any sign of refusal. This is a bit tricky. With a smile, Jiwa placed her hand on Jiang Yi's chest and drew circles repeatedly. Ah, the anxious demon lord is so cute. Sure enough, without the help of others, the demon lord couldn't even handle a little girl. Jiang Yi slapped her pert, tender buttocks in an annoyed manner. I want the person, not the body. Her figure is nowhere near as hot as yours. Jiwa smiled faintly, then reached her small hand under Jiang Yi's clothes and groped around for a while. Thank you for the praise, Lord Demon Lord. I have a good idea. I wonder if you would be willing to adopt it? Explain. Jiang Yi slapped it hard. Hee, didn't I already say that lust, one of the 10 demons, is in this space? Lord Demon, you can subdue it first, and then reclaim the power of the Void Demon. Having a shortcut to a woman's heart, wouldn't that weaken Su Nan's personal will? You mean? That's right, that's the method. Jiwa blinked. Jiang Yi suddenly realized. As long as I do the opposite and slowly torment Su Nan, I'm sure I can break her defenses. Jiang Yi glanced at the panel data. Host, Jiang Yi. Level, 15. Beast Taming, the 8th Angelic Demon Spirit. Talent, Eye of Insight Void Demon. Spirit Seal, Nothingness. Items, Flashbang, Bronze Treasure Map X3, Silver Treasure Map, Magic Hearthstone, Unstable Spirit Lock, Life Flower. I'm 5 levels away from refining the 2nd Spirit Seal, at level 20. Jiang Yi looked at the life flower he had snatched back from the golden-haired rat. Flower of this life. During its growth period, it is a 9-star treasure that blooms once every 1,000 years and bears fruit once every 1,000 years. When imbued with divine power, it can evolve into a 10-star treasure, the Rebirth Lotus, which has the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life and healing flesh and bones. Tip. Taking this now can increase your lifespan by 10-24 years and slightly increase your spiritual power level. Looking at the flower buds blooming in the system space, Jiang Yi hesitated. Can being imbued with divine power evolve into a super resurrection coin, thus gaining a second life? That sounds so tempting. Want to take a gamble? If you don't eat the flower of this life now, even if you defeat lust, you will be temporarily unable to refine the spirit seal because your spirit master level is not high enough. Although the spiritual energy lock can imprison Su Nan's spiritual energy, it cannot destroy her will. Jiang Yi's subsequent plans would be doomed to fail. So, whether or not to consume this flower of life is a gamble with one's life. If you win the bet, there's a 90% chance you'll get the divine medium that Jiwa mentioned and use it as a vessel for the power of the illusory demon. It doesn't matter if I lose the bet, because Jiang Yi has already gained 1,024 years of lifespan for free. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem like such a bad deal. It's simply a trade-off between future investment and immediate profits. Grass. Why should we back down? Compared to having an extremely low probability of being reborn, Jiang Yi would be more excited if he destroyed the most precious belief in the eyes of that saintess. After all, most things in this world couldn't attract Jiang Yi. That's the decision. Just as Jiang Yi was about to take the flower of life. Enemy detected, combat mode activated. A dark figure flashed out from the passage ahead. Annihilate. Without saying a word, the other party charged towards Jiang Yi. Chapter 91 Broken World Jade, Lu Ban's Ambition. Master, please be careful. Faced with a sudden enemy attack. With her combat talent fully unlocked, Yuxian was the first to draw her holy sword and step forward to meet the enemy. Boom. A loud bang. A massive mushroom cloud, bearing its fangs and claws, spewed towards Jiang Yi. Yuxian, holding her sword in both hands, stood solemnly in front of Jiang Yi. Her feet were forced to move back half a step. The white-haired angel never expected that the other party's spiritual power would be so strong. Annihilation. A voice, like that synthesized by AI, came from ahead. Jiang Yi raised his head slightly. Before me stood a majestic and imposing mechanical tiger. Its body is nearly 4 meters tall, huge and slender, and its whole body seems to be covered in steel armor. Its wings on the back are majestic and imposing, with sharp and distinct edges. The tips of the wings also have a row of densely packed cannon barrels. The powerful shockwave just now was ejected from here. It was extremely strong. Metal Garurumon, is that you? Name, Steel Tiger Eye. Race, Machine Race. Level, 18. Rank, Upper General. Combat Art, Sharp Claws, Terrifying Roar, Grenade Launcher. Description, an energy projection conjured by the arcane treasure, the Shattered World Jade. Its spiritual energy is arcane mechanical in nature. Tip, each resurrection increases your strength, so don't linger in battle. Arcane treasure, Shattering Jade? Something I've never heard of before. Is the Steel War Tiger in front of us a projection of its own form? Yuxian, don't linger in the battle, finish it quickly. Yes, sir. Yuxian held the sword to her chest, her pure white wings fully unfurled behind her, like a goddess descending to earth. Flowing light. Boom. The Iron Tiger's wings fired a row of azure arcane missiles. A dazzling sword beam cleaved through space and surged upwards. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed through the empty, arcane labyrinth. The mechanical war tiger's massive body remained motionless, like an ice sculpture. Subsequently, squeak. The steel-like body was showing fine, visible cracks. Collapse. The body was covered with countless cracks. Its body began to disintegrate and collapse. Blue cubes of the same size gushed out like blood. Steel Tiger's red eyes gradually dimmed and lost their light. The body, like a monster in a virtual online game, turned into data and vanished into the world. Yuxian's level and rank completely overwhelmed her opponent. It's not an exaggeration to say that he could kill a high-ranking general in an instant, right? Jiue gazed curiously at the sky full of blue stars, sniffing lightly with her delicate nose. Is this the spiritual power of arcane machinery? It feels familiar. Jiang Yi opened his mouth and swallowed the flower of this life in one gulp. My mouth was filled with the delicate fragrance of flower petals. Ding. Congratulations, host, for consuming the 9-star treasure. Your lifespan has increased by 1024 years, and your spiritual power level has increased by 7 levels. Oh, this life-giving flower actually boosted Jiang Yi's level directly to the peak of Tier 1. A successful breakthrough means reaching level 22. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained within it is self-evident. Yuxian, let's move forward. Our target is the 10 Demons' Lust. Yes. The 3 ventured deeper into the maze. This was the first time Jiang Yi had ever taken the initiative to strive for a certain goal. It's best not to slack off when you should be putting in the effort. A secret room in the Luban Guild. Lu Yang pushed Lu Ban, who was in a wheelchair, around the laboratory for inspection. What's frightening is the supreme beings within the celestial cult, the angel race. They were kept in the mysterious research room of the Lu Ban Guild, like living specimens preserved in formalin. It's not hard to spot if you look closely. These angels were the same group of angels that Louis brought from the Catholic Church. Lu Yang bowed and recounted what had just happened to Lu Ban. That's how it is, Master Lu Ban. Now that you've said that, does that mean Mu Weining and Jiang Yi are having an affair? That's right. After Jiang Yi disappeared, Mu Weining was so anxious that she vomited blood and almost fainted. With her spiritual veins damaged, her cultivation will likely regress rapidly, like a boat sailing against the current. Lu Ban, whose sutures had been removed from his face, laughed heartily. The pent-up frustration in my heart was finally released. Lu Yang's expression was unpredictable, neither happy nor sad. Lord Lu Ban, the Holy Maiden, Holy Angel, and Holy Knight of the Heavenly God cult have all disappeared from our territory. Will they take their anger out on us? Lu Yang, draft a letter for me now. I need to see the Qin Emperor. Master Lu Ban, aren't we courting death? Lu Ban turned around and looked at his somewhat foolish apprentice behind him, then smiled disdainfully. Lu Yang, how many years have you been following me? 29 years. Lu Ban turned around and said sternly. In 29 years, you don't even know how to use a tiger to devour a wolf. With Mu Weining injured, the palace master of Lihan Palace will not let the narcissistic Emperor Qin off the hook. The Heavenly God sect has lost so many people in the Dragon Kingdom, even sacrificing the Holy Maiden, so they will not let the Dragon Kingdom off the hook either. As the ruler of a country, do you think the Qin Emperor would choose to initiate a war with the various states of the Heavenly God sect, or send Lihan Palace out as cannon fodder to take the blame? Liu Yang nodded with an air of profound wisdom and said, I see. I understand. Liu Ban continued. As long as we take the initiative to help the Qin Emperor strengthen the border defenses and share 1 to 3 of the results of our research on angels with him, he won't dare to touch me now. After all, none of these things have anything to do with us directly. He stared intently at the drowsy angels in the petri dish, his eyes radiating intense longing. Just a little bit more, and number 11, who has incorporated the characteristics of the strongest spirit pet of Red Moon Star and possesses self-awareness, is about to be born. I am the strongest Liu Ban of all time. Liu Ban, his expression excited, suddenly turned and asked, where are the Void Demon and the Celestial Goddess? Could they really be imprisoned in the Tower of Destiny? I am very curious about the power of the Void Demon. If I could recruit it, Liu Ban Guild would be able to dominate the entire Red Moon Star. Liu Yang quickly lowered his head and said, before the Tower of Destiny model disappeared, I placed a fragment of the Shattered World Jade under Jiang Yi's spirit pet's feet. Well done. Quickly activate the world-shattering Jade. I need to gather their data and intelligence. The excited Liu Ban almost jumped out of his wheelchair. Legend has it that the ultimate power of darkness and the ultimate power of light are both present. What would it be like if they could be fused together within the machine race? Liu Yang put on a pair of black-rimmed glasses and continued operating the machine. Let's send out one of the Iron Tigers to test their strength first. It's been a long time since I've stayed up past midnight. I've been feeling pretty good lately. Tasks complete for today. Time to play some offline games. Chapter 92 Flame Dragon Zero. Boom. A deafening roar echoed through the arcane labyrinth. The sharp sword light struck the massive mechanical creature like a heavy chain. Collapse. The nearly 5-meter-tall mechanical warbear was kicked in the chin by Uxian. The rather bulky body fell from the sky and crashed onto the incredibly hard ground. A woo. The mechanical warbear let out a mournful howl. The enormous head was cleanly sliced off by Uxian. Jiwe, who was watching the show with her arms crossed, pouted slightly, a hint of jealousy rising on her fair face. Her ruthlessness, which she was so proud of, had no effect on the machine race. Therefore, Jiang Yi did not choose to fight alongside them, but instead watched from the sidelines. Jiwe, who wanted to show off in front of Jiang Yi, could only watch Yusin put on a show. You can't pretend to have AB. It's incredibly uncomfortable. Uxian, thank you for your hard work. The angel turned around and smiled back. This was what Uxian should do. Jiang Yi kept looking around at his surroundings. According to the flow of time, it should be evening or night now. However, the entire maze world still shimmered with a clear and bright blue light. There wasn't a breath of wind in the maze. All that could be heard was the creaking sound of an overloaded mechanical component. Jiang Yi also tried to escape from this place using the magic hearthstone. The only response he received was the system's cold, electronic voice. Ding. The hearthstone's rank is only god level, so it cannot ignore class-based teleportation. Could it be that this maze, filled with mechanical beings, is of a higher overall grade than a god? By the way, has that girl from Sunan gotten lost? It was completely silent behind me. There wasn't a sound. Jiang Yi pondered silently as he led Uxian forward. At this moment, a chilling growl came from overhead. Roar. With her keen senses, Uxian quickly looked up. Suddenly, a rather familiar figure appeared on the ceiling of the maze. Majestic and imposing, with steel wings. It was the Iron Tiger that Uxian had shattered with a single strike. A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes. The system didn't lie to me. It really did come back to life. Roar. The steel tiger, seemingly filled with resentment, lunged at Uxian as it came back from the dead. I have insight activated. The basic panel of the steel tiger has not changed much. The name changed from I to 2. The level has been increased from 18 to 20. A defeated opponent. Uxian raised the holy sword and charged towards the sky. Bang 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 bang. A gorgeous and elegant combo flashed by. Steel Tiger 2 let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground unwillingly. Jiang Yi gazed at the countless blue hexahedrons flying in the sky and fell into deep thought. That's strange. The mechanical creatures within the maze are far more powerful than spirit pets of the same level. However, defeating them doesn't seem to offer much experience reward. Under the 5x experience card effect, Uxian hasn't gone from 19 to 20 yet. Not even a single spirit seal was revealed. Jiang Yi was extremely annoyed by the feeling of having to outwit and outmaneuver the air. He always had a bad feeling. The mechanical beings in the maze are like wooden figures that can be seen everywhere in the training grounds. Jiang Yi is an adventurer trapped in the trial grounds. Steel Tiger gains combat experience through death. He was instantly defeated by Uxian in one move from the very beginning. They evolved to know how to dodge large-scale streaks of light and instead engage in close combat. The intelligence of the machine race was far greater than Jiang Yi had imagined. Master, look. Uxin, who was in charge of clearing the way, pointed forward with one hand. The flat ground beneath our feet was almost at its end. A mysterious staircase made of azure hexahedrons appeared 100 meters away. At first glance, it looks like a mountain trail. Let's go. There's only one road ahead. Jiang Yi had just stepped onto the first step. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air increased significantly in an instant. Uxin frowned slightly and said, Master, there is a very powerful spiritual energy aura ahead. Please be careful. An extremely powerful spiritual aura? Could it be the lust of the 10 demons? Okay, don't worry. The two started running quickly up the steps. Whoosh whoosh. A string of silver chains suddenly flew out from the uphill slope diagonally in front of them. The blade at the top of the chain slashed viciously towards Jiang Yi's crotch. No martial ethics. Fortunately, Jiang Yi was exceptionally skilled. He leaped back 3 meters with a push of his feet, dodging the deadly chicken. At the end of the steps is a relatively open platform. At the center of the platform stands a crimson pillar of fire, resembling a pillar reaching to the heavens. It looks like it's supporting the top of the entire maze world. It actually managed to dodge my fatal blow. It's quite skilled. A fiery red figure slowly coalesced in front of the crimson pillar of fire. Upon closer inspection, a tall, strong, middle-aged man with red hair stood at the top of the platform. His muscles were very well defined, his shoulders were broad, his chest muscles were bulging, and he looked very powerful. There was also a roaring fire dragon tattooed on his chest. The ground trembled slightly from the impact of the other person's footsteps. Name, Flame Dragon 0. Race, Machine Race. Level, 25. Rank, Superior Legendary. Combat Art, Arcane Fireball, Flame Shield, Scorching Dragon Breath, Dragon Fang, Steel Body, Dragon's Might. Synopsis: the mechanical flame dragon, developed and manufactured by the first Liu Ban, was abandoned due to insufficient technical skill and imperfect assembly. It was later reused and placed in the Shattered Jade Realm as a backup power source. Tip: having your spiritual energy constantly drained by the spiritual source of the Shattered Jade Realm, your overall combat strength will decrease. Jiang Yi stared at the red-haired man with a flaming dragon embroidered on his chest. Flaming Dragon 0? Why does that sound so familiar? Sitting on the steps watching the nail art, Jiu said softly, Yanlong No. 1 is the masterpiece of the first generation of Liu Ban, and arcane machinery also began to flourish from it. Yanlong 0 glared fiercely at Jiang Yi below the steps. Liu Ban's dog, go to hell. Yanlong 0 seems to be particularly sensitive to the name Liu Ban. Behind his imposing and tall body, a roaring fiery dragon could be faintly seen emerging. With a roar, Flame Dragon 0 slowly raised his right arm. A ball of frenzied spiritual energy instantly condensed in his right palm. The azure blue, symbolizing arcane machinery, and the fiery dragon's spiritual power are perfectly intertwined. Arcane Fireball. Blow him up. Flame Dragon 0 pushed his right hand toward Jiang Yi. The arcane fireball was hurled downwards with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Uxin accurately predicted the landing point of the arcane fireball. She let out a soft cry, raised the holy sword high, and brought it down with both hands. The dazzling sword light met the arcane fireball head-on. Soft light collided with raging fire. Boom. A series of dazzling fireworks suddenly burst in midair. Bang bang bang. The once invincible radiance was like a tattered curtain, blasted open with countless holes by arcane fireball. A scorching wave of air shot out from the gap and surged toward Uxin and Jiang Yi. Light is never the most destructive element among all attributes. The top-tier legendary Flame Dragon 0 is 2 minor grades lower than Uxin in terms of quality. But it is indeed a genuine Tier 2 spirit pet. The high attack power of the fire and its superior grade allowed the arcane fireball to pierce through the curtain of flowing sword light. Standing atop the platform, Flame Dragon 0 arrogantly turned and left. The flames spread upwards and downwards. They're doomed. I'll kill every single one of Liu Ban's lackeys I see. Chapter 93 Uxin unleashes her power, instantly killing 0. Towering flames surged menacingly down the steps. Uxin paused for a moment, then resolutely stood in front of Jiang Yi. A pair of pure white wings stretched out long, trying to completely envelop Jiang Yi behind it. Because the interval between skill casting is too short, holy light protection cannot be cast. Therefore, Uxin chose the most primitive method to become Jiang Yi's human shield. Jiang Yi gently grasped Uxin's white wings and smiled faintly. Attack with all your might. Don't worry about me. Fallen demon. A surge of frenzied fire suddenly rose from Uxin's heart. The sacred and beautiful angelic halo above her head was instantly dyed black. Jiwei, who was floating in the air, felt dizzy. Exhausted, the body involuntarily fell to the ground. Jiang Yi reached out and steadily caught the weak Jiue. Jiue weakly raised her eyes and stared at the almost blackened eighth angel in front of her. She can perfectly absorb 50% of my spiritual power all by herself? An existence under the holy annihilation should not be able to actively withstand the power of the void demon. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lord Demon Lord, Uxian. Jiang Yi gently picked up Jiue and stepped back, his fingertips caressing her smooth, snow-white skin. Jiue, trust her. Dark, deep demonic flames rose from the angel's body. The corrupted black wings easily blocked the flames at the edge. Uxian, dressed in a black bodysuit, stood expressionless at the center of the raging flames. She gently raised her right hand and placed a ball of light radiating healing power into her chest. To serve, her ample bosom appeared even larger due to the tight-fitting clothes. With a 200% bonus to all attributes, Uxian's defense increased dramatically. The minor damage caused by Arcane Flame Bolt was instantly healed by the healing spell. Uxian has been in this world for a while now. It seems to be the first time he has performed the service. Its broad black wings flapped forward. She easily countered Yanlong Zero's ultimate attack. What? Flame Dragon Zero sensed the terrifying aura behind him and was so startled that he turned around repeatedly. This force feels so familiar. Uxian pointed her sword at Yanlong Zero, her shimmering red eyes constantly radiating a chilling intent. Die. Flame Dragon Zero raised his arms and roared. Since that's how it is, I'll grant your wish and let you die completely. A raging fire dragon flashed its phantom image behind him. Zero's arms instantly transformed into two sharp swords, each nearly a meter long. Uxian, in her fallen demon state, remained completely silent. With a stomp of his black thigh-high boots, he transformed into a black meteor and crashed into Zero. Good timing. Flame Dragon Zero roared to the sky. The tattoo on his chest looked like a spirited, fiery dragon flying out. It gradually transformed into 3 fiery shields protecting Zero. Flame Shield. An incredible defensive skill that reduces and reflects 30% of all damage. The stronger the opponent's attack, the more painful the rebound will be. Zero, now in combat mode, radiated an unusual glow. Its body is also made of extraterrestrial meteorite iron, giving it extremely high defensive capabilities. Therefore, they are not afraid of close-quarters combat at all. Uxian, don't fight him head-on. The shield will disappear in 30 seconds. Jiang Yi warned from behind. A dark shadow swept past. Uxian's long sword suddenly burst into towering black flames, slashing fiercely at the protective fire shield of Flame Dragon Zero. Black flames exploded. It actually made a fiery dragon dizzy and dissipate. Alas, Uxian endured the backlash and transformed into black lightning, flashing behind Zero. Boom. Bang. The black long sword was invincible, severing the second fiery dragon in one strike. Zero remained unfazed, placing his palms together at his chest. A lifelike, roaring fire dragon slashed towards Uxian's chest, determined to devour the formidable enemy before it. Drink. Dragon Fong. I refuse to believe you can withstand this attack from me. Uxian's eyes trembled slightly, and a rare smile appeared on her lips. This scene made Zero's heart flutter, and his ultimate move, Dragon Fong, was a beat too late. Protected by holy light. If Uxian in her normal state prioritizes Jiang Yi in everything. Therefore, Uxian in her fallen demon state will prioritize killing enemies. She even withstood 2 backlashes without using any defensive skills. This is the moment we've been waiting for. A 7-colored spiritual shield enveloped the black-winged angel. The roaring fire dragon easily tore apart the 7-colored shield. But it didn't hurt Uxian at all. The dragon's roar faded away. A black line suddenly flashed across the sky amidst the blazing fire. Uxian, who had fully healed herself, grabbed Yanlong Zero's face with one hand and flew forward with great force. Boom. The body of Flame Dragon Zero slammed heavily into the Optimus Prime in the center of the platform. Then it slowly fell to the ground like a dead dog. Uxian raised her sword, ready to kill the enemy. Jiang Yi quickly stopped her, saying, Uxian, wait a minute, I still have questions to ask him. The white-haired angel paused, then slowly lowered the long sword in his hand. The body of Flame Dragon Zero is already pineapple-like. There wasn't a single good spot on his body. An ominous gray flame rose and gradually engulfed its body. Flame Dragon Zero wanted to get up and fight again, but he didn't even have the strength to kneel on the ground. Cough cough, such powerful strength, I've lost. He looked up unwillingly. Why? Your spirit pet's aura was clearly very ordinary before, so why was it able to destroy me in the blink of an eye? I had already given it my all, and even Flame Dragon 1 couldn't have defeated me so quickly. Jiang Yi looked at the pitiful person who was still reviewing the situation before she died, and casually pinched Uxian's little face. Because you were in a 1v2 situation, that power was given to her by me. If it weren't for asking a question, you would have been dead the moment you met. Jiang Yi wasn't bragging. With the loss of nothingness, even the most generous angels must kneel. Moreover, Yanlong Zero was merely a flawed product discarded by Lu Ban. The red-haired man's eyes glazed over for a moment. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. So that's how it is? Since you've made sure I die knowing exactly what happened, then go ahead and ask me any questions you have. Jiang Yi gazed at the dying flame dragon Zero. Where's this? Where's lust? If you give me a satisfactory answer, I will give you a quick and easy response. He stared intently at Jiang Yi, his eyes filled with astonishment. You're not Lu Ban's lackey? Then how did you get in? Jiang Yi said calmly. Sooner or later, I will kill this old bastard. As for how I got in, I don't know. Yanlong Zero felt a pang of bitterness after hearing this. It turns out that the flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, and it was a case of people fighting each other. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. This is the arcane labyrinth created by the Shattered Realm Jade, mainly used to deduce and calculate detailed combat data of various races' spirit pets, so as to better create mechanical spirit pets. As for lust, who is it? I don't know. Jiang Yi asked. Is there no one else in this arcane labyrinth? Yanlong Zero clenched his fists and paused for a moment. Aside from me, there are only 7 other poor, flawed items here, discarded by their manufacturers. I'll update Chapter 3 after I finish eating. Although this part of the plot may not be very interesting, it is closely related to the worldview. After all, the mechanical race is the only spirit pet race immune to the male protagonist's enhanced pain perception, and it is also a special existence that runs through the entire story. Chapter 94 UXIN, I hope Master will kiss me. What does 7 defective items mean? Yanlong Zero laughed loudly, his eyes filled with sorrow. Since you are an enemy of the Luban Guild, then telling you won't hurt. From Yanlong Zero, Yinlang Zero, Bingfeng Zero to Cheetah Zero, the 8 of us are all Zero machines manufactured by Lu Ban in previous years, inferior versions of the first machine. Because the Lu Bans always wanted to create a mechanical race with reproductive capabilities, they modified themselves before they died. Jiang Yi gasped after hearing this. Goodness! How could a machine race made of steel alloys possibly have reproductive capabilities? Do you need to find a socket for your power strip? What a bunch of lunatics. These lunatics couldn't bear it apart with the relatively perfect Unit 1, so they fused us, the abandoned Unit 0S, into their bodies to use as a power source. Yanlong Zero left behind 2 lines of bloody tears. What you see now is merely a monster forcibly fused from the soul of Yanlong and the corpse of the first-generation Luban. It has to be said, humans are crazy. They successfully created a machine race capable of reproduction. UXIN, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. Since you have become the perfect creation in the Creator's heart, why do you still feel sad? Yanlong Zero glared angrily at the pillar above its head. Before their deaths, Lu Ban and his companions left some kind of program in their bodies, which required them to provide energy to the central power source of the Shattered Jade through intercourse every day. We were once comrades in arms, but they betrayed us. Even though they are already dead, they still use their bodies to forcibly manipulate our consciousness, treating us as inextinguishable light bulbs to provide residual heat for the entire Lu Ban Association. Is this fair? Zero's roar echoed continuously within the arcane labyrinth. Jiang Yi finally understood. They were currently in an arcane labyrinth created by some kind of mechanical treasure, the Shattered Jade. Throughout history, Lu Ban's master craftsmen have worked for some ulterior motive. They desecrated their own corpses and trampled on the dignity of their comrades just to place 8 Zero units in the arcane labyrinth as a permanent power source. The purpose of Lu Ban and his team was to provide a continuous source of spiritual energy for the Shattered Jade. If nothing unexpected happens, Lust, one of the 10 demons, also became a tool for Lu Ban and his people to extract spirits and a permanent energy source for the Shattered World Jade. Trapped in the most mysterious location of the arcane labyrinth. Jiang Yi nodded slightly. That's really going too far. Hanging it on a street lamp is already too lenient for them. I learned this from Yanlong Zero. The Zero units were originally the strongest spirit pets of all the generations of Lu Ban. To make them master stronger, they consented to their owners conducting inhumane live human modification experiments on them. In the end, the deceased owner sold even the underwear. Men are silent, women weep. Even Jiue, who was usually indifferent to the life or death of others, frowned. The lower half of Flame Dragon Zero's body has completely dissipated. Now only the part above the neck remains. He said with heartfelt gratitude, "Thank you for rescuing me from the endless fate of being a breeding pig. This is my sealing power, take it. If you can help me completely destroy the Lu Ban Guild, I will pray for you from the afterlife." Yanlong Zero laughed loudly. The indomitable dragon's soul transformed into specks of starlight and vanished completely. A glittering spirit seal remained on the ground. The sealing power of the Flame Dragon King, mid-level mythical grade, usable for spirit masters to break through. Successfully refining it allows one to learn, Raging Flame River. Mythical level Spirit Seal. The predecessor of this Flame Dragon Zero was actually a Flame Dragon King who looked down upon the world, etc. Something's not right. If Unit 00's soul is the true Flame Dragon King, so whose soul is inside the renowned Flame Dragon number 1? Jiang Yi silently picked up the Flame Dragon King's spiritual seal. What exactly is the Shattered Realm Jade? What is the purpose of the Luban Guild? The 8 mythical spirit pets and the 10 demonic lusts are all their pawns. Who teleported me and Sunan here? What is his purpose? Uxian, having broken free from her demonic state, gently leaned closer. Master, after hearing their story, Uxian feels so sad. The maid placed her hand on her ample northern hemispheres, her expression quite subtle. Once she regained her strength, Jiue became unusually serious. That's probably why she felt sad. Uxian gazed at the spot where Yanlong Zero had died, muttering to herself, betrayed, used, and finally abandoned by the person she trusted most. If it were me, Uxian couldn't even imagine a future where she would be abandoned by her master. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she threw herself into Jiang Yi's arms. Master, whether it's deception or manipulation, Uxian has no regrets. She only asks that you never abandon Uxian at any time. Jiang Yi stretched out his arms and hugged the trembling white-haired beauty in his arms, encouraging her. Don't worry, Uxian is so cute and beautiful, and she is also obedient and sensible. How could I abandon you? Unable to suppress her impulse, Uxian tiptoed and brought her lips to Jiang Yi's. Uxian hopes that Master will kiss her. That might make her feel better. Speaking of which, this was the first time Uxian had taken the initiative to make a request to Jiang Yi. Perhaps influenced by the power of the Void Demon, Uxian's self-awareness is becoming increasingly strong. Her long, slender eyelashes closed gently, and her body trembled slightly. Jiang Yi cupped her pretty face in his hands and asked in a low voice, Uxian, do you understand what this means? The beauty's eyes flickered slightly, then she said firmly, a kiss is an intimate act that can only be done with someone you like. Jiang Yi pursed his lips. Remember, you can only ever do this with me. The upward curve of her lips looked beautiful and full of happiness. Like the spring sunshine, warm and comfortable. It is like a spring drizzle, crystal clear. The faint holy light emanating from Uxian's body seemed to shine into Jiang Yi's already dead heart. Perhaps this is Uxian's unique charm? Jiang Yi, whose heart had long been sealed by cement, seemed to believe in the spiritual DP called love again. Jiang Yi gently brushed aside the white hair on Uxian's forehead. Uxian I. Just then, footsteps came from below the steps. Sunan, dressed in a pure white robe, caught up with them. Her expression was neither happy nor sad, as if she had long anticipated this. I've finally found you. Chapter 95 Sunan's Bet. Jiang Yi frowned in thought. It's neither early nor late. They caught up at this crucial moment. Uxian has used up her chances of falling into demonic possession for today. It's terrible that I haven't even gotten my hands on the spirit seal of lust yet. His gaze turned to the pure saint. The moment their eyes met, Jiang Yi saw those hopeful, bright blue eyes again, showing no signs of frustration. Why did you chase after me? Did you think you could win me over with your beautiful body? She walked silently and slowly up the steps. Her delicate and beautiful body curves still managed to support the wide, pure white robes. Her natural movements and calm expression made it impossible to guess what she was thinking. Her clear, bright eyes were like a bottomless warm ocean, making one unable to resist being immersed in them and unable to feel any inappropriate desire for her. Uxian stood at the front, ready for battle. Jiang Yi pulled her into his arms, signaling her not to make any rash moves. Sunan stopped about 20 meters away from him. Jiang Yi, I want to talk to you. Jiang Yi smiled slightly and said something terrifying. There's nothing to talk about. I will raise the Heavenly God Sect's headquarters to the ground sooner or later. The Holy Maiden looked at the other person and said calmly, the